Zhao Fan perished 5 years after the apocalypse, only to be reborn on the 25th day before its outbreak. In this life, he has severed ties with the treacherous friends of his past, yet at the onset of the cataclysm, he encounters Xu Ruchu, who shares a similar fate of betrayal. He extends his hand to rescue her, marking the beginning of their intertwined journey. Zhao Fan beams with pride. My wife is beautiful, skilled, and treats me exceptionally well. Xu Ruchu. Zhao Fan is admirable in every way. He treats me the best. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Zhao Fan stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his gaze wandering over the crowd in the community square. Observing the laughter of children and the jovial chatter of adults, he feels an overwhelming sense of unreality. How long has it been since Zhao Fan last witnessed such a scene? 5 years, a full 5 years without it. Since awakening that morning, he has stood here for an entire morning, watching the bustling life outside and the traffic beyond the community. It was only after this prolonged observation that he began to feel a sense of reality. He finally confirms that he has returned, having traveled back from 5 years into the apocalypse to the present. With this thought, Zhao Fan covers his face with both hands and weeps silently, tears streaming through his fingers. He continues to cry in silence for a while, then wipes his face, tilts his head back, and smiles quietly. Wiping his face once more, he hastily brushes away the tears and strides into the bedroom, retrieving the phone from his nightstand. Upon seeing the names of missed calls on the screen, his expression darkens. He disregards the missed calls and directly checks the date, only to fall back onto the bed in shock. He places his left hand over his eyes, contemplating the current date against the vividly etched dates from his past life, realizing that there are only 25 days remaining until the apocalypse. He has returned to a time just 25 days before the catastrophe. 25 days. He can still savor 25 more days of peace and tranquility. After those 25 days, the relentless cycle of slaughter will commence once again. The apocalypse feels like a dream, yet it is not a mere illusion. It is a stark reality. At this moment, he does not believe that his rebirth will prevent the impending disaster. Therefore, his immediate task is to gather supplies. In his previous life, after 3 days of darkness, he awakened to dual abilities in space and water manipulation. Initially, his spatial ability allowed for a mere 10 square meters of storage, yet its height provided ample capacity for many items. With this in mind, he begins to ponder what supplies to prepare. Food, clothing, necessities, and medications. All must be accounted for. However, his cash reserves are limited, and he cannot afford to gather more. Robbing a bank is not an option in this lawful society, and he has no desire to end up behind bars. In truth, as long as one possesses strength, there is no shortage of food for those with abilities during the apocalypse. Many mutated plants and animals are edible, containing the energy that ability users require. Thus, they're favored by those with powers. However, these creatures are formidable and exceptionally difficult to capture. Therefore, to thrive in the apocalypse, one must rely not on pre-prepared supplies, but on strength. Only with formidable power can one navigate the treacherous landscape of this new world. Reflecting on strength, Zhao Fan recalls his abilities. In his previous life, he awakened to the dual powers of space and water, which were widely regarded as the most useless of abilities. The spatial power merely allowed for storage, while the water ability had very little offensive capability. Thus, those endowed with these powers often ended up as temporary warehouses and reservoirs. Zhao Fan, however, held a different perspective. He believed that there are no useless abilities, only individuals who fail to utilize them. Hence, he refused to abandon his powers and become a mere storage unit. In his previous life, he diligently developed his abilities, and just before his demise, he finally manifested the spatial blade. Regrettably, by then, it was too late, and he succumbed to the jaws of a mutated wolf. Contemplating this, a fierce glint flashes in Zhao Fan's eyes. He never imagined that his closest friend, whom he had protected and regarded as a younger brother, Zhou Jin, would ultimately betray him, stabbing him in the back and casting him into a pack of mutated wolves. The thought deepens the animosity in his gaze. Both he and Zhou Jin were orphans, having grown up together in the same orphanage. Zhou Jin was frail, and Zhao Fan had always looked after him, treating him as a brother. Later, both were accepted into university, but due to financial constraints, Zhao Fan relinquished his opportunity to pursue higher education, working to support Zhou Jin instead. He did this without regret. Zhou Jin was his brother, and it was his duty to provide for him. This was his mindset in his past life, yet now a sardonic smile curls at his lips. When the apocalypse erupted in his previous life, Zhou Jin was attending university in Lin City. Upon awakening from the darkness and sensing something was amiss, He immediately called Zhou Jin, instructing him to stay at school while he rushed to fetch him, offering additional advice until the phone became unusable. He then hurriedly packed and set off for Lin City to find Zhou Jin. When he eventually located Zhou Jin, the latter had been hiding in his dormitory for 3 days. Zhao Fan took him and his dorm mates to the nearest base. They traversed several bases, ultimately establishing themselves in the largest and most powerful base of the apocalypse, known as the Dawn Base, which was the precursor to the capital base. In the end, he met his demise at the hands of Zhou Jin during a final mission. The fervent practitioner of the Dawn Base met such an end. Reflecting on this, he chuckles bitterly, a melancholic smile gracing his lips. Why did Zhou Jin betray him? Even in death, he could not fathom it, nor can he grasp it now. Throughout their lives, he had never committed any wrongdoing against Zhou Jin. In his heart, Zhao Fan swears that in this life, he will never seek Zhou Jin out in Lin City again. Without his protection, what kind of life could Zhou Jin, an ordinary person, possibly lead? Revenge is not solely about killing the enemy. True vengeance lies in making the enemy's life unbearable. As long as he exists, Zhou Jin shall not find peace. Just as Zhao Fan is consumed by these vengeful thoughts, the phone in his left hand vibrates. He lifts it to his eyes, observing the name on the screen, and a mocking smile emerges. For the entire morning, Zhou Jin relentlessly called him. Without needing to think, he knew that Zhou Jin was once again asking him for money, as she only called when she needed financial assistance. Zhao Fan placed his phone on the bed, and it vibrated incessantly. His gaze dimmed momentarily before he eventually answered the call. Just as Zhao Fan had anticipated, this call from Zhou Jin was merely a veiled request for money, and he quickly dismissed her with a few curt remarks. He had not intended to answer her call, for he wished to avoid hearing her voice. However, fearing her potential return over the weekend if he did not respond, he reluctantly picked up. After hanging up, Zhao Fan mused that Zhou Jin would not be calling him again until the onset of the apocalypse, nor would she return. Zhao Fan tossed his phone onto the bed and proceeded to prepare a meal. He opened the refrigerator, retrieved some meat and vegetables, and began cooking. Soon enough, a pot of rice accompanied by 3 dishes was ready. Zhao Fan relished his meal, and once he was satiated, he began to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Time passed day by day as Zhao Fan resigned from his job, spending his days either exercising or shopping. He never dared to purchase in large quantities, but little by little, his 2-bedroom apartment became filled with supplies. At this moment, having locked his door and ensured everything was in order, he lay down on his bed. He stared intently at the pitch-black night sky, and when a meteor shower cascaded from above, his lips moved slightly before he succumbed to darkness. At this time, it was not only Zhao Fan who was enveloped in darkness. All living beings on this planet were also plunged into obscurity. Meanwhile, the plants began to grow wildly. As seconds ticked away, after 3 days of darkness, the sun finally emerged, awakening all life that had been shrouded in shadow. Zhao Fan too roused from the darkness, and upon hearing the echoes of anguished cries, he softly uttered, "The apocalypse has arrived." Unlike in his previous life, he did not frantically rush to the window to observe the chaos below. Instead, he began gathering the supplies he had stored at home. While he was busy collecting his supplies, his phone rang. Hearing the ringtone, he scoffed and chose not to answer, continuing his task of storing supplies. Being an orphan without parents or relatives, he was a solitary individual. Aside from Zhou Jin, he had no other friends. Thus, at this moment, there was no one he felt compelled to contact. Once he had stored all his supplies in his space, the phone's ringing abruptly ceased. He understood that the signal had been interrupted. He then leisurely strolled to the balcony to observe the situation outside. Just as in his previous life, the flowers, grass, and trees in the community appeared to have been injected with hormones, growing chaotically. This was not the most terrifying aspect. The truly frightening part was that many of these wildly growing plants had mutated into aggressive varieties, attacking humans and transforming them into nourishment. At this moment, it was not just the plants attacking people. Even previously docile pets like cats and dogs had mutated, their red eyes now displaying hostility, and many pet owners have been fatally bitten by their once beloved companions. Zhao Fan took note of the situation and, after preparing and satisfying his hunger, he grasped a knife and readied himself to venture out. He intended to eliminate the aggressive, mutated plants and animals in the community, not out of benevolence, but because he needed the crystal cores found within them. Absorbing these cores would enhance his abilities. This was also the reason he had not rushed to the established safe zones, as he needed to grow stronger along the way. Armed with a knife, Zhao Fan opened the door and cautiously descended the stairs. His caution stemmed from the presence of many pet owners in his building. He feared a mutated beast might suddenly emerge. Carefully making his way down from the upper floors, Zhao Fan headed towards an aggressive mutated plant. It was a mutated rose. Before he could reach it, its branches lashed out towards him. Observing the cold, glimmering thorns on the mutated rose, Zhao Fan thought to himself that if struck by those branches, he would surely be left in a bloody mess. He refrained from using his abilities, squinting slightly as he gripped his knife and charged at the mutated rose. With swift strikes, he severed its branches, and with relentless determination, he continued to swing his knife until the mutated rose was left in tatters. Digging out the crystal core hidden beneath the mutated rose, Zhao Fan smiled at the sight of it. Just as he was about to store the core in his space, he suddenly darted to the right. Chapter 2. Mutated Animals. Zhao Fan swiftly dodged aside, only to behold a red-eyed, mutated dog lunging towards him. A flicker of caution flashed in his eyes as he gripped his knife tightly, engaging in combat with the creature. Mutated animals are categorized into two types, those with red eyes and those with normal eyes. The red-eyed mutants have completely lost their rationality. Driven solely by the instinct to feed, these are known as aberrant beasts. More terrifying is the fact that ordinary individuals bitten by these aberrant beasts typically succumb to assimilation within 12 hours, transforming into aberrant humans. The nature of the transformation is dictated by the type of aberrant beast that inflicts the bite. For instance, a person bitten by a mutated dog will ultimately become a dog-like aberrant human, possessing a human body with a canine head and claws for hands. Humans, like the aberrant beasts, lack independent thought, reduced to mere monsters driven by hunger. Conversely, those ordinary individuals who manage to survive a bite may undergo partial mutation, earning them the designation of mutated individuals, those fortunate enough to retain some semblance of their humanity. However, ordinary people who suffer injuries from aberrant humans often do not survive, inevitably transforming into aberrant beings themselves. Thus, humanity's plight is not yet at its nadir. True despair will descend when aberrant humans become commonplace, heralding a genuine apocalypse. In addition to the red-eyed aberrant beasts, there exist mutated creatures with normal eyes, whose intelligence has markedly increased. As their ranks ascend, their intellect continues to evolve, earning them the title of spiritual beasts. The population of spiritual beasts is exceedingly rare compared to their aberrant counterparts. The mutated dog with which Zhao Fan is currently engaged is, indeed, an aberrant beast. Although his current physique cannot compare to the battle-hardened body he possessed 5 years post-apocalypse, his combat instincts remain intact, enabling him to swiftly dispatch the aberrant dog. Zhao Fan promptly stored the creature's carcass in his spatial pocket, openly utilizing his spatial abilities without any intent to conceal them. After vanquishing the aberrant dog, Zhao Fan continued onward, his knife still in hand. Within this residential area, numerous stray dogs and cats roamed, his intended targets. As he traversed the landscape, his eyes suddenly brightened. He had spotted something remarkable, a mutated peach tree laden with fruit. Do not question how a mutated peach tree could flourish here. It is quite simple. Someone must have discarded a peach pit in this location. After 3 days of darkness, that pit had transformed into the fruit-bearing mutated peach tree before him. It is indeed a marvel. The apocalypse holds such wonders. Observing the mutated peaches, which bore a striking resemblance to the leaves of the mutated peach tree, Zhao Fan discerned that this particular tree posed no threat. Like its counterparts, it possessed a plethora of bizarre abilities. For example, the mutated fruits on this tree had morphed in shape, resembling the leaves themselves. Had Zhao Fan not encountered such mutated peaches in his previous life, he might have failed to recognize the peculiar tree before him. Notably, this type of mutated peach tree lacks a crystal core. Only those mutated plants with offensive capabilities possess such cores. Zhao Fan swiftly approached the mutated peach tree and began to harvest its extraordinary fruits. These anomalous fruits possess the remarkable ability to purge the body of violent energy, and the efficacy of these mutated peaches in this regard is particularly pronounced. With these peaches in his possession, he could confidently absorb the cores of exotic beasts and mutated plants. The cores harbor a portion of this violent energy, especially those from exotic beasts and aberrant individuals, which contain even greater amounts. When an ability user absorbs a core for cultivation, they inevitably ingest this violent energy as well. As the accumulation of violent energy increases, it not only hinders the ability user's advancement, but also renders them increasingly irritable. Eventually, it was discovered that mutated fruits could cleanse the violent energy from the bodies of ability users and mutants. thus rendering these fruits highly sought after and scarce for ordinary ability users and mutants. However, it wasn't long before the Kyoto base developed a purifying agent, which was subsequently distributed to various major bases, improving the situation for ordinary ability users and mutants. Zhao Fan harvested over 1,000 mutated peaches before departing from the site. In no time, this mutated peach tree would bear another bountiful crop, prompting Zhao Fan, who intended to leave in a couple of days, to linger a while longer. After gathering the peaches, he also dispatched 2 exotic beasts and 3 mutated plants before making his way back. Upon reaching the entrance of his residential building, he was suddenly confronted by 2 mutated cat beasts that lunged at him. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhao Fan's eyes as he swiftly dispatched the 2 beasts with a few deft moves. He stored their carcasses in a spatial compartment and proceeded towards the building. As he produced his access key and unlocked the door, he was met by several individuals standing inside. Frowning slightly, he closed the door and headed towards the stairwell. "You are quite formidable, my friend," remarked a middle-aged man with a broad smile. "You too could attain such prowess," Zhao Fan replied without turning back, continuing on his way. "Wait a moment," the middle-aged man called after him. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Fan turned to inquire. "Do you have any idea what is happening right now?" the middle-aged man asked. Zhao Fan shook his head. "When I awoke today, this was the scene that greeted me. I can't help but wonder if the apocalypse has arrived. Otherwise, how could the world have transformed so drastically?" "That joke is not amusing at all," interjected a young man. "I wish it were a jest. But look at the chaos outside. Does it still seem like a joke to you?" Zhao Fan addressed the group. Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent, their expressions marked by increasing trepidation. Could it truly be the end of days? Another young man pondered aloud, before collapsing to the ground in despair. "I am still so young. I do not wish to die," he lamented. "I too do not wish to perish," came the chorus of voices. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. "If you do not wish to die, then arm yourselves and fight against the monsters outside." "We cannot." They all shook their heads in unison. "If you cannot, then prepare to be devoured by the beasts," Zhao Fan retorted bluntly. "What sort of person speaks like that?" A youth responded, his tone unfriendly. "I speak nothing but the truth. Whether you wish to hear it or not is inconsequential," Zhao Fan remarked, his brow furrowing. He continued, "You now possess but one avenue for survival, to seize weapons and slay those monsters. And do take heed not to allow the creatures to bite or scratch you. There are no rabies vaccinations available." With that, Zhao Fan lifted his leg and proceeded forward. "With your remarkable abilities, cannot you protect us?" the youth called out. "Not at all," Zhao Fan replied without glancing back, for they were neither kin nor allies. What obligation did he have to safeguard them? "I witnessed you effortlessly rendering those monsters' corpses to nothingness. You must be the spatial ability wielder described in novels. Are you not concerned I might reveal your secret?" the boy threatened, glaring at Zhao Fan's retreating figure. Zhao Fan turned, a cold smile gracing his lips as his icy gaze fell upon the young man with yellow hair. "Speak if you wish, I care not. If I desired secrecy, I would not have displayed my spatial abilities in public." Though rare, spatial abilities were not entirely absent. The initial wave of awakened powers was limited, yet in the days to come, many would awaken their own. Such awakenings bore no forewarning. They occurred suddenly. Nevertheless, not everyone could awaken such powers. Those who did remained in the minority. Having said this, Zhao Fan ascended the stairs. "You possess the means to protect us. Why do you not do so? You are truly heartless," the boy shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan scoffed softly before vanishing around the corner. He paid no heed to the group behind him and hastened towards his home. Residing on the 14th floor, he had rented the apartment 2 months prior and was unfamiliar with the building's inhabitants. Once inside, Zhao Fan changed out his clothes, washed briefly, and hung them on the balcony to dry. He drank a glass of water, massaged his aching arms, took a moment to rest, and had a light meal before heading to the bathroom to process the 5 mutated beasts. It was certain that the creatures harbored toxins. However, such poisons were ineffective against those with abilities or mutations. The flesh of some mutated beasts was delectable, while that of others was unpalatable. The meat of mutated dogs was quite savory, while that of mutated cats was not. Zhao Fan, in need of energy, resolved not to waste the meat of these creatures. He first extracted the cores from the beasts and began the processing. Drawing upon experiences from his previous life, he handled the task with remarkable proficiency. After completing the processing of the first mutated dog, he cut several pieces of its meat to cook while continuing his work. Once he had finished with the 3 mutated dogs and 2 mutated cats, he stored them in his spatial compartment. The space of a spatial ability wielder remained unchanged. What was placed inside would appear the same upon retrieval. Having tidied up, Zhao Fan found that the mutated dog meat he had begun to cook was now ready. That evening, he intended to savor this delectable meal. A familiar taste, Zhao Fan remarked after taking a bite of the mutated dog meat. It remains as delightful as ever. With words of delight dancing on his lips and actions that harmoniously followed suit, approximately 5 kilograms of mutated canine beast meat found its way into his belly. Such is the voracious appetite of an ability user. After indulging, Zhao Fan felt a warm glow enveloping his entire being. Once he had washed the dishes, he commenced the preparation of more mutated canine beast meat. He had previously acquired 2 large steamers specifically for this purpose. During the cooking process, Zhao Fan set about making dumplings. Once the final batch was steamed to perfection, he stored them in his spatial pocket, then retrieved 9 crystal nuclei he had harvested that day. Seated cross-legged on his bed, he grasped the nuclei and began his cultivation. A flicker of ecstatic joy flashed in his eyes as he absorbed all 9. His aptitude in this life far surpassed that of his previous existence. He recalled that in his last life, he could only absorb 2 nuclei before reaching his limit. Yet, in this life, after absorbing 9, he still felt capable of more. If he had more nuclei at hand, he could certainly continue the process. With this thought, Zhao Fan resolved to gather more crystal nuclei. After his cultivation session, the night had deepened. Listening to the distant roars of beasts and the sounds of anguish, he recognized that the mutated beings had now emerged. The days ahead for humanity would be fraught with challenges. Chapter 2, Rescuing Xu Ruchu. The following day, after breakfast, Zhao Fan ventured out with a knife in hand. He remained outside for the entire day, returning with over 200 crystal nuclei, a fully stocked off-road vehicle, and several large barrels of gasoline. After dinner, he resumed the absorption of crystal nuclei, ultimately pausing after taking in 16. Exhausted, he lay down to sleep. In the ensuing days, Zhao Fan maintained a relentless routine, departing early and returning late, becoming a ghost to those remaining in the building who sought him in vain. Over the course of half a month, he amassed more than 2,000 crystal nuclei, the majority extracted from the heads of mutated beings. Through these battles and the continuous absorption of nuclei, Zhao Fan sensed an imminent upgrade in his abilities. With each nucleus absorbed, his powers surged, culminating at the peak of 0-level high tier. With just a few more nuclei, he would ascend to the 1st level. In his previous life, it had taken him 6 months of the apocalypse to reach this tier. Now, merely half a month in, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. How could he not feel elated? As the number of mutated beings grew daily, Zhao Fan resolved to depart from this place. Should he delay until the flora and fauna evolved once more, he would be left with no choice but to walk away. The next day, he visited the mutated peach tree, and fortune smiled upon him. The tree was laden with ripe, mutated peaches. After harvesting the peaches, he cut down over 10 branches to store in his spatial pocket, then drove away from the neighborhood in the off-road vehicle he had salvaged. Conditions were deteriorating rapidly, with more individuals ceasing to wait for rescue, instead following Zhao Fan's lead toward nearby bases outside the city. Just as he exited the community, 2 vehicles emerged from a side road, one following closely behind the other, the lead vehicle making a turn onto the same road as his. The vehicle behind was not as fortunate as the one ahead, crashing directly into a large tree by the roadside. As the occupants stumbled out of the wreckage, they were swiftly pursued by a pack of mutated dogs. Just at that moment, the earlier vehicle returned, and 3 individuals emerged to join the fray. Zhao Fan remained motionless inside the vehicle, devoid of any intention to assist. He lamented the misfortune of these people who had unwittingly provoked over a dozen mutated beasts. To make matters worse, a group of aberrated humans appeared on the scene. Zhao Fan's gaze fell upon one of the men among the group. This man possessed a clean and handsome visage, yet he bore no trace of femininity. Though his movements were somewhat unsteady and he refrained from using any abilities, his skill was remarkable. With every strike, he claimed the life of an aberrated human. Zhao Fan was convinced that, had this man been more agile, his strength would surpass what it was now. As the group fought while retreating, they soon found refuge beside the earlier vehicle, quickly scrambling aboard as supplies were hastily thrown out. Fixated on the man, Zhao Fan's pupils constricted in shock when, without warning, one of the man's companions struck him from behind, delivering a fatal blow before kicking him into the throng of aberrated humans and mutated dogs. After committing this treachery, the assailant boarded the vehicle and sped away. Witnessing this scene, A flicker of malice ignited within Zhao Fan. It was hauntingly reminiscent of his own demise in a previous life. He watched as the man lifted his head, a visage of disbelief and despair etched upon his face. Zhao Fan saw himself from a past existence and could no longer bear to watch. He recalled his own desperate longing for salvation during his final moments, a hope that was ultimately unfulfilled. Resolute, he exited the vehicle and sprinted towards the man, wielding his spatial blade to reap the lives of the aberrated humans and mutated dogs in his path. In no time, he stood before the man and, without uttering a word, hoisted him up and dashed towards his own vehicle. "Thank you," the man managed to say during Zhao Fan's rapid flight. Zhao Fan smiled briefly before placing him in the back seat. "My home is nearby. Just hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon," he reassured while driving, knowing that now was not the time to attend to wounds. The man responded softly, his entire body aching, leaving him with little strength to speak. Zhao Fan quickly maneuvered the vehicle to the foot of the man's building and, lifting him with care, stored the car in his spatial realm before dashing upstairs. "You're back," a middle-aged man exclaimed at the 8th-floor staircase, having spotted Zhao Fan's return. He ventured out to greet him, feeling safe since Zhao Fan had long since cleared the building of aberrated humans and beasts. Zhao Fan acknowledged with a slight nod and, like a gust of wind, ascended swiftly. Zhao Fan opened the door to his home and gently laid the injured individual on the sofa. At that moment, his cream-colored tracksuit was thoroughly soaked in blood. "Are you still awake?" Zhao Fan inquired as he utilized his supernatural ability to wash his hands. A soft sound of acknowledgement escaped the lips of the injured man, indicating his consciousness remained. Nodding slightly, Zhao Fan retrieved a well-prepared medical kit from his spatial realm, filled with an array of supplies. "Let me tend to the wounds on your back," he stated, proceeding to tear the man's shirt apart. The feeble sound of acknowledgement was drowned out by the ripping fabric. As the man's back was unveiled, Zhao Fan noticed an extensive wound stretching from the right shoulder to the lower back, along with numerous scratches and bites from mutated creatures. In truth, the back was devoid of any healthy flesh. Zhao Fan, having treated similar injuries countless times in his past life, worked with unwavering focus. Fortunately, the vital areas remain unharmed. "With time, these wounds will heal," he remarked while applying medication. The man offered a faint, bitter smile internally, realizing there was little time for recovery. "Are you an ability user? If so, give a slight sound. If not, remain silent," Zhao Fan pressed. The man's faint acknowledgement brought Zhao Fan a sense of relief. "As long as you possess abilities, you won't transform into a monster," he thought. Moreover, ability users typically had superior physical resilience, making recovery more feasible. "I too have been clawed by monsters, yet I did not transform," the man weakly explained. Zhao Fan simply nodded, focusing intently on treating his injuries. Once he addressed the wounds on the man's back, he tore open the trousers, including the undergarments, to tend to the injuries on his thighs and buttocks, each marked by scratches and bites, with several pieces of flesh missing. Observing the extent of the man's injuries evoked memories of his past self, where pain was not only physical but deeply emotional. It was evident that this man was suffering as well, and a flicker of compassion crossed Zhao Fan's eyes. "Thank you for saving me," the man said weakly. "My name is Xu Ruchu." "Zhao Fan," he replied, then added, "Given your condition, it's best to speak less." Xu Ruchu murmured, closing his eyes and lapsing into silence. After tending to Xu Ruchu's back, Zhao Fan gently turned him over, realizing that he had succumbed to sleep, having endured sleepless nights and significant blood loss. Xu Ruchu's efforts to stay awake had ultimately failed him. "You truly place your trust in me," Zhao Fan remarked with a smile, then proceeded to address the wounds on Xu Ruchu's front, which were fewer in number, allowing him to finish swiftly. Once all the injuries were treated, he retrieved bedding from his spatial realm and began to make the bed. After preparing the sleeping area, he carefully laid the cleansed Xu Ruchu upon it and covered him with a blanket. "You possess quite a beautiful face," Zhao Fan mused before exiting the bedroom to tidy the living room. After tidying up, Zhao Fan made his way to the kitchen, retrieving several items from his spatial storage before commencing the preparation of porridge for Xu Ruchu. Observing Xu Ruchu in her current state, Zhao Fan felt an urge to care for her. He found his sentiments somewhat peculiar and sighed inwardly, deciding to follow his instincts. As he simmered pig liver congee, he contemplated future matters. Xu Ruchu was gravely injured, and it would be best for her to rest for a few days before departing. However, the number of mutated beings was increasing daily, and flora and fauna could evolve again at any moment. Each additional day spent here posed a risk. The city he resided in was still a first-tier metropolis, abundant in people and lush greenery. With this thought, Zhao Fan concluded it was imperative to leave this place swiftly. He planned to rest at home tonight and set off the following morning. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, causing a flicker of alertness in Zhao Fan's eyes as he approached the door. Upon peering through the peephole and recognizing one of the individuals as the middle-aged man he had encountered earlier, he opened the door. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Fan inquired, looking at the group standing at his threshold. "Young man, we were wondering if you could take a few of us with you when you leave tomorrow." The middle-aged man asked with a smile. "I'm leaving first thing in the morning," Zhao Fan replied, observing their shocked expressions. "What will you do if I depart? Are you heading to a nearby base?" The middle-aged man inquired, having heard about the base on the radio. "Yes," Zhao Fan nodded. "Which base are you heading to?" The man pressed eagerly. "I'm planning to go to Base A," Zhao Fan stated. The Base A in City A, being close to the sea, is rich in mutated creatures, making it an excellent place for honing skills. "Base A," the group exclaimed. "That is quite a distance from here." "Indeed," Zhao Fan confirmed. "May I accompany you?" The middle-aged man asked after a moment of silence, reassured by Zhao Fan's evident strength. Zhao Fan frowned slightly. "You may follow, but I will not be responsible for your safety. You must rely on yourself during the journey. I will depart at 7 in the morning, and since I am still cooking, I won't be able to entertain you further." With that, Zhao Fan closed the door, leaving the group outside to exchange glances in surprise. Chapter 4. The Transformation of the Advancement Space. After shutting the door, Zhao Fan returned to the bedroom to check on Xu Ruchu. He reached out to feel her forehead, confirming her temperature was normal before withdrawing his hand. "What a beautiful face," he murmured, acknowledging that everyone who beheld her shared the same sentiment. In truth, Zhao Fan himself was not lacking in appearance. With thick brows and bright eyes, standing at 185 meters tall, he was neither too thin nor too plump, possessing a striking physique, an undeniably handsome young man, albeit one who seldom smiled. Once Zhao Fan exited the bedroom, he proceeded to the kitchen. With Xu Ruchu's injury requiring care, he decided to prepare some nourishing soups to store in his spatial storage. He first simmered a large pot of hen soup, followed by another pot of bone broth, both the hen and the bones having been previously purchased and stored in the freezer. Once the two pots were bubbling away, Zhao Fan prepared to wrap some wontons for Xu Ruchu to enjoy. Within his space, a section was designated, featuring a towering shelf filled with layers of food. At noon, when Xu Ruchu had yet to awaken, Zhao Fan had a simple lunch before continuing his culinary endeavors. In addition to wontons and dumplings, he prepared numerous pots of porridge and rice. At this moment, the household's liquefied gas, 2 rice cookers, and 2 induction cookers were all in use. Although there hadn't been any interruption in water, electricity, or gas supply yet, he anticipated that it would all soon come to pass, likely within the next couple of days. After a busy afternoon, Zhao Fan had prepared quite a feast. As evening approached, and Xu Ruchu still remained asleep, Zhao Fan gently touched his forehead, finding no fever, and opted not to rouse him. He stepped out to have dinner himself before resuming his culinary pursuits. With an injured companion, the food needed to be particularly refined. Xu Ruchu awoke to the enticing aroma of meat, instinctively inhaling deeply as confusion faded from his eyes, replaced by sharp clarity. His body ached all over, devoid of strength, and a flicker of self-mockery crossed his mind. He felt like a burden, pondering how a cripple could survive in such a world. He was grateful to Zhao Fan for saving him that day, yet he could not fathom that Zhao Fan would choose to accompany a useless person on his journey. In other words, even if Zhao Fan were to take him along, he would refrain from burdening him. As he lay on the bed lost in thought, his stomach audibly protested, just as Zhao Fan entered the room. "You're awake. Feeling hungry? I'll fetch you something to eat," Zhao Fan said naturally, producing a bowl of steaming pig liver porridge he had prepared in advance. "This pig liver porridge is specially made for you. It's good for replenishing blood," he added with a smile. "By the way, I'm a space and water ability user." "I possess what abilities?" Xu Ruchu replied inwardly, deeming it rather a lackluster ability with little utility. "It's a commendable power. You won't lack for vegetables in the future," Zhao Fan remarked with a grin. "I'm afraid to disappoint you. My ability can only make a single seed sprout." Xu Ruchu said, "No need to rush. Once your wood ability improves, you'll be able to cultivate vegetables." Zhao Fan reassured him, placing the porridge on the bedside table. "Allow me to help you sit up." "Thank you," Xu Ruchu replied, realizing that without Zhao Fan as assistance, he truly could not rise. Zhao Fan supported Xu Ruchu as he reclined sideways on the bed, propped up by 2 blankets. Abilities can indeed be enhanced? Xu Ruchu inquired. Indeed, mine has improved, Zhao Fan replied, then brought a spoonful of pig liver porridge to Xu Ruchu's lips. Xu Ruchu longed to feed himself, yet his body betrayed him, leaving him no choice but to accept Zhao Fan as help. As soon as he swallowed the porridge in his mouth, another spoonful was offered. Thus, one fed while the other ate, and Xu Ruchu didn't stop until he had consumed 3 large bowls. After dinner, Zhao Fan administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills to Xu Ruchu and assisted him in lying down. I still have things to attend to in the kitchen. Allow me to check. Zhao Fan said, You may attend to your tasks. There is no need to concern yourself with me, Xu Ruchu replied, feeling he had already troubled Zhao Fan enough. Zhao Fan nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. He busied himself there for over an hour, putting away everything that needed to be stored in his space before returning to the bedroom. By the time he arrived, Xu Ruchu had succumbed to sleep. In truth, Xu Ruchu had wished to stay awake, but his body was too weak, and he dozed off after a short while. Zhao Fan gently touched Xu Ruchu's forehead, finding no trace of fever, and retracted his hand, pondering inwardly. The physical resilience of an ability user is remarkable. Such an injury does not even induce a fever. Zhao Fan tucked Xu Ruchu's blanket snugly before making his way to the living room. There, he settled cross-legged on the sofa, retrieving a crystal core to absorb and cultivate as he had done previously. As he consumed the crystal cores, the abilities within him surged steadily. Suddenly, Zhao Fan's eyes brightened. The distinctly defined spatial and water abilities in his dantian began to spin rapidly. As the 2 energies accelerated, a transparent orb and a water blue orb gradually formed within. Upon the formation of the 2 orbs, Zhao Fan silently smiled, realizing that both his spatial and water abilities had ascended to level 1, a delightful surprise indeed. With the advancement of his spatial ability to level 1, the space had increased to a minimum of 50 square meters and a maximum of 100. When Zhao Fan examined his space, his eyes widened in astonishment. His space had expanded to 200 square meters. But what truly astonished him was the appearance of a pool of black water at the center of the space, dark as ink and measuring approximately 2 square meters. The emergence of this pool of black water was unprecedented. He had never encountered such a phenomenon in his past life, nor had he heard of anyone else experiencing black water in their space. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, but could not decipher the reason behind it, leaving the question unexamined in his mind. He then began to contemplate the utility of this black water. It was clearly not for drinking. What purpose could it serve? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to test it by tossing a piece of clothing into the black water, and in the blink of an eye, the garment vanished. Zhao Fan's eyes widened even further. Next, he threw the head of a mutated beast into the black water, and once again, it disappeared without a trace, not sinking, but truly vanishing. He proceeded to test several other items, all of which met the same fate in the black water. This black water is a formidable weapon, Zhao Fan murmured to himself. In the future, if I encounter formidable foes, I shall unleash this black water upon them. However, he pondered how to extract the black water from his space. Would it be as simple as retrieving items? The black water was indeed powerful, and Zhao Fan dared not experiment further. Zhao Fan suppressed the urge to extract the black water and began to examine his water abilities. As he gazed at the droplet of black water resting upon his fingertip, his brow furrowed deeply. Who could enlighten him on how his water abilities had transformed into this ominous black substance? Could it possibly be related to the pool of black water within that space? Contemplating this, he let the droplet fall onto the tea table, and in an instant, a small hole appeared on its surface. The droplet descended through the aperture, creating another small hole on the layer beneath, and subsequently dripped onto the floor, leaving not only a small dent in the floor, but also a corresponding pit in the cement beneath. Zhao Fan was utterly astonished. The potency of a single droplet was astounding. One could only imagine the power of a water arrow, a mass of water, or a column of water. With that thought, his gaze intensified upon the newly formed sphere of water in his hand. His water abilities, now manifesting as black water, had undoubtedly amplified his combat prowess. However, with every gain comes a loss, and he realized that his original water abilities were rendered unusable, which posed significant inconvenience. Thankfully, he could still utilize water for the time being, and he needed to collect more of it. In the apocalyptic world, 60 days had passed, marked by the fall of red rain. This rain, while appearing ordinary, contained copious amounts of red parasites. Following the red rain, the water sources were irrevocably contaminated, leaving the surviving humans reliant on the abilities of water manipulators. It was not until a year later that the Kyoto base developed a serum to eradicate the red parasites, alleviating the water crisis. Reflecting on this, he recalled his water abilities from his previous life, where he had advanced to level 2, allowing him to condense the water elements from nature into liquid form. Perhaps he could achieve that even at level 1 in this life. With this thought, Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and endeavored to condense water using his abilities. It worked. He marveled at the egg-sized orb of water floating before him, exclaiming in delight. This meant that he would no longer need to worry about water in the future. Zhao Fan mused that his aptitude for water manipulation seemed to surpass that of his previous life. The unexpected revelation regarding his abilities lifted his spirits, a smile gracing his lips as he made his way towards the bedroom. He tested Xu Ruchu's forehead for temperature, finding no signs of fever. Hesitating momentarily by the bedside, he lay down on the opposite side to rest. When Xu Ruchu awoke that morning, he was taken aback to find Zhao Fan peacefully asleep beside him, his eyes widening in surprise. His gaze remained fixed on Zhao Fan's face. The memory of Zhao Fan rescuing him in his most desperate hour lingered in his mind, and he felt an immense gratitude towards him. The image of Zhao Fan's courageous charge from the previous day was etched in his memory. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness in repaying Zhao Fan's life-saving grace, eliciting a bitter smile. "You're awake," Zhao Fan said as he opened his eyes, reflecting on the depth of trust he had placed in Xu Ruchu, who had been sleeping soundly beside him, unaware of when Xu Ruchu had stirred. He pondered whether this was a positive or negative development. Ever since encountering Xu Ruchu, he felt increasingly uncharacteristic. "Millimetrów," Xu Ruchu replied softly, resolved to engage Zhao Fan in a meaningful conversation. As Xu Ruchu pondered, Zhao Fan, now seated, spoke up. "How are your injuries? Are you still in the same condition as yesterday, in pain all over and devoid of strength?" Xu Ruchu replied candidly, not concealing his plight from Zhao Fan. Nodding, Zhao Fan continued, "Given your current state, you ought to remain here and recuperate for a few days. However, with the increasing number of monsters outside, I believe it is best for us to leave as soon as possible. Delay could lead us into peril." Zhao Fan spoke with caution, as there was yet no concept of aberrant humans or beasts, referring to them simply as monsters. Chapter 5. I will watch over your home. Xu Ruchu agreed with Zhao Fan's assessment, recognizing that the city was not a place for prolonged stay, which led to his decision to depart. Yet, he never anticipated being abandoned in the end. A cold glint flashed in his eyes at the thought. "I support your departure. As for me, I shall remain here to safeguard your home," Xu Ruchu stated. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response. Whether this sentiment was genuine or feigned was known only to Xu Ruchu himself. "For you to stay and watch over me, given your current physical condition, would only lead to one outcome, death. Are you truly willing to accept that?" Zhao Fan queried. Xu Ruchu paused before responding. "What use is my reluctance? My condition is dire. I cannot leave this place. You could allow me to take you with me," Zhao Fan suggested. Xu Ruchu shook his head. "I would merely be a burden. My presence could endanger you. To act otherwise would be a betrayal of your kindness." Xu Ruchu continued, "You appear cold, yet your heart is remarkably tender. In this world, being soft-hearted is a liability. You must steel yourself to endure. Moreover, good intentions do not always yield favorable outcomes." "You are correct. I shall heed your advice," Zhao Fan replied, reflecting on the painful lessons from his past. In a previous life, he had saved many, particularly those in his mercenary group. Yet, when he was thrust into a pack of mutated wolves by Zhou Jin, none came to his aid, which left him disheartened. "Just remember that, and I will rest easy." Xu Ruchu smiled. Zhao Fan, observing the smile on Xu Ruchu's face, mused inwardly about the futility of a man looking so handsome while smiling. Nodding, he said, "Since you advise against my softness, I shall begin with you. I initially intended to take you with me, but now I have decided against it. Your decision not to take me is indeed wise. You should prepare and depart swiftly," Xu Ruchu urged. Zhao Fan detected no hint of insincerity in Xu Ruchu's expression and thought to himself, "It seems he speaks the truth. I will change your bandages first and leave you some provisions before I go," Zhao Fan stated. given the scarcity of medicine and food. There is no need for you to waste them on me, Xu Ruchu replied. Xu Ruchu mused, contemplating the futility of expending resources on those destined to perish. That simply won't do. If I don't leave you any food, you'll starve, Zhao Fan interjected with a furrowed brow. You just claimed you wouldn't soften, yet here you are, wavering. What does my starving to death have to do with you? Xu Ruchu thought, noting the young man before him seemed oblivious to his earlier words. Such a young man filled him with unease. Zhao Fan pressed his lips together. I understand. I shall refrain from leaving you sustenance. However, the medicine on your person must be changed, and the anti-inflammatory medication must be taken. With that, Zhao Fan retrieved the medical kit, preparing to attend to Xu Ruchu's wounds. Xu Ruchu sighed inwardly, pondering why he felt such concern for this youth. Without room for refusal, Zhao Fan meticulously dressed Xu Ruchu's injuries and subsequently served him breakfast. As Xu Ruchu gazed at the chicken soup, dumplings, and wontons before him, he felt a genuine swell of gratitude, though he found himself at a loss for how to repay the kindness shown by this young man. After attending to Xu Ruchu's needs, Zhao Fan assisted him in dressing. The garments from his own collection were slightly oversized on the shorter Xu Ruchu, yet the loose fit was suitable given his injuries. After donning the clothing, Zhao Fan administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills to Xu Ruchu before finally attending to his own meal. During his meal, the middle-aged man approached, announcing his intention to part ways with Zhao Fan, opting instead to join others heading to a nearby base. Once the man departed, Zhao Fan resumed his meal. After finishing, he tidied up briefly before entering the bedroom. I must take my leave, Zhao Fan said, glancing at Xu Ruchu, who lay there. Wishing you safe travels. Remember, do not allow your heart to soften. At this moment, Xu Ruchu felt compelled to remind Zhao Fan, revealing his genuine concern for the young man. Indeed, Zhao Fan replied with a soft affirmation, stating, I am leaving now. Without a backward glance, he exited. Do not forget to remain steadfast and cautious in trusting others. Xu Ruchu called out, realizing he had neglected to advise Zhao Fan on the importance of discernment. I shall remember, Zhao Fan responded without turning. And soon his presence vanished from Xu Ruchu's sight, followed by the sound of the closing door. Before long, the sound of his footsteps faded as well. At that moment, Xu Ruchu exhaled a sigh of relief, fearing that the young man might forcibly take him away, which would have endangered Zhao Fan. He relaxed, then lay there, reflecting on his past. He considered himself a love child. His father and mother had fallen in love during their university years, but upon graduation, circumstances led to their separation. His mother returned to her southern hometown, while his father went back to Kyoto. Over a month after his mother had returned home, she discovered she was pregnant. Unable to bear the thought of terminating the pregnancy, she chose to keep him, yet she never disclosed this to his father, raising him alone until he reached the age of 6. That year, his mother was diagnosed with cancer. She reassured him that she feared not death, but rather the thought of leaving him without someone to care for him. At that time, both his grandparents perished in a tragic traffic accident. Ultimately, his mother resolved to send him to his father's home, where his father had already remarried and had a daughter 2 years his junior. His father, a man of responsibility, took him in after his mother's demise. However, it was evident that his stepmother did not welcome his arrival. She returned to her parental home with his half-sister, threatening to divorce his father. At that moment, he felt like an extraneous presence. Seizing a moment when the nanny was inattentive, he fled the house but was soon found by his grandfather. From then on, he resided with his grandparents. Later, his stepmother returned with his sister, and, subsequently, she went abroad and gave birth to a brother. Lacking parental guidance, his stepmother did not educate her children well, and fearing that she might raise his brother in the same manner as his sister, his father forcibly sent the brother to live with their grandparents. Consequently, he developed a profound bond with his brother, bringing solace to the elderly couple who cherished their connection. He had never contemplated inheriting his father's company. It was clear that his stepmother had other intentions. To placate her, he abandoned the college entrance examination after high school and enlisted in the military. Health issues had plagued him since childhood, and having never endured hardships, he faced considerable trials upon joining the army. Nevertheless, he persevered and ultimately entered the Special Forces. He initially intended to serve for a lifetime, but unforeseen circumstances led to his injury last year, resulting in a disability in his right leg. Consequently, he retired from the military. Following his departure, his stepmother began to create troubles for him and subsequently revealed his sexual orientation. Ultimately, he arrived in the city where his mother had lived bearing the worried gazes of his grandparents. Upon his arrival, he intended to take a break and assess the market, recognizing that he could not remain in limbo indefinitely. During this period, his comrade Shun Liang pursued him, stating that he too had retired and wished to join him. Shun Liang had persistently pursued him for over 3 years, yet had never reciprocated, as his feelings for Shun Liang were purely platonic, devoid of romantic inclination. Just as Shun Liang continued his relentless pursuit, the apocalypse struck. Shun Liang awakened his lightning-based abilities while he discovered his affinity for wood-based powers. Both hailing from Kyoto, they planned to return there, but first, they needed to gather supplies. While searching for resources, they encountered Sun Wenxuan and his companions. Sun Wenxuan, a dual elemental with spatial and healing abilities, caught the attention of both him and Shun Liang. Coincidentally, Sun Wenxuan also intended to travel to Kyoto, and they formed a team. Yesterday, as they prepared to leave, they encountered a pack of mutated dogs shortly after departing his home. Reflecting on the events that ensued, Xu Ruchu closed his eyes. Sun Wenxuan unexpectedly stabbed him in the back and kicked him into the throng of monsters, leaving him disheartened. However, Shun Liang ignored him entirely and drove away, leaving him feeling utterly forsaken. Though he and Shun Liang were not lovers, they shared a bond akin to that of sworn brothers. They had fought side by side, narrowly escaping death on numerous occasions, each having taken a bullet for the other. He had saved Shun Liang's life more than once, and Shun Liang had reciprocated in kind. Such camaraderie, however, did not prevent Shun Liang from casting him aside in the end, leaving him heartbroken. Had he not intervened, he would not have blamed Shun Liang for fleeing. Yet, he had the means to save him. Otherwise, how could Zhao Fan have rescued him? When Shun Liang pursued him, he had professed his willingness to sacrifice everything for him. But what was the result? Before even facing peril, he had dashed away like a rabbit. Ultimately, the world had changed, and so had Shun Liang. With his right leg crippled and his seemingly useless wood-based abilities awakened, Shun Liang perceived him as a burden, one that was better discarded. He understood Shun Liang's actions, yet he could not accept them emotionally. Were their roles reversed? Even if his heart were as hard as iron, he would never abandon Shun Liang, for he was his closest comrade in life and death. Xu Ruchu self-deprecatingly mused that his heart was not as unyielding as Shun Liang's. At that moment, he felt grateful he had not fallen for Shun Liang. Otherwise, the latter's actions would have wounded him even more deeply. As Xu Ruchu lay lost in thought about Zhao Fan's rescue from the previous day, his heart softened at the memory. Just then, he heard the sound of a door opening and a flicker of caution crossed his eyes. Chapter 6, Awakening Beast Mastery Abilities, Why Are You Back? Xu Ruchu asked, furrowing his brow upon seeing Zhao Fan. I forgot something, Zhao Fan replied, standing at the bedroom door, gazing at Xu Ruchu, who was sprawled on the bed. Then take what you need and leave quickly, Xu Ruchu responded. That's what I intended, Zhao Fan said as he approached the bed, gently lifting the covers to help Xu Ruchu turn over. I can manage on my own. I don't need your assistance. Xu Ruchu insisted, frowning. If you stay face down, I cannot carry you, Zhao Fan replied before lifting Xu Ruchu into his arms. Why are you carrying me? Xu Ruchu asked. You're what I forgot. What do you think I would carry you for? Zhao Fan said, looking down at the person in his embrace. I intend to take you with me. I won't go with you. Put me down, Xu Ruchu urged, his brow furrowing. No, Zhao Fan replied resolutely, and without hesitation. He began to descend the stairs with Xu Ruchu in his arms. Zhao Fan, put me down. I refuse to go with you, Xu Ruchu protested. Did he not wish to leave? Of course he did. But he was even less inclined to involve Zhao Fan in his troubles. I won't, Zhao Fan reiterated. And with those 2 words, he continued down the stairs. Xu Ruchu sighed. We are mere strangers. What is the necessity of this? I am willing. Zhao Fan responded with 3 simple words. Money cannot buy my willingness, Xu Ruchu retorted, falling silent. His heart was a mix of gratitude and concern. Be careful. There are 2 cats outside the door, Xu Ruchu suddenly warned. Zhao Fan replied, then, with a spark of excitement, asked, How did you know there are 2 cats outside? I saw them, Xu Ruchu responded, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. But how did I see them? Xu Ruchu furrowed her brows and remarked, as they stood in the stairwell, obscured from the outside world. Indeed, how did you perceive that? Zhao Fan mused inwardly. Realizing that he had stumbled upon a treasure, Xu Ruchu must have awakened her psychic abilities. Among the myriad of superhumans, those who awaken such powers are exceedingly rare. I just happened to see it, Xu Ruchu replied, still unfamiliar with the concept of abilities in this post-apocalyptic era. You must have awakened your psychic powers, Zhao Fan asserted, halting to share everything he knew about such abilities with Xu Ruchu. Grateful for Zhao Fan's insights, Xu Ruchu closed his eyes, attuning to his newfound powers, and gradually expanded his perception. Upon opening his eyes, he declared, "I can see objects within 100 meters. As for their offensive capabilities, I cannot ascertain that yet. You can explore that at your own pace," Zhao Fan encouraged, then added, "So, you are no longer a burden to me, right? You won't need to carry me anymore. Or will you still be a burden?" Xu Ruchu retorted, "Then I shall gladly carry you, this burden." Zhao Fan gazed at Xu Ruchu and inquired, "Are the two cats still around?" "Yes," Xu Ruchu replied, frowning before revealing their location to Zhao Fan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan declared, "Now, let me show you how I deal with those two cats while carrying you." "Don't act recklessly," Xu Ruchu cautioned promptly. "I never engage in reckless actions," Zhao Fan responded. And with that, he began to descend swiftly. As they approached the entrance, Zhao Fan shifted to hold Xu Ruchu with one arm, cradling her as one would a child. Xu Ruchu felt a tinge of embarrassment in this position, though she concealed it well. "Be careful," she whispered close to Zhao Fan's ear. He responded with a slight nod and then opened the door. At that moment, with a swift motion, he unleashed two spatial blades directed at the two mutated cats. In the blink of an eye, both creatures fell, their throats slit. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xu Ruchu's eyes. It was astonishingly swift. "With your ability to scout and my strength, we will surely escape the city together," Zhao Fan proclaimed as he collected the two mutated cats into his space. Xu Ruchu softly acknowledged. Contemplating the loyalty Zhao Fan had shown her, she resolved never to abandon him unless death intervened. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Fan, catching her soft acknowledgement, smiled subtly and carried Xu Ruchu towards the vehicle he had just retrieved from his space. The backseat was already adorned with a thick blanket, accompanied by two pillows near the door. Zhao Fan opened the door with great care, gently placing Xu Ruchu inside, encouraging her to lie on her side. Observing her curled position, he remarked, "I apologize for the discomfort." "I do not feel any discomfort at all," she replied, with a smile. Xu Ruchu remarked that he had even spent time in a trunk, and this place was certainly far more agreeable. "Zhao Fan, thank you," he said earnestly as Zhao Fan entered the vehicle. "You're welcome," Zhao Fan replied. "Just lie back. I'll take the wheel. I'm settled in. Drive with ease," Xu Ruchu assured him, closing his eyes to assess the surroundings. As Xu Ruchu's psychic abilities unfolded, his brow furrowed increasingly. At that moment, Zhao Fan's expression mirrored his concern, and he abruptly pressed the brakes. "This road is impassable. We must abandon the vehicle," Zhao Fan said, frowning. "It was tea like this yesterday. In just one night, the road has been utterly ravaged by plant life." "It's astonishing," Xu Ruchu observed, noting how the roots had completely destroyed the surface. "Indeed, it's alarming. From this point forward, our journey will become even more arduous," Zhao Fan added. "In my previous life, there was a day like this when plants underwent secondary evolution. However, the timing varied across regions. In my last life, this day did not witness such an occurrence in Lin City." "I apologize," Xu Ruchu said to Zhao Fan. "If it weren't for me, you would have left the city yesterday." In this unpredictable world, leaving yesterday might not have been fortuitous, Zhao Fan replied, then shifted the conversation. "Let us disembark. I'll carry you." "I appreciate your efforts," Xu Ruchu said, suppressing any further reluctance, eager to recover swiftly so he could assist Zhao Fan. "You're hardly a burden." Zhao Fan chuckled. Thus, Zhao Fan stored the vehicle in his spatial realm, secured Xu Ruchu on his back, and set off. Although not a speed-type ability user, he had reached the first level of abilities and could run swiftly. As he navigated through the chaos, many others were also fleeing in a similar manner. When encountering mutated humans, beasts, and plants, Zhao Fan would evade when possible and engage in battle when necessary. His superior ability level ensured that the adversaries he faced were no match for him. Xu Ruchu remained vigilant on Zhao Fan's back, not allowing himself a moment of relaxation. As they hurried along, the sudden roars of a tiger and a lion pierced the air. "This is bad. It's a tiger and a lion," Xu Ruchu noted, recognizing the sounds emanating from ahead. "Zhao Fan, we must change direction," he urged. "Ruchu, I believe I may have awakened a beast-controlling ability." Zhao Fan paused, revealing that he had comprehended the lion's roar moments earlier. "Ruchu, I wish to investigate ahead," he said, gazing intently forward as the tiger roared again, its voice drawing nearer. "All right," Xu Ruchu responded, determined to accompany Zhao Fan wherever he chose to go. Encouraged by Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan dashed ahead. And soon the figures of a lion and a tiger came into view. A brown, mutated lion with one normal eye was engaged in combat with a spotted tiger whose eyes glowed crimson. Upon spotting them, Zhao Fan's pupils constricted momentarily. The spotted mutated tiger was unexpectedly at the initial first level, matching his own rank. The mutated lion spirit, on the other hand, was at the advanced 0 level. However, due to its high intelligence, it was still able to hold its ground against the spotted mutated tiger, though it wouldn't be long before the lion succumbed to defeat. Observing this, Zhao Fan utilized his beast taming ability to communicate with the mutated lion. Before long, he established a bond with the lion spirit, forming a contract. A 0-level beast tamer is capable of contracting a single spirit beast, and with each level attained, they can contract an additional one. Furthermore, a 0-level beast tamer can control one 0-level mutated beast, while a first-level beast controller can command 2 first-level mutated beasts, and so forth. In addition to contracting spirit beasts and controlling mutated creatures, beast tamers can also negotiate with spirit beasts, thereby enlisting them to fight on their behalf. Consequently, beast tamers are immensely powerful. However, they are exceedingly rare. During his 5 years of survival in the apocalypse, Zhao Fan had only encountered one individual with beast taming abilities. A person from the military of the Kyoto base, later renamed the Dawn base, though he had never met this individual. He had never anticipated awakening such an ability himself. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Zhao Fan's moment of reflection was fleeting. After forming a contract with the mutated lion, he plunged into the fray. Zhao Fan, equally matched with the mutated tiger and bolstered by the mutated lion's assistance, swiftly brought down the beast, its carcass subsequently absorbed into his spatial realm. As before, I have awakened my beast taming ability, and now this lion is my contracted beast. It has requested a name, but I am quite inept at naming. Perhaps you could choose one. Xu Ruchu, he suggested. It has agreed to let me name it? Xu Ruchu inquired. It nodded, signaling its consent. Zhao Fan replied. Then allow me a moment to ponder, Xu Ruchu said, falling into contemplation while Zhao Fan continued onward with the mutated lion. While Xu Ruchu was deep in thought, the mutated lion let out a couple of roars, signifying, Master, this human you carry is truly beautiful. Is he your partner? Zhao Fan paused, using his beast taming ability to relay his thoughts directly into the lion's consciousness. No, he is merely my friend, a good friend, Zhao Fan reiterated. Upon saying this, Zhao Fan slightly furrowed his brow. Chapter 7. Affection for Ruchu. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, the lion roared again, conveying, Master, then you must strive to win this human's affection swiftly. With such beauty, he surely has many admirers. If you delay, you may be claimed by another, and you will regret it. So, Master, do your best, and I shall assist you. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, Zhao Fan communicated to the lion's consciousness. I learned this from my previous caretaker. He knew far more than I do. The lion roared again. Zhao Fan paused for a moment before asking, What happened to your caretaker? Dead. The lion roared twice, followed by a few more roars. Master, do not divert the topic. I must tell you, if you do not act swiftly, you will surely regret it later. I understand, Zhao Fan replied. He had never earnestly contemplated the concept of a significant other. Before the apocalypse, he had been focused solely on earning money to support Zhou Jin's education and to secure a better life for himself. After the world fell into chaos, he was preoccupied with survival, solely concerned with how to endure alongside Zhou Jin. Once life improved, he dedicated his time to honing his abilities and undertaking missions, leaving little room for personal thoughts. As he reflected on his life thus far, he realized that, having prepared for the apocalypse before it struck, and now possessing greater strength than in his previous life, perhaps it was time to consider his other half. He remained open to the idea of a partner, regardless of gender. However, having suffered betrayal in his past life, trust was elusive for him, complicating the search for companionship. In contemplating this, his mind drifted to Xu Ruchu. She held a special place in his heart. From the moment she appeared, she captured his attention, drawing his gaze entirely to her. Her experiences mirrored his own from his past life, fostering a sense of shared suffering between them. When he witnessed the shock and despair etched on Xu Ruchu's face, he sprang into action. To tend to her injuries, he altered his plans and returned home. Seeing her battered form filled him with anguish. As he prepared nourishment for her with utmost care, he did so willingly, without a trace of reluctance. When Xu Ruchu selflessly considered his well-being, his heart swelled with joy and excitement. Even when he feigned leaving her behind, he was painfully aware of the pretense. Yet he felt an overwhelming reluctance to part from her. Fearing that his act of false departure could lead to unforeseen misfortune, he lingered just outside the door, his gaze fixed intently upon it. When Xu Ruchu referred to herself as a burden, he never perceived her as such. As he readied the car to take her away, he had already laid out blankets and a pillow in the back seat, concerned for her comfort. Even when it became clear they would have to walk, he never entertained the thought of abandoning her. As he secured Xu Ruchu to his back, he worried that the ropes might cause her discomfort. Upon her awakening of psychic abilities, he felt elation for her, generously sharing everything he knew from his past life regarding psychic powers. He had no intention of concealing the fact that abilities could absorb crystal cores. He planned to provide her with a core that very night to aid in her training. The significance of crystal cores in the apocalypse was universally acknowledged, yet he felt no hesitation in offering one to her. From the moment he saved Xu Ruchu, he had not considered forsaking her. Since that pivotal moment, his desire to care for her had blossomed uncontrollably within him, a feeling he could not suppress. Initially, he had not pondered deeply on these sentiments, but upon reflection, he wondered if this unusual affection truly stemmed from a shared sense of suffering. If the person who shared the same fate were not Xu Ruchu, but someone else, could he achieve such a feat? After a moment's contemplation, he confidently assured himself that he could not reach that level. The only individual capable of inspiring such willingness in him was Xu Ruchu. What astonished him further was the profound trust he had in Xu Ruchu, to the extent that he could peacefully slumber beside her, unaware of her awakening. If Xu Ruchu were replaced by another, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to sleep, let alone dare to do so. Upon opening his eyes to the sight of a conscious Xu Ruchu, his first thought was the realization that he could still trust someone. Zhao Fan was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Initially, he had not pondered deeply, but now, reflecting on his various unusual behaviors, it was evident that he harbored feelings for Xu Ruchu. Acknowledging his interest and the trust he placed in her, Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the implications. Zhao Fan believed Xu Ruchu lacked the ability to read minds, thus she remained oblivious to his thoughts. At that moment, he had already conceived a name for the mutated lion. Zhao Fan, your contracted B surname is Sure, a homophone for lion. And how about the name Meng? Sure Meng. Splendid, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, as the lion let out a few roars. It expressed its fondness for the name Sure Meng. Thanking him and even complimenting his appearance, Zhao Fan conveyed this to Sure Meng, who responded with a laugh, saying, I am a man. You should not say I look beautiful. You ought to say I am exceptionally handsome. After Xu Ruchu spoke, Sure Meng roared a few more times toward him. Zhao Fan translated, Sure Meng says you look beautiful while I am handsome. Hearing this, Xu Ruchu chuckled without contesting the statement. Master, you are moving too slowly. Let me carry you, Sure Meng bellowed at Zhao Fan. No need, Zhao Fan replied, though he longed for Sure Meng to bear them away. He had not forgotten the injury on Xu Ruchu's hip, where a piece of flesh had been torn away. Such an injury was hardly conducive to sitting. Even when he was uncertain of his feelings, he did not wish for Xu Ruchu to suffer, and now he was even more resolute in that sentiment. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Sure Meng let out a couple of inquisitive roars, asking why. Xu Ruchu has an injury. It is unsuitable for her to sit. Zhao Fan stated plainly. I'm fine, Xu Ruchu interjected, feeling warm inside as Zhao Fan thought of her. I know better than you about your injuries. If I say there's an issue, then there is, Zhao Fan asserted. Thus, Zhao Fan carried Xu Ruchu on his back, with Sure Meng following closely. As they hastened towards the outskirts of the city, every mutated human and beast they encountered along the way was swiftly dealt with by Sure Meng. They raced onward, reaching a quaint little farm that Zhao Fan had visited previously before nightfall. This farm, which Zhao Fan had frequented a few times, housed a dozen or so Labrador retrievers and huskies, all cherished pets of the farmer. Additionally, it was home to a variety of chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, quails, wild chickens, cattle, sheep, and pigs. The farm also cultivated numerous vegetables and fruit trees and boasted a lovely assortment of flowers, along with a small pond teeming with fish. In the present day, the farm is undoubtedly teeming with mutated flora and fauna. Previously, he would have refrained from venturing there. However, circumstances have changed. Now, armed with multiple means of self-preservation, he no longer fears the mutated plants and animals that inhabit the farm. The location is somewhat isolated from the neighboring villages. And as the workers return home at night, only an elderly gatekeeper remains. Given that the apocalypse typically unfolds under the cover of darkness, it is likely that the number of aberrant beings in the area is minimal. Thus, it presents itself as an opportune destination. Zhao Fan, carrying Xu Ruchu on his back and accompanied by Shi Meng, stands before the farm's entrance. As they gaze upon the grounds and listen to the roars of the mutated beasts, any ordinary person would have turned back long ago. Zhao Fan had already informed Xu Ruchu about the situation within the farm during their journey, discussing the crystals, mutated beast flesh, and altered fruits. After elucidating their purpose for visiting the farm, specifically to procure the crystals, fruits, and meat from the mutated plants and animals, he conversed in hushed tones, believing that no one would overhear them. As Xu Ruchu listened to Zhao Fan, her emotions oscillated from shock to delight, ultimately settling into concern. She pondered the extent of Zhao Fan's knowledge, suspecting he might possess some precognitive ability, which led her to worry for his safety. Xu Ruchu resolved to safeguard this secret for Zhao Fan henceforth. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Fan remained oblivious to her thoughts. Their conversation ceased, as they recognized that speaking could distract them from potential dangers. After lingering at the entrance for a moment, Zhao Fan proceeded toward the sole two-story building on the farm. This structure served as the owner's south office and resting place, surrounded by a yard that housed a dozen or so Labradors and Huskies. Though it was uncertain how many remained, the air was thick with the scent of blood, and fresh stains marred the ground as they cautiously approached the building. The small structure was still standing. Zhao Fan remarked from a distance, noting that the exterior and the fence were enveloped in wisteria, with blossoms and leaves that had doubled in size since before, flourishing abundantly and exuding a captivating fragrance, though their potential for aggression remained unclear. Aside from the wisteria, the yard was devoid of any other life. Taking careful steps, Zhao Fan advanced, his expression betraying vigilance as they made their way toward the courtyard. Concealed within the wisteria were a small husky and a young Labrador, their eyes appearing normal, yet their frames emaciated. "I can only see them. I do not know if there are other mutated creatures inside," Xu Ruchu whispered. Zhao Fan responded with a soft affirming sound. "Let us proceed further." With that, he took a decisive step forward, pausing momentarily with each movement before continuing onward. When they neared the courtyard entrance, a flurry of wisteria petals surged toward them. Their pupils constricted. They did not believe the petals to be merely ornamental and harmless. Zhao Fan turned and fled, though his speed was evidently outmatched by that of the petals. In this moment of crisis, Xu Ruchu's psychic abilities erected a mental barrier around them, intercepting the onslaught of petals and granting Zhao Fan a crucial opportunity to escape. "The wisteria truly serves as a formidable offensive weapon," Zhao Fan remarked as he sprinted. "Indeed, Xu Ruchu softly acknowledged. A select few wood-type abilities allow their wielders to tame mutated plants. Once we severely weaken this wisteria, you should attempt to subdue it," Zhao Fan suggested, eager for Xu Ruchu to claim this extraordinary specimen. "Very well," Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement. Zhao Fan, moving swiftly, soon distanced himself from the reach of the mutated Wisteria S strikes. Chapter 8. Taming the mutated Wisteria. The Wisteria S area attack capabilities were remarkably powerful, and both Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu held it in high regard. Although the petals possessed corrosive properties, Zhao Fan believed his mutated water could counter this Wisteria. "What do you think?" he inquired. After a moment, he continued, "When I charge in, you should envelop us both in your psychic abilities, and then I will unleash my mutated water upon the wisteria tree." With one as the attacker and the other as the defender, Xu Ruchu deemed the plan feasible, affirming with a simple nod. "First, absorb a few crystal cores. Once your powers are restored, we shall proceed," Zhao Fan instructed, handing Xu Ruchu a crystal core. Following Zhao Fan's prior advice, Xu Ruchu began the absorption process, quickly feeling a surge of energy flow into his body and settle in his dantian. The initial absorption of crystal cores brought some discomfort and pain. Upon consuming his 16th core, he found he could absorb no more and ceased. Absorbing 16 cores on the first attempt indicated exceptional aptitude, a fact he conveyed to Xu Ruchu, who smiled faintly. "My abilities are not only restored but have also grown somewhat. Let's commence our action," Xu Ruchu declared. Zhao Fan nodded, instructing Shi Meng to wait for them, then hoisted Xu Ruchu onto his back as they charged toward the mutated wisteria tree. As they entered the tree's attack range, a thin veil of psychic energy enveloped them. Zhao Fan directed the mutated water column straight toward the trunk of the wisteria, where it coiled around the bark like a serpent. The moment the water entwined the tree, the wisteria began to lash out violently, branches whipping toward them while petals surged through the air. In the face of such an onslaught, Xu Ruchu's psychic barrier swiftly drained his energy, teetering on the brink of depletion. A throbbing headache ensued, yet he persevered through sheer willpower. Ultimately, the low level of his psychic abilities rendered this struggle more arduous. Ruchu, attempt to tame it with your abilities. If that fails, we shall eradicate it, Zhao Fan urged, observing the tree's corroded trunk. As he had anticipated, the wisteria's corrosive nature paled in comparison to that of his mutated water. Understood, Xu Ruchu replied softly, then released his wood abilities in an endeavor to subdue the mutated wisteria tree before him. Not all wood-type ability users possess the capability to tame mutated plants. Only a select few among them can achieve this. And such individuals have undoubtedly emerged as formidable forces in the post-apocalyptic world. Zhao Fan harbored the hope that Xu Ruchu's wood-type abilities would enable her to subdue these mutated flora, thereby providing her with an additional means of survival. Furthermore, not all mutated plants are susceptible to taming. Only those with offensive capabilities can be subdued, as such plants have developed a rudimentary consciousness. As the level of these mutated plants escalates, so too does their awareness and intelligence. In a past life, someone jestingly remarked that their planet was beginning to transition into a realm of fantasy, even suggesting that one day they might traverse the void itself. Reflecting on this, Zhao Fan chuckled and shook his head. Zhao Fan, you may now relinquish your water abilities. I have already tamed it, Xu Ruchu announced, her smile radiating genuine joy. With this newfound power, she felt empowered to assist Zhao Fan. That was remarkably swift, Zhao Fan exclaimed in surprise, retracting his mutated water column. At this moment, the trunk of the mutated wisteria had become pockmarked from corrosion. I believe it was rather slow, Xu Ruchu replied, quickly adding, this area has been overtaken by the mutated wisteria. Those two small mutated pups are under its protection, having lost their parents and siblings. It's quite safe inside. Let us proceed. Zhao Fan, I have a headache. I fear I may need to sleep for a while, Xu Ruchu said, not wanting to unduly worry Zhao Fan. Though she was on the verge of fainting, Zhao Fan felt a jolt of alarm. Ruchu, you are experiencing the aftereffects of your abilities being exhausted. First, absorb the crystal cores to replenish your powers, and then rest. As he spoke, he produced 2 crystal cores and placed them in Xu Ruchu's hands. With a soft acknowledgement, she began to absorb the cores. At that moment, her mental and wood-type energies were utterly depleted, and she had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness due to sheer willpower. As Xu Ruchu absorbed the cores, Zhao Fan's anxiety eased, prompting him to step into the courtyard. The area was blanketed with mutated wisteria vines, and, as he entered, the vines receded like a tide, revealing a pebble path and 2 small puppies. Zhao Fan observed the 2 fierce little pups barking at him, and remarked, "You're far too weak." In response, the pups barked even more ferociously. Shaking his head, Zhao Fan took a step forward, prompting the pups to retreat a step. Still barking defiantly, "You are still too weak. Come with me, and I shall transform you into formidable beings," he declared, placing a piece of seasoned mutated cat meat before them. "Indeed, there will be meat if you follow me," he added before turning to enter the house. The 2 pups, intrigued by the morsel, sniffed it and then picked it up, following Zhao Fan eagerly. A smile crept across his lips. Upon entering the house, Zhao Fan ascended to the 2nd floor, seeking a bedroom where he stood still, awaiting Xu Ruchu to finish absorbing the crystal cores. Until Xu Ruchu absorbed the 2 crystal cores in his hand, Zhao Fan gently laid him upon the sofa within the room, placing a collection of crystal cores beside him to continue his absorption, for exhausting one's powers was no trifling matter. Observing the bloodstains on Xu Ruchu's back, Zhao Fan understood that his wounds had reopened, filling his heart with sorrow. However, as Xu Ruchu was engaged in absorbing the crystal cores, he could not attend to his injuries just yet. Closing his eyes momentarily, Zhao Fan began to tidy the bedding. Given the circumstances, he was reluctant to utilize items previously used by others. At that moment, he fervently wished for the presence of a healer among the ability users, as such individuals could be life-saving in critical situations. Unfortunately, their numbers were exceedingly rare. In his previous life, the largest base, Dawn Base, publicly recognized only 9 healers, all under the control of various factions. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had encountered a mutated cat possessing healing abilities. and perhaps he could seek out a mutated beast with similar powers. Regrettably, that particular cat was owned by someone else, as its master had raised it before the fall of civilization. After the apocalypse, many humans possessed mutated spiritual beasts. Besides that cat, Zhao Fan was convinced that there were surely other mutated beasts with healing capabilities in the wilderness, and with dedication, he was certain he could find one. Once he had made the bed, he tidied the room with simple efficiency. They would be residing there for some time, and he could not bear the thought of living in squalor. Having arranged the room to his satisfaction, he settled beside Xu Ruchu, keeping watch over him. As Zhao Fan gazed upon Xu Ruchu's face, he found it increasingly beautiful and rare. He could not deny that from the very first moment he laid eyes on Xu Ruchu, he was captivated by that stunning visage, which drew his attention. Subsequently entranced by Xu Ruchu's agile prowess. With a smile, he reflected on this thought. However, a flicker of cold light crossed his eyes. Given Xu Ruchu's skills and abilities, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force 5 years into the apocalypse. Yet, among the powerful individuals he knew, there was no mention of Xu Ruchu, leading to the grim conclusion that without his assistance, Xu Ruchu had perished in the wake of that betrayal. This thought filled him with a sense of bitterness. After a moment of reflection, the bitterness in his eyes dissipated, and he turned his mind to the path ahead. His initial plan had been to head towards Base A, but now, with Xu Ruchu by his side, he felt compelled to consider Xu Ruchu's desires. Being an orphan with no family did not mean that Xu Ruchu lacked kin. Should Xu Ruchu wish to seek out his family, he would accompany him, regardless of the distance. Night soon enveloped the area, and the power went out once more. He lit the candles he had prepared in advance. Upon finishing the absorption of the crystal cores, Xu Ruchu opened his eyes to the illumination of candlelight, revealing a face with strikingly bright eyes. Seeing this countenance softened his once hardened heart. "Ruchu, does your head still ache? Have your powers returned?" Zhao Fan's tone conveyed urgency. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful, Xu Ruchu thought with a smile. "My head no longer hurts, and my powers have not only returned, but have also significantly increased." "That is wonderful news," Zhao Fan replied before tearing open Xu Ruchu's clothing. "Why did you tear my clothes again? It's such a waste," Xu Ruchu lamented. "Your wound has reopened so quickly," Zhao Fan remarked as he began to tend to her injury. "I have plenty of clothes in my space. We are not lacking in that regard." He continued, "Your injuries are not suitable for travel. Let us rest here for the time being. We shall set off once you have fully recovered, but this will delay your journey." Xu Ruchu frowned. "In this apocalyptic world, who has the time to nurse you back to health? I am an orphan, with no relatives to rescue me. I am not in a hurry to travel," Zhao Fan replied while attending to her wound. Upon hearing his words, Xu Ruchu felt a pang in her heart. "From now on, I shall be your family. I am older than you, and I will be your older brother. I would rather not have you as my brother. I want you to be my wife," Zhao Fan thought to himself, though he kept this sentiment to himself, fearing it might frighten Xu Ruchu. "When I was in the orphanage, the older boys often bullied me. I do not like brothers. Thus, I prefer you as my only good friend," Zhao Fan stated. He jested. Solidifying their brotherhood would hinder his pursuit of Xu Ruchu. Chapter 9. Big Father and Little Father. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu felt even more sympathetic toward him. "Very well, let us be friends then. You will be my only best friend." Zhao Fan smiled at her response. "Ruchu, how old are you?" He began to learn more about her. "I am 25. What about you?" Xu Ruchu inquired, eager to know more about Zhao Fan. "You are 4 years my senior. I am 21 this year," Zhao Fan replied. "It seems the person who abandoned me still had a conscience, as I wrote my birth date and surname on a piece of paper and left it in my swaddling cloth. Otherwise, I would not even know my own birthday." He spoke more freely with Xu Ruchu. "Have you ever sought out your biological parents?" Xu Ruchu asked. "I possess that piece of paper, but it offers no clues. In this vast sea of humanity, there is nowhere to search. Moreover, I have no desire to find them. They abandoned me, evidently not wanting me. So why would I seek them out?" Zhao Fan replied. "Perhaps they had their reasons back then?" Xu Ruchu suggested. "What kind of reason would justify abandoning their own child?" Zhao Fan responded with a hint of resentment, a sentiment he was unaware of, but Xu Ruchu perceived it. The resentment indicated he still cared. Xu Ruchu paused for a moment and said, "Let me share the story of my mother with you." "Very well," Zhao Fan replied, continuing to treat her wound. Xu Ruchu then began to recount her tale. After finishing, she said, "My mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness and with no one left in her family. She had no choice but to send me back to my father's home. She truly did not want me to go to my father, but she had no alternatives. Perhaps your parents also had no choice, which is why they placed you in the orphanage. I understand. Zhao Fan inquired, and upon finishing, he deftly shifted the topic. After your aunt brought you back to your father's house, have you found happiness? At that moment, he had successfully tended to Xu Ruchu's wounds and was gently wiping his body. Xu Ruchu began to share tales of his life with his mother, and Zhao Fan comprehended the underlying intent, an attempt to prevent him from harboring resentment towards his biological parents. In response to Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu resumed recounting his experiences upon returning to his father's home. As Xu Ruchu spoke, Zhao Fan completed the task of cleaning him and carefully lifted him onto the bed. Have you had dinner? Xu Ruchu suddenly asked, lying on his side. Not yet. Zhao Fan replied. I was waiting to eat with you. In such situations in the future, you needn't wait for me to eat, Xu Ruchu suggested. All right. Zhao Fan responded with a nonchalant hum, though inwardly he harbored different thoughts. Then hurry and get ready. Let us have dinner, Xu Ruchu urged. After dinner, could you continue sharing stories about your family? Zhao Fan asked. Sure, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. Once Xu Ruchu concluded, Zhao Fan entrusted Shi Meng to watch over him while he retreated to the bathroom to freshen up, taking with him 2 dirty little puppies that had been lounging in the room. By the time Zhao Fan had cleaned himself and the 2 puppies, Shi Meng had also tidied up. The trio, 2 dogs and a lion, began their dinner, feasting on the food Zhao Fan had procured from his space. After their meal, Zhao Fan proposed, Ruchu, let us adopt these 2 peculiar little puppies. Agreed, Xu Ruchu responded, contemplating. Dogs are the epitome of loyalty. If we raise them well, they could become our allies. Having previously trained military dogs, Xu Ruchu resolved to dedicate himself to training them properly. With Xu Ruchu's agreement, Zhao Fan smiled. From now on, they shall be our sons. You will be the big dad, and I will be the little dad. The Labrador shall be named Su Zhao, representing care, and he shall be the eldest. The husky will be called Zhao Su, embodying vividness, and he shall be the younger sibling. Xu Ruchu pondered. What an unexpected turn of events. He sensed something amiss. Just then, Zhao Fan spoke again. My greatest wish since childhood has been to have a warm family. With this arrangement, I feel I finally have a home, a big dad, a little dad, and 2 sons. I believe my wish has come true. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's heartfelt words, Xu Ruchu swallowed his instinctual response and managed to utter a simple good. He mused, perhaps I have overthought things. Not all men share his affinity for the same sex. If Zhao Fan is pleased, so be it. Xu Ruchu's affirmation filled Zhao Fan with joy, though he maintained a facade of modesty. Su Zhao, Zhao Su, call out to your big dad and little dad. I have treats for you. Zhao Fan called to the 2 little puppies. They responded with eager barks. We want meat. We want meat. You only think of eating. You must call out for your big dad and little dad to earn your treats, Zhao Fan corrected, amused by their antics. Still not right. He added, how can you 2 be so foolish? Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu smiled. Although he could only decipher the puppy's whimpering, he perceived the little one's sense of injustice. They are still quite young. Do not rush them. You shall teach them gradually, Xu Ruchu remarked with a smile. Just give them the meat strips in your hand and refrain from teasing them. Since your big daddy has spoken kindly to you, I shall let you off today. You may go and play, Zhao Fan concluded, handing the meat strips to the 2 little ones. The 2 pups joyfully took the meat and scampered off to the side to savor their treat. Master, well done. Keep it up. I shall cheer for you. Shi Meng growled softly. What did it say? Xu Ruchu inquired. It mentioned that it will keep watch tonight, allowing us to sleep soundly, Zhao Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Shi Meng emitted a few low grumbles of discontent. It expressed its willingness to stand guard for us, Zhao Fan added, casting Shi Meng a warning glance. Shi Meng, with a look of sorrow, fell silent. This won't do. Shi Meng needs rest as well. I shall keep watch for the first half of the night, and Shi Meng will take over the latter half. You can absorb the crystal core to cultivate your abilities during the first half of the night, Xu Ruchu suggested. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Shi Meng mused. The master's future partner is indeed considerate. It decided to cling to the future partner's side from now on. In truth, with that mutated wisteria present, there is no need for any night watch. Let us all sleep, Zhao Fan stated. Xu Ruchu recalled the wisteria vines that adorned the small courtyard and the 2-story house, and he nodded in agreement. Ruchu, please continue sharing your family matters, Zhao Fan urged. Certainly, Xu Ruchu replied, as he sensed Zhao Fan's genuine interest and thus continued. You mentioned previously that you ran away from home, Zhao Fan reminded him. Xu Ruchu chuckled lightly before resuming his tale. Zhao Fan listened intently, committing every word to memory. Once Xu Ruchu finished, Zhao Fan inquired, "Ruchu, are you happy back at your father's house?" Xu Ruchu paused momentarily before responding, "With my loving grandparents, an adorable younger brother, and a father who treats me well. I should be happy. Happiness is happiness. What does should be happy even mean?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu sighed. "I always feel that it is not truly my home." "I understand," Zhao Fan replied, silently vowing to provide Xu Ruchu with a warm home in the future. "Ruchu, once you are well, we shall travel to the Kyoto base," Zhao Fan proposed, discerning that Ruchu genuinely cherished his grandparents and younger brother and was undoubtedly concerned about them. Xu Ruchu hesitated before saying, "The distance to Kyoto is far too great, and the journey is fraught with dangers. It would take us an eternity to reach on foot. We shall discuss it later." If it were solely up to him, he would brave any hardship to reach Kyoto. However, now that Zhao Fan was by his side, he had to consider Zhao Fan's well-being. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan smiled. While he rarely smiled in the presence of others, he found himself smiling readily in front of Xu Ruchu. "Have you forgotten that I possess the ability to tame beasts? We can ride the mutated creatures, which will expedite our journey and conserve fuel. When the opportunity arises, I shall contract a flying mutated beast, enabling us to traverse even more swiftly. Hence, our expedition to Kyoto is entirely feasible," Zhao Fan asserted. He continued, "Ruchu, Kyoto stands as the political and economic nucleus of our nation. The bases there are undoubtedly more secure, and the concentration of scientists will facilitate swifter advancements in research. Moreover," Zhao Fan enumerated the plethora of advantages associated with the Kyoto base. "Thus, even in your absence, I would still venture to the Kyoto base," he remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu felt a deep sense of gratitude. She understood that his words were meant to console her. Zhao Fan paused briefly before confessing, "To speak candidly, even without you, I would not remain in one place. I would incessantly hone my abilities in the outside world. Ultimately, I would choose to settle at the Kyoto base, establishing a home where I could rest when weary or unwell. If you were to inquire why I would select the Kyoto base as my sanctuary, it is because I deem it the safest option. I certainly do not wish to return from my trials only to find my home lost." Zhao Fan continued, "Therefore, Ruchu, regardless of circumstances, I shall proceed to the Kyoto base, albeit earlier than I initially anticipated. However, there are merits to an early arrival, as it allows for the establishment of a home sooner. Once our residence is secured, I can venture out for further trials at my leisure." He gazed at Xu Ruchu and added, "When the time comes, accompany me. I wish for you to join me in my endeavors." "Certainly," Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. Zhao Fan nodded, secretly contemplating that he would indeed want her by his side during his trials. "Let us finalize this plan. Once you have recovered, we shall embark for the Kyoto base. I wonder whether your family are ordinary individuals or possess abilities. If they are ordinary, they will still require conventional sustenance. Thus, it would be prudent for us to gather some regular food along the way. As a precaution," Zhao Fan suggested. Xu Ruchu's heart swelled with emotion upon hearing Zhao Fan's intentions, recognizing that his considerations were entirely for her sake. With this thought, she felt a warm sweetness envelop her. After deciding to journey to Kyoto, the two began to deliberate over their route. Zhao Fan possessed memories from the past 5 years of the apocalypse, while Xu Ruchu had an almost photographic memory of the locations prior to the catastrophe. Consequently, they swiftly devised a comprehensive itinerary. After finalizing the route, Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Ruchu, could you enlighten me about the individuals you abandoned?" Upon hearing Zhao Fan's question, Xu Ruchu took a moment before recounting the circumstances surrounding those individuals. Upon conclusion, Zhao Fan mused, "So it was them. No wonder I found 2 of them strikingly familiar." Shun Liang, the leader of the Lightning Mercenary Corps, ranked 7th at the Kyoto base in his previous life, was an electric-type ability wielder. Sun Wenchuan, the deputy leader of the Lightning Mercenary Corps, possessed dual abilities of space and healing, and was also Liang's partner. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination flickered in Zhao Fan's eyes. "Chapter 10, Cultivation Technique. Ruchu, do you seek vengeance?" Zhao Fan queried, silently resolving that even if Ruchu chose not to pursue retribution, he himself would not let them escape unscathed. Xu Ruchu's gaze darkened as she spoke. "Shan Liang is my comrade. We have saved each other's lives numerous times before the apocalypse. I will not seek vengeance against him this time. However, from this moment onward, we shall be like strangers. I bear no grudge against Sun Wenxuan. In fact, I have rescued him twice. Yet he has stabbed me in the back and kicked me into a horde of monsters, clearly intending my demise. This enmity must be avenged. What if you seek revenge on Sun Wenxuan, and Shun Liang not only intervenes, but also joins forces with him against you? Zhao Fan inquired. Then Shun Liang will become my enemy from this day forth, Xu Ruchu replied, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan understood her resolve. Then I shall assist you when the time comes. Thank you, Xu Ruchu said. You are the esteemed father of my sons. We are family. Why would you be so formal with me? Zhao Fan chuckled. Please refrain from such talk. Others may misinterpret it. Xu Ruchu responded, lowering her gaze. I speak only the truth. What could others possibly misconstrue? Zhao Fan asserted confidently. How can I respond to that? Am I not stating the truth? Xu Ruchu retorted. Indeed, it is the truth, Xu Ruchu sighed, realizing she had been ensnared in Zhao Fan's words. Isn't that sufficient? Zhao Fan smiled, then shifted the topic. Ruchu, do you need to relieve yourself? Not at the moment, Xu Ruchu replied. But let me know when you do, Zhao Fan urged. You have worked hard all day. Rest now while I practice. Very well, Xu Ruchu agreed. Zhao Fan helped Xu Ruchu lie on her side, facing him, then settled beside her, preparing to absorb the crystal cores. Good night, Ruchu, he said. Good night, Xu Ruchu responded. Zhao Fan smiled, then retrieved the crystal cores and began to absorb them. This time, he aimed to cultivate his beast mastery ability, striving to elevate it to the first level swiftly, followed by training across all three abilities concurrently. While Zhao Fan absorbed the crystal cores, Xu Ruchu remained diligent, practicing her mental powers, eager to master them as soon as possible. As Zhao Fan consumed crystal cores, he eventually reached a limit after absorbing 20. He could take no more. The fact that his beast mastery ability had absorbed 20 cores for the first time indicated an enhancement in his cultivation aptitude, a positive development. His beast mastery ability had indeed increased slightly, prompting him to extend his powers to sense the positions of nearby mutated beasts. As the range of his beast mastery ability expanded, the locations of the mutated creatures began to materialize in his mind. When the reach of his ability peaked, he initiated communication with the mutated beasts he perceived. Within his sensing range, there was a mutated rabbit spirit beast, a mutated duck spirit beast, and a mutated rooster spirit beast. He did not overlook any of them. He first conversed with the mutated rabbit, followed by the mutated duck, and finally the mutated rooster. Through their dialogue, Zhao Fan gleaned insights into the circumstances of the farm. Certainly, he also bore some costs. He promised to provide the mutated rabbit with a mutated peach, the mutated rooster with a mutated meatworm, and the mutated duck with a large, fat fish. They recounted that after the mutation occurred, most of the animals on the farm transformed into red-eyed monsters. After a fierce battle, only their kind survived, feasting on the pearls and flesh within the heads of the red-eyed creatures, which only made them stronger. Post-mutation, whether it be the mutated rabbit, duck, or rooster, they all turned carnivorous. They mentioned that in the breeding area of the farm, there remained a cow, a pig, and a parrot sharing their fate, while the rest had all become red-eyed monsters. They were more astute than the red-eyed beasts, having imprisoned the remaining monsters, conducting daily patrols, and slaying any that dared to escape. Furthermore, each morning, they would hunt the red-eyed creatures for sustenance, which had now become their livestock. Zhao Fan marveled at the intelligence of these spirit beasts, who had come to understand the concept of farming food. He cautioned them that keeping the red-eyed monsters confined posed significant risks. Should they begin to devour one another, their strengths would rapidly escalate, soon surpassing their own. At that point, they would become mere prey. Initially, they were skeptical, but after Zhao Fan elucidated, they began to trust his insights. Once convinced, they inquired about their course of action. Zhao Fan suggested they first consume the stronger individuals. Upon hearing his advice, they praised him for his cleverness. Zhao Fan chuckled softly, recognizing that the intellect of these spirit beasts still paled in comparison to that of humans, thus leading them to regard him as wise. He offered them a splendid idea, and they invited Zhao Fan to join them the next day for hunting. Zhao Fan declined, yet they remained insistent until he finally stated his aversion to consuming red-eyed monsters, at which point they relented. Zhao Fan then inquired about the situation in the planning area, but their knowledge was limited. They mentioned the presence of formidable insects and a remarkable tree, information they had gleaned from the mutated parrot, which frequently flew to that location. The mutated duck added that there was a pond teeming with fish and shrimp, yet they were quite formidable, and thus, it dared not venture to catch them. From their discourse, Zhao Fan gleaned some insight into the conditions there and set his hunting sights on that area. He asked if there were any mice present, to which they replied that many cats had once been kept there, and the mice had all been consumed, leaving none behind. Zhao Fan wished to inquire further, but his beast-taming abilities were rapidly depleting, so he bid them farewell. Listening to Xu Ruchu's rhythmic breathing, he realized that he had fallen asleep. Xu Ruchu had genuinely wished to stay awake, yet his body betrayed him, and he eventually succumbed to slumber. Zhao Fan smiled silently at the soothing sound of Xu Ruchu's even breaths, relishing the comforting presence of companionship at night. After chuckling softly a couple of times, he extracted a crystal core to continue cultivating his beast-taming abilities. Once he had restored and enhanced his powers, he took out another crystal core to practice his water and spatial abilities. As the zero-level crystal nuclei turned to ash in his hands, the quantity he had stored diminished significantly. His spatial and water abilities had ascended to the first level, rendering the energy absorbed from zero-level crystal nuclei a mere drop in the ocean. However, in the absence of first-level crystal nuclei, he had no choice but to continue absorbing the lesser ones. Once mutated, the aberrant flora and fauna would also evolve to the first level, with some manifesting diverse powers and their nuclei acquiring distinct attributes. Abilities users would absorb corresponding nuclei for cultivation, thereby accelerating their progress. Consequently, they favored consuming nuclei that aligned with their specific powers. While water-type crystal nuclei were plentiful, spatial-type nuclei were exceedingly rare, and those of beast-taming abilities were virtually non-existent. Thus, he could only absorb the corresponding grade of white nuclei. Furthermore, abilities users could assimilate various natural elements from the environment to enhance their powers. After the apocalypse, a myriad of natural elements emerged for cultivation. Yet the efficiency of absorbing these elements depended on one's innate aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the swifter the absorption. With the aid of crystal nuclei, the cultivation speed would be remarkably rapid. However, the natural elements in the environment remained scarce, making the absorption of nuclei a faster method of advancement. On the 30th day following the cataclysm, an energy upheaval occurred, resulting in a notable increase in the concentration of natural elements. Subsequently, such upheavals transpired every 30 days, enriching the natural elements significantly. In the second year of the apocalypse, this interval extended to 60 days, and in the third year, it was every 90 days. By the fourth year, the upheaval occurred every 120 days. And in the fifth year, the first upheaval was delayed to 150 days. He was unable to witness the second upheaval before his demise. By the fifth year, the natural elements had become incredibly rich. At that time, those with superior aptitude progressed at an accelerated rate. Each energy upheaval presented a rare opportunity for humans with abilities and other races. The upheaval was akin to an infusion of power. Those who cultivated on such days, especially those of exceptional aptitude, experienced a remarkable surge in their proficiency. In his previous life, with mediocre aptitude, he could only observe a modest increase in his abilities after each upheaval, falling short compared to those with superior talents. Thus, it became evident that rapid advancement depended primarily on one's inherent aptitude. After absorbing a sufficient quantity of white nuclei, Zhao Fan ceased further absorption, reserving the remainder for Xu Ruchu. He settled into a meditative posture, activating his cultivation technique to draw in the natural elements from the environment. The technique Zhao Fan employed was disseminated by major bases 3 months post-apocalypse, reportedly developed by the Kyoto Research Institute, to which he held great admiration for the researchers. This marked Zhao Fan's inaugural attempt at utilizing the technique for cultivation. As he activated it, various elements gravitated towards him, with only water, spatial, and beast-taming elements ultimately penetrating his being. As time flows, the elements infiltrating Zhao Fan's body multiply, enveloping him in a warm embrace. This cultivation lasts until dawn. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Fan, despite having not slept a wink, feels invigorated. "Have you been cultivating all night?" inquires Xu Ruchu, who lies propped on one side, observing Zhao Fan as he awakens. Today, Xu Ruchu feels markedly improved. His body has regained some strength, and he has just returned from the restroom. He cannot help but acknowledge that the healing speed of an ability user far surpasses that of an ordinary person. He believes that within a few days, he will be nearly restored. Truly, the ability users are favored by the heavens. At this moment, Xu Ruchu remains unaware that the advantages of being an ability user extend beyond mere healing. Their aging process is significantly slower than that of ordinary individuals, granting them a longer lifespan. As their cultivation advances, their rate of aging diminishes further, and their longevity increases correspondingly. However, there are drawbacks as their powers grow. Procreation becomes increasingly challenging, resulting in an alarmingly low birth rate. Thus, the continuation of humanity relies predominantly on ordinary people, a balance perhaps ordained by the laws of nature. Chapter 11. Expressing Intentions. Yes, I have indeed cultivated throughout the night. Yet, I feel no fatigue, rather a vibrant energy, Zhao Fan replies with a smile. Subsequently sharing with Xu Ruchu the details of his cultivation method for absorbing natural elements. He is unreserved in his willingness to impart knowledge to Xu Ruchu. Shortly I will transcribe the method for you, allowing you to cultivate in a similar manner, Zhao Fan declares, pondering whether anyone has yet utilized this method for cultivation. Despite the current scarcity of natural elements, the lack of practitioners means he has still managed to absorb a considerable amount overnight. Very well, Xu Ruchu responds, then continues. Zhao Fan, I know you harbor many secrets. Prior to speaking, he has erected a mental barrier around them, ensuring that even the keenest ears cannot overhear. Ruchu, I am willing to share all my secrets with you, Zhao Fan assures him. Zhao Fan, the essence of a secret lies in its exclusivity. If two people know it, it ceases to be a secret. Therefore, I implore you not to divulge it to me, Xu Ruchu advises solemnly. Ruchu, I wish to share my secret with you. Are you unwilling? Zhao Fan inquires, a hint of grievance in his voice. Zhao Fan, I will be delighted to hear your secrets. And I'm also willing to share mine. However, my current prowess is limited, and the abilities of ability users are diverse and unpredictable. I fear I may not be able to safeguard your secret. Thus, I urge you to refrain from revealing it to me for now. When my strength grows and I possess the capability to protect your secret, I will certainly listen intently, Xu Ruchu responds. All right, I shall wait until that time to tell you, Zhao Fan replies with a smile, then adds, indeed, there exists a telepathy ability. As long as the individual establishes physical contact, they can access the other's memories. Therefore, Ruchu, be cautious when shaking hands in the future. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu's eyes flickered with a hint of gravity. In the future, when I am unaware of another's abilities, I shall never allow them the opportunity to touch me. And that includes you, Zhao Fan. You possess far too much knowledge, which must remain confidential. Do you understand? I comprehend. These matters I divulge only to you. As you're the person I trust most, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. Zhao Fan, considering we have known each other for merely 2 days and 2 nights. Your trust in me is misplaced, Xu Ruchu said, her brow furrowed. While she felt pleased by Zhao Fan's faith in her, she also harbored concerns about his propensity to trust easily, fearing he might be deceived. Though I may not know you well, I trust you implicitly. I am certain you would never deceive or betray me, Zhao Fan stated with unwavering confidence. Xu Ruchu chuckled softly. Zhao Fan, do you possess mind-reading abilities? Otherwise, how can you be so assured that I would not mislead or betray you? Perhaps I truly do possess such powers, Zhao Fan jested with a smile. Then I sincerely hope you do, for that would prevent anyone from deceiving you, Xu Ruchu replied. Zhao Fan chuckled lightly at her words. Ruchu, in this world, the only person capable of deceiving me is you, for I willingly allow myself to be deceived by you. Hearing this, Xu Ruchu's heart trembled, and she raised her gaze to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, we have only just met, and we know little of each other. Regardless of your thoughts, you must not make hasty decisions to avoid potential mistakes. At that moment, Zhao Fan felt that Xu Ruchu had grasped his intentions. With a smile, he said, indeed, you do not understand me yet, but in the days to come, you must endeavor to know me well. I believe the more you learn about me, the more you will discover that I am truly a rare and exceptional man. After saying this, Zhao Fan continued, Ruchu, the fact that I can rest peacefully beside you signifies my absolute trust in you, something I never dared to imagine before. In this world, encountering someone whom one can trust completely is a rarity. Should I miss this opportunity, I may never find another like you. Therefore, Ruchu, I shall not let go. You must be prepared for this. Oh, our sons have also awakened. I shall prepare breakfast for you both, and afterward, I will change your bandages, Zhao Fan said, deftly shifting the topic as he got out of bed. Xu Ruchu instinctively lowered her mental barrier. Zhao Fan's departure was intended to grant Xu Ruchu time to contemplate. Having broached such significant matters, He believed she would understand. By the way, do you need to use the restroom? Zhao Fan inquired, standing by the bed. I have already been, Xu Ruchu replied. What? You have already gone? How was I unaware of this? Why did you not wake me? Did you strain your wound? Zhao Fan's words tumbled out in rapid succession. Xu Ruchu, touched by his instinctive concern, paused before responding. It's fortunate that I did not strain my wound. Next time, if you wish to do something, simply call for me. Understood, Zhao Fan replied. Zhao Fan paused momentarily and said, Look, Ruchu, we lie on the same bed, and I remain unaware when you get up. This illustrates the depth of my trust in you. How could I ever relinquish someone like you? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated, my gaze incessantly following your every movement. Witnessing your agile grace only deepens my fascination. After expressing himself, Zhao Fan deftly shifted the conversation. Our sons are growing impatient. I shall prepare dinner for you. With that, he departed, leaving space for Xu Ruchu. Chapter 12. Xu Ruchu's emotional analysis. Xu Ruchu was no fool. His emotional intelligence was not merely adequate, but rather exceptional. With Zhao Fan's words laid bare, there was little left for him to decipher. Nevertheless, his rationality prevailed. He reminded himself to refrain from letting emotions dictate his responses. He believed in the concept of love at first sight, yet considered it a sentimental impulse, fraught with uncertainties that rendered it unreliable. He acknowledged the allure of Zhao Fan's countenance, admitting that it was indeed striking enough to invoke immediate attraction. The skill that Zhao Fan displayed was a result of years of dedicated practice, and it was hardly surprising that it could captivate one's attention. In summary, Zhao Fan's interest was conceivable, yet such impulses were susceptible to the vicissitudes of fate. What truly compelled Zhao Fan to desire a partnership, Xu Ruchu surmised, was the profound trust Zhao Fan placed in him. Zhao Fan was right. In this world, encountering someone one can trust implicitly is a rare treasure. And Xu Ruchu fully understood Zhao Fan's reluctance to let go. After analyzing Zhao Fan's feelings, Xu Ruchu turned inward to reflect on his own sentiments toward Zhao Fan. During his most vulnerable and desperate moments, it was Zhao Fan who came to his rescue, and his gratitude was undeniable. In that instance, he resolved to repay Zhao Fan's life-saving kindness. As he recuperated from his injuries, Zhao Fan's attentive care moved him deeply. In a world fraught with peril, the fact that Zhao Fan stood by him despite their initial unfamiliarity was nothing short of remarkable. From that moment, Xu Ruchu felt that his life belonged to Zhao Fan. Thus, when Zhao Fan spoke of his unwavering trust, Xu Ruchu jested that Zhao Fan must possess the ability to read minds. After all, his life was intertwined with Zhao Fan's, and betrayal was not an option. At this moment, his utmost trust was also placed in Zhao Fan. In a post-apocalyptic landscape, finding someone one can wholeheartedly rely on is indeed a challenge. It was no wonder Zhao Fan was unwilling to give up. He, too, did not wish to part ways. In a world where mere survival was arduous, the thought of guarding against the person sleeping beside him was overwhelmingly exhausting. In Zhao Fan's presence, his heart softened. He yearned to shower Zhao Fan with kindness, to indulge him, to offer him the finest of treasures, and to ensure his happiness. He cared deeply for him and worried for his well-being. In response to Zhao Fan's veiled confession, he felt no anger or irritation, only surprise and joy, which indicated his own fondness for Zhao Fan. The conclusion of Xu Ruchu's introspection was clear. Zhao Fan harbored feelings for him, and Zhao Fan trusted him. In turn, he too felt affection towards Zhao Fan and reciprocated that trust. Faced with such a result, Xu Ruchu gently rubbed his forehead, contemplating to himself, emotions are indeed a subtle thing, arriving unexpectedly and catching one off guard. However, his acquaintance with Zhao Fan had been far too brief. To decide to be together based solely on this nascent affection and trust was evidently an immature choice. After a moment of calm reflection, Xu Ruchu understood what he needed to do. Here you go. Zhao Fan entered, handing Xu Ruchu 2 sheets of paper. What is this? Xu Ruchu inquired, puzzled. You'll know once you take a look, Zhao Fan replied. Earlier, he had not been preparing a meal. Instead, he was diligently transcribing techniques for Xu Ruchu. As Xu Ruchu accepted the papers and glimpsed their contents, his emotions became too profound to articulate. In the face of Zhao Fan's earnestness, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal, nor did he wish to. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating his feelings, yet now, he found himself at a loss for words. He concentrated solely on the 2 sheets of paper to stave off any unwarranted thoughts. Ever since Xu Ruchu awakened his mental abilities, His memory had improved significantly. After reading it once, he retained everything. He then returned the papers to Zhao Fan, stating that he had memorized the content and suggested Zhao Fan keep them. Ruchu, shall we have dinner? Zhao Fan proposed, then inquired, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine. I am not picky, Xu Ruchu responded. You are certainly easy to please, Zhao Fan remarked, continuing, I am also not particular. I am quite easy to take care of. Let us eat, Xu Ruchu affirmed. Hearing this, Zhao Fan sighed inwardly, sensing that Xu Ruchu was evading something. Let us eat. Zhao Fan insisted, subsequently assisting Xu Ruchu with his washing up. He then retrieved food from his spatial storage, and they began their meal. Ruchu, in this world, we might be alive in one moment and dead the next. We do not have the luxury of time for indecision, Zhao Fan said before diving into his meal. Zhao Fan's words awakened Xu Ruchu. They were indeed perpetually faced with mortality, and it was imperative to approach matters without conventional reasoning. Chapter 13. The Five-Colored Diamond Parrot. After dinner, Zhao Fan administered medicine to Xu Ruchu. Looking at Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu said, Zhao Fan, please take a seat. We need to talk. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan pulled a chair and sat across from Xu Ruchu. Ruchu, what do you wish to discuss? Zhao Fan asked, observing Xu Ruchu's sudden silence. Zhao Fan, if I am not mistaken, you wish for me to be your partner, Xu Ruchu stated candidly. Yes, Ruchu, I want you to be my partner. Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. He continued, Ruchu, I have feelings for you and wish to be with you. I recognize that our acquaintance has been brief. Had the apocalypse not arrived, I would have taken my time to pursue you, as there would have been ample time for our future. Yet, in this unpredictable world, where death could strike at any moment, I believe it is best to act swiftly. Zhao Fan, marriage is a significant matter, even in the apocalypse. We cannot make hasty decisions, Xu Ruchu remarked, gazing intently at Zhao Fan. Listening to Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan exclaimed with delight, Ruchu, does this mean I can interpret your words as you liking me to? He conveniently overlooked the other implications of Xu Ruchu's statement. I knew you liked me, Zhao Fan said, his face beaming with joy. He continued, Ruchu, you like me, I like you. We share mutual affection. Therefore, our union as partners is truly a match made in heaven. What are you still hesitating about? Rest assured, I have no vices. I shun all forms of vice and have no penchant for excessive drinking. If you agree to be with me, I promise to treat you well for the rest of my life, remain loyal to you, and to our relationship, never betraying you or our bond. Even in this apocalyptic world, I will ensure you live a good life. Should danger arise, as long as I draw breath, I will stand in front of you. Zhao Fan spoke with utmost seriousness. After hearing Zhao Fan's heartfelt declaration, Xu Ruchu fell into a contemplative silence. Just as Zhao Fan was about to speak again, she lifted her gaze to meet his and said, Zhao Fan, let us be together. Ruchu, does this mean you agree to be my partner? Zhao Fan asked, his tone brimming with excitement. Yes, I agree to be your partner, Xu Ruchu replied. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan leaped up in sheer joy, exclaiming, wonderful. He then cupped Xu Ruchu's face and kissed her fervently. After the kiss, he executed several backflips in the space of the room before rushing back to kiss Xu Ruchu again, followed by a series of front flips. Ruchu, I am so incredibly happy today, Zhao Fan said after completing his flips. Watching Zhao Fan's exuberance, Xu Ruchu felt reassured that her decision was indeed the right one. As long as this young man was happy, she would support whatever he wished to do. I am happy too, Xu Ruchu smiled and added. Your front and back flips were quite impressive. Let me show you a few more. Zhao Fan then performed several more front and back flips, prompting Xu Ruchu to burst in a hearty laughter. Seeing her so joyful motivated Zhao Fan to put in even more effort. All right, Xu Ruchu chuckled, thinking to herself that this young man was truly a treasure. She had no regrets about her decision to be with him. Ruchu, whenever you wish to see more, I will gladly perform for you, Zhao Fan said with a goofy grin. Okay, Xu Ruchu nodded. Zhao Fan used his water manipulation ability to form a water orb, cleaned his hands, and then climbed onto the bed. He carefully embraced Xu Ruchu in his arms, feeling as though his heart had been filled to the brim. Ruchu, with you in my life, I will never be lonely again. It feels wonderful, Zhao Fan whispered softly. I feel the same way. Finally, I have someone to accompany me in this life, Xu Ruchu responded. Though not an orphan, she had always felt a sense of solitude within her heart. Thus, the two spent a tranquil morning in bed, sharing many heartfelt conversations, until the cacophonous quacking of the mutated duck permeated the interior, The tranquility between the two was unbroken. The mutated duck inquired if I had brought it any fish. Zhao Fan chuckled, then lamented, "The mutated duck is truly impatient. It is not yet evening, and it is already urging me. Since I have promised them, after lunch, we shall venture out to fish and catch insects," Xu Ruchu remarked. Having been informed of Zhao Fan's communications with the three creatures, "I truly wish to remain like this, embracing you for a lifetime," Zhao Fan professed. "Then, our lifetime is about to come to an end, for at this rate, we shall soon starve to death in bed," Xu Ruchu responded. "That jest is hardly amusing," Zhao Fan retorted. Xu Ruchu chuckled and stated, "The duck is quacking again." "Let quack. Pay it no mind," Zhao Fan replied, nestling his head into the crook of Xu Ruchu's neck. Observing Zhao Fan in such a manner, Xu Ruchu smiled and refrained from urging him further. For he too was reluctant to rise. The incessant quacking of the mutated duck continued, and the two feigned ignorance. "Humans, the sun is shining on your backs. It is time to rise," a five-colored macaw squawked from atop the mutated duck. As the duck's quacks echoed, the parrot incessantly repeated that phrase, compelling the two to abandon their repose. "I must capture that parrot and make soup of it," Zhao Fan exclaimed indignantly. Xu Ruchu laughed helplessly, saying, "You tell them we shall soon go fishing. Ask them to cease their calling. I shall not speak to them. Let them quack. It would be best if they summoned the aberrant beasts and mutated beings to feast upon them," Zhao Fan declared in exasperation. "The term lazybones is rather unflattering," Xu Ruchu remarked. "Very well, I shall silence that parrot," Xu Ruchu conceded, then continued, "What purpose does that parrot serve in creating a ruckus?" "Who knows?" Xu Ruchu replied. Thus, the two shared a simple lunch, and then Zhao Fan carried Xu Ruchu on his back as they ventured outside. Their mutual concern compelled them to go together. "Human, you are not as beautiful as I," the five-colored macaw, fixated on Xu Ruchu's face, declared. "Indeed, I am not as stunning as you," Xu Ruchu replied with a smile, acknowledging the parrot's undeniable beauty. "Human, you need not feel inferior," the macaw said, alighting atop Xu Ruchu's head. "I do not feel inferior," Xu Ruchu responded, still smiling. "Human, how is it that you're not envious of my beauty?" the macaw queried. "Men rely on strength, not mere appearances," Xu Ruchu asserted. "What business do you have following us?" Zhao Fan inquired, his tone brusque. "I am here to assist you in catching fish," the five-colored macaw replied, rolling its eyes. "We do not require your assistance," Zhao Fan stated firmly. "I am quite formidable," the macaw boasted. "It is said that one does not rise early without the prospect of gain. If you assist us in fishing, what do you seek in return?" Zhao Fan questioned. "Human, you are truly astute," the macaw flattered. "Enough with the flattery. State your purpose," Zhao Fan remarked. The five-colored diamond parrot's eyes flickered with intensity. "I wish for your assistance in driving away the monstrous tree." "Why should we help you?" Zhao Fan inquired. "I can help you catch fish," the parrot replied. Upon hearing the parrot's words, both Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu chuckled. "Is that tree truly formidable?" Xu Ruchu asked. "No one could defeat it, not even I," the five-colored diamond parrot confessed. Zhao Fan felt a chill run down his spine at the parrot's admission. It appeared to be at the initial stage of its powers. Was it possible that its abilities were lacking? "What powers do you possess?" Zhao Fan asked. "I can breathe fire," the parrot declared, demonstrating by unleashing a burst of flames. "Fire is the nemesis of plants," Zhao Fan pondered, and then asked, "What abilities does that tree possess?" "I do not know," the parrot replied. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged worried glances. It seemed the tree was not to be underestimated. "Why do you want us to drive that tree away?" Xu Ruchu pressed. "There's rice there that I adore," the parrot explained. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's eyes upon hearing this. After 3 days of darkness, the flora flourished wildly, yet crops and vegetables withered, as if this planet had become inhospitable to their growth from that very moment. Zhao Fan had lived through 5 years of the apocalypse in his previous life, during which ordinary crops and vegetables failed to thrive in the soil. Even those cultivated by wood elemental abilities perished. Scientists eventually discovered that the soil was saturated with peculiar substances, which rendered ordinary crops and vegetables unable to survive. This revelation was a cruel blow to those who had endured the apocalypse, while those with supernatural abilities and mutants fared better. As they could consume the flesh of mutated beasts, ordinary people had no such fortune. They could eat spirit beast meat, but such creatures were scarce, and ordinary individuals lacked the strength to capture them. It was not until a year into the apocalypse that humanity discovered a mutated variety of sorghum, rekindling hope. This mutated sorghum not only thrived in the soil, but was also highly productive, maturing twice a year, though it was far from palatable. Later, humanity found some mutated vegetables. But 5 years into the apocalypse, mutated rice had yet to be discovered. Now, with news of mutated rice emerging at the very onset of the apocalypse, how could Zhao Fan not feel elated? Ruchu, I wish to see it, Zhao Fan declared. Can we wait until I recover before we go? Xu Ruchu suggested. I'll go take a look. If I cannot defeat it, I will flee. If that parrot can escape, so can I, Zhao Fan asserted. I have wings. I can fly. The 5-color diamond parrot interjected. Be quiet, Zhao Fan chided. You insult me. You are a villain, the parrot retorted. If you don't stop talking, I will cease to assist you, Zhao Fan threatened. I am attuned to the times. I shall remain silent, declared the 5-colored macaw. After the macaw ceased its chatter, Zhao Fan remarked, Do you not recall my secret weapon? Then I shall accompany you, Xu Ruchu responded. Very well, Zhao Fan agreed readily, confident in his ability to return with Ruchu safely. Chapter 14. The Battle with the Mutated Fish. The fish pond lies just ahead. I shall wait for you here, quacked the mutated duck, hesitant to approach the formidable creatures lurking there. Zhao Fan nodded and carried Xu Ruchu towards the pond, a 5-color macaw soaring above them. The duck is merely a coward, too timid to venture near the pond, remarked the macaw. If you possess such courage, why do you not go and feast upon the rice? Zhao Fan retorted. Humans should strike not at the face, nor expose vulnerabilities. Did your mother not teach you this? The macaw bristled. My mother indeed never imparted such wisdom, Zhao Fan scoffed, reflecting on his lack of maternal guidance. Your mother is truly uneducated, the macaw commented. Macaw, it is time for you to catch some fish for us, Xu Ruchu interjected, wishing to divert the macaw from further prying into Zhao Fan's wounds. I shall do so at once, the macaw replied, soaring towards the fish pond. Zhao Fan, with Xu Ruchu upon his back, stood at a distance, observing the macaw as it hovered above the pond, flapping its wings and emitting loud cries. With the macaw's call, the previously still pond erupted with life. Fish and shrimp with crimson eyes broke the surface, leaping with open mouths, eager to devour the macaw. Foolish fish, you shall not succeed. The macaw shouted as it flapped its wings, unperturbed by the potential dangers, for should it encounter misfortune, Zhao Fan would surely not come to its aid. Xu Ruchu chuckled softly, remarking, There are numerous large creatures concealed at the pond's bottom. I cannot discern their levels. At that moment, a series of piercing screams resonated through the air, causing the 5-color macaw to falter and nearly plummet into the jaws of a leaping mutated fish. In a critical moment, the macaw regained its flight, exclaiming, You frightened this little one. You frightened this little one. Hearing the shrieks, Xu Ruchu felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone were stirring a stick within his mind. Instantly, his complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming. Enduring the agony, Xu Ruchu erected a mental barrier around them. Zhao Fan, upon hearing the screams, felt a sudden headache, a sonic attack. Without hesitation, he turned and fled with Xu Ruchu, his higher ability level rendering him largely unaffected apart from the headache. However, Ruchu, possessing a lower level of ability, experienced significant distress, his back dampened by Ruchu's cold sweat. As Zhao Fan ran a few paces, the screams ceased, indicating that Ruchu had successfully established the mental barrier. Ruchu, you need only protect yourself. This sonic attack does not affect me, Zhao Fan assured. It truly does not affect you? Xu Ruchu inquired. Indeed, it does not, Zhao Fan confirmed. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu narrowed the scope of her mental barrier, thereby conserving her abilities. Ruchu, today we shall undertake a grand endeavor, Zhao Fan stated, his eyes narrowing, and then he surged towards the riverbank. With a flick of his right hand, a jet of black water erupted from his palm. In an instant, the water transformed into a delicate curtain that enveloped the entire pond before merging with its depths. At that moment, mutated fish and shrimp began to leap frantically onto the shore, soon covering the bank with a mix of the living and the deceased. Suddenly, more than 20 mutated fish and shrimp launched an assault towards Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, utilizing their powers against them. There are indeed so many level 1 mutated fish and shrimp, Zhao Fan remarked, deftly evading their attacks while retaliating. With a swift motion, he sent forth 6 spatial blades towards 6 of the creatures, followed by another 6 blades aimed at the remaining attackers. After advancing to level 1 in his spatial abilities, he could unleash 6 blades in rapid succession. Xu Ruchu, not idle, concentrated her mental energy into needles that pierced towards the mutated fish and shrimp. Although her abilities were of a lower tier and incapable of slaying the creatures, they effectively disrupted their assaults, providing Zhao Fan the opportunity to eliminate them. Through their combined efforts, they swiftly vanquished the mutated fish and shrimp. "Impressive, my brother," exclaimed the five-color macaw as it flapped its wings and landed before them, surveying the ground littered with the corpses of the mutated creatures. The two paid no heed to the macaw as Xu Ruchu, with a serious expression, said, "Zhao Fan, there's a golden carp lurking beneath the water. Its eyes appear normal, approximately 3 meters in length. I cannot discern its power level. This one is surely the formidable boss," Zhao Fan replied gravely. No sooner had he spoken than the golden carp emerged from the depths, unleashing a jet of black water towards them. A mutated water ability, Zhao Fan dodged the attack, his gaze intense. "Ruchu, I must acquire the crystal core of this carp." With that, he directed his spatial blades towards the golden carp. The carp did not evade. All 6 blades struck its body but inflicted no harm whatsoever. "Level 2. This carp possesses a power level of at least 2, Zhao Fan declared, his expression somber, and it harbors a deep-seated animosity towards humans. As he spoke, he narrowly avoided another jet of water from a carp. Given that it has transformed into a creature of our food chain, its hostility towards humanity is quite natural. Xu Ruchu remarked, then continued, "Zhao Fan, I will distract it. You focus on the assault." "Understood," Zhao Fan replied. And the two did not flee despite the carp's superior power level. Chapter 15. Battle with the mutated carp as Zhao Fan's words echoed. Xu Ruchu commanded the mutated grass by the pond to attack the mutated fish while simultaneously directing her mental needles towards the carp's mind. Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, evaded the carp's water jets, which seemed to be its sole tactic. Under Xu Ruchu's continuous interference, the movements of the mutated carp became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fan waved his right hand, sending 2 slender black threads toward the mutated fish, which swiftly landed atop its head. In an instant, the threads pierced through the carp's skull, eliciting a strange cry before it fell silent. Zhao Fan retracted the black threads, remarking, "This black water is truly formidable. The threads have been summoned from the depths of space." "Indeed," Xu Ruchu replied, "with such abilities, Zhao Fan's safety is further assured. Humans, you are remarkably powerful. With such prowess, you must surely be able to vanquish that monstrous tree." The golden parrot interjected, seeking attention once more. "With our strength, we could also capture you for a delightful stew," Zhao Fan retorted coldly as he began to gather the mutated fish and shrimp into space. "My flesh is toxic. A stew would poison you," the parrot hastily warned. "Fear not. If it is indeed poisonous, we shall refrain from consuming it ourselves and offer it to the monster." Xu Ruchu replied with a calm smile. "You are bullying the baby. You are all villains." The parrot flapped its wings indignantly. At the parrot's words, both Zhao Fan and the golden parrot shared a laugh. "This parrot is quite amusing," Xu Ruchu said with a smile. "How irritating," Zhao Fan scoffed, already collecting the mutated fish from both the water and the shore into his space. "Zhao Fan, there are 2 fist-sized, milky white stones in the water. I find them quite extraordinary," Xu Ruchu remarked, furrowing her brow as Zhao Fan collected the fish. His spiritual ability had once again sensed something at the bottom of the water. "Milky white stones?" Zhao Fan murmured. Could they be the legendary energy stones? He had heard of such stones in his previous life, yet had never encountered one. "Ruchu, wait here for me. I will retrieve them shortly." Zhao Fan suppressed his excitement, thinking that if they were indeed energy stones, they had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. "All right," Xu Ruchu replied, "I will guide you from the shore." Zhao Fan produced a reclining chair from space, draped with a thick blanket, and helped Xu Ruchu sit comfortably against it. Zhao Fan's attentiveness deeply touched Xu Ruchu. "Parrot, remain by Ruchu's side. Should anything happen to her, I shall pluck every feather from you and roast you," Zhao Fan threatened fiercely, glaring at the golden parrot. "You only ever threaten the baby," the parrot replied, looking aggrieved. "Do you remember my words?" Zhao Fan continued to glare. "I remember," the parrot replied, feeling quite put upon. Watching Zhao Fan intimidate the golden parrot, Xu Ruchu smiled and then said, "Zhao Fan, hand me a knife." "Certainly," Zhao Fan replied, retrieving a knife from space and placing it in Xu Ruchu's hands, after which he offered her a few words of caution. Xu Ruchu listened with a smile, reciprocating with her own advice, which Zhao Fan also accepted with a smile. "Right here," Xu Ruchu directed Zhao Fan from the shore as he swam in the water. I understand, Ruchu. I shall descend now. After Zhao Fan finished speaking, he plunged into the water. Xu Ruchu's psychic ability remained closely tethered to Zhao Fan, vigilant against any potential threats. Zhao Fan dove to the bottom, and upon spotting 2 milky white stones, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly secured them within his spatial realm. Ruchu, I've got them, he surfaced and declared. He continued, I will explore the areas you cannot detect. Be cautious, Xu Ruchu advised, feeling an urgent desire to enhance his own powers, as the range of his ability felt too limited. Understood, Zhao Fan replied, then swam toward the distance, submerging once more in search of additional milky stones. After thoroughly scouring the entire pond, Zhao Fan emerged, somewhat disheartened, as he had found none others. I didn't locate any more, he said, approaching Xu Ruchu while using his water-based powers to dry himself. If you wish, we can seek them out in other locations in the future, Xu Ruchu consoled him. Indeed, Zhao Fan mused, reflecting on the scarcity of energy stones. Despite being reincarnated, he was at a loss for where to find them. In his previous life, he had never encountered specific information regarding such stones. Both their abilities were nearly depleted, so Zhao Fan summoned the 5-color diamond parrot to help them catch a bug to deliver to the mutated rooster. He had already provided a mutated peach to the altered rabbit prior to this. They then returned directly to their dwelling. Along the way, Zhao Fan offered 3 fish to the mutated duck, which quacked joyfully in response. Chapter 16. Cultivation. Upon returning to their abode, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu extracted all the crystal cores from the mutated fish and shrimp. This time, they amassed a total of 2,612 cores, including 1 level 2 water-type core, 8 level 1 water-type cores, 7 level 1 white cores, and 1 level 1 psychic core retrieved from the fish capable of sound attacks, with the remainder being 0 level white cores. Among these, 473 0 level white cores were extracted from the bodies of the mutated fish and shrimp. The energy within spirit beast cores was notably purer than that of other beasts. After procuring the cores, they allocated 3 level 1 white cores along with 200 0 level white cores to Shimeng. With these cores, combined with those Shimeng had acquired today, he was on the verge of advancing to a level 1 mutated beast, potentially unlocking his own powers. It is noteworthy that not all mutated beasts can awaken abilities, yet even those that do not can still ascend. Upon leveling up, their physical attributes, strength, speed, and agility, experience a significant enhancement. The cores from these mutated beasts are attribute-free, allowing any type of ability user to absorb them. After distributing the cores to Shimeng, they also shared 20 white cores with Su Zhao and Zhao Su. Following the distribution, Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan began to absorb the crystal cores to restore their abilities. As Xu Ruchu's power level was lower, he completed his cultivation before Zhao Fan, reaching the pinnacle of the 0 level initial stage. Unable to absorb any more energy from the cores, Xu Ruchu decided to practice the techniques Zhao Fan had provided him. Xu Ruchu, enduring pain, sat up slowly and settled into a cross-legged position, commencing his cultivation. Initially unsuccessful, it was not until the 5th attempt that he finally sensed energy penetrating into his body. A surge of joy filled Xu Ruchu's heart as he continued his practice. As time passed, an increasing influx of what elemental and psychic energy surged toward him, each one diving into his being. With the absorption of these elements multiplying, Xu Ruchu ultimately advanced to the mid-level of the 0 stage. Following his promotion, not only did his dantian and meridians expand, but every facet of his body was fortified. Even the wounds upon him showed signs of healing. Realizing the benefits of his advancement, Xu Ruchu discovered he could now absorb natural wood elements and psychic energies, spurring him on to further his training. When Zhao Fan opened his eyes, the night had deepened. Observing Xu Ruchu, who was cultivating across from him, as those with abilities possess night vision, he felt a twinge of disapproval. However, contemplating Xu Ruchu's relentless pursuit of strength, he came to understand his friend's current resolve. Zhao Fan sighed inwardly, reluctant to see Xu Ruchu endure any hardship. Yet, he recognized that Xu Ruchu was not a man to dwell in the shadows of others' protection. Rather, he was a stalwart individual. With another sigh, Zhao Fan placed a collection of crystal cores beside Xu Ruchu, facilitating a swifter pace of cultivation. After completing this task, he retrieved a 2nd-grade water elemental crystal core. Absorbing several 1st-grade water elemental cores, his water abilities increased marginally. he could still continue absorbing more cores. However, upon reaching the peak of the early first stage, he could no longer assimilate the energy contained within the second-grade cores and ceased his cultivation. Noticing Xu Ruchu still engaged in his practice, Zhao Fan stored the unused second-grade cores in a spatial pouch before resuming his own training. Their differing abilities allowed them to cultivate together without conflict. Once Xu Ruchu's powers ceased to grow, he halted his practice. Observing Zhao Fan still immersed in his training, he lay down on the bed. For sitting too long had aggravated his wounds. Not long after Xu Ruchu reclined, Zhao Fan completed his cultivation as well. Zhao Fan tended to Xu Ruchu's injuries, and the two shared a simple meal before tidying up and embracing one another as they drifted into sleep. After a night of rest, Xu Ruchu found his wounds had significantly healed. He could now walk slowly on his own without Zhao Fan's assistance. While the two were having breakfast, a five-color macaw was calling out to them from outside. Zhao Fan instructed it to wait, assuring it they would join shortly. After finishing their meal and organizing their belongings, they set off, with Zhao Fan still carrying Xu Ruchu on his back. Following closely behind the vibrant macaw, they stopped when it did. They stood not far from a pond, an area that once flourished as a rice field, now overrun with weeds. Occasionally, they spotted mutated grasshoppers the size of fists hopping about. That peculiar tree lies ahead. If we pause here, it cannot attack us. This is a conclusion I have drawn from multiple experiences, stated the five-color macaw. Standing here, gazing ahead, one is met with a sea of weeds. Xu Ruchu unleashed his mental abilities to begin his exploration, and since his upgrade, the range of his probing had significantly expanded. Aside from the foliage, nothing else was visible. Xu Ruchu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Not even a single grasshopper beast. It seems," he concluded, "that we are approaching the territory of that tree." Zhao Fan, with a frown, suggested, "Ruchu, let's proceed further." "All right," Xu Ruchu replied, and Zhao Fan slowly advanced. "The five-color parrot is leaving," Xu Ruchu called out. "I am timid. I shall not go," the parrot responded, rolling its eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan chuckled softly and continued onward. Xu Ruchu shook his head, not wishing to press the parrot, and resumed scanning the surroundings. As they steadily moved forward, the mutated grass began to grow wildly, reaching out toward them. In the blink of an eye, Xu Ruchu erected a mental barrier around them, while Zhao Fan used his spatial blade to sever the mutated grass beneath their feet. "It can control the mutated grass," Xu Ruchu said gravely. "It must be wood-type abilities." Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and stated, "Ruchu, switch to a close proximity mental barrier." "I am ready to strike." Xu Ruchu's mental barrier would not hold for long. He needed to act swiftly. "Done," Xu Ruchu replied. As soon as the words left his lips, a deluge of black water cascaded down upon the expanse of mutated grass, leaving only the spots where Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu stood untouched. Upon the arrival of the black water, the mutated grass within a 30-meter radius of Zhao Fan rapidly withered. He dashed forward, only to be met by another shower of black rain. Approximately 100 meters ahead stood two mutated rice plants, with a half-meter-tall sapling in between, adorned with a purple flower. "This must be the peculiar little tree the parrot had mentioned," Xu Ruchu noted. Hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan continued to clear a path with the black water. "Zhao Fan, why do I feel that the strange little tree is trembling?" Xu Ruchu inquired. "Could it be frightened by us?" Zhao Fan pondered. "Are we truly that formidable?" "I suspect it may be the black water that intimidates it," Xu Ruchu replied. "I think so too," Zhao Fan chuckled, and, as they spoke, they approached the peculiar little tree closely, with two streams of black water encircling it. "I sense its fear," Xu Ruchu remarked, and then attempted to communicate with the sapling using his wood-type abilities. It requested that they drop their blood onto its floral core. "Is this a blood oath?" Zhao Fan questioned, frowning. "It says that if we drop our blood on its flower, it will accompany us," Xu Ruchu explained, adding, "It also claims to be quite useful, capable of healing my wounds." When he inquired about the purpose of the blood, it stated that this was the only way it could follow them. Could it truly be a blood oath? Zhao Fan frowned again. "It did not specify, but I believe we must proceed with caution to avoid any deception." Xu Ruchu furrowed her brow and remarked, "It claims it harbors no malice. It expresses a fear of the dark waters, yet it is irresistibly drawn to them, which is why it wishes to accompany us." Zhao Fan frowned and inquired, "What purpose does it have for our blood?" The entity responded that it required it for the recognition of its master. Xu Ruchu then fell silent, contemplating. I have come to appreciate its healing abilities. Zhao Fan eventually said after a moment of silence. But it demands our blood, which leaves me uneasy, Xu Ruchu replied, still furrowing her brow. Is your desire for our blood truly a means of establishing allegiance? Zhao Fan asked coldly, adding, if you remain silent, I shall allow you to experience the taste of dark waters. The entity asserted that it required their blood for cultivation, explaining that if they each dripped a drop of blood onto its flower stamen daily, it would bear fruit. Xu Ruchu added. It also mentioned that it desires a small drop of dark water daily for its cultivation, with both blood and dark water required. It seems to me that it is engaged in some nefarious practice, Xu Ruchu jested. I share your sentiments, Zhao Fan replied. This tree is indeed peculiar. It insists it is a benevolent tree, Xu Ruchu laughed. In response to her words, Zhao Fan scoffed, I could just as easily claim to be a good person. Ruchu. In this apocalyptic world, possessing healing abilities could be life-saving in critical moments, Zhao Fan continued. Thus, I'm inclined to agree to its terms, provided you forge a contract with it. The entity expressed its willingness to enter into a contract, but insisted on its conditions being met. Xu Ruchu furrowed her brow once more. Thus, she entered into a contract with the peculiar little tree. Upon completion of the contract, a surge of green light enveloped Xu Ruchu, rapidly mending her wounds. After healing her injuries, the little tree stated that its current abilities were insufficient to restore her leg's injury, but it would be capable of doing so once it leveled up. This revelation brought unexpected joy to both Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan. They fulfilled their promise by each dripping a drop of blood onto the little tree's flower stamen, while Zhao Fan provided it with a drop of dark water, which the little tree absorbed directly. After tending to the little tree's needs, Zhao Fan harvested the rice ears from the mutated rice plants. He then produced 2 small pots, transferring the mutated rice and the little tree into them. Chapter 18. The Mutated Fleshworm. 2 mutated rice plants had produced ears of rice measuring half a foot in length. Zhao Fan gifted one of the rice ears to the 5-colored macaw, which was exceedingly pleased and praised both Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu for their prowess. Have you ventured into the orchard over there? Zhao Fan inquired of the 5-colored macaw. The once planting area had transformed into a prairie, while the orchard remained, taller and more lush than before, devoid of any visible fruit from a distance. I have been there. It is teeming with insects, the 5-colored macaw replied, the kind that the rooster particularly enjoys. What kind of insects are found there? Xu Ruchu asked, her brow furrowing once more. Insects that feast on the leaves of trees. The 5-colored macaw informed them, before asking, are you planning to catch insects? Indeed, we intend to catch insects. Would you guide us? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Help me conceal this rice, and I shall take you along, declared the vibrant golden parrot. Indeed, you are quite the opportunist, Zhao Fan retorted with a cold scoff. Very well, I shall assist you in hiding it, and when you feast, you shall share with me. You are truly a good person, a remarkably good person. The golden parrot responded to Zhao Fan. Upon hearing the parrot's words, Xu Ruchu smiled and remarked, you speak the truth. Our Zhao Fan is indeed a noble soul. Stay with him, and you shall dine well. Xu Ruchu admired the parrot's intelligence and its fire-based abilities. Thus he desired to take the parrot with him. Zhao Fan felt a warm glow in his heart at Xu Ruchu's words. I do not relish meat. I prefer rice, the golden parrot stated. Then accompany my dear Rush. With him, you shall have rice to eat, for he knows how to cultivate it, Zhao Fan proposed, effectively seeking a guardian for Xu Ruchu. Can you truly cultivate rice? The parrot inquired, gazing at Xu Ruchu. Indeed, Xu Ruchu affirmed with a nod. Then I shall follow you. Wherever you go, I shall go, and you will not be able to drive me away, the golden parrot declared. In these times, sustenance is hard to come by, and the parrot's inner thoughts echoed the wisdom of following someone who could provide ample sustenance. Then come with us to catch insects, Xu Ruchu said with a smile. Only through labor can one earn their rice. I am not one to feast for free, the golden parrot replied, and with a spirited flap of its wings, it soared towards the orchard. Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan exchanged amused glances and followed closely behind the parrot into the grove. Although Xu Ruchu had a slight limp in his right leg, his pace was undeterred, matching that of Zhao Fan. To accommodate Xu Ruchu, Zhao Fan began at a slower pace, but Xu Ruchu soon surpassed him, quickening his steps, a testament to his independence. As they entered the orchard, they spotted a colorful rooster sprinting towards them, closely pursued by a swarm of crimson-eyed, mutated fleshworms, each measuring at least a meter in length. Help! Help! The rooster cried out upon seeing Zhao Fan and his companions. Zhao Fan's gaze sharpened as he observed the horde of flesh worms. Ruchu. The flesh of these worms is exceptionally delectable. We are in for a treat, he exclaimed, tightening his grip on his knife as he charged towards the leading worm. Seeing Zhao Fan rush forward, Xu Ruchu also tightened his grip on his military knife and followed suit. The golden parrot flapped its wings and joined the fray, while the rooster, no longer fleeing, turned to confront the worms. Though the worms lacked abilities, their immense strength and regenerative capacity made them formidable adversaries. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu swung their knives, aiming for the heads of the worms, targeting the crystal cores within. Without these cores, the worms would perish entirely. The golden parrot and the mutated rooster also aimed their sharp claws at the worms' heads, intent on the same goal. As they battled the mutated flesh worms, more and more of them writhed toward the group. Though these worms were generally of low rank, all at level 0, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu stood back to back, relentlessly wielding their blades, each stroke releasing a crystal core, yet they had no time to collect them. This horde of insects surely intends to wear us down, Xu Ruchu remarked with a smile. Indeed, but their calculations are flawed. They are unwittingly delivering us a feast, Zhao Fan replied. Upon hearing his words, Xu Ruchu chuckled. They were indeed being presented with a bounty. A few larger specimens approached, their eyes a normal hue, indicating their flesh would be particularly delectable. Zhao Fan licked his lips and declared, "Parrot, cover Ruchu, rooster, guard me." With that, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu charged towards the first-level mutated meatworms. Even among spirit beasts, the intelligence of these meatworms was notably low. Although Xu Ruchu's abilities did not surpass the level of the mutated meatworms, his cunning allowed him to evade their attacks while launching mental assaults against them. In an instant of their immobilization, he struck with precision. Thus, he swiftly dispatched one of the first-level mutated meatworms, while Zhao Fan had already vanquished 3. The parrot and rooster executed their protective duties commendably, ensuring that no low-level meatworm approached them. The peculiar little tree was also industrious, under Xu Ruchu's command. It defended the mutated rice and eliminated a considerable number of meatworms in a short span. The ground was strewn with layers of their carcasses, and the numbers of mutated meatworms were visibly dwindling. Chapter 19. The Abilities of the Little Monster Tree. "I am utterly exhausted," exclaimed the 5-color diamond parrot, flapping its wings before resuming its assault on the insects. "Cock-a-doodle-doo. I too am weary," the rooster crowed. After slaying so many insects, Xu Ruchu felt fatigue wash over him. And even Zhao Fan, a first-level ability user, sensed his energy waning. "Let's push ourselves a bit more. Once we eliminate these pests, we can finally rest," Xu Ruchu urged. After a brief pause, a beam of green light surged into his body, enveloping him in warmth, revitalizing his weary form. Xu Ruchu's eyes sparkled. "The little monster tree's green light can restore our strength. When you see the green light approaching, do not shy away," he called out. "It possesses such an ability?" Zhao Fan exclaimed in astonishment. No sooner had he spoken than a green light penetrated his body, alleviating some of his exhaustion. "It truly has this capacity," Zhao Fan said with a grin. At that moment, 2 beams of green light also entered the bodies of the parrot and rooster, who chirped excitedly. Restored to vigor, their speed in dispatching the mutated meatworms surged, and the swarms continued to diminish. Just then, a throbbing headache struck them. The parrot nearly plummeted from the sky, and the rooster staggered. It must be the psychic ability of the mutated meatworms. "Ruchu, see if you can locate its source," Zhao Fan grunted through the pain, moving closer to Xu Ruchu to personally safeguard him. "Understood," Xu Ruchu proclaimed, releasing his psychic tendrils that spread outward, sensing the presence of the creature nearby. He soon spotted it hiding in a tree and declared his intent to eliminate it. Zhao Fan, trailing behind him, recalled their previous conversation about how psychics possess frail bodies and lack physical prowess when not utilizing their mental abilities. "I shall accompany you," he declared. The mutated psychic flesh insect, concealed among the branches, sensed their approach and summoned its 6 formidable mid-tier mutant insect guards. "Leave them to me," Zhao Fan asserted, engaging them as he sheathed his knife, conjuring 6 dark lines that darted towards the heads of the mutant insects. At that moment, Xu Ruchu ensnared the branch upon which the psychic insect perched with his vines, yanking it forcefully until it snapped, causing the creature to plummet. As it fell, Xu Ruchu, battling a splitting headache, ensnared the mutant insect with his tendrils. Just then, a dark line pierced through the brain of the psychic mutant insect, granting them immediate relief from their intense pain. They pressed on, swiftly dispatching all the mutant insects. Zhao Fan collected their remains into his spatial storage. "Where have my insects gone?" The mutated rooster squawked in distress. "I will keep them safe for you. I promise to return what you've slain," Zhao Fan reassured. "Then let us hasten back," the mutated rooster urged. "We should explore the forest first, and then return," Zhao Fan suggested, leading Xu Ruchu deeper into the woods, with the rooster and a parrot following closely behind. Upon reaching the heart of the fruit grove, they were met with a sight of trees laden with cocoons and the ground scattered with insect eggs. Both frowned at the sight, as Zhao Fan collected the eggs into his spatial storage while they eradicated the cocoons hanging from the trees. "If we had not exterminated these creatures today, this place would soon become a dominion of insects," Xu Ruchu remarked. "Indeed," Zhao Fan concurred, and together they approached a small tree that stood over a meter tall. Though not lofty, it was lush with 16 fruits resembling cherry tomatoes in size and appearance. Among them, 2 were a vibrant red, while the others displayed a spectrum of colors, some greenish-yellow, others yellowish-red, and a couple were still green. The fact that such a fruit tree remains intact amidst the insect nest suggests these fruits are valuable. "Those 2 red ones must be ripe," Zhao Fan mused, noting that mutated animals typically guarded wild fruits. "I wonder why the insects have not consumed the ripe ones," he pondered. "Perhaps they did not have the chance." Xu Ruchu speculated. "That may be so, but it works to our advantage," Zhao Fan said with a grin, washing his hands before plucking the 2 ripe fruits from the tree. After cleansing themselves, one fruit was placed into Xu Ruchu's mouth, while the other found its way into Zhao Fan's. The flavor was delightful. "It's quite palatable," Zhao Fan remarked, his confidence in the fruit stemming from an instinctive belief in its quality. "It resembles the taste of a cherry tomato, yet surpasses it," Xu Ruchu added. "Indeed," Zhao Fan agreed with a smile, acknowledging its superior taste. Suddenly, both of their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 20. Purification. At that moment, every inch of their bodies ached, and beads of cold sweat began to emerge. Had they not possessed remarkable fortitude, they would have surely cried out. "Could this fruit be toxic?" Zhao Fan inquired, his gaze fixed on the fruit hanging from a small tree. "The little monster tree claims it is not," Xu Ruchu replied. Upon hearing her words, a profound silence enveloped them, a silence aimed at better enduring the pain that engulfed them, which was intensifying. With a swift motion, Zhao Fan summoned their bed to appear beside them, and he pulled Xu Ruchu down onto it, kissing her fervently. Xu Ruchu paused momentarily, then wrapped her arms around Zhao Fan, reciprocating his passionate kiss. In that instant, they resembled wild beasts on the brink of death, consumed by their fervor. "I must possess you, or I shall find no peace in death," Zhao Fan declared fiercely. "So must I," Xu Ruchu replied, and in that moment, they cast aside all else, their eyes reflecting only each other. Without hesitation, Xu Ruchu rolled over, pinning Zhao Fan beneath her and began to kiss him fervently. "Are they fighting?" the mutated rooster squawked. "They are mating," the 5-color macaw remarked. As soon as the macaw uttered this, both of them collapsed onto the bed, not out of embarrassment at the parrot's comment, but from the overwhelming pain that had sapped their strength. At that moment, it felt as though their bones had been shattered and reassembled, leaving them unable to lift even a finger. "Ruchu, if we can endure this, we will truly be together. Won't we?" Zhao Fan spoke with great difficulty. "Yes," Xu Ruchu replied without hesitation, convinced that if they survived this ordeal, she would no longer dwell on trivial matters. "We will surely endure," Zhao Fan gritted his teeth. "Indeed," Xu Ruchu affirmed. As time passed, more impurities and blood flowed from their bodies, and gradually, the expulsion of these substances diminished, allowing them to feel increasingly at ease. Instinctively, they began to circulate their energy, and a surge of natural elements rushed into their bodies, causing their abilities to rise steadily. "What are they doing?" The 5-color macaw, perched atop the mutated rooster, inquired. "I don't know," the rooster clucked in confusion. "Will they die from losing so much blood?" the macaw asked anxiously. "If they perish, my source of sustenance will vanish." "They cannot die," the rooster responded. "Indeed, they cannot die. If they do, my food supply will be lost as well," the macaw reiterated. At that moment, the 2 creatures were most concerned about their provisions. Time passed imperceptibly, with neither of the 2 showing any signs of stopping. The resplendent parrot and the mutated rooster remained steadfastly by their side, guarding their sustenance. "Rats! So many rats!" cried the parrot, as a horde of crimson-eyed, mutated rodents surged towards them. "Oh, run!" The mutated rooster turned to flee. "We cannot run. If we do, we will lose our food," shouted the parrot. Oh, indeed. We mustn't flee. If they're devoured by the rats, I shall be left without my insects," squawked the rooster, in a valiant effort to protect their provisions. The parrot and the mutated rooster positioned themselves before Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, engaging the mutated rodents in battle. Flames erupted from the parrot's beak, while bolts of lightning shot forth from the rooster's mouth, striking the oncoming mutated rats with their sharp claws. The little tree monster was not idle either. Its roots burst forth from the pot, lashing out at the rodents. The roots ensnared the mutated rodents, swiftly eliminating them while leaving their bodies intact, before turning to ensnare the next victim. Despite the astonishing strength of the parrot, the rooster, and the little tree monster, the sheer number of mutated rodents was overwhelming, and it seemed they could not hold their ground much longer. Just then, the upgraded Shermang arrived, carrying 2 small mutated dogs, and with a swift swipe, he crushed one mutated rodent, while an ice spike pierced another. Ultimately, the parrot, Shermang, the mutated rooster, and the little tree monster formed a protective perimeter around the bed, each guarding a different direction to shield Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Upon awakening, Xu Ruchu beheld this scene and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." He then glanced at the mutated rodents, which were falling one by one, leaving only a single, normal-eyed mutated rat, clearly the leader of the pack. "Guard Zhao Fan," Xu Ruchu commanded before charging towards the leader. The mutated rat, with a powerful leap, rushed at Xu Ruchu, leading to a fierce confrontation between man and rodent. The mutated rat possessed dual abilities of mental and fire attributes, and held a slight advantage in cultivation, but ultimately succumbed to Xu Ruchu's superior intellect. Xu Ruchu extracted 2 crystal cores from the defeated rat. The mental ability core was placed in his mind, while the fire ability core was stored in his dantian. "Thank you," Xu Ruchu sincerely addressed his companions, acknowledging that without their protection, he and Zhao Fan would not have advanced so smoothly. "My dear, you are truly remarkable," the parrot exclaimed with admiration. "Xu Ruchu, just call me Xu Ruchu," he replied with a smile, "and you too shall become equally formidable." After exchanging a few words with his small allies and noticing Zhao Fan still in meditation, Xu Ruchu began to dig for crystal cores alongside them. His ability to swiftly eliminate so many mutated rodents was due to the recent advancement of his mental and wood-type abilities to the initial level. At this moment, he truly grasped the formidable power of psychic abilities, which could indeed kill without a trace. After Xu Ruchu and the others excavated the mutated rat beast cores from this place, Zhao Fan emerged from his meditation. At this point, all 3 of his abilities had ascended to the intermediate level, with his beast-taming skill catching up. Upon awakening, Zhao Fan was instructed by Xu Ruchu to collect the bodies and cores of the mutated rat beasts into his spatial storage, after which she recounted the events that had transpired. Grateful for their assistance, Zhao Fan expressed his appreciation. They decided to distribute all the mutated rat cores among the smaller companions, except for 1 psychic ability core. The smaller companions were overjoyed, fully aware of the significance of the cores. "We have turned misfortune into fortune," Zhao Fan remarked, noting not only had their powers significantly increased, but their potential had also been enhanced. "Indeed," Xu Ruchu replied with a smile, "the legendary cleansing of the marrow seems to have occurred within us. This fruit must possess such transformative properties." She gazed at the small tree before them. "Yes," Zhao Fan concurred, then inquired, "Ruchu, how shall we handle this little tree?" After a brief pause, Xu Ruchu responded, "We should transplant it now. I fear it may affect the fruit's efficacy. Using wood-based abilities to nurture, it could also compromise its effectiveness." "I share your concern," Zhao Fan said, furrowing his brow. "It would be a pity if it were to affect the outcome." Xu Ruchu continued, "I see that the other fruits are also nearing maturity. Zhao Fan, perhaps we should wait for them to ripen. However, this would delay our return to the capital," Zhao Fan countered, his brow still knitted. "We have already delayed. A few more days are inconsequential," Xu Ruchu remarked, secretly thinking that even if he were anxious, there was no way to rush back. "In that case, let's wait a few days," Zhao Fan decided. "During this time, I will search the vicinity for any suitable flying spirit beasts. That way, we can return to the capital swiftly." "Thank you," Xu Ruchu said, turning her gaze toward Zhao Fan, understanding his eagerness to return was largely because of her. "I would prefer to hear you say that you like me," Zhao Fan declared, his eyes shining intensely as he looked at Xu Ruchu. "I like you," Xu Ruchu replied earnestly, meeting Zhao Fan's fervent gaze. Through the events of the day, she realized her genuine affection for him. Hearing her confession, Zhao Fan abruptly enveloped her in his embrace. Rishu, I like you too, even more than I had imagined. Are you two going to mate again? The five-colored macaw inquired, flapping its wings. Be quiet, Zhao Fan snapped, glaring at it. Sweetheart, he is being fierce with me, the macaw complained, flapping its wings in protest. After the macaw's interruption, the two reluctantly released each other. Zhao Fan then shared the benefits of the fruit with Meng and the others, suggesting they partake in it. They agreed to his proposal and volunteered to remain behind to guard the small tree. Thus, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu departed, leaving the smaller companions behind. Ruchu, tonight I shall prepare roasted meat for you, Zhao Fan proclaimed as they walked along the path. All right, but you must save a portion for me to roast, Xu Ruchu said with a smile. I would be delighted to do so, Zhao Fan replied, secretly thinking that even if Rushu's cooking turned out to be rather unpalatable, he would still praise it. Xu Ruchu chuckled and shifted the topic, saying, Zhao Fan, one cannot stand alone. I believe we should form a small team. It's not the number of members that matters, but their quality. As for individuals, I place greater trust in spirit beasts. Therefore, I would like to invite the five-colored macaw and the mutated rooster to join us. What do you think? Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan replied, It is said that true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Today, the five-colored macaw and the mutated rooster chose to remain by our side in our hour of need, and I have come to regard them as friends. Thus, I agree to their inclusion. Listening to Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu said, Then let us extend our invitation to them tomorrow. Very well, Zhao Fan agreed, then continued, Rishu, shall we take a day to rest tomorrow? Certainly, Xu Ruchu replied, adding, How about we explore the northern mountain the day after tomorrow? Sounds good, and perhaps we might find some flying spirit beasts. It would be splendid if we could locate a mutated eagle, Zhao Fan suggested. Xu Ruchu smiled and remarked, It would be best if we could discover a flock of mutated eagles. Then we could establish a flying eagle squad. That is a splendid idea. But finding a flock of eagles here seems rather improbable, Zhao Fan noted. Xu Ruchu laughed. I was merely jesting. As they chatted and laughed, they made their way to their dwelling. Upon arrival, they took a cold shower and began to sort through their spoils from the day. In Chapter 21, I Am Reborn, the two sorted the mutated meat worms from the five-colored macaw and the mutated rooster they had slain, extracting and categorizing the crystal cores from the mutated meat worms they had killed. The corpses of the mutated meat worms were also categorized for convenience. Not finding the meat of mutated rats palatable, Zhao Fan deemed them a nuisance and fed them all to the mutated wisteria tree. After organizing their space, they took another shower. Zhao Fan went first and sat on the bed waiting for Xu Ruchu. Rishu, please set up a mental barrier, Zhao Fan said, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Are you about to share something confidential? Xu Ruchu asked after establishing the barrier. I am reborn, Zhao Fan confessed, not wishing to conceal this matter from Xu Ruchu. Xu Ruchu's expression turned to one of astonishment. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, So you are reborn. I thought you possessed some foresight ability. Her rapid acceptance indicated her remarkable adaptability. In my past life, there truly was a foresight ability user at the Kyoto base. But it was not me, Zhao Fan said with a smile, then proceeded to recount his previous life experiences to Xu Ruchu. Zhoujin, Xu Ruchu noted, memorizing the name. Rishu, I have finally shared my secret with you. I feel immensely relieved, Zhao Fan declared, then recounted the matters regarding Shun Liang and Sun Wenshuan from his past life. They seem to be doing quite well, Xu Ruchu remarked with a cold smile. Indeed, it is essential for us to assemble a team, Zhao Fan remarked. As they spoke further about the team, he inquired, By the way, what is your uncle's name? Su Gubin, Su Juju Ziplit. Zhao Fan paused momentarily and asked, Is your sister named Su Jia, your brother Su Lu, and your stepmother Jianyu? Yes, Xu Ruchu nodded. Zhao Fan continued, If it is indeed them, then barring any unforeseen circumstances, your grandparents are likely doing well too. He then recounted the events concerning Xu Ruchu's family from their previous life. However, it would be best to return and see for themselves, as well as to purchase a house. At the beginning of the apocalypse, desirable properties were plentiful and affordable. Zhao Fan added, All right, we shall return and buy a house. Xu Ruchu agreed, contemplating that Zhao Fan's eagerness to return was indeed for her sake. You will live with me, Zhao Fan declared. Of course, I will live with you, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. They continued to discuss significant events from their past lives, with Zhao Fan sharing all the crucial memories he retained, preparing Xu Ruchu for what lay ahead. Afterward, Zhao Fan produced 2 milky white stones from his space. Rishu, I suspect these are the legendary energy stones, he stated. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruchu took one from Zhao Fan's hand, feeling a warm sensation as she held it. It was not cold at all. I do not sense any energy within, she remarked. Neither do I, Zhao Fan concurred. Shall we attempt to absorb the energy as we did with the crystal cores? Yes, Xu Ruchu agreed, and they began their experiment. Soon, both felt a surge of pure energy entering their bodies. It is indeed an energy stone, and the energy is exceptionally pure, Zhao Fan exclaimed with excitement. Xu Ruchu nodded, caressing the stone in her hand. This truly is a remarkable item, Zhao Fan. You may keep it for yourself. Do not interrupt. Allow me to finish, Xu Ruchu said, observing Zhao Fan's eagerness to speak. She continued, Zhao Fan, as a 3-system ability user, you require more energy for your advancement than I do. Thus you are in greater need of these 2 energy stones. Ruchu, I will only take one of these stones. The other one I shall not utilize, Zhao Fan insisted. However, I hope you will use that stone. Zhao Fan gazed intently at Xu Ruchu. Please do not look at me in such a manner, Xu Ruchu responded. Ruchu, I implore you to use that energy stone, Zhao Fan reiterated. Zhao Fan, I also request you to use that energy stone, Xu Ruchu replied. After hearing her words, Zhao Fan rubbed his face in exasperation. Ruchu, are you foolish? This is the legendary energy stone. Using it can enhance one's abilities. Why would you not take advantage of it? Zhao Fan, you require it more than I do, Xu Ruchu asserted, and then added, if I were in greater need of it, I would not hesitate to claim it. Zhao Fan paused momentarily and said, Ruchu, these energy stones must be divided between us, 1 for each. I have calculated that if we each absorb a piece, your ability level will catch up to mine. Wouldn't it be splendid for us to progress together from now on? Moreover, if we have managed to find 2 energy stones now, we are bound to discover more in the future. After Zhao Fan spoke, he gazed at the still silent Xu Ruchu and wiped his face. Ruchu, could you be a bit selfish like me? Zhao Fan suggested. You are not selfish at all, Xu Ruchu replied. How can you say that? I am indeed selfish. Look, I have taken 1 energy stone for myself and did not give both to you. Isn't that selfish? Zhao Fan argued. If you were truly selfish, you wouldn't share even 1 with me. Xu Ruchu frowned, disliking Zhao Fan's self-deprecating remarks. If I were unselfish, I would give you both. But you see, that's exactly what you are doing, Zhao Fan countered. After that, he continued, Ruchu, if you do not absorb 1, then I shall forego mine as well. Let's pretend these 2 energy stones do not exist. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruchu replied, all right, we shall each take 1. I do not need mine just yet, so please hold on to it for me. Ruchu, considering the years from my past life, I am a year older than you. Your little tricks cannot deceive me. I will guard you, so you should absorb it now, Zhao Fan insisted. But we're supposed to enjoy barbecue tonight. It will be too late to absorb it now. Xu Ruchu replied. Eating barbecue is not more important than cultivating our abilities. We shall skip it today, Zhao Fan declared. We can eat tomorrow. But I want to eat today, Xu Ruchu insisted, looking at Zhao Fan. Ruchu, pouting will not work on me, Zhao Fan chuckled. Hurry. Absorb it now and do not waste time. Once you finish, I still need to absorb mine. Ruchu, do not make excuses. Even if you were to propose a romantic encounter, I would not change my mind. If you do not absorb this energy stone today, we shall remain at a standstill, Zhao Fan remarked, observing Xu Ruchu's inactivity. Upon hearing his words, Xu Ruchu's gaze darkened, and she suddenly lunged at Zhao Fan, silencing him with a kiss. Ruchu, you have brought this upon yourself, Zhao Fan said as he flipped her over and pinned her beneath him, at that moment forgetting all about the energy stones, which now lay abandoned on the ground, carelessly kicked aside. The night unfolded with passionate embraces until the dawn arrived, when Zhao Fan reluctantly ceased his advances. My old arms and legs cannot endure such exertion, Xu Ruchu rasped, admitting that despite being worn out from the night's activities, her stamina as an ability user remained remarkably resilient. You are still young. How can you speak of old age? Zhao Fan said while massaging her waist. Xu Ruchu smiled and replied, please fetch me a bottle of mineral water. She then sat up, careful not to slip from Zhao Fan's grasp, only to furrow her brow as she did so. What troubles you? Zhao Fan inquired with genuine concern, noticing her expression. What do you think? Next time you'll understand. Xu Ruchu remarked, I'll take the top next time. Being on top is exhausting. Ruchu, leave the physical labor to me, and you can simply lie back and enjoy. Zhao Fan chuckled. I don't mind doing the heavy lifting, Xu Ruchu replied, sipping water. I'll go heat some water for you. Take a hot bath first. And then after dinner, you can catch up on some sleep, Zhao Fan said, getting out of bed and putting on his shoes before heading out. As he stepped forward, he accidentally trod upon an energy stone. Xu Ruchu laughed lightly, saying, "Let's first store the energy stone in our space." "I want to compromise on the energy stone," Zhao Fan insisted, pocketing it. "I concede," Xu Ruchu replied, recognizing Zhao Fan's reluctance and deciding not to press the matter. However, she resolved to gather more crystal cores, ensuring Zhao Fan would not run short. "That's settled. I'll go prepare the water," Zhao Fan declared, humming a tune as he left. Xu Ruchu shook her head and chuckled to herself, pondering whether he had indeed lost both a lady and a soldier in the process. The two enjoyed a hot bath together, and, unable to resist, Zhao Fan sought Xu Ruchu's company twice more. After dinner, they nestled in bed for a nap, cherishing a fleeting moment of tranquility. Post-dinner, each grasped an energy stone and commenced their cultivation. After the cleansing of their marrow, their energy absorption accelerated, and streams of pure energy flowed into their bodies. They spent the entire night consuming the energy from the stones until none remained. Upon finishing, Xu Ruchu's dual abilities advanced to mid-level 1, while Zhao Fan's triad abilities reached the pinnacle of mid-level 1. The advantage of absorbing energy stones lies in their unrestricted nature, allowing continuous absorption, unlike crystal cores, which become ineffective after a certain threshold. "If only we had a plethora of energy stones, we could absorb endlessly," Xu Ruchu mused. "Indeed. But alas, energy stones are merely legendary, far too scarce," Zhao Fan replied. "Thus, we should diligently pursue crystal cores," Xu Ruchu acknowledged with a soft hum. Having just leveled up, they felt an abundance of strength. After dinner, they informed Meng of their intention to ascend the mountain and set off. Throughout their journey, they encountered no living souls, only a multitude of mutated beings aimlessly wandering the wilderness, all of which they swiftly dealt with. Upon reaching the mountain's base, Zhao Fan unleashed his beast mastery abilities, scanning for mutated creatures as they progressed. The mountain was home to a pack of mutated wolves and a troop of mutated monkeys, currently embroiled in fierce combat. Additionally, there was a level 1 juvenile python, with the rest being inconsequential. "The mutated monkeys are calling for help," Zhao Fan suddenly exclaimed. "Let us assist. I have an aversion to wolves," Xu Ruchu declared solemnly. Zhao Fan chuckled at her words, knowing her disdain for wolves stemmed from their past encounters. Chapter 22. The mutated kiwi confronting the mutated wolves. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu unleashed their formidable skills, swiftly annihilating the pack of mutated wolves. After the wolf pack was annihilated, the mutated Monkey King expressed gratitude to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, vowing to repay them. "If you truly wish to show your appreciation, could you bestow upon us that one?" Zhao Fan pointed to a mutated monkey diligently excavating a crystal core. From the gossip among the monkeys, Zhao Fan learned that this particular mutated monkey was once the king, reduced to the lowest rank after being defeated by the current ruler. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. It is but a worthless creature," the mutated Monkey King declared. "If you genuinely wish to thank us, then grant us this monkey," insisted Zhao Fan, contemplating that the former king's management skills must have been commendable, which is precisely what he sought. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. You may take it," the mutated Monkey King finally conceded. Thus, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu gained a new companion in the form of a mutated monkey. "Are you willing to accompany us? If you have any reservations, we shall release you now," Zhao Fan proposed. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. I wish to follow you." The mutated monkey scratched its head, expressing that these two individuals were formidable, and by aligning with them, it too would gain strength. It was not worthless. If not for the current Monkey King's ability to unleash lightning, it would not have been defeated. "Since you have chosen to join us, betrayal is not an option. Those who betray us shall meet their demise." Zhao Fan spoke with a chilling tone. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. I swear I shall never betray you," the mutated monkey affirmed. Zhao Fan nodded, then shared their names with the monkey, which introduced itself as Great Sage. "Great Sage, are you familiar with this mountain?" Zhao Fan inquired. "Chirp, chirp. Yes," Great Sage replied. "Do you know where we can find fruits and medicinal herbs?" Zhao Fan pressed on. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. I know. I will lead you," Great Sage declared. "Then please, take the lead," Zhao Fan instructed. Thus, Great Sage forged ahead, with Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu following closely behind. Every beast they encountered was swiftly dispatched by Great Sage, who collected the crystal cores and presented them to Zhao Fan, who assured that the cores Great Sage acquired in the future would belong to it. Great Sage was elated. understanding that these were valuable treasures for its empowerment. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This is the place. Beneath the ground lie numerous kiwis, Great Sage announced, and commenced digging with its forelimbs. Indeed, there were many spherical objects the size of basketballs, though they bore no resemblance to kiwis. Xu Ruchu remarked. They do not look like kiwis at all. Great Sage claims they are kiwis. They must be, Zhao Fan replied. Thus, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu began their excavation, and soon they unearthed a kiwi-sized fruit. The skin was remarkably tough, and Zhao Fan utilized a spatial blade to slice it open, releasing an enticing aroma. It truly has the flavor of kiwi, Zhao Fan remarked, recalling having heard of kiwis in his previous life, though he had never encountered one. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu shared the kiwi, feeling a significant alleviation of the turbulent energy within them. After finishing, Zhao Fan offered one to Great Sage and resumed digging. With Xu Ruchu's psychic abilities, they left not a single kiwi behind, ultimately unearthing more than 1,200 of them. After excavating, the Great Sage led them to discover 2 mutated medicinal herbs, and then they set out to hunt the mutated python beast. At present, first-level crystal nuclei were exceedingly scarce. Thus they were determined not to miss this opportunity. After slaying the mutated python, they began their journey back. This is dire. The farm is teeming with aberrants. We must return at once, Xu Ruchu exclaimed, prompting the trio to hasten towards the farm. A group of people must have summoned these aberrants. Xu Ruchu remarked as they ran. Upon reaching the farm, they launched an assault from the outskirts, causing the aberrants to fall one after another. They had no time to excavate crystal nuclei and rushed directly towards Shimeng, where a powerful owl-like aberrant lay concealed. Aberrants and mutated beasts evolve and upgrade by incessantly consuming flesh and crystal nuclei, their abilities advancing at a pace far surpassing that of human ability users. Fortunately, there were many gifted ability users among humanity who cultivated rapidly, becoming the main force against high-ranking aberrants and beasts. In their previous life, the Falcon Squadron of the military at the Kyoto base consisted of exceptional individuals, their abilities always ahead of the masses. They traversed the land, frequently providing support to various bases across the nation. Chapter 23. Riding the Mutated Goose. As Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu charged in, the concealed aberrant lunged at Xu Ruchu, its claws aimed directly at her head. Xu Ruchu retaliated with her psychic abilities, but the aberrant roared and continued its advance towards her. At that moment, Zhao Fan intercepted the aberrant, launching a torrent of mutated water towards it. Suddenly, a metallic layer enveloped the aberrant, rendering Zhao Fan's mutated water ineffective. A metallic ability, Zhao Fan observed, narrowly evading a golden spike thrust at him by the aberrant. At this juncture, Xu Ruchu's psychic powers began to take effect, slowing the aberrant's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fan shot 2 water arrows directly into the aberrant's eyes. Xu Ruchu then shattered the aberrant's psychic core, revealing that it possessed psychic abilities, albeit at a low level. Thus, this once dominant aberrant of the southern region met its demise at the onset of the apocalypse. By this point, all high-ranking aberrants had been vanquished, leaving behind only weaker aberrants, whose elimination was merely a matter of time. A few minor aberrants were dispatched, and Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan did not compete for the crystal nuclei. Xu Ruchu plucked the ripe fruits from a well-protected small tree and stored them in Zhao Fan's space. At this moment, 2 fruits remained unripe. Xu Ruchu decided not to wait for their maturation and directly transplanted the small tree into a pot. Just then, a green light enveloped the small tree. The little monster tree informed Xu Ruchu that this would ensure the tree's survival. Zhao Fan retrieved a backpack from his space, packing the little monster tree, the small tree, and 3 pots of mutated rice into it, as they were too conspicuous, and he wished to keep them from prying eyes. Then they carefully placed the mutated wisteria back into its pot, as these aggressive mutated plants were capable of shrinking. Zhao Fan suddenly looked up and beheld a flock of wild geese soaring from the distance. He quickly sought to communicate with them. Upon learning that the geese intended to fly north, Zhao Fan hoped to enlist their assistance for the journey. These were not ordinary geese, they were mutated spirit beasts, numbering over a dozen, with not only enlarged physiques, but also increased speed. At that moment, the mutated geese had no issue carrying them. After some negotiation, Zhao Fan agreed to provide them with 500 mutated fish and 500 mutated shrimp in exchange for their swift transport to the Kyoto base. Zhao Fan calculated that at their current speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive in approximately 2 hours. As before, the geese consented to take them to Kyoto, prompting Zhao Fan to suggest they swiftly eliminate the nearby mutated individuals before departing. He remarked that their actions would indirectly assist those people. Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan quickly dispatched the mutated individuals, and thereafter, they began to collect the crystal cores. While the bodies of the mutated beings were absorbed by the wisteria as nourishment, demonstrating an utter lack of waste. While they were gathering the crystal cores, a group approached them, which Xu Ruchu received. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan inquired whether the mutated chicken and the golden parrot wished to accompany them. Ultimately, both expressed their willingness to join. Thus, after collecting the crystal cores, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, accompanied by a few small creatures, departed the farm to rendezvous with the geese. A mutated rabbit from the farm trailed behind them, eager to join Zhao Fan and the others, and ultimately, Zhao Fan decided to take it along. The speed of the mutated geese was remarkable, and they effortlessly thwarted several waves of attacks along the way, showcasing their prowess. The geese descended approximately 30 miles from the Kyoto base. Zhao Fan expressed his gratitude, presenting the promised mutated fish and shrimp, which the lead goose promptly collected into its spatial realm. Zhao Fan mused to himself, realizing that the lead goose possessed spatial abilities. He communicated to them that they would reside in the base ahead and that they could reach out if needed. The lead goose nodded and then took flight with the flock of mutated geese. Noting that the plants in the area had not yet undergone secondary evolution, Zhao Fan suggested they drive to the base, assuring that they would arrive before closing time. After retrieving his off-road vehicle from his spatial storage, he noted that it was already stocked with supplies, thus saving him the trouble of repacking. The mutated rooster, the 5-colored golden parrot, and the mutated rabbit could comfortably fit in the vehicle, while the 2 small puppies were also fine to squeeze into the back seat. However, Sherming could not fit and opted to perch atop the vehicle. The mutated plants in the backpack were directly stored in Zhao Fan's spatial realm. Once everyone was settled, Zhao Fan commenced driving. The vicinity of the base appeared relatively clean. Xu Ruchu stated that he had just used his psychic abilities to investigate. Indeed, Zhao Fan replied, and continued, as we are both endowed with extraordinary powers, we need not undergo isolation and observation. After we complete our registration, shall we head to your home first or seek accommodation? Xu Ruchu paused and said, Aunt Jiang would certainly not welcome my return. Let us find a place to stay first. Once we secure suitable lodging and arrange for Shermin and the others, we can visit. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Zhao Fan responded, then inquired, Ruchu, when do you believe would be the appropriate time for me to formally propose to your family? Xu Ruchu chuckled and said, Are you jesting with me? No, I am quite serious, Zhao Fan insisted. Really, do you genuinely consider me to be a woman? Xu Ruchu retorted, turning to him, and continued, There is no need for such formalities regarding our situation. My family is well aware of my preference for men. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to them, and that will suffice. Zhao Fan swallowed the words that almost escaped his lips. He sensed that Ruchu was reluctant to entertain such notions, so he amended his response. I shall follow your lead. Chapter 24. Entering the base. Along the way, they encountered numerous vehicles and pedestrians, including several individuals accompanied by mutated beasts. Yet they were merely mutated cats or dogs. Upon reaching the southern gate of the base, the two frowned at the lengthy queue before them. It seems we may not gain entry today, Zhao Fan remarked, furrowing his brow. I recognize someone, an old comrade of mine. His family has military ties. Perhaps we can enter through his back door, Xu Ruchu suggested. I will accompany you, Zhao Fan replied. However, Shermin on our vehicle's roof is rather conspicuous. If we leave, I fear complications may arise. It will be prudent for you to remain in the car as a precaution. I shall return shortly. Be obedient, Xu Ruchu advised. Very well. Zhao Fan ultimately acquiesced. Here, take this cigarette. Zhao Fan handed Xu Ruchu a fine smoke. I know you enjoy this kind. Xu Ruchu accepted the cigarette and, after exiting the vehicle, proceeded toward another queue designated for those who had already registered at the base. Upon spotting Xu Ruchu, Shen Hong was visibly delighted. Xu Ruchu wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. This is no issue. Your vehicle can join our convoy, Shen Hong said with a smile. Thank you. Knowing your taste, please accept this. Xu Ruchu offered the cigarette in his hand to Shen Hong. Xu Ruchu, what is the meaning of this? Are you flaunting your cigarettes? Shen Hong glared at him. This was prepared for you by my partner. Please keep it. Xu Ruchu responded with a smile. Have you shed your single status? Shen Hong asked, astonished. Indeed, Xu Ruchu replied, still smiling. Listening to Xu Ruchu's words, Shen Hong grinned broadly. Ah, Your partner is indeed considerate, knowing my preferences. Your mood shifts remarkably fast. Come, let us go meet your partner. Thus, Xu Ruchu departed alone, while the two returned together, where Zhao Fan was leaning against the car door, awaiting Xu Ruchu's return. You're back, Zhao Fan exclaimed as he saw Xu Ruchu standing tall. MHM. Xu Ruchu lightly hummed in acknowledgement and then introduced the parties involved. This is my partner, Zhao Fan, and this is my comrade, Shun Hong. Hello, sister-in-law. Shun Hong greeted with a smile, having expected a stunning beauty, but was pleasantly surprised to find a handsome man instead. Greetings, Zhao Fan replied, readily accepting the title of sister-in-law, indicating his bond with Ruchu. Is this lion your battle pet? Shun Hong inquired, having already noticed Sherman perched atop the vehicle. It is Zhao Fan's battle pet. He possesses the ability to tame beasts, Xu Ruchu explained. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Shun Hong's gaze turned fervent as he declared, sister-in-law, I have firmly set my sights on this golden thigh. Get lost. Go home and cling to your wife's thigh instead, Xu Ruchu jested. I don't even have a wife yet. Then you should hurry and find one, Xu Ruchu advised, before shifting the subject. Is the base allowing battle pets inside? They are permitted, Shun Hong confirmed, continuing, Grandpa Xu, Grandma Xu, Uncle Xu Lu, and your stepmother are all well. I will take you to see them shortly. However, Uncle is currently living in a rather small house, so it may be cramped for you. Knowing they're all well puts my mind at ease. We will find our own place and not stay with them, Xu Ruchu responded. That's for the best. I will send you the address later, Shun Hong said. Indeed, Xu Ruchu agreed, then asked, is it easy to find housing at the base now? There are options available. But the prices are quite steep, Shun Hong replied. Are there villas? What are the price ranges? Zhao Fan inquired. There are villas. But even the most affordable small villa costs at least 20,000 white cores, Shun Hong explained, adding, they only accept crystal cores. By the way, are you familiar with crystal cores? Shun Hong asked. Is it the thing inside the monster's head? Zhao Fan queried. Exactly, Shun Hong affirmed. Unfortunately, we do not possess that many crystal cores at the moment, Zhao Fan admitted, as they had all been consumed in their endeavors. Then let us rent a place for now. Once we accumulate enough crystal cores, we can purchase one, Xu Ruchu suggested. Zhao Fan nodded, contemplating that he would venture out tomorrow to hunt for crystal cores. 20,000 white cores may seem expensive now, but in the grand scheme, it would be a bargain. After exiting through Shun Hong's back door, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu smoothly entered the base. Shun Hong personally guided them through the registration process and assisted them in finding a rental property. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu chose to rent a spacious villa, which they had high hopes for, intending to purchase it in the future. They opted not to have Shun Hong accompany them and drove there themselves. Upon arriving at the empty villa, they decided to head into the city, as they required many essential items. After a brief tidy-up and a meal, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu held a meeting with their small companions, explaining the base's rules and urging them to adhere to the regulations. Once they had concluded their instructions, the companions retrieved crystal cores from Zhao Fan and went off to train. It's still early. Let us visit my home now, Xu Ruchu suggested. All right, Zhao Fan agreed. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged a few words with Shermang before heading towards the Xu residence. Chapter 25. The Opposition of the Xu Family. You've come to the wrong door, Xu Jia remarked coldly as she opened the door, only to slam it shut immediately afterward. Xu Ruchu's eyes darkened, while a flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Fan's gaze as he raised his foot to kick the door, only to be stopped by Xu Ruchu, who then began knocking again. This family does not welcome you, Xu Jia said with a harsh tone. Step aside, Xu Ruchu replied with icy indifference. I already told you this family does not welcome you. You should leave at once, Xu Jia insisted, unable to fathom that Xu Ruchu had returned alive. Brother, is it you? Xu Lu exclaimed excitedly as he ran towards the door. Yes, I am back, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. The reunion of family was indeed a heartfelt scene, bringing joy to Xu Grandpa, Xu Grandma, Xu Father, and Xu Lu, while Jiang Yu and Xu Jia maintained their sullen expressions. When Xu Ruchu introduced Zhao Fan as his partner, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to berate him. Xu Father's face darkened upon hearing the introduction, and he remained silent during Jiang Yu's tirade. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, he could not accept his son taking a male spouse. Xu Ruchu, if you wish to remain in this family, among your relatives, you must sever ties with him now, or I will expel you from this house, Jiang Yu declared. After her reprimand, Xu Father added grimly, Little Chu, since ancient times, the union of yin and yang has been the rightful path. You must part ways with Xiao Zhao. Little Chu, your grandmother still wishes to hold a great-grandchild. It will be best for both you and Xiao Zhao to end this, Su Grandma chimed in. Grandfather, grandmother, father, regardless of your acceptance, I will not break up with Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu asserted with unwavering resolve. You wretched child, are you willing to forsake your family for a man? If you do not end this relationship today, you will be cast out of this home. I will disown you. Do not dare claim to be my son in the future, for I cannot bear such disgrace. Su father slammed the table in anger. Su Lu bit his lip in silence, wishing his brother would not pursue a relationship with a man. Father, then forgive my filial disobedience. I am leaving, he declared, taking Zhao Fan's hand as they departed. Little Chu, do you truly wish to abandon your grandmother and this family? Su Grandma said sorrowfully. Grandmother, you will always be my grandmother, Xu Ruchu reassured her as he continued on with Zhao Fan. Brother, do you also wish to forsake me? Sula called out as he stood. Yes, Xu Ruchu replied without looking back, opening the door and stepping outside. Brother, Little Chu. Xu Ruchu paused for a moment before closing the door, which effectively severed his connection with his family. Standing outside, he closed his eyes briefly and then walked down with Zhao Fan. Ruchu, you still have me. They may not want you, but I do. Zhao Fan embraced Xu Ruchu, feeling anger towards Xu Ruchu's family for their harsh treatment. Had it not been for Xu Ruchu's consideration, he would have already exploded with rage. Xu Ruchu embraced Zhao Fan briefly and said, I am not that fragile. Let us depart. We have hunting to do tomorrow. It would be disingenuous to claim that Xu Ruchu was not saddened, yet he could not bring himself to forsake Zhao Fan for the sake of his family. He understood the age-old adage that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. That night, they held each other close as they drifted into slumber, engaging in nothing more than the comfort of each other's presence. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu set off with a few small companions. They needed 60,000 white cores to purchase their villa, and they were eager to gather the necessary funds before prices soared further. Exiting the base, they headed directly toward Wushi. The current Kyoto base was situated between Kyoto and Wushi, with a closer proximity to the latter. At present, the military was engaged in clearing Wushi, as they required the supplies within the city. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu skillfully avoided the military personnel and made their way to the southern part of Wushi, where a large shopping center awaited them. Wushi had now fallen under the control of mutated beings and beasts. Had Zhao Fan not possessed the protective talisman of Blackwater, he would not have dared to venture into the city with Xu Ruchu. Observing the densely packed, mutated individuals adorned with various animal heads, a flicker of pain crossed Xu Ruchu's eyes, and she gripped her military knife tightly, charging into battle. Superhuman abilities are finite. If one expends their powers prematurely, they may find themselves in dire straits when truly needed. They fought fiercely, while a mutated wisteria tree in their wake extracted crystal cores from the fallen bodies, delivering a bounty to Zhao Fan and alleviating much of his burden. They slaughtered their way to the vicinity of the shopping center, only to discover that it had been overtaken by a mutated plant. The 5-story building was now engulfed by black mutated vines, a variant of the green radish, associated with dark-type abilities. Zhao Fan's expression grew grave as he remarked, It is said that the military has attempted to eradicate this mutated green radish multiple times, losing many skilled personnel in the process, yet it persists here. It seems we have stumbled upon it. I sense a malevolent aura emanating from this mutated green radish. Xu Ruchu furrowed her brow and declared, We must eliminate it. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement. The swiftest way to dispose of it is to extract its core. I will locate its position. Xu Ruchu replied, releasing her mental abilities to begin her search. I found it, she stated. This mutated green radish once thrived in a flower pot on the second floor. Its roots have since extended out, penetrating the floorboards, covering the first floor entirely. Its core lies concealed within that flower pot, dark as ink. Nodding in understanding, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu began strategizing their attack. Nearby, 2 individuals had ventured toward the mutated green radish: a lion, a parrot, a chicken, a rabbit, and 2 small dogs. Zhou Wang, an individual with vision mutation and dual speed abilities, was monitoring the situation closely. Ning Chun, engaged in combat with the mutated beings, furrowed his brow and instructed, Keep a vigilant watch over there and see what they intend to do. Understood, Zhou Wang replied. Chapter 26. Under Surveillance. After a discussion, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu resolved to launch a frontal assault through the main entrance, leaving Shimeng and the others behind. With their decision made, they wasted no time. Xu Ruchu erected a psychic barrier around them, and they dashed towards the mall's entrance. As they approached the range of the mutated green vine's attack, the multitude of flailing tendrils lashed out at them. With no intention to evade, they sprinted into the open doorway and swiftly made their way toward the staircase. At that moment, the mutated green vine's roots, which filled the entire space, sprang to life, clawing towards Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, only to be thwarted by Xu Ruchu's psychic shield. The black tendrils and roots exuded corrosive properties, prompting Xu Ruchu to continuously reinforce his psychic barrier, which was depleting rapidly. Aware of Xu Ruchu's struggle, Zhao Fan resolved to assist him by swiftly eliminating the mutated green vine. The pair quickly ascended to the second floor, locating the flower pot. The mutated green vine, sensing their approach, became agitated. Its tendrils surged towards them. It enveloped Xu Ruchu's psychic barrier with its vines, beginning to corrode it. Xu Ruchu let out a muffled groan, indicating the pain he felt. "Ruchu, let me out," Zhao Fan urged, his concern escalating upon hearing Xu Ruchu's discomfort. Heeding Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu reduced the psychic barrier's range, attaching it to both of them, leaving Zhao Fan's hands free. "Zhao Fan, attack," Xu Ruchu instructed. As soon as he spoke, two black water columns surged toward the encroaching vines, obliterating them upon contact. The water columns then barreled toward the flower pot, eradicating it along with the roots of the mutated green vine, leaving only a black crystal core behind. At that moment, the flailing tendrils of the mutated green vine fell to the ground. Zhao Fan hastily retracted the black water back into the spatial pool and collected the crystal core. "Ruchu, quickly restore your powers," Zhao Fan urged, handing the psychic crystal core to Xu Ruchu. "I am fine," Xu Ruchu reassured him before sitting down to absorb the core and replenish his abilities. "Captain, those two managed to eliminate the mutated green vine," Zhou Wang exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you certain?" Ning Ten inquired. "I am certain. The black crystal core was collected by that individual," Zhou Wang replied. Ning Chen's gaze darkened as he remarked, "Once the mission concludes, provide me with a detailed account of how they destroyed that mutated green vine. By the way, do you remember their appearance?" "Reporting, Captain. I remember them," Zhou Wang confirmed. Ning Chen nodded, contemplating. The ability to vanquish that mutated green vine indicates considerable strength in those two. With this thought, his expression grew more somber. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, they had drawn attention. After Xu Ruchu recovered his powers, they called Shi Meng and the others inside and began to gather resources. They primarily sought to furnish their villa, thus accumulating an array of household items, along with a selection of men's clothing, appliances, and kitchenware, essentially anything of utility they could gather. They also collected a substantial number of provisions for the Xu family, encompassing food, clothing, and everyday necessities. Once they had gathered what they required, they left the remaining items untouched for those who would come after. As they departed, they closed the mall's entrance and resumed their hunt for the mutated beings. "Captain, one among them possesses spatial abilities. They gathered a few supplies before departing." Indeed, their haul consisted largely of household goods. Zhou Wang remarked, "Their collection predominantly comprises household items. Is that so?" Ning Ten inquired. Zhou Wang nodded affirmatively. Ning Chun then queried, "What are they doing now?" "They are hunting mutated beings. They truly are formidable, as are those mutated creatures. Without employing their powers, they can incapacitate a group in the blink of an eye," Zhou Wang responded. He continued, "One of them appears to have military experience, judging by their skills. They're certainly not from a standard battalion." Ning Chun nodded in agreement, pausing momentarily before stating, "When time permits, let us continue to observe them." "Understood," Zhou Wang replied. Chapter 27. Ning Chen's visit. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu were on a quest for crystal cores, venturing where the mutated beings were plentiful while diligently avoiding the military and other ability users. They lingered in the martial city for a week, procuring over 100,000 white cores before preparing to return to their base. Upon their return, they purchased the villa they had been residing in. After completing the formalities, the two took a shower and then drove to the Xu family home. "Grandfather, Zhao Fan and I have come to see you," Xu Ruchu exclaimed with a smile. "Grandfather?" Zhao Fan greeted warmly. "Humph," Xu grandfather grunted. "Your father is not home. Come inside." "Grandmother, Zhao Fan and I have come to visit," Xu Ruchu cheerfully announced. "Grandmother," Zhao Fan called. "Oh, Xiao Zhao has come as well. Please have a seat," Xu grandmother said with a smile. She then turned to Xu Ruchu and advised Xiao Chu, "Do not hold a grudge against your father. There should be no lingering animosity between father and child. Make amends with him and return home. It would put my mind at ease given the chaos outside. Grandmother, I am not at odds with my father. It is he who is upset with me. Xu Ruchu clarified. Upon hearing her words, Xu grandmother sighed and then looked at Zhao Fan, asking, Zhao, how many people are there in your family? Grandmother, I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage since childhood, Zhao Fan replied. I see, Xu grandmother acknowledged, then shifted the topic, saying, Zhao, your relationship with Xu Ruchu cannot last indefinitely. Do you think you two could part ways? Having exhausted her options with her grandson, Xu grandmother turned her focus to Zhao Fan. Grandmother, I cannot. I love Ruchu and will not part from her. We intend to be together for a lifetime. Zhao Fan asserted. How can two men spend a lifetime together? Xu grandfather interjected with a cold grunt, adding, I will not consent to your union. Grandfather, what must I do for you to approve of my relationship with Ruchu? Zhao Fan inquired. Should you be able to grant my dear Xu Ruchu a child? I would consent to your union, inquired Grandfather Xu. Grandfather, are you not putting Zhao Fan in a difficult position? How can a man bear children? Xu Ruchu furrowed her brow and added, Grandfather, it is I who insists on being with Zhao Fan. If you have any grievances, let them be directed at me. Do not trouble Zhao Fan. Grandfather, grandmother, these gifts are from Zhao Fan and me for you. Please do not hesitate to use them. I shall bring more in a few days. Grandfather, grandmother, Zhao Fan and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Xu Ruchu declared as she stood to depart. Grandfather, grandmother, we will visit again in a few days, Zhao Fan said with a smile. Little Chu, your grandfather and I lack for nothing. Take these back for yourselves, Grandmother Xu stated, well aware of the circumstances outside. Indeed, take them back for your own use. Grandfather Xu added, pressing the gifts into Xu Ruchu's hands. Grandfather, grandmother, these are for you from Zhao Fan and me. We have plenty more, Xu Ruchu responded. Grandfather, grandmother, we must be on our way. After Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan departed, Grandfather and Grandmother Xu gazed at the pile of provisions in the living room with a sigh. Old man, why don't we just agree? I find young Zhao to be quite admirable, Grandmother Xu sighed. Admirable, indeed, but he is still a man, and that will not do, Grandfather Xu retorted. I tell you, my dear, you must not soften your heart in this matter. But you know how stubborn little Chu can be. Once she decides, there is no changing her mind. Hearing this, Grandfather Xu sighed again. Why does little Chu have such a fondness for young men? I never noticed this flaw in her during her youth. At his words, Grandmother Xu sighed as well, and they both fell silent. Oh dear, I forgot to ask where little Chu is living now. If she is sleeping on the streets, it serves her right, Grandfather Xu scoffed. You are so stubborn, Grandmother Xu remarked. After leaving the Xu residence, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu drove straight home. Once there, they began to arrange their living space. After everything was set, they ventured into the kitchen together to prepare a meal. They boiled a large pot of meat, and Xu Ruchu sliced the meat while Zhao Fan crafted the broth, both eagerly anticipating a hot pot dinner. Xu Ru, I didn't expect your knife skills to be so impressive. Look how thinly you've sliced the meat. Zhao Fan chuckled. Xu Ruchu smiled and replied, your broth smells delightful. I can hardly wait to eat. Not only is my broth excellent, but my dipping sauce is superb as well. You shall surely enjoy it, Zhao Fan grinned. Then I am in for a treat tonight, Xu Ruchu said. As they chatted and laughed, everything was ready, and they prepared to dig in, with Zhao Fan even retrieving a few cans of beer. Just then, the doorbell rang, and they both looked towards the entrance. I'll go check, Xu Ruchu announced as she stood up. Let us go together, Zhao Fan said, rising as well. And together they walked towards the courtyard. Who is it? Xu Ruchu gazed at the man standing outside their door and inquired. Who are you? The man, clad in military uniform, was unfamiliar to her. I am Ningchen. Aren't you going to invite me in? He replied with a smile. Is there something you need? Xu Ruchu asked, her smile unwavering. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you, Ningchen said cheerfully. Then please, come in, Xu Ruchu responded. What delightful aroma is that? What are you cooking? Ningchen remarqued, inhaling deeply. It's hot pot. We haven't started eating yet. Would you like to join us, Comrade Ning? Xu Ruchu offered courteously. As it happens, I haven't had dinner yet, so I would appreciate a set of chopsticks, Ningchen replied, a smile playing on his lips. You're being too polite, Xu Ruchu said with a grin. Not at all, she added. Thus, Ningchen joined them at the dining table. What's this meat? Ningchen inquired, lifting his gaze. It's a flesh of mutated meatworms, Zhao Fan explained. Incredible. I never imagined it would taste so good. Next time, I'll catch a few myself for old Zhao to try. Ning Chen chuckled, dipping another slice of meat into the pot. Zhao Fan, you share a surname with my old Zhao. Perhaps you are long-lost relatives from 500 years ago, Ning Chen remarked, glancing at Zhao Fan. At Ning Chen's words, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged amused glances, thinking, is he trying to flatter us? Chapter 28, just like my old Zhao. And you have so many fresh vegetables. You two are living quite well, Ning Chan said with a smile, then proceeded to dip several stalks of oil wheat into the pot. Is there beer? Bring me a can, he added, unabashed. Xu Ruchu chuckled as she handed him a can of beer and asked, Comrade Ning, what do you wish to discuss with us? Let's finish eating first, Ning Chen replied. Comrade Ning, let's talk now, or I want to be able to enjoy my meal, Zhao Fan insisted, looking at Ning Chen. Ning Chen smiled and, evading the question, remarked, Zhao Fan, you truly resemble my old Zhao. Could it be that you are his long-lost son? I am an orphan. So there is a possibility, Zhao Fan laughed, shifting the topic. But let us get back to serious matters. Clearly, if I don't speak, you want to be able to enjoy this meal, Ning Chen stated, continuing, it's nothing major. I simply wanted to ask if you have any interest in joining the military. Not interested, Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. What about you, Ruchu? Ning Chen inquired. I'm not interested either, Zhao Fan spoke on her behalf. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's response, Ning Chen chuckled softly and said, I knew you wouldn't be interested. He then added, but would you be interested in joining us on a mission? What kind of missions are you undertaking? Zhao Fan asked. We are tasked with hunting down mutated humans, beasts, and plants, Ning Chen explained, then added, the cores you collect will belong to you. He thought to himself, these two possess considerable strength. Accompanying them on missions would surely minimize casualties. Every soldier is precious, and the loss of even one is regrettable. What other benefits are there? Zhao Fan inquired. Ning Chen lightly tapped his thigh with his left hand and smiled. What benefits do you seek? Comrade Ning. May I inquire which faction you represent? Xu Ruchu interjected. The military within the base is not a monolith. It is divided into several factions. Ning Chen did not pause, continuing to prepare the meat slices, and raised his head to respond. My direct superior is General Zhao Yonghua. Having said that, he placed the freshly prepared meat slices into his bowl. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exhibited no outward change, yet internally they were taken aback. In his previous life, General Zhao Yonghua assumed the role of commander of the Kyoto base in the third year of the apocalypse, thereby seizing control of the entire base. That same year, the Kyoto base was renamed Dawn Base, becoming the largest base in the nation. Realizing this, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged glances, arriving at a decision. Are you familiar with General Zhao Yonghua? Ning Chen inquired, observing the two silent individuals. We are, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu nodded in unison. Since you are aware, what will your decision be? Ning Chen continued to prepare meat while contemplating how delicious it was. Zhao Fan hesitated before stating, we are willing to accompany you on missions. But if we choose not to go, you cannot compel us. I can agree to that, Ning Chen replied, lifting his gaze. Is there anything else? He resumed his task of preparing the meat slices. The crystal cores we hunt will belong to us, Zhao Fan asserted, gazing at Ning Chen. That is also acceptable. Ning Chen responded. Is there anything more? What are the latest developments in the base? We hope you can share some insights, Zhao Fan ventured. I can disclose a portion of internal information. After all, some matters must remain confidential, Ning Chen smiled. Agreed, Zhao Fan considered, knowing it was impossible to divulge all information. Anything else? Ning Chen queried while picking up a sprig of cilantro to continue his work. If we inadvertently offend individuals, we cannot afford to antagonize. We hope General Zhao will provide us with assistance, Xu Ruchu said. Once you agree to collaborate with me, you will become extramural members of our Eagle Falcon squad. And of course, we shall look after our own. Ning Chen smiled warmly. You're affiliated with the Eagle Falcon squad? Zhao Fan asked, contemplating the unexpected connection he now had with them. I am currently the captain of the Eagle Falcon squad, which operates directly under General Zhao, Ning Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan mused. So Ning Chen is the captain of the Eagle Falcon squad who perished during the siege against the mutated green vine. In my previous life, I had only heard that the former captain had died during that operation, without knowing his name was Ning Chen. In a sense, he and Ruchu saved Ning Chen by eliminating the mutated green vine. Regrettably, such a life-saving grace cannot be spoken of openly. What a pity. Do you have any further conditions? Ning Chen asked, observing the two who remained silent. None. Zhao Fan shook his head. Since there are no further conditions, you shall henceforth be extramural members of our Eagle Falcon squad. I will issue your appointment letters tomorrow morning. Please ensure you are at home to await my arrival. Ningchen gazed at them and mused. This is a pair of big catches that cannot escape. Very well. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement. By the way, can we bring our battle pets on missions? Xu Ruchu inquired. Certainly, Ningchen replied, thinking to himself. These two individuals possess quite peculiar battle pets. Yet their prowess is undeniable. It is they who benefit from this arrangement. Captain Ning, our battle pets will henceforth be regarded as non-staff members of the Eagle Falcon squad. Please issue them appointment letters tomorrow, Xu Ruchu suggested, contemplating. If those few from their family become non-staff members of the Eagle Falcon squad, anyone harboring ill intentions towards them would have to think twice. All right, I will distribute the appointment letters along with yours tomorrow, Ningchen said with a smile. From now on, we shall be comrades in arms, he added, thinking. Being comrades is splendid. It means he can frequently partake in meals with them. By the way, where are your relatives currently? I will send someone to fetch them, Ningchen asked. I previously mentioned this, did I not? I am an orphan. Having grown up in an orphanage, without kin or connections, Zhao Fan replied. My family resides at the capital base, Xu Ruchu stated. Oh, then there is no need to fetch them, Ningchen said, and continued. Tomorrow, our mission is to surround and eliminate the mutated spiders in Wu City. Will you join? Certainly, both replied with a nod. Then let us gather at the southern gate of the base at 7 in the morning. I shall not deliver the appointment letters separately. I will give them to you upon our meeting tomorrow, Ningchen declared. Understood. By the way, shall we drive ourselves or ride in your vehicle? Xu Ruchu asked. It is entirely up to you, Ningchen replied. We shall opt for your vehicle, as it conserves fuel, Zhao Fan remarked. Very well, then you shall ride with us. Ningchen smiled and then inquired. That mutated green vine in Wu City was slain by you, correct? Indeed, Zhao Fan affirmed and then asked. How did Captain Ning know? We have a visual ability user in the squad who saw it, Ningchen explained candidly. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu contemplated the need for increased caution in the future. So that is how it is, Zhao Fan said. Ningchen nodded and paused momentarily before asking. Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, will you exchange the mutated green vine crystal core? If so, could you possibly get it to me? I am a dark type ability user, Ningchen added, as he was in dire need of that crystal core. Very well, we shall exchange it with you, Zhao Fan replied. Thinking, cultivating a good relationship with Ningchen brings nothing but benefits. Having filled his belly and concluded their discussions, Ningchen prepared to depart, holding the dark-type ability crystal core. At that moment, a 5-colored macaw flew in front of Ningchen, flapping its wings and squawking. Ugly monster, you are an ugly monster. Ugly monster, you are an ugly monster. Captain Ning, it is jealous of your superior beauty, Xu Ruchu explained, thinking, Ningchen indeed possesses a striking visage, even more so than my own. Hence the parrot is envious. I am beautiful. I am more beautiful than him. He is an ugly monster, the 5-colored macaw declared. Actions speak louder than words, Ningchen replied with a smile, finding the parrot quite amusing. Very well, I shall take my leave. After Ningchen finished speaking, he strode towards the door, with Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu accompanying him outside. That guy really has quite the appetite, Zhao Fan muttered after entering the room. Indeed, if I hadn't sliced extra meat today, there surely wouldn't have been enough, Xu Ruchu replied. As they conversed, they tidied up, and once everything was in order, the two began their training in supernatural abilities, which lasted through the night. Observing that Ningchen's powers had reached the initial stage of level 1, both felt a sense of urgency. If they did not exert themselves, it wouldn't be long before they were overtaken by others. Meanwhile, Ningchen returned home after leaving Zhao Fan's residence. I'm back, he called as he entered. Did you accomplish what you set out to do? Zhao Yonghua inquired with a smile, knowing from Ningchen's cheerful demeanor that things had gone well. I did. I even managed to enjoy a delicious hot pot at their place. The mutated meatworms were exceptionally tasty, Ningchen replied. If they are so delectable, I shall fetch a few for you tomorrow, Zhao Yonghua said with a grin, cherishing his younger partner, who was 8 years his junior, as if he were a precious gem. You, with your busy schedule, how could you possibly find the time to catch worms for me? I'll go myself, Ningchen insisted. My task for tomorrow is to search for mutated vegetables, so I might as well look for worms along the way, Zhao Yonghua chuckled. Best of luck then, Ningchen said with a beaming smile, before cupping Zhao Yonghua's face and examining it closely. If you keep staring at me like that, you'll have to face the consequences, Zhao Yonghua replied, his eyes deep with meaning. Seeking Ning Ten Remarket. Perhaps we should find a healer to remove the scar on your right cheek. Zhao Yonghua's face was marred with scars, rendering his original appearance nearly unrecognizable. What? Are you dissatisfied with me? Zhao Yonghua asked, his tone ominous. Yes, I am. I had no choice before, but now that there's a solution. It's hard not to feel that way. It's quite unsightly, Ning Chen said, gently touching the scars on Zhao Yonghua's face, his eyes filled with compassion. Noticing the concern in Ning Chen's gaze, Zhao Yonghua replied, Little Wang's level is still too low. He cannot yet mend the scars on my face. We'll have to wait a bit longer. So, you've secretly consulted Little Wang already? Ning Chen fake net surprise. I merely wish to surprise you. But unfortunately, Little Wang has been rather unhelpful, hindering my efforts, Zhao Yonghua explained. After hearing Zhao Yonghua's words, Ning Chen touched the scars on his face once more. Brother, I have never looked down upon your scars, Ning Chen said softly. I know that well. Had you found me repugnant, you would not have followed me all those years ago, Zhao Yonghua replied, holding Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen had been by his side since he was 20, right after his disfigurement, and now, 11 years had swiftly passed. With a smile, Ning Chen said, Brother, the reason I was gazing at your face so intently was that Zhao Fan bears an uncanny resemblance to you, especially in those photographs from when you were around 20. Looking at him feels as though the young you has stepped out of the picture. Is he truly that similar? Zhao Yonghua smiled and inquired, not giving it much thought at that moment. Indeed, the resemblance is striking. When you meet him, you will understand, Ning Chen replied. Well, I shall see him one day and ascertain just how similar we truly are, Zhao Yonghua said with a grin. Ning Chen paused before asking, Brother, do you not have any other thoughts upon hearing that Zhao Fan resembles you? What thoughts could I possibly have? Zhao Yonghua chuckled in amusement. Brother, there are no two people in this world who bear such a resemblance without reason. Are you truly not entertaining any other notions? Ning Chen, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, furrowed his brow and questioned. Zhao Yonghua chuckled softly, saying, You do not think Zhao Fan is my long-lost nephew, do you? That cannot be from my elder brother. The third one is quite the libertine and could well have a love child. Zhao Fan is already 21, while the third is the same age as me. 31 this year. Brother, the third cannot possibly father a child at 10. Ning Ten remarket. True, but could it be from our eldest brother? Zhao Yonghua laughed. If our elder brother were to hear such a thing, he would surely be furious with you, Ning Chen replied. They say nephews resemble their uncles. Could it be Yongmei's child? Zhao Yonghua speculated further. Brother, if Sister Yongmei hears you say that, she would surely give you a beating, Ning Chen cautioned. Even if both Yongmei and her husband teamed up, they would not stand a chance against me, Zhao Yonghua jested. Upon hearing Zhao Yonghua's words, Ning Chen was left speechless. Enough about Zhao Fan. It is merely a matter of resembling me somewhat. There are countless strangers in the world who look alike, Zhao Yonghua stated. Brother, that is not the same. The two of you bear an uncanny resemblance, Ning Chen insisted, his brow furrowing. After speaking, he hesitated, not wishing to unearth the scars buried deep within Zhao Yonghua's heart. Yet, he felt uneasy if he remained silent. It is not unheard of for two strangers to look strikingly alike. One day, I shall meet Zhao Fan to see just how closely he resembles me, Zhao Yonghua said. Brother, have you never considered that Zhao Fan might very well be that child? Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, but finally voiced his thoughts. Which child? Zhao Yonghua asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Ning Chen bit his lip and said, the child that Hao Qing conceived after drugging you and stealing your sperm. Brother, if you look closely at Zhao Fan, you can see traces of Hao Qing's features in his face. Thus, I suspect Zhao Fan is that child. As Ning Chen spoke, he observed Zhao Yonghua's expression, which was a complex tapestry of emotions, predominantly marked by guilt, regret, and pain. Seeing Zhao Yonghua in such turmoil made Ning Chen's heart ache. Yet he did not regret bringing this matter to light. Yonghua, I have given birth to a robust baby boy, weighing 8 pounds and 1 ounce, who looks just like you, as if he were carved from the same mold as you were in your youth. Yonghua, come back. Come see our son, come see me. We all miss you, Hao Qing said from the other end of the line. Hao Qing, I will not return, Zhao Yonghua declared, slamming the phone down. Zhao Yonghua, I command you to return at once, or I shall take your son's life. I shall not return, and henceforth, do not call me again, Zhao Yonghua declared before abruptly ending the call. Within his mind, vivid scenes replayed incessantly. Zhao Yonghua, your son is deceased. It is your heartlessness that has brought about his demise. The haunting echoes reverberated within him. Ning Chen, he is dead. I am the one responsible. Zhao Yonghua lamented with a shadowed gaze. Brother, the child's death is not your fault. Do not unjustly shoulder the blame, Ningchen implored. Moreover, brother, that child is not dead. I believe Zhao Fan is that child, he continued, looking intently at Zhao Yonghua. How can that be? The child was drowned by the nanny from the Hao family. The evidence is irrefutable, Zhao Yonghua replied, anguish etched upon his face. Brother, listen to me. You have always suspected that the nanny's actions were instigated by Hao Qing. Yet even if she harbored disdain for that child, he is still her own flesh and blood. She may not have the heart to commit such an act, Ningchen reasoned. No, you do not understand Hao Qing. She is a madwoman capable of anything. Zhao Yonghua retorted. The Zhao and Hao families shared a long-standing friendship. Their ties were remarkably close, which naturally led their children to grow up together, often playing in one another's company. Hao Qing, 3 years Zhao Yonghua's senior, held a place in his heart akin to that of an elder sister. When Hao Qing was 19 and Zhao Yonghua was 16, she confessed her feelings for him, but he naturally declined. Undeterred by his rejection, Hao Qing pursued him fervently. Eventually, their parents learned of the situation, and both families viewed the budding romance favorably, even voicing the adage that a woman 3 years older brings fortune. Yet, Zhao Yonghua remained steadfast in his refusal. Frustrated, Hao Qing resorted to deceptive measures, administering sleeping pills to him in an attempt to obtain his sperm. She later claimed to be pregnant, asserting that the child was his. Zhao Yonghua, fully aware of his own innocence, vehemently denied ever having been intimate with Hao Qing. How could the child possibly be his? Despite his insistence, both families were resolute in their belief that the child was indeed his, and they expressed disappointment at his refusal to acknowledge paternity. In that moment, he felt profoundly wronged and vowed to uncover the identity of Hao Qing's lover to reclaim his honor. However, the investigation yielded a shocking revelation. The child had been conceived through artificial insemination using his sperm. With evidence presented, Hao Qing admitted to the child's origins. Yet she staunchly resisted his request to terminate the pregnancy. When he presented the evidence to their parents, instead of supporting his plea, they arranged an engagement between him and Hao Qing. The truth regarding the child's parentage was carefully concealed by both families. At the tender age of 18, filled with youthful exuberance and lacking the means to alter his parents' decision, he, in a fit of rage, secretly leveraged family connections to enlist in the military in the South. Later, at the age of 18, he became a father. Subsequently, Hao Qing threatened him with their child, insisting he return to marry her. He refused, believing she could never truly harm a child. After all, it was her own flesh and blood. However, he gravely underestimated Hao Qing's madness, and a few days later, news of the child's death reached him. Ever since that tragic event, he has lived in a state of regret and guilt. He pondered that had he returned to marry Hao Qing all those years ago, the child would surely have survived. Yet, no matter how much he lamented, the child would not return. The little one vanished from his life like a fleeting visitor, leaving behind only a handful of photographs, which he had snatched from his mother's brazier. Gazing at the chubby boy in the pictures, who bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, he shut his eyes in anguish. He had always believed himself indifferent to the child, but in that moment, he realized the depth of his concern. After all, the child was his firstborn, irrevocably linked to his bloodline. Thus, he was engulfed in self-reproach, regret, and guilt, harboring resentment toward Hao Qing, but even more so toward himself. In the aftermath of the child's demise, to help Hao Qing cope with her loss, his family urged him to marry her swiftly and have another child, a proposal he declined. Later, after he was disfigured, Hao Qing took the initiative to call off their engagement, thus dissolving their bond. At that moment, he scoffed, thinking that had he known Hao Qing only cherished his appearance, he would have marred his own face long ago. Following the loss of the child, he privately sought the truth behind the tragic event, yet he uncovered nothing. Consequently, he could not confront Hao Qing, leaving him to torment himself instead. That year, he believed he would perish in an explosion, yet in the end, Ningchen rescued him. During the retreat, he repeatedly urged Ningchen to leave him behind and escape on his own, but Ningchen insisted they would either survive together or perish together, and ultimately, they both emerged alive, leading to their subsequent love. Observing Zhao Yonghua's face of anguish, Ningchen remarked, "Brother, even a tiger does not eat its young." Hao Qing must have sent him to an orphanage. Coincidentally, Zhao Fan grew up in that very orphanage, of the same gender and age as that child. Both possessed beast-controlling abilities, and Zhao Fan shared his water mutation powers. While Zhao Fan had spatial abilities that he lacked, Hao Qing was indeed a spatial ability user. All these facts suggest that Zhao Fan is the child from that time. If Zhao Fan truly is my son, then what transpired back then? Zhao Yongwu inquired. You only witnessed the child's demise through a video, in which the nanny also embraced the child's corpse in a self-immolation act. But upon reflection, this situation is highly irregular. Why would the nanny choose to burn herself with the child's body? Ning Ten replied. Previously, you all assumed the nanny acted out of fear. But there is another possibility. She may have sought to conceal a certain truth. Ning Chen continued. Now that you mention it, there is indeed such a possibility. How could I have overlooked this back then? Zhao Yongwu expressed, his face filled with vexation. Had Zhao Fan not appeared, I too might not have considered this possibility. Ning Chen noted. The child had a birthmark on the inner side of his right thigh. My mother once told me that such marks are carried from the womb. If a child goes missing, this mark enables us to locate them, Zhao Yongwu reminisced. Ning Chen's eyes sparkled. If Zhao Fan has a birthmark on the inner side of his right thigh, it would confirm that he is that child. However, given the sensitive nature of the location of the birthmark, how can we examine it? Directly asking seems inappropriate. Aren't Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu a couple? We could inquire with Xu Ruchu, suggested Zhao Yongwu, who was deeply invested in the search for his son. The mere thought of his son being alive filled him with excitement, making the apocalyptic world seem trivial. Tomorrow, I happen to be on a mission with Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan. I shall seize the opportunity to ask her, Ning Chen declared. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Zhao Yongwu paused for a moment. Chapter 30 may hold the key to your father. I will accompany you all on the mission tomorrow, Zhao Yongwu finally said. Very well. Ning Chen understood Zhao Yongwu's anxious sentiment. If it is confirmed tomorrow that Zhao Fan bears the birthmark, regardless of whether he acknowledges me as his father, I shall recount the entire story to him to prevent him from being swayed by Hao Qing in the future, Zhao Yongwu stated. Pausing before continuing, if Zhao Fan is indeed that child, from this day forth, he will be solely my son, with no ties to Hao Qing. How could Zhao Fan be solely your son? He is also my son, Ning Chen replied, gazing at Zhao Yongwu. Indeed, he is your son as well, Zhao Yongwu affirmed. Grasping Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen, thank you for accepting my son. Our son Ning Chen corrected him. Yes, our son, Zhao Yongwu replied with a smile. Ning Chen chuckled and said, Brother, soon we shall both be fathers. Indeed, we shall, Zhao Yongwu replied, grinning. Not only do we have a son, but we even have a daughter-in-law. Ning Chen nodded and then asked, Brother, do you think they will call me little dad? You'll have to ask them that. Zhao Yongwu replied, sighing. Zhao Fan may not acknowledge me as his father. This matter cannot be rushed. We shall take our time, Ning Chen advised. Zhao Yongwu murmured in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu remained oblivious to these events, having devoted the night to cultivation. After their practice, Zhao Fan playfully tackled Xu Ruchu, and they shared an intimate moment on the bed before rising. They exercised for a while, prepared, and enjoyed a meal, and then set off in their vehicle with a few small companions. Of course, they did not forget their promise to the little monster tree, diligently dripping 2 drops of blood on its flower buds each morning. Upon reaching the city gate, Ning Chen was already waiting for them. They secured their vehicle, loading the mutated rooster, mutated rabbit, 5 golden parrots, and 2 puppies onto the military truck. Xu Ruchu cradled the little monster tree, while Zhao Fan held the mutated wisteria, ready to ride with Ning Chen. Normally, Ning Chen would travel with a group, but today was special. He had driven a military Humvee alone, where Zhao Yongwu sat inside. Zhao Fan, you go ahead and get in the car. I need to speak with Ruchu, Ning Chen said with a smile. What is there to discuss with Ruchu Xin? Zhao Fan inquired, furrowing his brows. It's merely a matter of a few words. You wouldn't refuse to facilitate this, would you? Ning Ten replied. Zhao Fan, please get into the car, Xu Ruchu Xin instructed. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu Xin's words, Zhao Fan nodded and entered the vehicle. Captain Ning, what is it that you wish to inquire about? Xu Ruchu Xin initiated the conversation. Ning Chen paused for a moment, then, without any circumlocution, directly asked, Ruchu Xin, does Zhao Fan have a birthmark on the inner side of his right thigh? This specific area. Ning Ten gestured accordingly. Xu Ruchu Xin's gaze darkened slightly, and she regarded Ning Chen in silence, pondering his intentions. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will, Ning Chen clarified. Captain Ning, why do you wish to know this? Xu Ruchu Xin inquired, having already erected a mental barrier prior to speaking. Zhao Fan bears a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine, who once lost a child, coincidentally of the same age as Zhao Fan. Upon returning, I informed my friend, and he mentioned that his child's inner right thigh bore a birthmark, Ning Chen elucidated. Aware that clarity was essential for Xu Ruchu to divulge any information. What is the surname of that friend-esque child? What is the date of birth? Xu Ruchu pressed, noting that only Zhao Fan's age was registered upon entering the base, with no specific date of birth recorded. Zhao Ning Ten responded, subsequently providing Xu Ruchu with the birth date. It aligned with Zhao Fan's date of birth. Ning Chen mused inwardly. Captain Ning, who is that friend of yours? Xu Ruchu Guidit. Upon hearing her question, Ning Chen felt reassured. If Zhao Fan lacked a birthmark, Xu Ruchu would not have posed such inquiries, and she could have simply denied it. It is Zhao Yonghua, General Zhao, Ning Chen disclosed. Wasn't General Zhao's son said to have perished shortly after birth? Xu Ruchu asked, aware of the tragic circumstances surrounding the death of General Zhao's son, born to his fiancée. Yet, Zhao Fan has appeared, Ning Chen remarked, then questioned. Ruchu, does Zhao Fan indeed have that birthmark? If he does, you must inform me. I need to discuss this matter with Zhao Fan. Xu Ruchu replied after a brief pause, her inner turmoil contrasting with her calm exterior. Very well, you both may confer now. We depart in 20 minutes. So, you should be able to reach a consensus, Ning Chen stated. Their current mission was a significant operation for the base, which involved not only their Eagle Squadron, but also a number of ordinary soldiers devoid of abilities, alongside the base's special teams tasked with gathering supplies. The Eagle Squadron was solely responsible for eliminating the mutated spiders lurking around the granary. Understood, Xu Ruchu acknowledged, reflecting. This situation had arisen so suddenly. And what astonished him even more was the possibility that Zhao Fan's father was General Zhao. Ruchu, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Zhao Fan inquired. Is it not General Zhao seated in the vehicle? Xu Ruchu Vima? Indeed, but I find him rather peculiar, Zhao Fan replied, frowning. How could one not find it strange? Xu Ruchu stated, he may very well be your biological father. What are you talking about, Ruchu? Could you repeat that? Zhao Fan inquired incredulously, convinced that he must have misheard. I mean, General Zhao could indeed be your true father, Xu Ruchu articulated slowly, word by word. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's revelation, Zhao Fan fell into silence. Observing his quietude, Xu Ruchu recounted her earlier conversation with Ning Chen to him. Chapter 31, Acknowledgement. Though I did not explicitly inform Ning Chen about your birthmark, he likely inferred it from our previous dialogue, Xu Ruchu remarked. So what if he guessed? As long as we do not acknowledge it, it bears no significance, Zhao Fan retorted. Do you not wish to recognize your father? Xu Ruchu gazed at Zhao Fan, posing the question. It matters little to me, Zhao Fan replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. However, Ruchu, acknowledging him could yield certain benefits for us. He has lived 2 lives already, and I harbor no particular expectations of a father. Yet, from a pragmatic standpoint, it would be wise to recognize him. Xu Ruchu frowned slightly. Zhao Fan, do you not find it perplexing why Zhou Jin would attempt to kill you? It may very well be connected to your lineage. How so? Zhao Fan queried. If Ning Chen can connect your appearance to you being General Zhao's son, it stands to reason that others in the Zhao family could make the same deduction. General Zhao has no sons. His heirs would be chosen from among his nephews. But what if General Zhao did have a son? Your existence might very well be obstructing certain individuals' ambitions, Xu Ruchu analyzed. If that is the case, Zhao Fan mused thoughtfully, it does seem plausible. There may be other possibilities, but I believe Zhou Jin's betrayal is undoubtedly tied to your background. You are right, Ruchu. If no one had bribed Zhou Jin, he would not have dared to act against me. After all, he is merely an ordinary person without any abilities, reliant on my protection for survival. To kill me would be to sever his own lifeline. Zhou Jin is not that foolish. Yet, if eliminating me could lead to a better life for him, I have no doubt he would resort to such measures, Zhao Fan replied in a grave tone. Xu Ruchu's expression darkened. Zhao Fan, although General Zhao has been disfigured, many still remember his visage. If you truly resemble General Zhao, as Ning Chen suggests, staying at the Kyoto base will surely attract attention from certain individuals. Therefore, Zhao Fan, if you do not wish to acknowledge your father, it will be prudent for us to leave the Kyoto base. The enemy operates in the shadows. Such covert threats are difficult to guard against. If General Zhao is indeed my father, why would I not acknowledge him? It would only benefit others if I did not. If he truly is my father, I will recognize him, Zhao Fan declared, recalling that he may have perished in his past life for this very reason, making him even more resolute in his decision. Some individuals deemed him an obstacle, In this life, he would firmly assume the role of a stumbling block. By the way, Ruchu, do you agree with my decision to acknowledge my father? Zhao Fan inquired once more. Xu Ruchu pressed her lips together. Zhao Fan, you may not be aware, as you have never served in the military, but General Zhao commands immense respect within the army. General Zhao is known for his integrity and exceptional military prowess. If General Zhao were your father, I would feel at ease, Xu Ruchu remarked. My brother is coming over, she added, frowning. Brother, you are participating in this mission too? Su Lu exclaimed as he approached. Have you not seen Zhao Fan? Address him properly, Xu Ruchu chided Su Lu. Zhao Fan? Je le reductant compris. Zhao Fan acknowledged. Brother, are you also involved in this mission? Je l'inquired again. Indeed, Xu Ruchu responded softly, before asking, has her father taken on this mission as well? Yes. Su Lu replied, then continued, Brother, please don't hold a grudge against Dad, all right? You are still young, you don't understand. Xu Ruchu gently patted Su Lu's shoulder, advising him, during the mission, be astute, nothing is more important than your life. It's time to depart. You should return home. Brother, come back with me, Su Lu insisted, diverting from the previous topic as he grasped Xu Ruchu's hand, and urged, let us hurry back. We need to set off. Xu Ruchu patted Su Lu's shoulder again. Sighing inwardly, Su Lu realized his brother wished to end the conversation. By the way, brother, our parents are aware of your and Zhao Fan's plans to purchase a villa. Mother is encouraging Dad to ask you for it. Su Lu noted before taking his leave. With a cold laugh, Xu Ruchu turned to Zhao Fan, saying, I suggested writing only your name, but you disagreed. And now others are eyeing it. Even if it were just my name, your stepmother would still be interested, Zhao Fan replied, then added, how about we buy a villa for Grandma and Grandpa? Their current living situation is quite cramped. You truly make it impossible not to adore you. Xu Ruchu thought, but did not voice the latter part. How could she not cherish Zhao Fan, who always considered her well-being? What do you mean? Zhao Fan leaned closer. You are simply delightful, Xu Ruchu said, patting Zhao Fan's shoulder before walking towards the car with a smile. Zhao Fan chuckled and followed her. Chapter 32, Proof. After Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu entered the vehicle, silence enveloped the four of them until the makeshift driver, Ning Chun, broke it. How did you two fare in discussing the birthmark situation? Ning Ten inquired. Upon hearing Ning Chun's words, Zhao Yonghua, sitting next to Zhao Fan, tensed up, an emotion that had not manifested in him for quite some time. I do indeed have such a birthmark, but that does not necessarily prove that I am General Zhao's son, Zhao Fan stated, emphasizing that many others also bear birthmarks. At Zhao Fan's revelation, both Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chun momentarily held their breath. Many people have birthmarks, but none share the exact same location, Ning Chun countered. You have not seen the position of my birthmark, so how can you ascertain that it is in the same place? After all, verbal descriptions can vary. Zhao Fan replied thoughtfully. May I see the birthmark on your body? Zhao Yonghua inquired, turning his head to look at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment before responding, certainly. Without a hint of reluctance, he removed his trousers. When the crimson birthmark came into view, Zhao Yonghua's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, the birthmark on my son is located precisely here, he declared, producing a photograph. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had fortuitously been at home and had taken family pictures with him. Zhao Fan, Ruchu, observed this photograph. It captures a young Zhao Fan shortly after his birth. Clearly displaying his birthmark, Zhao Yonghua explained. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu gazed at the chubby infant in the picture, dressed in a red belly band, with large, adorable eyes. The birthmark on the right leg mirrored that of Zhao Fan's. Isn't it identical? Zhao Yonghua asked with palpable enthusiasm. Indeed, Xu Ruchu nodded, while Zhao Fan merely pursed his lips. Take a look at this. Can you recognize the handwriting on this paper? It was kept with me in my swaddling. Zhao Fan queried, retrieving a piece of paper from his space. This document was the sole proof of his identity, preserved by the director, who had entrusted it to him as he grew older. This is definitely Hao Qing's handwriting. I cannot be mistaken, Zhao Yonghua asserted with certainty, his voice trembling as he continued. Zhao Fan, your birthmark and this paper are sufficient to establish that you are my son. A paternity test would be ideal. Zhao Fan interjected. Currently, the base lacks the facilities for such testing, Zhao Yonghua replied, gazing at Zhao Fan. However, should you insist on a paternity test to recognize your lineage, I will immediately procure the necessary equipment. We will gather the machines. You prepare the medical personnel for testing. Zhao Fan replied. Once we have the results, those who doubt his paternity will have nothing to argue. Agreed, Zhao Yonghua responded. In truth, it need not be so complicated. A mere restoration of the general's face would suffice. One glance at Zhao Fan and the general would reveal their father-son relationship, Ning Chen remarked. However, Xiao Wang's healing abilities are currently insufficient to mend the general's facial wounds. Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan exchanged glances, both contemplating the peculiar tree. Perhaps we should let the peculiar tree give it a try? Xu Ruchu suggested. With Zhao Yonghua's consent, the peculiar tree began to heal the scars on Zhao Yonghua's body. Ultimately, the peculiar tree not only restored the scars on his face, but also healed every injury on his body. Astounding, they truly resemble each other. Xu Ruchu thought to herself, affirming Ning Chen's observation that one could easily discern their familial connection merely by their faces. Zhao Fan gazed at Zhao Yonghua's face, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, though no other thoughts crossed his mind. Ruchu, do you see the resemblance between them? Ning Ten inquired. Indeed, Xu Ruchu replied. Zhao Fan, there is something I must convey to you. Zhao Yonghua began to speak. Please, I am listening, Zhao Fan responded. Zhao Yonghua gathered his thoughts and recounted the events of that year in meticulous detail, leaving nothing concealed. Thus it is, and I do not wish for you to recognize Hao Qing as your mother, Zhao Yonghua remarked to Zhao Fan. So this is how I came to be. Zhao Fan paused for a moment, feeling that his origins were indeed quite melodramatic. Chapter 33. The Swarm of Mutated Cockroaches. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua closed his eyes briefly. He had always feared that his child would one day pose such questions. Now that day had finally arrived. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy. Being able to ask such a question indicated that the child was still alive. As long as the child lived, nothing else mattered. Ahead, a tide of mutated cockroaches surged toward us, Xu Ruchu suddenly declared, her brow furrowing deeply at the overwhelming numbers. After hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Ning Chen's expression turned grave. Are you certain? He inquired, as Zhou Wang had yet to issue a warning. I am certain, given their current speed and hours. We will encounter them in approximately 10 minutes, Xu Ruchu stated matter-of-factly, offering no further commentary. Ning Ten, relay my orders. The Eagle Falcon team will remain behind to eliminate the mutated cockroaches, while the other squads retreat immediately, Zhao Yonghua commanded decisively. Understood, Ning Ten responded, pressing the brake and transmitting the orders through the radio. Once the orders were communicated, the ordinary soldiers in the army promptly turned back, yet others remained unmoved. Damn it, these bastards are disobeying orders. If it were my men, I would have them all executed, Ning Chen seethed. Do not waste your anger on them. It is not worth it, Zhao Yonghua replied, then turned to Xu Ruchu and asked Ruchu, what is the approximate width of the swarm? About 120 meters. Xu Ruchu replied, I cannot yet see the end of its length. Zhao Yonghua nodded and instructed. The Earth-type ability users of the Eagle Falcon team will dig a trench 50 meters ahead. Provide them with the dimensions. Use your utmost speed to complete it. Zhao Yonghua added, Fire-type ability users, prepare yourselves. Once the trench is completed, release your abilities into it immediately. He continued with his directives. After the first trench was constructed, he ordered to dig another trench 10 meters behind it. Zhao Yonghua remained calm and composed as he issued a series of commands. Zhao Fan observed Zhao Yonghua with admiration. He realized that if it were him, he could not manage such a situation. He pondered. A man capable of wielding the entire Kyoto base in his hands could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Had he grown up under Zhao Yonghua's guidance, he would have undoubtedly revered and loved such a father. Yet now, while he admired Zhao Yonghua, the bond of father and son was, regrettably, absent. As for his mother, the thought of her attempting to marry Zhao Yonghua in such a manner left him incredulous. He had once fantasized about his biological parents, but reality proved to be even more melodramatic than his imaginings. They are here, Xu Ruchu announced. No sooner had she spoken than mutated cockroaches, the size of fists, emerged into their line of sight. Cockroaches, mutated cockroaches. Where could so many have come from? People in the rear gasped, and the timid turned to flee. Zhao Yonghua disregarded the group behind him and shouted, Earth-type ability users, continue digging trenches. Fire-type ability users, unleash your flames into the trenches. The rest of you must exert every effort to eliminate the mutated cockroaches. None must slip past us. As soon as his command echoed, various powers surged forth, and the Eagle Falcon team commenced their assault on the mutated cockroaches. With a swift motion of his hand, Zhao Fan directed a flurry of mutated black water blades toward the mutated cockroaches, causing many to fall. While employing his water abilities, He also utilized his beast-controlling powers to command 2 mid-level mutated cockroaches to attack their kin. Standing beside Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu unleashed a barrage of invisible mental needles that pierced through the ranks of mutated cockroaches, causing them to collapse in droves. Like Zhao Fan, Zhao Yonghua employed his beast-controlling abilities to command 2 initial-level mutated cockroaches to join the fray, simultaneously launching a shower of mutated black water blades at the swarm. Ning Chun waved his hand, dispersing a cloud of black mist that corroded a significant portion of the mutated cockroaches. These 4 individuals, formidable weapons in their own right, withstood the relentless tide of the mutated cockroach army. Some escaped the onslaught, only to be slain by the Eagle Falcon team, while others fell into the trenches and were consumed by flames. The onlookers were left astounded by the spectacle, silently acknowledging the might of the Eagle Falcon team. As the wave of mutated cockroaches dwindled, Zhao Fan and Zhao Yonghua directed their 2 controlled mutated cockroaches to attack the mutated cockroach king. Ning Chen, Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, come with me to confront the mutated cockroach king. The Eagle Falcon team will hold the line, Zhao Yonghua declared, his agile form leaping over the trenches and charging into the swarm, swiftly reaching the initial level mutated cockroach. Though this mutated cockroach had not evolved any abilities, its second-level status granted it enhanced physical prowess, making it a formidable opponent. Without the use of the black water from his spatial abilities, Zhao Fan would not stand a chance against this creature. The mutated cockroaches' antennae lashed out at them, but they opted for ranged attacks rather than engaging in close combat. Xu Ruchu's mental abilities continuously assaulted the cockroach's mind, while Zhao Fan and the others targeted its eyes with their powers. The small peculiar tree on Zhao Fan's back occasionally emitted a green light, alleviating their fatigue, while its tendrils stealthily entwined around the mutated cockroach, siphoning its life force. This tree of yours is quite impressive, Ning Chun remarked with a smile. No wonder you carry it wherever you go. If I had such a tree, I'd carry it too. Through their coordinated efforts, they ultimately vanquished the second-level mutated cockroach, leaving a heap of 0-level mutated cockroaches in their wake. Here you go, Zhao Yonghua said, extracting the crystal core from the second-level mutated cockroach and handing it to Zhao Fan. For me? Zhao Fan paused, astonished, pondering that this was a second-level white core, usable by any type of ability user, precisely what Zhao Yonghua needed. Yes, for you, Zhao Yonghua affirmed with a nod. This is something we've slain together. I cannot accept it, Zhao Fan declined. You have exerted yourselves greatly, so the crystal core rightfully belongs to you, Ning Chen remarked while dispatching low-level mutated cockroaches. Since it belongs to us, we shall pass it on to General Zhao. Zhao Fan paused before stating. After a round of polite refusals, the crystal core ultimately went to Zhao Yonghua, as Zhao Fan concluded. Let this be a token of respect from Ruchu and me to you. Chapter 34. The News Spreads. After the mutated cockroaches were vanquished, their remains were absorbed as nourishment by the mutated wisteria, and the crystal core was evenly divided between Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, both of whom accepted it without hesitation. Thanks to the presence of the mutated wisteria, they refrained from cleaning the battlefield this time. Zhao Yonghua ordered a 30-minute rest at the site before contacting the retreating convoy to have them catch up. Captain, is the general's face better? Zhou Wang and others surrounded Ning Chun. Yes, it's better, Ning Chen replied with a smile, clearly in good spirits. Captain, why do I feel that Zhao Fan resembles the general so much? Zhou Wang scratched his head and inquired. Indeed, Captain. I think Zhao Fan bears a striking resemblance to the general. If one didn't know better, they might assume they were father and son, Gashun added. They are indeed father and son. How could they not look alike? Ning Chun chuckled, as they had no intention of concealing Zhao Fan's relationship with Zhao Yonghua. The others exclaimed in shock. Captain, is this true? Zhao Fan is really the general's son? Zhou Wang asked, astonished. There is nothing more truthful than this, Ning Chen affirmed. What will you do, Captain? Gu Shun asked with concern, well aware of the relationship between their captain and the general, even if others were oblivious. Captain, what has happened. You must take it in stride, Zhou Wang comforted. Yes, Captain, you must not dwell on it too deeply, Qianwen advised. Having followed Ning Chun since before the apocalypse, they were quite close to him. Are you trying to comfort me? Ning Chun asked, amused before continuing. I'm actually pleased to suddenly have someone like Zhao Fan as my eldest son. Not far away, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu observe indeed. Captain Ning and General Zhao share that kind of relationship. Zhao Fan admitted his connection to Zhao Yonghua, yet he found it difficult to address him as father. Thus, he opted to refer to him as the general. This way, he won't oppose our relationship, Zhao Fan remarked to Xu Ruchu. Xu Ruchu smiled and replied, actually, Captain Ning and General Zhao make quite a fitting pair. We are even more suited, Zhao Fan asserted. The news of Zhao Fan being the son of Zhao Yonghua quickly spread throughout the Eagle Falcon team, bringing them joy in the realization that their general would have an heir. This news not only circulated within the Eagle Falcon team, but also reached those behind them, leaving the thoughts of those individuals known only to themselves. Upon hearing the news, Su Guobin slightly narrowed his eyes. Xiaodu, you may seek out your elder brother from now on. Dad, you are aware that Zhao Fan is the son of General Zhao. Are you truly considering endorsing my brother's association with him? Shuduan quailed. Indeed, Su Guobin replied without hesitation. Being a businessman by nature, he was driven by profit. With a lucrative opportunity at hand, he not only refrained from opposition, but also resolved to support their union. Dad, you have truly disappointed me, Su Lu said, her mood darkening as she entered the vehicle. Within half an hour, they set off towards a granary located in the western suburbs of Wushi, which housed a substantial stockpile of grain. Transporting the grain back to the base would immediately alleviate the food crisis. However, the site was currently overrun by a horde of mutated spiders. Consequently, the military dispatched the Eagle Falcon squad to exterminate the mutated spiders before retrieving the grain. The Eagle Falcon squad consisted of 100 elite supernatural soldiers, and personnel losses would be promptly replenished. Leading the way, the squad finally arrived at the Wushi granary before noon. The area surrounding the granary was draped in white spider webs, which ensnared numerous other mutated insects, as well as a considerable number of aberrant humans and other mutated creatures. Surrounding the webs were throngs of aberrant humans, aimlessly wandering nearby, neither retreating nor attacking the spiders. Even when their convoy halted in the vicinity, they refrained from launching an assault. General, the situation appears peculiar. Why are there suddenly so many aberrant humans near the granary? There were none during yesterday's reconnaissance. Moreover, these aberrant humans exhibit unusual behavior, Ning Chen remarked, addressing General Zhao Yonghua while executing the mission. Zhao Fan, what is your perspective on the increase in aberrant humans here? General Zhao Yonghua asked, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing Zhao Yonghua's words, Xu Ruchu contemplated. General Zhao is also inclined to nurture Zhao Fan. This is commendable, indicating that he values his son. Chapter 35. The illusory spider. The surprise in Zhao Fan's eyes faded swiftly. After a brief pause, he stated, the mutated spiders require sustenance as well. Rather than passively awaiting food to ensnare them, it is wiser to take the initiative. Thus, it is plausible that the aberrant humans here are being herded as prey by the mutated spiders from elsewhere. Given the unusual behavior exhibited by these aberrant humans, I suspect that the group of mutated spiders possesses a specific supernatural ability, such as an illusory power. If these aberrant humans exist within an illusion crafted by the mutated spiders, they would naturally be oblivious to the outside world. These mutated spiders are remarkably gifted, all possessing normal eyesight, yet they harbor a profound enmity towards humans, perceiving them as adversaries, rendering communication impossible. In light of this, we must eradicate them, Zhao Fan concluded. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's insights, a flicker of appreciation shone in Zhao Yonghua's eyes, quickly replaced by a grave expression. If the swarm of mutated spiders indeed possesses illusory abilities, our task will become significantly more challenging, Zhao Yonghua stated solemnly. After his words, a serious demeanor settled upon the faces of several others present. The existence of illusionary ability spiders is merely a conjecture of Zhao Fan. We must promptly ascertain whether such creatures reside here. Ning Chun stated if they do exist, we shall immediately revise our operational strategy. Ning Captain, how do you intend to verify the presence of these illusionary ability spiders? Zhao Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. I will lead a small team to assault the mutated spider, Ning Chun replied after a brief pause. Ning Captain, even if you take a small team to attack, that mutated spider may not necessarily employ its illusionary abilities against you, Zhao Fan cautioned. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, both Ning Chun and Zhao Yonghua fell silent. Recognizing the high likelihood of this scenario, I'm a mental ability user. I can attempt to locate that spider, Xu Ruchu interjected. Ah, young man, you have finally revealed your prowess, Ning Chun remarked, patting Xu Ruchu on the shoulder. In that moment, Zhao Yonghua and his son Zhao Fan seemed to share a tacit understanding, both frowning in disapproval of Ning Chen's gesture towards Xu Ruchu. Ning Captain, Such familiarity between men is inappropriate. Please be mindful of your conduct, Zhao Fan admonished, knowing that Ning Chun had a penchant for men. Inappropriate familiarity? Ning Ten scoffed, attempting to embrace Xu Ruchu, only to be evaded. Xu Ruchu, why are you avoiding me? Ning Ten queried. Such familiarity is inappropriate, Xu Ruchu replied, adjusting his attire. Ning Chun, you're being mischievous again, Zhao Yongwu said affectionately before shifting the topic. Xu Ruchu, you must immediately seek out the illusionary ability mutated spider. Understood. Xu Ruchu affirmed. Zhao Fan smirked and added, Ruchu, focus your search on these specific locations. They conceal first-tier mutated spiders. He then relayed the locations to Xu Ruchu, acquired through his beast mastery ability. Xu Ruchu nodded and released his mental powers to begin probing those areas. The rapid evolution of mutated beasts is alarming. How are we humans to survive? Ning Chun expressed with concern. To avoid demise, we must become stronger than the mutated beasts, Zhao Fan replied with resolute determination. Zhao Fan is correct. To survive, humanity must empower itself, Zhao Yongwu remarked. The swift evolution of mutated flora and fauna is their advantage, yet we possess our own intelligence. After a moment, Zhao Yongwu continued, we can arm ourselves with our intellect, and I firmly believe that humanity will once again ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain. Upon hearing Zhao Yongwu's words, Zhao Fan pondered. Zhao Yongwu truly deserves his reputation as the former leader of the Dawn Base, possessing a far-sighted vision. With such a father, he must feel a sense of pride. However, our most pressing concern remains the eradication of the current swarm of mutated spiders. Securing the food within to alleviate the base's food crisis and ensure the survival of the remaining humans. Zhao Yongwu regarded them, his gaze settling on Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, the abilities of the gifted are significant, yet the ordinary are equally important, Zhao Yongwu stated, wishing to dissuade Zhao Fan from adopting the prejudices some ability users hold against ordinary people. I understand this, Zhao Fan replied. Zhao Fan remarked that there are those who have become oblivious to the truth, should such individuals assume leadership over the bases. The common folk would find themselves devoid of hope. If the ordinary people were to perish, the fate of the gifted ones would inevitably be extinction. Presently, many fail to comprehend the significance of the common populace. It is only when they realize the challenges faced by the offspring of those with abilities that they will come to appreciate the value of the ordinary. It is only then that various bases will begin to improve the lives of the commoners. Among all the bases Zhao Fan had visited, the Dawn Base afforded the best treatment to ordinary individuals. Furthermore, it was the first to restore the rule of law, a feat attributable to the man before him. He was unaware of the circumstances that led this man to ascend to power in the third year of the apocalypse. Yet he hoped that this man would rise to prominence sooner in this lifetime, not merely because he was his father, but because he was a commendable leader. Zhao Fan understood the principle that the loss of one affects the other. He wished for the continuation of humanity. If humanity were to face extinction, both he and Xu Ruchu would not survive. You have identified the issues within the base. Indeed, Zhao Yongwu observed with admiration, acknowledging Zhao Fan's insight, which indicated he was no fool. After this mission concludes, we shall have a thorough discussion, Zhao Yongwu stated. Agreed, Zhao Fan replied. Recognizing the necessity of fostering a relationship with Zhao Yongwu now that he had resolved to acknowledge him. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yongwu smiled, pleased that his son was willing to engage with him. Chapter 36, Departure. I found it Xu Ruchu said it was not located in those places Zhao Fan mentioned. Rather, it was concealed within the large web at the center. Had I not nearly been drawn into an illusion, I might not have discovered it. Are you unscathed? Came three concerned voices directed towards Xu Ruchu. I am fine, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile, appreciating their concern. That is a relief, Zhao Fan responded, then continued, Ruchu, you should restore your abilities. As Xu Ruchu began to regain her powers, Ning Chun furrowed his brow and asked, General, should we alter our battle plan? Zhao Fan, do you believe we ought to modify our strategy? Zhao Yongwu inquired, gazing at the mutated spider web ahead. Zhao Fan paused, surveying the dense throng of mutated beings and the layers of webs before him. After a moment, he spoke. The optimal course of action is to eliminate the illusionary mutant spider first. However, that would be exceedingly difficult. I believe it unnecessary to confront such challenges head-on. Therefore, while the battle plan need not change fundamentally, I do think some adjustments are warranted. What adjustments do you propose? Zhao Yongwu asked, intrigued. Zhao Fan considered for a moment before replying. The plan for the Eagle Falcon squad to besiege the mutated spider remains unchanged. But the ordinary soldiers and the recruited, gifted individuals must also participate in the fray. The mutated beings should be left to them to vanquish. We cannot engage in a bloody battle at the front while they linger behind, merely reaping the rewards without effort. Such a scenario is utterly untenable, especially in the apocalypse. General, I believe Zhao Fan is correct. If we allow them to engage in the battle, we shall not only save time, but also conserve the stamina of our Eagle Squadron members, Ning Chen articulated. After all, the directive given to us is to eliminate the mutated spiders. Our actions do not contravene military orders. He continued, expressing his concern for his soldiers' well-being, a sentiment not shared by others. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yongwen nodded in agreement. He observed that during every mission, his men were always at the forefront. In times of peace, such a strategy might be acceptable, but in this apocalyptic era, continuing down this path would only lead to their deterioration, a troubling prospect indeed. Once Zhao Yongwen consented, Ning Chen swiftly relayed the orders, which incited a frenzy among the troops. They were reluctant to confront the mutated beings. Ning Chen, however, demonstrated his ruthless resolve by executing the instigator of the descent. This individual happened to be the brother-in-law of the commander of the Kyoto base, and the execution served as a stark warning, swiftly restoring order among the ranks. After agreeing to hunt the mutated beings, the Eagle Squadron commenced their offensive. At this moment, the mutated spiders were the most elated, for their prey had finally begun to move. The illusionary mutated spider had not yet lifted its enchantment upon the mutated beings, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable. Zhao Fan and his comrades swiftly dispatched the mutated throng, and subsequently directed their abilities towards the spider webs. They dared not approach the webs directly and opted instead for ranged attacks. As Zhao Fan charged forward, a torrent of black water surged towards the location of the illusionary mutated spider, sweeping through the webs with astonishing speed, reaching the spider before it could cast its illusionary powers. In an instant, the spider vanished, leaving behind only a crystal core, which was promptly claimed by the mutated wisteria. Following the demise of the illusionary mutated spider, the remaining mutated beings began to stir, and the task of exterminating them no longer resembled a mere chore. However, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. They could only advance in the face of adversity. After dispatching the illusionary mutated spider, Zhao Fan maneuvered the black water around the lair of the mutated spiders, causing considerable destruction to the webs and eliminating numerous spiders in the process. Eventually, he withdrew the black water back into his spatial realm, as his mental energy was nearing depletion. The black water, having originated from his spatial reserve, was a drain on Zhao Fan's mental fortitude, distinct from his psychic abilities. Zhao Fan, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed the members of the Eagle Squadron, raising their thumbs in admiration. Indeed, he is the son of the general, displaying the same prowess. Focus on the battle. If you become ensnared by the mutated spider webs, your fate is sealed, Zhao Fan warned with a smile, as he directed the spatial blade towards a first-level mutated spider. This mutated wisteria is not merely a collector of debris and crystal cores. It is, in fact, a formidable weapon, Ning Chen observed, as the petals of the wisteria danced through the air, swiftly annihilating the lesser spiders. This is the most exquisite scene of slaughter I have ever witnessed. The swirling petals are breathtaking, Gushun remarked as he continued his assault. The mutated flora and fauna of Zhao Fan's team displayed an unparalleled ferocity in battle, leaving the Eagle Falcon squad to lament their ruthlessness. United in their assault, they swiftly eradicated the lower-tier mutated spiders. As the spiders' web weaving slowed significantly, the absence of their silken barriers facilitated a smoother offensive. Zhao Fan claimed both the first-level ice and fire-type spiders, instructing, "You guard me while I communicate with them." The garments fashioned from the silk of fire-type mutated spiders not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but also provided warmth. The winter of the apocalyptic world was both protracted and bitterly cold. Possessing a garment made from the silk of fire-type spiders made enduring the harsh winter considerably more bearable. Likewise, the summer was equally long and sweltering. Attire crafted from the ice-type spider silk would help alleviate the oppressive heat. However, due to the adhesive quality of the mutated spider silk, it could not be directly transformed into clothing. Yet, after soaking it for 24 hours in the aggressive essence of mutated aloe vera, it became usable. Zhao Fan was aware of a particular aloe vera plant that had yet to be claimed, which would conveniently benefit Ruchu. Very well, Ruchu replied, positioning herself protectively beside Zhao Fan. General Zhao, you should find a way to bond with the Earth-type and Gold-type mutated spiders, Zhao Fan suggested, noting the exceptional defensive properties of their silks, which would be ideal for soldiers. Agreed, Zhao Yongwu replied, though he harbored an aversion to spiders. Nonetheless, he was resolute in fulfilling his son's wishes. As soon as he spoke, Ning Chun stood vigil at his side. Under Zhao Fan's coercion and persuasion, the two mutated spiders ultimately acquiesced. Similarly, Zhao Yongwu secured a bond with his spider through intimidation and allure, for the creatures feared for their lives. Upon forming contracts, the mutated spiders implored Zhao Fan and Zhao Yongwu to spare their offspring, who were still alive under their guardianship. Zhao Fan consented to release them, but stipulated that the spiders must accompany them. The mutated spiders agreed. Zhao Fan, what peculiar taste you have to favor spiders. Since you like them so much, take all these mutated spiders back to your home. I shall have no spiders in my household, Ning Chen remarked. Very well. As long as you do not regret it later, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, thinking to himself that having spiders around could serve as guardians for his courtyard. I certainly shan't regret it. I loathe spiders, Ning Chen declared, despite his lack of fear towards them. Zhao Yongwu, aware of Ning Chen's distaste, said, Zhao Fan, Ruchu, I leave their care to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. We need crystal cores, Zhao Fan stated. Noting the altered dietary habits of spiders in the apocalypse, they still favored crystal cores above all. I understand. I shall ensure to deliver crystal cores to you, allowing for frequent visits with you and Zhao Fan, Zhao Yongwu replied. After the eradication of the mutated spiders, the Eagle Falcon Squad turned their attention to eliminating the aberrants. Due to the inclusion of Zhao Fan's team, the Eagle Falcon Brigade suffered no casualties. There was no need for Zhao Fan and his companions to clean the battlefield, as the mutated spiders and the crystalline cores of the aberrant humans they had dispatched were extracted by the mutated wisteria and placed alongside the carcasses of the spiders. Zhao Fan simply collected them into his spatial storage. This mutated wisteria is truly remarkable, Ning Chun remarked with a smile. Indeed, Ruchue's wood-based abilities are also impressive. Zhao Yongwu added. The granary was opened, revealing storerooms filled with grain, which ignited a wave of excitement among everyone, banishing their fatigue. They began to transport the grain outside. And Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu did not merely observe, they assisted in the effort. Once the carts were laden with grain and returned to the base, the inhabitants were filled with exhilaration. Seizing the moment, they managed to transport all the grain back to the base before nightfall. We can wrap things up and head back to the base now, Ning Chun suggested cheerfully. Could you please help us take Shermeng and the others back? Ruchu and I will gather some materials for testing and return tomorrow, Zhao Fan replied. I can take them back without issue, but it is too dangerous for you to go out collecting at night. I cannot agree to that, Ning Chun said, furrowing his brow. Ultimately, it was Zhao Yongwu's nod of approval that allowed them to leave. Before their departure, they briefed Shermeng and the others, then left with the small monster tree and the mutated wisteria. How would you let them go? You know how unsafe it is outside the base at night. Ning Chen expressed his concerns. Zhao Yongwu sighed. If I don't allow them to leave, will they simply stay? After Zhao Yongwu spoke, Ning Chen also exhaled a sigh. Enough worrying. They will be fine, Zhao Yongwu reassured him, though deep down, only he and Ning Chen were aware of his true apprehensions. Hearing Zhao Yongwu's words, Ning Chen sighed again. I forgot to have them take away the spiders I detest. With that, he sighed once more. After Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu departed, they headed towards the city. Throughout the night, they not only gathered the materials they required, but also eliminated the high-level aberrant creatures and mutated plants that had been circling the martial city. Holding the additional second and first-level crystalline cores in their hands, both smiled with satisfaction. The following day, upon returning to the base, they entrusted the testing materials and Zhao Fan's hair and blood to Zhao Yongwu, informing him of their intent to venture out for training for a while. They asked him to look after their residents and to care for Shermeng and the others, leaving behind some belongings before setting off. Chapter 37. Good Fortune Interrupted. Xu Ruchu understood her father's character. Upon learning of Zhao Fan's relation to General Zhao, he would not only refrain from opposing their union, but would actively support it. Recognizing the potential benefits to himself, with Zhao Fan's lineage exposed, both to Zhao and how families might seek him out. Fearing complications, both Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu resolved to embark on their training journey. They drove directly to Wushu and then to a charming villa they had discovered the previous night. Let us stay here for a few more days, Zhao Fan suggested. Agreed. We will set off after the first energy surge, Xu Ruchu replied. Their destination was Hansheng, where the mutated aloe Zhao Fan spoke of was located on the western outskirts. I was thinking the same. It's remarkable how in tune we are with each other, Zhao Fan chuckled. He continued, after the energy surge, there will likely be an increase in level 1 aberrants. The mutated insects will also proliferate, making human life even more arduous. Therefore, Ruchu, we must hasten our training. You are correct. Perhaps we should cancel some of your activities. Xu Ruchu raised an eyebrow. That is out of the question, Zhao Fan retorted, unwilling to forego his privileges. Ruchu, a balanced approach to training is essential. It is more conducive to enhancing our abilities, he added. You have a point, Xu Ruchu smiled. Zhao Fan chuckled softly, then shifted the topic. When we departed, General Zhao gave us a notebook. I wonder what it contains. He retrieved the notebook from his space. Why not take a look? Xu Ruchu suggested, observing the notebook in Zhao Fan's hands. You're right. Let us examine it together, Zhao Fan said, inching closer to Xu Ruchu. He secretly wished to have her seated on his lap, but he knew she preferred to have him sit on hers. Inevitably, they would find themselves playfully debating who would occupy whose lap. Without using their powers, he knew he would not stand a chance against her. As Zhao Fan opened the notebook, 4 lines of text captured their attention. Son, I'm truly happy that you are alive. The first line read, So, no matter how you came to be, I love you. This was the second line. Son, I miss you. The third line stated, So, please take care of yourself and Ruchu while you are out. I will be waiting for your return at home. The fourth line concluded. After reading these lines, Zhao Fan sighed. In that incident, I was also a victim. Thus, I do not harbor any resentment towards him, not even a trace. I intend to coexist amicably with him. As for my biological mother, despite her impure motives, she ultimately brought me into this world. For that alone, I cannot despise her. Should she face difficulties in the future, I will extend my assistance. Beyond that, I shall sever all ties with her. No matter what you decide, I will support you, Xu Ruchu said, then continued. One of my former leaders once served in the same military district as General Zhao. He mentioned that General Zhao is reckless, particularly hard on himself, often undertaking the most perilous missions. When I saw the profound guilt in his eyes regarding you, I understood why he inflicts such torment upon himself. There is no need for that. Truly, it is unnecessary. He owes me nothing, Zhao Fan remarked, gazing at the powerful strokes of the handwriting in the notebook. I will return and express my true feelings to him. Indeed, Xu Ruchu replied softly. Ultimately, it all boils down to the transgressions committed by my biological mother. Her self-inflicted suffering elicits not an ounce of sympathy from me, Zhao Fan remarked, turning the page. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu hesitated momentarily. And then Zhao Fan's voice resonated in his ear. Ning Chun truly has no shame, insisting that I call him little dad, Zhao Fan commented. Gazing at the line of text on the paper, he is the beloved of General Zhao. Having acknowledged General Zhao, it is indeed fitting for you to address him as little dad, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. If you are his beloved, then you too should call him little dad. Can you bring yourself to utter it? Zhao Fan inquired. Ning Chun is merely a few years my senior, so I genuinely cannot say it. Yet according to hierarchy, we are obliged to do so, Xu Ruchu explained. If he insists on having me call him little dad, I shall refer to him as stepmother instead. Let us see if he dares to accept that, Zhao Fan declared. Given Ning Chen's audacity, he would undoubtedly agree, and with great enthusiasm at that, Xu Ruchu chuckled. You are right, Zhao Fan said, shaking his head with a smile. Before turning to the next page, a cultivation technique? Zhao Fan exclaimed, eyes wide. Indeed, it is a method of cultivation, Xu Ruchu replied, equally astonished. After their initial surprise, they continued to read, their expressions turning complex as they finished. The technique we are practicing is merely a simplified version of this method, Zhao Fan stated. Commonly referred to as the pedestrian variant, Xu Ruchu added, continuing, this is quite typical. Crucial techniques like this are first acquired by those in power, and even when made public, they retain some secrets to safeguard their interests. Hence, everyone aspires to rise above. Zhao Fan scrutinized the technique in his hands, noting it was personally copied by Zhao Yonghua. He appreciated the gesture of receiving such a technique from Zhao Yonghua. Ascending to the heights is no simple feat. They bear their own responsibilities and obligations, Xu Ruchu remarked. Indeed, Zhao Fan concurred, then continued, I was wondering why Ningxuan and the others advanced so swiftly. It turns out they had access to a cultivation technique. Never mind that for now. Let us both attempt this technique. Xu Ruchu nodded, and they entrusted the mutated wisteria and the little monster tree to guard them. Once everything was arranged, they sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice according to the technique. Their cultivation extended deep into the night. Utilizing this method, my absorption of natural elements is nearly several times faster than before, Zhao Fan noted. I too experience a remarkable increase in my cultivation speed, Xu Ruchu replied, underscoring the significance of a quality technique. Indeed, Zhao Fan continued, this father was not unworthy of recognition. It has brought us such substantial benefits. At Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu smiled and suggested, let us dine. Yes, let us eat. After our meal, we ought to engage in some exercise, Zhao Fan said, his eyes lighting up. Following their meal and a refreshing bath, Zhao Fan playfully knocked Xu Ruchu down, leading them into a fervent 3-day escapade within the confines of their room. Their lives devoid of modesty, save for the necessity of nourishment. Had it not been for the impending surge of energy, they would have remained reluctant to rise from their slumber. After tidying up and finishing their breakfast, the two settled cross-legged on the bed to commence their cultivation. Suddenly, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu opened their eyes and resumed their practice. At that moment, a torrent of natural elements surged into their bodies, almost overwhelming their meridians. With a muffled groan, they persisted in their techniques, allowing even more natural elements to flood into their meridians and dantian, relentlessly impacting them. Consequently, their meridians and dantian widened under the continuous onslaught of these natural elements, significantly enhancing their absorption rate. The explosive energy persisted for an hour before gradually subsiding, leaving the natural elements in the environment richer than before. In this moment, Zhao Fan's 3 abilities advanced to late-stage level 1, while Xu Ruchu's dual abilities reached the pinnacle of mid-stage level 1. It is important to note that as one progresses in the levels of abilities, the required energy increases exponentially, necessitating time for accumulation. The energy surge had saved them considerable time. During this tumultuous event, the mutated wisteria and the small monster tree both ascended to the peak of mid-stage level 1. Our powers have increased, Zhao Fan exclaimed with delight. Congratulations to you. Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. Congratulations to us both, Zhao Fan added before playfully tackling Xu Ruchu. What are you up to? Xu Ruchu inquired. Chakelen. A balance of work and rest, Zhao Fan replied with a grin before leaning in. Xu Ruchu laughed, then swiftly turned the tables, pinning Zhao Fan beneath her. Zhao Fan squinted slightly before reversing their positions. Ruchu, you should just lie back and enjoy. I'll handle the labor, he said, licking his lips. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu smiled indulgently. Just as Zhao Fan was about to fully indulge in the moment, they were abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of 2 individuals. Zhao Fan hastily covered both with a blanket and shouted furiously, "Get out immediately. No one enjoys having their good fortune interrupted midway. We're so sorry. We saw nothing." One of them quickly waved their hands in apology. "Leave?" Zhao Fan bellowed. "My apologies. We will take our leave now," the person replied, dragging the other stoic figure out. "Outside are our mutated plants. As long as you do not attack them, they will not attack you," Xu Ruchu called out, having already communicated with the 2 plants. "We will remember that," they replied before vanishing from the room. "This is infuriating," Zhao Fan grumbled, collapsing onto Xu Ruchu. "Do not let anger consume you. Let's get up quickly," Xu Ruchu soothed, stroking Zhao Fan's back. "The task remains unfinished." "A 1T rise," Zhao Fan insisted. "They're just downstairs," Xu Ruchu remarked. "I will go chase them off," Zhao Fan declared. "I will accompany you," Xu Ruchu replied, adding, "They must possess teleportation abilities, correct?" "Indeed," Zhao Fan remarked, quite perplexed at how they had inadvertently arrived here, suggesting it must have been an unintentional intrusion. Xu Ruchu, while dressing, chimed in, with a sigh of relief. Zhao Fan reluctantly began to don his clothes. Once they were both prepared, they descended the stairs, intent on confronting the 2 unexpected guests. Chapter 38, Aqua Intensisum. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your activities inside the room. Had I known, I certainly would not have teleported in this direction, thus avoiding interrupting your affairs. I am truly sorry. It was purely an accident, one of the individuals said rapidly, gesturing dismissively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan frowned and replied curtly, "Why are you still here? My abilities have been exhausted. We cannot leave at this moment." The individual responded with an awkward smile. "Exhausted abilities? You still have legs, don't you?" The door is right over there. Please feel free to take your time leaving, Zhao Fan retorted, his brow furrowing. Bro, listen to me. The cries of the mutated beings outside are quite exhilarating, aren't they? This is because they have suddenly grown more formidable. If we venture out now, it would be tantamount to courting death. Please, let us remain here. Rest assured, we will not linger long. The moment my abilities are restored, we shall depart immediately. The individual pleaded, looking at them with a beguiling expression. You staying or leaving is of no concern to us. Just leave, Zhao Fan said, unmoved. Bro, as the saying goes, saving a life is more valuable than constructing a 7-story pagoda. And in this case, you would be saving 2 lives, thus multiplying the merit. The individual remarked earnestly. Zhao Fan scoffed lightly and inquired, You possess teleportation abilities, don't you? Indeed, I do. While not particularly powerful, I am quite adept at running errands. If you have any such tasks in the future, feel free to assign them to me, the individual quickly offered. We don't even know your name. How will we find you later? Zhao Fan replied with a cold smirk. Hearing this, the individual slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. How could I forget such an important detail? My name is Lung Han, and this is my elder brother, Lung Feng. Is there something wrong with your brother's eyes? Xu Ruchu inquired at that moment. A shadow of sorrow crossed Lung Han's eyes as he replied, My brother sustained a head injury while saving me, and since awakening, he has lost both his sight and hearing. Given your brother's condition, I believe it would be best for you to abandon him, Zhao Fan suggested candidly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Lung Han's eyes. I would rather die than abandon my brother. Are you suggesting that if you were to perish, you would take your brother with you? Zhao Fan mocked. No, before I die, I will ensure that my brother is well cared for, Lung Han declared, gripping Lung Feng's hand tightly. Would you really entrust your brother's well-being to someone else? Zhao Fan sneered. Absolutely not. Lung Han shook his head, expressing his unease at entrusting his elder brother to anyone in this world. If you're worried, then focus on living well, Zhao Fan advised. You are right, elder brother. I must take care of myself, Lung Han replied, his earlier dissatisfaction about his brother dissipating. Zhao Fan paused for a moment before saying, I can show you a clear path. Would you like to hear it? Please do, elder brother, Lung Han responded eagerly. You should go to the capital base and seek out Ningchun to join the Eagle Falcon Brigade. They offer excellent benefits, high salaries, and housing. If you were to fall in battle, the brigade would take care of your family, Zhao Fan explained. After a moment of contemplation, he added, After all, it is only right to nurture talent within our own ranks. Is it the renowned Eagle Falcon Brigade, led by General Zhao? Lengan inquired, recalling that since the apocalypse began, Zhao Yonghua and the brigade have been rescuing people and eradicating monsters, gaining significant notoriety. Indeed, is that very brigade. If you're not interested, you may disregard my suggestion, Zhao Fan stated. I would certainly be willing to join the Eagle Falcon Brigade, but would they accept me? Lung Han asked, a frown creasing his brow. Your unique abilities will surely make you a desirable recruit, Zhao Fan assured him. Lung Han nodded and asked, May I know your names, esteemed brothers? Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, they replied in unison. Lung Han committed their names to memory. Do you possess any crystal cores? Xu Ruchu inquired. Lung Han shook his head, revealing that he had exhausted all his cores. Zhao Fan, provide him with 100 white cores to restore his abilities. Xu Ruchu suggested, reasoning that if they sought to recruit him, they should offer him some assistance. Absolutely not, Lung Han quickly interjected. I cannot accept without the intention of repaying you both. Consider it a loan from us. It will be repaid in due time, Zhao Fan reassured him. Hearing this, Lung Han sighed in relief. Thank you, esteemed brothers. I shall repay you doubly in the future. Xu Ruchu smiled and encouraged. Hurry up and restore your abilities. As Lung Han began to absorb the crystal cores, Lung Feng quietly sat beside him. Even while absorbing the cores, Lung Han held his elder brother's hand, ensuring that his presence was a constant source of comfort, alleviating the loneliness and helplessness his brother felt. While Lung Han restored his abilities, the two men moved to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Xu Ruchu, though lacking in culinary skills, was adept with a knife, so he assisted Zhao Fan whenever they entered the kitchen. Do you know those two individuals? Xu Ruchu asked, erecting a mental barrier. I know Lung Feng. We were friends in a past life. Otherwise, I would have expelled them long ago, Zhao Fan replied through gritted teeth before wrapping his arms around Xu Ruchu, who was busy slicing meat. Ruchu, you must make it up to me tonight, Zhao Fan declared, his hands wandering as he playfully intruded into Xu Ruchu's clothing. Since that fateful experience of cleansing and rejuvenation, Xu Rushu's skin had become even more smooth and delicate, prompting Zhao Fan to indulge in the pleasure of touching him whenever possible. Of course, Zhao Fan's skin had also become smooth and refined, though it was not as fair as Xu Rushu's. "Do not cause me any trouble. Hurry and prepare the broth," Xu Rushu remarked, as they intended to enjoy a hot pot for lunch, simple, convenient, and delectable. Their choice of this villa for lodging stemmed from the fact that it was equipped with a generator, allowing the use of electrical appliances. "You have yet to agree to my request," Zhao Fan insisted, unwavering in his determination. "All right, I concede," Xu Rushu replied, noting that Zhao Fan was hardly lifeless. Should he continue his relentless pursuit, they might as well forego cooking altogether. Upon hearing Xu Rushu's affirmation, Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled, and he proceeded to present several additional demands. "That won't do. My aging limbs cannot withstand such exertion," Xu Rushu chuckled. "I shall take your agreement as given." Zhao Fan grinned like a cat that had just indulged in forbidden pleasures, secretly contemplating Xu Rushu's remarkable flexibility and her ability to execute numerous intricate maneuvers. Xu Rushu smiled indulgently, refraining from contradiction, thus tacitly acknowledging his thoughts. The little monster tree expressed its inability to heal the cold wind's head injury at present. "No need for treatment. He will recover once he awakens his powers," Zhao Fan replied, before recounting the tale of the cold wind to Xu Rushu. "We met at the Dawn Base during the 5th year of the apocalypse. On this particular mission, we encountered a swarm of man-eating ants, and in our flight, we found ourselves together. By collaborating, we narrowly escaped disaster. Having faced adversity together, we grew acquainted. As our familiarity deepened, I learned many of his stories. I discovered he had a beloved who perished 6 months into the apocalypse. The loss profoundly affected him, and it was perhaps during this period of emotional turmoil that he awakened his dual abilities of invisibility and poison manipulation. He later avenged his beloved, but the cost was significant. His foundational powers were irrevocably damaged, preventing any further advancement. He confessed that had it not been for his beloved's wish for him to live, he would have succumbed after exacting his vengeance. Yet, he promised to honor her wish and live fully. His beloved was none other than Lung Han, Zhao Fan added. "Were they not brothers by blood?" Xu Ruchu inquired. "No, they were not. Lung Feng is an adopted son," Zhao Fan clarified. "Ohat, Xu Ruchu ziplit sopti," Zhao Fan continued. Lung Han possessed a unique ability that attracted the attention of a certain individual, who also had a peculiar power allowing him to extract the abilities of others and transfer them to another person. He sought to transfer Lung Han's powers to his own son. Tragically, Lung Han died painfully after his abilities were extracted. At that moment, Lung Feng could already hear the sounds, which fueled his hatred. Such an individual with this ability poses a grave danger, and many would undoubtedly wish to eliminate him. Xu Rushu's expression turned serious. Indeed, many wish to kill him. However, he has kept this ability concealed. Aside from his close acquaintances, no one is aware of his powers. Zhao Fan explained. "Rushu, there is no need for excessive concern. That ability can only extract powers from individuals of a lower level than his own. Thus, as long as our abilities remain superior, he cannot contend with us. Therefore, I did not take that individual to heart." "Who is that person?" Xu Ruchu inquired. "Hao Ming, my mother's biological brother," Zhao Fan softly replied. "Ah, it is he," Xu Rushu remarked, aware that Hao Ming is a formidable politician. "Indeed, it is he. Hence, I have enlisted Lung Han into the Eagle Falcon team. If Hao Ming wishes to act against Lung Han, he must also consider General Zhao, right?" Zhao Fan stated. "It is well known that General Zhao is protective, and Hao Ming truly dares not to harm his people," Xu Rushu remarked. Zhao Fan nodded, saying, "I have formed a bond with Lung Feng. Having encountered him, I naturally must look after him. He must not lose his beloved in this lifetime." "It is only right," Xu Rushu replied, secretly pondering. Zhao Fan often claims to be cold and heartless, yet his heart is undeniably tender. Thus, he must safeguard Zhao Fan, his beloved. The two are not stingy individuals, having prepared an ample supply of meat slices and vegetables. Once they had set up the hot pot, Lung Han had ceased his training. Xu Rushu invited them to dine together, but Lung Han remarked, "My brother is an ordinary person and cannot consume mutant beast meat." At that moment, each base had already announced the terminology for mutant beasts and their transformed humans. "This is all spirit beast meat. Your brother can partake," Xu Rushu assured. Upon hearing Xu Rushu's words, Lung Han was deeply moved. He was well aware that ordinary people could indeed consume spirit beast meat, and it even provided benefits. albeit being exceedingly precious. Lung Han contemplated. Zhao Fan's surname is Zhao. It must be related to General Zhao. In gratitude for Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, he too must join the Eagle Falcon team and commit himself wholeheartedly. Chapter 39 Northwest Base. After their meal, Lung Han left with Lung Feng. Once they departed, Zhao Fan remarked, "Ruchu, let us retire for the night." But it is still daytime. Xu Ruchu raised an eyebrow. Who decreed that one cannot sleep during the day? Zhao Fan responded, then playfully pushed Xu Ruchu onto the sofa. To the bed, Xu Ruchu suggested. "Right here, Ruchu. I wish to be here," Zhao Fan murmured. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu wrapped her arms around his neck, and Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Time passed, and before they knew it, morning had arrived. The two gazed at the increasingly grand and lush flora outside, observing the drastically damaged ground, and they understood that this signified the advent of the second evolution of plants. This was an inevitability, and they harbored no particular sentiments about it. "Let's depart," Xu Ruchu said. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement, and together they left the place they had resided in for several days. Before their departure, they eliminated all newly emerged first-level transformed humans and mutant beasts within the martial market, then set off towards the northwest. Hanchang is a small city in the northwest. As they had yet to travel swiftly by car, they opted to walk, hunting transformed humans and mutant beasts along the way. When fatigue set in, Zhao Fan would find a mutant beast to carry them. Throughout their journey, they rescued numerous individuals, moving on immediately after each rescue. As time passed, they amassed a significant collection of crystal nuclei. Looking at these nuclei, Zhao Fan felt a sense of security. He had been impoverished in his past life. Upon their arrival in Hacheng, they successfully located the mutated aloe vera, and Xu Ruchu adeptly forged a contract with this extraordinary plant. "Ruchu, we are not far from the northwest base. Shall we pay a visit?" Zhao Fan suggested. "Certainly," Xu Ruchu replied. Thus, the two rested for a night in Hancheng, and, the following morning, they set off towards the northwest base. There is a pack of mutated wolves and several mutated horses to the west. The Wolf King possesses an exceptionally high rank. One of the mutated horses has gone missing, Zhao Fan remarked, his beast-controlling abilities allowing him to sense the situation. Another mutated horse's presence has vanished. Fierce battles must be underway there, he continued. "Ruchu, let's investigate." "All right," Xu Ruchu agreed, and they headed towards the commotion, fully aware that the mutated wolves represented a common adversary they needed to vanquish. As they approached, Xu Ruchu discerned two men clad in camouflage battling against over 20 mutated wolves, with both men and their 3 horses sustaining injuries. The duo quickened their pace towards the fray. At that moment, Zhao Fan had already commanded 2 high-level mutated wolves to eliminate their companions, alleviating some of the pressure on the 2 men and their horses. By the time they arrived, the men had already dispatched 5 mutated wolves. "Thank you," exclaimed the handsome man, who, upon uttering those words, resumed his assault on the pack. He was adept in lightning abilities, though it was evident that his energy was waning. "Thank you," the more refined man added, continuing his relentless strikes. His powers were water-based, yet his combat skills were formidable and merciless. "You're welcome," Xu Ruchu replied, swiftly dispatching a mutated wolf. Utilizing her mental abilities, she targeted the alpha wolf, momentarily freezing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fan struck decisively, slaying the beast. Once the alpha fell, the remaining wolves were swiftly eradicated. "Hichuan," the handsome man called out in a panic, catching the collapsing Hichuan. "You mustn't die. Hold on. I will take you back for treatment," he declared, lifting Hichuan into his arms. "Little monster tree, heal them," Xu Ruchu commanded, and 2 beams of green light enveloped the injured man. "Your wounds are healed, but the blood loss cannot be replenished instantly. Take care of yourselves when you return," she advised, and the little monster tree also tended to the 3 mutated horses. Thank you," the handsome man said, holding the revived Hichuan tightly, his expression filled with gratitude. The flesh of the mutated wolves was a prized resource, and the handsome man offered both the meat and the cores to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, who graciously accepted them. Upon learning of their journey to the northwest base, he requested Zhao Fan to store his fallen comrade's body along with the carcasses of the mutated horses in a spatial pocket before they all proceeded together to the northwest base. 3 mutated horses grazed nearby, with Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu each mounted on one, while a handsome young man named Lei Song shared a steed with each one. Zhao Fan felt a twinge of envy, yet Xu Ruchu was resolute in her decision. insisting that they each ride separately. Secretly, Zhao Fan contemplated acquiring a mutated horse of his own, yearning to fulfill his wish of riding alongside Ruchu. As they journeyed, they learned that the dashing Lei Song was the son of the leader of the Northwest base, with Yichuan serving as his aide. Their party had ventured out today to capture a mutated lark spirit beast, which, before its mutation, was already known for its melodious singing. The mutated version was not only more melodious, but also possessed formidable aggression. This unique creature could serve as both a pet and a combat companion, making it highly coveted by the young scion of the vice commander of the Northwest base. Lei Song had taken a liking to the young noble, who invited him to join the hunt for the mutated lark. Without hesitation, he gathered his team for the endeavor. Ultimately, they succeeded in capturing the mutated lark, but the young noble led them directly into a pack of mutated wolves, and then he and his companion vanished in an instant. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Lei Song felt embarrassed about his infatuation with the young noble and chose to conceal this matter from others. Upon hearing Lei Song's account, Zhao Fan reflected on his previous life. In his past, the Northwest base had initially been well managed, but after a change in leadership, it devolved into a society of slavery, where ordinary people became subservient to those with abilities, while the mutated beings were treated even worse, akin to livestock. Such a base was one he had avoided in his former life. However, he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the fall of the Lei family, and harbored hopes that they would not face a similar demise this time around. "Does your base have beast tamers?" Xu Ruchu inquired, gazing at Lei Song. He shook his head. "We do not possess beast tamers at our base, but we have several trainers, among whom is a bird mutant adept in avian languages, capable of taming mutated birds." Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu nodded, familiar with the concept of trainers, though their numbers were limited. Upon entering the Northwest base, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu were accommodated in a quaint villa prepared by Lei Song. The Northwest base was established by the Lei family, who held absolute authority within its confines. "Ruchu, let us linger a while longer in the Northwest base," Zhao Fan suggested, gazing intently at her. "Why?" Xu Ruchu asked, fiddling with a small hedgehog, a companion of a mutated aloe. Most mutated creatures had grown larger, yet this hedgehog had shrunk to the size of an adult's fist, round and compact like a ball. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Fan shared everything he knew about the Northwest base with Xu Ruchu. After hearing this, a shadow of seriousness passed through her eyes. "Zhao Fan, do you intend to assist the Lei family?" "I genuinely wish to assist them at this crucial moment. The Northwest base must not fall into the hands of those individuals," Zhao Fan remarked. "Indeed, the Northwest base must not succumb to such people." However, Xu Ruchu paused momentarily before responding. "Zhao Fan, let us first take a stroll before making any decisions, shall we? Rumors are unreliable, so I wish to see and hear for myself." "Very well," Zhao Fan nodded in agreement. After tidying up, the two departed from their residence. "Old Zhao, when did you establish a zoo at your home?" Ding Li inquired, glancing at the imposing beasts in Zhao Yonghua's courtyard. "Ah, that must be a lion," Ding Li exclaimed in astonishment. "It is a mutated lion, named Meng. These are all combat companions of my son and daughter-in-law," Zhao Yonghua replied with a smile. "That's wonderful, old Zhao. Not only have you found your son, but you also have a daughter-in-law now." Ding Li chuckled as they entered the house. "What happened? Wasn't that child lost? How did he suddenly reappear? Are you certain he is truly your son?" Ding Li asked as he took a seat, filled with doubt after returning from a mission and hearing that old Zhao had found his son. "I am certain he is my son. If you don't believe me, I can show you the paternity test results," Zhao Yonghua responded, realizing upon his return why Zhao Fan insisted on the paternity test. It would silence any naysayers. "No need to show me. I believe you." Ding Li laughed heartily. "Congratulations." "Likewise, congratulations," Zhao Yonghua replied, his earlier gloom dissipating with the joyous news of his son's return. "You seem quite elated, though I understand your feelings at this moment," Ding Li remarked, continuing now. "The Hao and Sun families are fiercely vying for control over the base. With your son found, your relationship with the Hao family becomes delicate. What do you plan to do?" "I intend to remain an observer, watching them contend," Zhao Yonghua stated, adding, "Having found my son, I will not assist the Hao family. When humanity's survival is at stake, they still seek power and profit. I refuse to support such individuals. Indeed, at this juncture, what is there left to dispute?" "I truly do not comprehend their line of thinking," Ding Li replied. Zhao Yonghua let out a derisive chuckle. "Old Ding, I no longer wish to stay here. Will you accompany me?" Zhao Yonghua suddenly inquired. "What do you mean, old Zhao?" Ding Li asked. "Just what you think I mean," Zhao Yonghua responded. Are you suggesting we venture out on our own? Dingli whispered. Yes, let us establish our own base. Are you willing to join me? Zhao Yongwu declared. Inspired by Zhao Fan's earlier words, the factions at the Kyoto base are numerous, rather than fighting against others. It would be better to rally a team and forge our own path. Of course, I am willing. You have no idea how stifling these days have been for me. Dingli replied, adding, I can see that now that you've found your son, your vigor has returned. Zhao Yongwu smiled, remarking that having a son brings motivation to life. Indeed, our arduous efforts in the world are ultimately for the sake of future generations, he mused. Dingli, upon hearing this, chuckled. What do you plan to leave? He inquired with a grin. Zhao Yongwu pondered for a moment before responding. For now, departure is not feasible, but we can certainly start preparing. Come to my house tonight, and we can discuss it in detail, he added. All right, I shall join you for dinner, Dingli replied. Ensure you have good food and drink ready for me. Zhao Yongwu cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, having something to eat is already a blessing. I may not have fine delicacies. Old Zhao, I've noticed you become rather stingy, Dingli teased, pointing at him. Things have changed. My son has returned, and I must save up for him. Zhao Yongwu replied with a tone of pride. What are you so proud of? As if no one else has sons. I have two. Dingli raturta defiantly. The sum of your two sons cannot compare to my one, Zhao Yongwu boasted, and soon they found themselves in a playful competition over their offspring. Dingli, at a loss for words, eventually stormed off in frustration, leaving onlookers to wonder if a quarrel had ensued. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu were blissfully unaware of the earlier exchange, strolling along the streets of the Northwest base. There was no distinction between an inner and outer city. The entire base was organized into military zones, administrative areas, residential quarters, commercial districts, industrial zones, agricultural plots, livestock regions, and recreational spaces. Every street was clean and orderly. And while the living conditions of the people could not quite compare to those before the apocalypse, they were still remarkably decent. Shall we explore the commercial street? Zhao Fan suggested. Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement, and the two made their way toward the commercial district. Surrounding them were various shops, with an open-air marketplace at the center, bustling with stalls and the incessant sounds of vendors hawking their wares. The lively atmosphere evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the world before calamity. Let us check out that stall selling jade, Zhao Fan pointed out. Welcome, gentlemen. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Regardless of size, each piece is merely a packet of instant noodles, the weary vendor stated, lamenting that items of immense value had been reduced to the worth of a single packet of instant noodles, which caused him considerable distress. I'll take all of these, Zhao Fan declared, gazing at the jade pieces. All of them. The vendor, despite his heartache, couldn't he help but feel a flicker of surprise. His stock of food was running low, and a packet of instant noodles could be exchanged for a considerable amount of coarse grains. Yes, all of them. Please count them. Dear vendor, Zhao Fan requested. There are 35 pieces in total, the vendor replied, and Zhao Fan handed him 35 packets of instant noodles. The vendor, clutching the noodles, left with a jubilant expression. Young sirs, my wooden carvings are all collectibles. Do come and choose a few, the vendor continued. Look here. This is a bracelet made of golden silk nanma wood. Its texture is warm and gentle, exuding a faint fragrance, and it possesses health benefits. Quite inexpensive. Just one packet of instant noodles. Isn't that a mouse hanging above? Zhao Fan observed. Indeed, it is a mouse. The bracelet I hold is from the Zodiac series featuring the rat, the shopkeeper remarked. Is the dragon from the Zodiac series still available? Zhao Fan inquired. Yes. All of the Zodiac series is available, the shopkeeper quickly affirmed. I will take the entire Zodiac series, Zhao Fan declared while looking at the shopkeeper. Very well. The shopkeeper replied with a beaming smile. Thus, Zhao Fan exchanged 12 packets of instant noodles for 12 bracelets crafted from golden silk nanma wood. Ru, you belong to the rat. I shall wear this little mouse, Zhao Fan said as he adorned his wrist. I belong to the dragon. You wear this, he continued, placing the dragon bracelet onto Xu Ruchu's wrist. He then extended his arm, gazing at the bracelets adorning their wrists with a smile, which Xu Ruchu mirrored. Senior Xu, it truly is you. And Ping exclaimed, standing before Xu Ruchu with a look of astonishment. And you are? Xu Ruchu asked, raising her eyes and furrowing her brow. And Ping momentarily faltered, thinking, Senior is even more beautiful than before, as a flutter of emotions surged within him. Senior Xu, it's me and Ping. Do you not remember me? He queried eagerly. Zhao Fan frowned, disliking Ping. I do not recall. You must be mistaking me for someone else, Xu Ruchu replied. her brows still knit. Xu Ruchu, I am in Ping. How could you possibly forget me? And Ping insisted incredulously. I brought you lunch for a year. You even said my food was delicious, especially my braised pork and the preserved vegetable pork belly. How can you not remember me? After you enlisted, I never saw you again. Yet, I have thought of you all these years. Our meeting today must be fate. Fate my foot. Let me tell you, Xu Ruchu is now my beloved, and you have no connection to her whatsoever, Zhao Fan declared, wrapping his arm around Xu Ruchu's shoulders. Resembling a protective dog guarding its food. How can you be so rude? And Ping glared at Zhao Fan. A person as uncouth as you is unworthy of Senior Xu. Huh, Zhao Fan scoffed coldly. You are like a toad yearning for a swan, and with your demeanor, you hardly qualify. And Ping trembled with anger, looking at Xu Ruchu with a wounded expression. Senior Xu, he insulted me. Sir, I truly do not recognize you. You must be mistaken. I have never eaten your meals. Not even once, Xu Ruchu said, her displeasure evident. Xu Ruchu, a man must own up to his actions. Why deny that you consumed my meals for a year? And Ping challenged. Xu Ruchu, hearing whispers around her, frowned and replied. Mr. N, throughout my 3 years of high school, I always returned home for lunch, rain or shine. Indeed, you returned home, but Dwayne mentioned that your stepmother never allowed you to eat your fill, so you always ate my lunch before going back, and Ping countered. Xu Ruchu furrowed her brow. I live with my grandparents. I always had lunch at their house. Thus, the individual you refer to as Dawei must have deceived you. Furthermore, have you been giving all your meals to Dawei? Indeed, Dawei always brings them to you, claiming you are too shy to collect them yourself. Amping interjected, and each time I would request Dawei to include a note for you, and each time you would have Dawei convey your gratitude. I have never received your note, nor have I asked Dawei to express thanks on your behalf. It seems that Dawei wished to thank you himself, as those meals were unequivocally consumed by him. Xu Ruchu frowned. It is impossible. Dawei could never deceive me, Amping exclaimed incredulously. Reflecting on the past, he recognized that something was indeed amiss. Then go and inquire with Dawei. We have no time to entertain your troubles, Zhao Fan said coldly. Ruchu, let us depart, Zhao Fan said, wrapping his arm around Xu Ruchu's shoulders as they walked away. Ruchu, I love you. I have loved you for many years, Amping shouted from his position. He does not love you. He loves only me, and me alone. Remember, he loves but one person, Zhao Fan stated icily as he approached Amping. Indeed, in this lifetime, I have loved only Zhao Fan. Xu Ruchu replied to Amping. Let us go, Zhao Fan. We are returning home. Did you hear that? He loves only me, Zhao Fan said, his eyes glinting with frost. Ruchu, let us return home, Zhao Fan said with a smile, his demeanor shifting rapidly. Amping stood there, watching the couple depart with a face of malice. Zhao Fan, I wish for your demise, Amping venomously thought. Xu Ruchu, I will have you at any cost. Xu Ruchu's psychic abilities sensed Amping's malevolence. A glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. If he dares to harm Zhao Fan, he will pay with his life. Ruchu, today I finally heard you say you love me, Zhao Fan said, his face beaming with joy. Yet, you have yet to utter those words to me. Xu Ruchu replied, turning to face Zhao Fan. Ruchu, do you not feel my love? Zhao Fan countered. I do, but I still wish to hear you say it. Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. I love you, Ruchu, Zhao Fan declared with deep affection. I heard that, Xu Ruchu said, smiling. Ruchu, should you not also declare your love for me? Zhao Fan said, looking somewhat disappointed. I love you, Xu Ruchu replied cheerfully. And thus they displayed their affection as they walked together. Behind them, an auditory adept relayed their conversation to Amping, whose face contorted in fury upon hearing it. Zhao Fan, I will certainly end your life. Xu Ruchu, I will claim you. Where do they reside now? Amping asked with a fierce expression. After hearing their words, the individual revealed Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's current location to Amping, whose eyes glinted ominously. Zhao Fan, Amping recalled Dawei. I remember someone from high school. I always thought he was merely a friend of Dawei's, never realizing the truth. Xu Ruchu frowned. Ruchu, you need not explain. I trust you. This matter seems unlikely to resolve amicably, Zhao Fan remarked, furrowing his brow. Then let us eliminate him to prevent future troubles, Xu Ruchu replied, a glimmer of coldness passing through her eyes. Isn't in Ping's surname N? The vice director of the Northwest base also bears the surname N. We can extend a helping hand to the lay father and son. Very well, it shall be done, Zhao Fan said with a chilling expression. Secretly contemplating, Zhao Fan's corner is not so easily encroached upon. Upon returning home, Xu Ruchu erected a mental barrier. ensuring that the auditory abilities of those near in Ping were oblivious to their conversation. Chapter 41. Zhao Fan disappeared. After discussing how to deal with the Yin family, Xu Ruchu shifted the topic. Has the spirit jade appeared? Indeed, I did not anticipate the early emergence of spirit jade at the Northwest base, in 2 pieces at that. Perhaps it appeared in my previous life as well, but I was simply unaware, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, subsequently revealing the 35 pieces of jade he had acquired. This black jade ring, this dragon pattern jade pendant, and this phoenix pattern jade pendant have all transformed into spirit jade. Once my spatial abilities reach level 2, I can utilize them as spatial containers, Zhao Fan explained. The reason he had not gathered a batch of jade beforehand for their transformation into spirit jade was that jade placed within the spatial realm would not undergo such a change. Then we should pay more attention to this aspect moving forward, Xu Ruchu remarked, pleased by the emergence of spirit jade. Zhao Fan said, spirit jade is a serendipitous find. We may not necessarily discover it, even if we seek it. Let us take a natural approach. Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement, then commented, the governance at the Northwest base is commendable, even superior to that of the Kyoto base. The Northwest base is under the sole authority of the lay father and son. They govern as they see fit. Meanwhile, the Kyoto base is mired in factional strife, incessantly preoccupied with vying for power and profit, leaving little room for proper governance, Zhao Fan remarked with a hint of derision. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement. The 2 exchanged reflections and continued their conversation until Lei Song arrived, inviting Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu to dine at his residence, to which they readily agreed. Ruchu, I did not expect you to be the Xu senior that Ping spoke of, with your enchanting beauty. It is no surprise he has held you in his thoughts for so many years. I pursued him for years without reciprocation. It is not due to my shortcomings, but rather because the Xu senior in his heart shines too brightly, Lei Song remarked, gazing at Xu Ruchu. You have feelings for Ping? Zhao Fan scoffed, suggesting that perhaps there was an issue with Lei Song's judgment. Lei Song, unfazed, self-deprecatingly replied, Zhao Fan, you speak the truth. I indeed have a problem with my perception. Otherwise, I would not have mistaken a fish eye for a pearl for so many years, while regarding a pearl as a mere fish eye. Today, I nearly fell victim to that very fish eye. Are you implying that the attempt to capture the mutated lark was a trap set by Ping targeting you? Xu Ruchu inquired. It is true that capturing the mutated lark was genuine, and leading us into the mutated wolf pack was also true, Lei Song said with a cold expression. Why doesn't Ping wish to kill you? Zhao Fan asked, feigning ignorance. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Song responded, the Yin family harbors ambitions. They seek to seize control of the Northwest base, and naturally, they must eliminate both my father and me. Since you are aware of the ambitions harbored by the Yin family, why do you continue to accompany Ping? Are you exhibiting audacity born of skill? Or are you simply courting death? Zhao Fan remarked bluntly. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Lei Song offered a wry smile. I believed he was different from his father. I was mistaken. It is not too late to realize my error now. Xu Ruchu interjected. Indeed, it is not too late. The events of today have illuminated the truth for both father and son. The Yin family cannot be allowed to persist, and they must be eradicated swiftly. Ruchu, Ping has harbored feelings for you for many years. Now that you have caught his attention, he will not let you slip away. Lei Song observed as he turned to Zhao Fan. If Ping has been fixated on Ruchu, why did he not seek her out earlier? She merely enlisted in the military. She did not vanish from the mortal realm, Zhao Fan replied, his tone tinged with displeasure. In truth, Ping is enamored with Ruchu's countenance, he concluded. Lei Song, what is your current stance regarding the Yin family? Xu Ruchu directly shifted the topic. They must be eliminated, Lei Song declared with a fierce countenance. Had it not been for the events of this afternoon, he would not have divulged this information to Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan. When you plan to take action? Xu Ruchu inquired further, discerning that Lei Song sought their assistance, and thus felt no need for formalities. As soon as possible, Lei Song replied succinctly. The failed attempt on your life by Ping has alarmed them, so it is certain that the Yin family will act swiftly. However, they will not strike tonight, making this evening an opportune moment for us. Xu Ruchu narrowed her eyes as she spoke. You are correct. Tonight, indeed, presents an advantageous opportunity to catch them off guard. Should we miss this chance, as you prepare, they might already be ready, and the disadvantage will fall upon you, Zhao Fan added. Lei Song pondered for a moment and conceded. You are right. Tonight is indeed a prime opportunity. However, there is a teleportation ability user loyal to the Yin family, who is usually by Ping's side. If we do not eliminate him first, He will undoubtedly assist in their escape. What abilities do the two individuals accompanying and Ping possess? Zhao Fan asked after a brief pause. The taller one is the teleportation user, while the shorter one possesses auditory abilities, Lei Song responded. How have you addressed the issue of the auditory user? Xu Ruchu inquired, noting that Lei Song still spoke at a normal volume despite knowing of the auditory ability user, which indicated he had a solution. We have developed a sensory disruptor. As long as one carries it, the powers of the auditory and visual users become ineffective. Lei Song gestured to a button at his collar. This is the sensory disruptor. This sensory disruptor is quite impressive, Zhao Fan remarked with a smile, thinking to himself that he must acquire this technology for old Zhao. I present you with these two sensory disruptors, Lei Song said as he retrieved two button-sized devices from his pocket and handed them over. Thank you, they replied. Zhao Fan accepted without hesitation, for they owed a debt of gratitude to Lei Song for saving their lives. Once the topic of the sensory disruptor was set aside, they resumed their previous conversation. Xu Ruchu stated, if you act tonight, we shall assist you in eliminating the infamily and that teleporting ability user. Thereafter, the remainder shall be entrusted to you. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lei Song's eyes as he replied, this matter requires my father's consent. However, I personally agree. Conveniently, my father is hosting a banquet for you this evening, at which we can further discuss this matter. With mutual nods of agreement, the two proceeded to the Lei residence, where Lei's father immediately guided them to his study. Possessing a keen eye for character, he quickly discerned that collaboration with these two promising individuals would be beneficial. The intricacies of the Lei family's plans were of no concern to them. Their sole responsibility was to eliminate the infamily and the teleporting ability user. After enjoying dinner at the Lei household, the two returned to their own quarters. Once home, they began to strategize on how to infiltrate the infamily villa. Perhaps we could utilize that mutated skylark, suggested Zhao Fan. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement. The villa was not far from their current location. Zhao Fan soon sensed the presence of the mutated skylark, and nearby. He also detected a mutated ragdoll cat and a mutated golden retriever. After conversing with them, Zhao Fan discovered that these three harbored deep resentment towards Ping. Yet were too intimidated by the several powerful individuals surrounding him to resist. Following further discussions, they agreed to assist Zhao Fan on the condition that he would take them away from this place, to which Zhao Fan readily consented. It's settled, he remarked with a smile, subsequently recounting the events to Xu Ruchu. To be fair, Ping treated them poorly. Had he shown them a modicum of kindness, they would not have turned against him, Zhao Fan noted. Indeed, relationships are cultivated through genuine interaction, Xu Ruchu responded. Only by treating them sincerely can we expect their loyalty in return. With the aid of the mutated skylark, ragdoll cat, and golden retriever, their task became significantly more manageable. Instead of waiting for the cover of night, they opted to act immediately. Approaching the vicinity of the villa, Zhao Fan contacted the three small creatures inside and instructed them to commence their actions. Jiamin and the teleporting ability user were slain. However, Ping was taken away by another teleporting ability user. Xu Ruchu remarked solemnly, the intelligence from the Lei family was inaccurate. There are not one, but two teleporting ability users within the family. Zhao Fan's expression darkened. The mutated golden retriever can barely hold on. Let us address the immediate situation first, and we shall deal with Ping later. With that, Zhao Fan launched a signal flare and charged forward. While Xu Ruchu had already begun using her psychic abilities to eliminate the ability users outside the villa. The highest level of ability users here is merely the initial stage of level 1. Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan effortlessly dealt with the ability users in this vicinity, thus completing their mission. The remaining tasks could be entrusted to Lei Song and his team. Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu suddenly cried out. But Zhao Fan's figure was nowhere to be found. No. Xu Ruchu continuously unleashed his mental abilities in search. Yet he could not catch sight of Zhao Fan. He dashed out of the villa, persistently employing his mental powers to scan the surroundings. The golden retriever, the ragdoll cat, and the skylark followed closely behind him. Do you have any crystal cores? Please lend me some, Xu Ruchu implored the three behind him, suppressing the throbbing pain in his head. His mental energy was depleted, and he needed the cores to restore his abilities. However, they had none, as all their crystal cores were stored in Zhao Fan's space. Wong. No. Meow. None. The skylark then spat out a white core from its beak. One is not enough, Xu Ruchu said as he caught the white core, but it instantly disintegrated into powder. The skylark produced another. But Xu Ruchu reiterated that it was insufficient, prompting the skylark to regurgitate yet another one. Thus it continued to expel one core after another. That's all, the skylark lamented. Though Xu Ruchu could not comprehend its chirps. However, seeing it shake its head vigorously, he understood its message. No more? Xu Ruchu furrowed his brows while absorbing the cores to regain his abilities. I've given you all I have. Truly, there are none left, the skylark insisted, shaking its head repeatedly. With a frown, Xu Ruchu said nothing further and resumed his search. He realized that Zhao Fan was likely absent from a base. Yet he was unwilling to leave any stone unturned. Enduring the excruciating pain, he scoured the entire base, but there was no trace of Zhao Fan. His expression marred by anguish. Refusing to succumb to despair, Xu Ruchu swiftly made his way to where Lei Song was located. Lei Song, open the city gates for me. I must leave the city, Xu Ruchu stated firmly. What has happened? Lei Song inquired. Zhao Fan is missing. I need to leave the city to find him. Xu Ruchu explained. How could Zhao Fan just vanish? Lei Song exclaimed in disbelief. He suddenly disappeared. I suspect there is another formidable ability user beside Endgame. You all should exercise caution. By the way, Endgame and that teleporting ability user are dead, and Ping has fled, and I suspect he was taken by another teleporting ability user. The rest is up to you. Now, send someone to open the gates for me. I must search for Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu succinctly outlined. Can't you wait until tomorrow to leave the city? It's very dangerous now. Lei Song expressed his concern. I can accompany you tomorrow. Absolutely not. I must leave now, Xu Ruchu insisted. If you do not open the gates, I will find my own way. Heeding Xu Ruchu's words, Lei Song, with a worried expression, reluctantly opened the city gates. As he watched Xu Ruchu's silhouette disappear into the night, a glimmer of apprehension flickered in Lei Song's eyes. Chapter 42, Trapped in the Desert. Upon departing from the northwest base, Xu Ruchu's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. He was uncertain where to search for Zhao Fan. Ultimately, he followed his instincts and ventured in a particular direction, accompanied by a ragdoll cat, a golden retriever, and a lark with a small hedgehog nestled in his pocket. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan himself was equally oblivious to his whereabouts, surrounded solely by a vast expanse of yellow sand. Could it be that we have wandered into a desert? He mused, addressing the mutated wisteria and the little monster tree nestled in his backpack. No matter where we are, we must return swiftly. Ruchu must be frantic with worry, Zhao Fan lamented, harboring a deep resentment towards the individual who had brought him here. That person, a dual ability wielder of teleportation and poison, had rendered him helpless through venom, leaving him to witness his own abduction before succumbing to unconsciousness. When he awoke, he discovered that the poison had been eradicated, and seizing the opportunity while the individual was distracted, he had taken their life, thus ending up in this desolate place. Zhao Fan surmised that the little monster tree must have aided in his recovery. Standing resolutely, Zhao Fan retrieved a compass from his spatial pouch. Determining his bearings before setting off towards the southeast, his heart racing with urgency. With each passing moment, he quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a run. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, whipping sand against his face with painful intensity. Could it possibly get any worse? Zhao Fan muttered to himself, pressing onward. He was oblivious to his surroundings, devoid of any signs of desert wildlife. The wind intensified, snatching away his sunglasses, and he found himself engulfed in a tempest of sand. With no refuge in sight, with his mouth full of grit and his eyes reluctant to open, Zhao Fan resolved to halt his advance. He sat cross-legged, channeling his energy to cultivate his abilities. Though water elements were scarce, the spatial and beast mastery elements were abundant. As time flowed by during his meditation, the sandstorm eventually ceased, leaving Zhao Fan buried beneath the sand. Emerging from the grains, he shook off the remnants, tidied himself as best he could, and consumed some water and food. From his spatial pouch, he produced a vial of blood, Xu Ruchu's blood, alongside a vial containing his own. Both had grown weary of the daily bloodletting and had decided to collect some in Zhao Fan's spatial storage. Ruchu, I will return to you, Zhao Fan said softly, gazing at the vial containing Xu Ruchu's essence. He then dripped a drop of her blood onto the little monster tree's flower bud, followed by a drop of his own. Little monster tree, your bud has grown larger, yet remains unbloomed, Zhao Fan remarked. Naturally, the little monster tree offered no reply, shaking its head in refusal. I shall not converse further. Let us proceed in search of your master, Zhao Fan declared, continuing his journey towards the southeast. firmly believing that perseverance would ultimately lead him out of the desert. As time passed, the heat intensified, and Zhao Fan found himself drenched in sweat. This feels like I'm being roasted alive, he thought. After Zhao Fan finished speaking, he poured half a bottle of mineral water into his mouth, drenching himself with the remainder. He then watered the little creature trees and the mutated wisteria before resuming his journey. Ruchi, I have arrived, Zhao Fan shouted ahead. Meanwhile, as Zhao Fan traversed the desert, Xu Ruchu, accompanied by her 3 small companions, was on the grasslands hunting mutated wolves. Once they had vanquished their foes, Xu Ruchu placed the crystal cores into her backpack, while the corpses were devoured by the little ones. Zhao Fan, where are you? Xu Ruchu gazed at the clouds on the horizon, her expression one of melancholy. No matter where you are, I will surely find you. It was not the wisest decision to venture out in search of Zhao Fan, but asking him to wait at the northwest base was simply unfeasible. Thus, she had no choice but to search aimlessly. As Xu Ruchu desperately sought Zhao Fan on the grasslands, he remained ensnared in the desert. Days passed swiftly, and after more than 10 days, Zhao Fan finally spotted an oasis. Upon seeing it, he felt a glimmer of hope. He sensed that the oasis harbored numerous mutated creatures, albeit of low levels, and he dashed toward the oasis, heading straight for its lake. Upon nearing the lake, Zhao Fan utilized his water-based abilities to draw water from its depths, drenching himself in the refreshing liquid. Refreshing, he remarked, wiping his face. The mutated wisteria and little creature trees took root by the lake, greedily absorbing the moisture. Where parched, the 2 plants lamented in unison. Zhao Fan chose not to dry his clothes. Instead, he reclined comfortably beneath the mutated wisteria, sighing with contentment. This is the life, Zhao Fan mused with a smile. Suddenly, he was taken aback. An energy upheaval, he exclaimed, instantly settling into a meditative posture to cultivate. The chaotic elements surged into his body, transforming into otherworldly energy that flowed into his dantian. As the energy disturbance subsided, Zhao Fan gradually ceased his cultivation. 3 system abilities at level 2. A flicker of joy glimmered in his eyes, soon replaced by longing. So many days have passed unnoticed. Ruchi, has your ability reached level 2 as well? Zhao Fan murmured, his voice tinged with profound yearning. Zhao Fan, my abilities have reached level 2, but where are you? Xu Ruchu said while meditating in her rocky shelter, created by her earth-based abilities, alongside her ragdoll cat. Zhao Fan, I miss you. She gazed at the sun in the sky. Ruchi, I miss you, Zhao Fan said, his gaze distant as he looked toward the horizon. With a swift motion, he rose to his feet. Let's continue our journey. Upon speaking, the mutated wisteria and little creature trees retracted their tendrils, shrinking to fit into their pots. Zhao Fan departed the oasis, continuing southeastward, once again stepping onto the sandy terrain. He sighed, then pressed onward, fearless of hardship or fatigue. His only dread was the thought of not seeing Xu Ruchu, which propelled him to hasten his pace. Suddenly, he paused momentarily and with purpose exclaimed, just in time, I shall practice against you. As his words fell, he sprinted forward, soon finding himself surrounded by a swarm of sand rats. With a swift gesture, Zhao Fan cleaved a horde of sand rats into mere morsels. Another flick of his hand, and yet another group of sand rats met a similar fate. In the blink of an eye, the majority of these vermin had been eradicated by Zhao Fan. Run, where can you escape? Zhao Fan smirked coldly, and once more. With a wave of his hand, the fleeing Tier 2 sand rats were sliced into several pieces. After advancing his spatial abilities to the 2nd tier, Zhao Fan had developed the technique of spatial segmentation. Having tested it, he was thoroughly pleased with its formidable power. After collecting the crystal cores, the remains of the mutated sand rats were absorbed by the mutated wisteria, and they resumed their journey. Following the recent energy surge, both the mutated wisteria and the small anomaly tree had ascended to the early 2nd tier. After 2 more days of travel, a fierce wind began to whip around him. At that moment, he was desperately sprinting forward, fearing that if he lagged, he would be buried alive by the sand. The prospect of being entombed was not frightening. Rather, he simply detested the thought of being smothered by the grains. It was an unpleasant sensation. Behind him, the sand surged rapidly, and if he did not run, he would undoubtedly be engulfed. In that moment, Zhao Fan wished with all his heart that he were a Tier 2 speed manipulator. Suddenly, he stepped into a void and tumbled down. Once he reached the bottom, he sprang back to his feet and continued to run. Zhao Fan lost track of time as he fled. Upon finally escaping the quicksand, he collapsed onto the sand, sprawled out like a starfish. Rishu, do you know? I am utterly exhausted, Zhao Fan lamented, gazing up at the sky with a look of grievance. Meanwhile, Xu Ruchu had returned to the northwest base. Realizing Zhao Fan had not yet returned, he resolved to venture out again. Having not seen him for some time, Lei Song felt that Xu Ruchu exuded an even stronger aura of ruthlessness. If Zhao Fan returns, tell him to wait for me at the base. I shall return periodically. Xu Ruchu Institute Lei Song. Must you leave? Would it not be better to wait at the base for Zhao Fan's return? Lei Song inquired, visibly disapproving. I must depart. Xu Ruchu replied. He understood that if Zhao Fan returned, he would undoubtedly head back to the northwest base first. However, he could not simply wait idly. The fact that his contracted mutated wisteria and anomaly tree had not encountered any troubles reassured him somewhat that Zhao Fan was likely safe as well. He was uncertain where to find Zhao Fan, but as long as Zhao Fan was alive, he would return to the northwest base to seek him out. Thus, he would wait at the base, but he needed to venture out to strengthen his abilities. Had he been powerful enough on that day, Zhao Fan would not have been taken from him. Lei Song sighed, look at you, your visage is ruined. Zhao Fan will surely be heartbroken at the sight of you. It matters not. A bit of treatment will suffice, Xu Ruchu replied, and then added, I am leaving now. Ruchu, take care, Lei Song urged, watching him depart. Xu Ruchu set off, followed closely by 3 small companions who seemed to have committed themselves to him, trailing wherever he went. Lei Song gazed at Xu Ruchu's retreating figure and sighed. Zhao Fan returned swiftly. Zhao Fan, having evaded the quicksand, was unaware of his new surroundings. At that moment, he dared not head southeast. Instead, he altered his course to the south. Time swiftly passed, and Zhao Fan's eyes brightened as he finally encountered others. At that moment, 3 men and 2 women were engaged in a fierce battle against a mutated cactus, which exhibited strength surpassing his own. Zhao Fan's pupils constricted slightly, perceiving that the 5 individuals were struggling against this formidable foe. Friend, could you lend a hand? A warm voice reached Zhao Fan's ears. Certainly, he replied without hesitation, eager to converse with them under the guise of assistance. With that, Zhao Fan hurled the mutated water in his hand towards the cactus, successfully corroding a hole through one of its pads. Mutated corrosive water, remarked a strikingly beautiful woman, her eyes widening in surprise. She then unleashed her light-based abilities upon the mutated cactus, piercing through one of its pads, only for it to swiftly regenerate. This towering cactus, standing 5 stories high, boasted hundreds of pads, each adorned with flowers the size of wash basins. As one of the flowers opened its mouth, it began to draw the alluring woman forward. Oh yeah, Captain! Sister Yuro! The 4 exclaimed in unison. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, directing the mutated black water in his hand towards the menacing flower. The bloom was quickly corroded, losing its grip, causing Jiang Yuro to plummet from the air. However, she executed a backflip just before landing gracefully on her feet. Oh yeah, Captain! Sister Yuro, are you all right? The 4 rushed over, concern etched on their faces. Hearing their words, Zhao Fan silently cursed under his breath. Instead of aiding him against the cactus, they were preoccupied with worrying about the woman. He could not fathom their thought process. Zhao Fan's prior attack had thoroughly enraged the colossal cactus, which began to unleash a frenzied assault upon him. If it struck him at that moment, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a quilled mass of flesh. As he continued to attack the cactus with his mutated black water, he clumsily evaded its strikes. Had he chosen to conserve his strength, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. I'm fine. Let us hurry and assist, Jiang Yuro declared, waving her hand as a bolt of lightning surged forth, now fully unleashing her power. With Jiang Yuro taking action, the other 4 joined in, launching a barrage of attacks against the mutated cactus. Yet, the cactus bore a grudge, fixating its attacks solely on Zhao Fan. Determined, Zhao Fan shouted to Jiang Yuro, Miss Jiang, I'll drench this giant cactus with water, and then you can strike with your lightning abilities. Understood, Jiang Yuro responded. Heeding her words, Zhao Fan enveloped the mutated cactus in a watery shroud. In that instant, a purple bolt of lightning shot from Jiang Yuro's hand, striking the cactus. The water conducted electricity, and combined with the corrosive nature of Zhao Fan's mutated water, the colossal cactus crashed to the ground. Finally, it's defeated, Zhao Fan remarked, gazing at the fallen mutated cactus. Thank you for saving me earlier, Jiang Yuro said, approaching Zhao Fan with a warm smile. Zhao Fan nodded. then turned to the man who was excavating the crystal core and said, "The crystal core belongs to you. There's no need to share it with me." "How can that be? We defeated it together. It would be unfair to take advantage of you," Jiang Yuro replied. "Since Miss Jiang does not wish to take advantage of me, how do you propose we divide it?" Zhao Fan inquired. Jiang Yuro paused for a moment before responding. "This is a late-stage level 2 crystal core. I can offer you a level 1 early-stage purification crystal core in return. Would that be agreeable?" "What is a purification crystal core?" Zhao Fan asked, puzzled. "My sister's light-based ability can purify the chaotic energy within the crystal core. The crystal cores that have had their chaotic energy purified are referred to as purification crystal cores," Chun Mei boasted proudly. "Oh," Zhao Fan murmured, pondering. He had never heard of purification crystal cores in his previous life. Could it be that this woman met her demise here in her past life? Is indeed a possibility. With that thought, Zhao Fan decided not to dwell on it further. "I must tell you, the purified crystal cores for my sister are exclusively for our use. Consider yourself fortunate today," Chen Mei stated. "In that case, a standard level 1 early-stage crystal core will suffice," Zhao Fan replied. "That won't do," Jiang Yuro said, producing a level 1 early-stage water-type crystal core from her hand. At this moment, Zhao Fan contemplated. This woman is also a triple-element ability user, having cultivated to the early-stage level 2. Her talent is remarkable. Among the 5, she is the only one at early-stage level 2, while another is at late-stage level 1 and 3 at mid-stage level 1, indicating their overall strength is formidable. "Here you go," Jiang Yuro said, handing him the crystal core. Zhao Fan observed the translucent crystal core, devoid of any impurities, and accepted it. "I am Jiang Yuro, the captain of the Waning Moon mercenary team." Jiang Yuro introduced herself. "Zhang Kai, team member. Wang Yichun, team member. Zhou Zhe, team member. Chen Mei Li, team member." Zhao Fan introduced himself, then asked, "Are there any human settlements nearby?" "The largest human base in this vicinity is the northern base. We hail from there," Jiang Yuro replied with a smile. Zhao Fan felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated arriving at the northern base, which is quite distant from the northwest base. "Zhao Fan, which human base did you come from?" Chen Mei Li queried. "I travel from a northwest base," Zhao Fan responded. "The northwest base? That's quite far," Chen Mei Li exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed," Zhao Fan confirmed. "Are you returning to the northern base?" "Yes," Jiang Yuro replied. "Would you like to accompany us back? Is that convenient?" Zhao Fan asked. "Absolutely," Jiang Yuro said with a smile. Thus, Zhao Fan followed Jiang Yuro and her companions as they made their way to the northern base. Jiang Yuro summoned 2 modified off-road vehicles, and Zhao Fan boarded the one without Zhou Zhe and Zhang Kai. Once in the vehicle, Zhao Fan closed his eyes, and seeing him in this state, Zhou Zhe and Zhang Kai fell silent. At that moment, Zhao Fan was contemplating how to reach the northwest base. The fastest method would be to travel by air. However, he would require a flying mutated beast for that. "Zhao Fan, are you returning to the western base?" Zhou Zhe inquired. "Indeed," Zhao Fan replied, his eyes opening. "Even if no one awaits me at the northwest base, I shall frequent it often." "That may prove to be quite difficult," Zhou Zhe sighed. Presently, the route from the northern base to the northwest base is besieged by a horde of flying ant beasts. A multitude of flying ant spirits, and a flock of mutated sparrows, predominantly beasts with a small portion being spirits. To reach the northwest base now, one must traverse through these creatures. Alternatively, you could first proceed to the Kyoto base and then depart for the northwest base from there, Zhou Zhe suggested. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and asked, "Are there many in the swarms of flying ants and mutated sparrows?" "Quite a number," Zhou Zhe responded. "The inhabitants of the base are anxious that the flying ants and mutated sparrows may launch an assault on the base, rather than waiting passively. The base could send personnel to eradicate them." Zhao Fan frowned, contemplating leaving them be is a calamity. There are far too many. Who would dare to eliminate them? Even a Falcon squadron from Kyoto would likely hesitate to engage. Zhang Kai, who was driving, sighed. "It seems that living has become exceedingly arduous these days. The world is indeed a harsh place. Yet we must endure," Zhao Fan asserted. "Indeed, survival is paramount," they both echoed, acknowledging the difficulty of mere existence. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. "By the way, Zhao Fan, the Falcon Squadron is currently recruiting newcomers, and they're allowing families to join. We plan to try our luck with them. Will you accompany us?" Zhang Kai asked. Zhao Fan paused before replying. "I still need to head to the northwest base to find someone, so I will not be joining you. By the way, How many newcomers is the Falcon Squadron recruiting this time? Weren't they originally comprised of 100 members? Now they aim to expand to 2,000, Zhou informed him. Expanding by such a number? Zhao Fan's eyes widened in surprise, pondering, what is old Zhao planning with such a recruitment drive? Has the base truly consented to such an influx of ability users? It seems one can no longer view this life through the lens of the past. Otherwise, one risks falling into a trap. Indeed, we believe this is an opportunity, Zhou remarked. Oh, Zhao Fan murmured. By the way, Zhao Fan, I heard there is no distinction between the inner and outer cities at the Northwest base. Is that true? Zhang Keibwediet. That is correct, Zhao Fan confirmed. And soon they began discussing the Northwest base. What in the world is that? Zhang Kai suddenly exclaimed, swerving the steering wheel to avoid a rapidly approaching object. The object exploded behind their vehicle. What the hell? Is that a new type of bomb? Zhou shouted. No sooner had Zhou spoken than hundreds of similar green spheres rained down upon them. Abandon the vehicle, Zhao Fan commanded, leaping from the car, with Zhou and Zhang Kai following suit without hesitation. Just as they exited, their vehicle erupted in flames. At that moment, Jiang Yuro and her companion's vehicle also detonated. But fortunately, they managed to leap to safety just in time. At that moment, a multitude of green orbs came crashing down upon them, the resounding explosions echoing incessantly in their ears. They found themselves in a state of utter disarray as they sought refuge. What on earth is this? Zhou wiped his face, exclaiming, while they continued to retreat. Yet no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the assault of the green spheres. It's a mutated cactus, Zhao Fan said gravely. It's coming. Before their eyes, a cactus towering over 10 meters was swiftly advancing through the sand towards them. The base of this cactus was adorned with a large sphere from which smaller spheres sprouted, each layer upon layer extending to over 10 meters in height. With hundreds of branches, atop each branch bloomed a white flower, and the green orbs were being launched from the hundreds of flowers. Heavens, this cactus can move. It must be sentient. The group gasped in astonishment. It surely has become sentient. Zhou nodded, quickening his pace. It's a level 3 mutated cactus. Zhao Fan mused internally. A level 3 mutated plant can traverse the ground, while a level 5 can walk unaided. As Zhao Fan dodged the incoming green orbs, his gaze fixated on the level 3 mutated cactus, growing increasingly intense. Suddenly, instead of retreating, he began to evade the onslaught of green orbs and charged directly towards the mutated cactus. Zhao Fan, several of them gasped, utterly taken aback by his boldness. Sister Yuro, this mutated cactus is formidable. We must flee, or we shall perish here, Shen Meili exclaimed in panic. As most of the green orbs had now targeted Zhao Fan, now bearing fresh injuries atop his old wounds, remained oblivious to the danger. As the little monster tree hesitated to treat him, instead, it draped its tendrils over Zhao Fan, greedily absorbing the blood that flowed from his wounds. We cannot abandon Zhao Fan, Jiang Yuro asserted with unwavering determination, attempting to rush towards the cactus, only to be restrained by Wang Yichen. Yichen, let me go, Jiang Yuro insisted. I cannot bear to watch you walk to your demise, Wang Yichen replied. Then shall you watch Zhao Fan meet his end? Jiang Yuro retorted. I simply do not wish for you to be harmed, Wang Yichen replied. Release me, Jiang Yuro's tone grew colder. Chapter 44. Level 3 Crystal Core. Zhao Fan paid no heed to their dispute. He secretly hoped Jiang Yuro and the others would refrain from intervening, for then the crystal core would belong solely to him. This crystal core was a gift he intended for Ruchu. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhao Fan waved his hand, shattering several cactus flowers along with a portion of the fleshy spheres. With another gesture, he pulverized more flowers and flesh, then shifted to a different position. Having inflicted 2 severe wounds upon the mutated cactus, he had thoroughly provoked its wrath. At that moment, the green orbs all converged upon Zhao Fan, while the entire mutated cactus began to unleash streams of green liquid, showering him relentlessly. Despite Zhao Fan's desperate attempts to evade, a portion of the corrosive green liquid splattered upon him. The viscous substance clung to his skin, initiating a painful erosion. Ignoring the searing agony at his wounds, Zhao Fan methodically continued his assault on the mutated cactus before him. At that moment, half of the cactus's blossoms lay in ruins due to his relentless strikes. Zhao Fan, douse the mutated cactus with water. Let us strike together, Jiang Yuro called out. I need no assistance, Zhao Fan replied, deftly dodging another attack from the cactus. With a forceful thrust of his hands, he unleashed a spatial cut that enveloped the upper half of the cactus. In an instant, chunks of flesh and flowers rained down from the sky. The once towering cactus, exceeding 10 meters in height, was swiftly reduced by Zhao Fan to a mere 7 or 8 meters. The exertion was tremendous, and Zhao Fan found his spatial abilities dwindling to less than a third of their capacity. Zhao Fan's strength is astonishing, Zhou exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock. What kind of ability does Zhao Fan possess? Zhang Kai inquired, witnessing how each of Zhao Fan's movements shattered a portion of the mutated cactus. I do not know, Zhou replied, shaking his head, a sentiment echoed by the others. No sooner had they spoken than Zhao Fan, with another decisive push, reduced the cactus by several more meters, leaving it now standing at less than 3 meters tall. Its remaining offensive capability was limited to spewing green liquid, which had significantly lessened in volume compared to before. As Zhao Fan deftly dodged the oncoming jets of liquid, he pushed again, causing the cactus to lose over a meter in height. However, his spatial abilities were now entirely depleted. He had no choice but to resort to his mutated water abilities, which, alas, proved ineffective against the cactus's inherent corrosive properties. Zhao Fan, do you require my assistance? Jiang Yu called out, hesitant to intervene, fearing it might appear as though she were coveting his prey. No need, Zhao Fan retorted, a hint of jest in his tone. Victory was within reach, and he would not allow anyone to partake in his triumph. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Yu's eyes, though she herself could not discern the reason for her discontent. Realizing the futility of his water abilities against the cactus, Zhao Fan ceased wasting them. Instead, he grasped a large machete and leaped onto an intact cactus, feeling as if he were standing on steel needles as the green liquid continued to corrode his feet. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Fan commenced his assault on the mutated cactus. Is Zhao Fan out of his mind? Chen Montauk Li exclaimed, astonished. He is not mad. He knows precisely what he is doing, Jiang Yu observed, her gaze fixed on Zhao Fan. Hearing her words, Wang Yichun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zhao Fan stood firm as if rooted to the ground, unwavering amidst the cactus's thrashing. He wielded his machete with relentless precision, hacking away at the mutated cactus. Before long, the cactus was reduced to a pile of debris in Zhao Fan's hands. He looked down at the egg-sized green core he held and smiled. Jiang Yu gazed intently at the crystal core in Zhao Fan's hand, her eyes fixated on it, as it emanated an inexplicable allure that stirred within her a deep desire to possess it. Only when Zhao Fan stowed the crystal core into his spatial storage did that mysterious attraction dissipate. After securing the crystal, he allowed the fragments of the mutated cactus to be absorbed by the mutated wisteria. At that moment, he felt a searing pain coursing through his body, his face aflame with discomfort. Observing the green liquid clinging to the back of his hand, he furrowed his brow. This viscous substance was incessantly corroding his flesh. Zhao Fan mused that had it not been for the little monster tree continuously repairing his body, he would have long succumbed to this corrosive liquid, reduced to mere bones. Furthermore, the little monster tree's ability to absorb life force had aided him significantly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to vanquish the third-tier mutated cactus so easily. Zhao Fan, my light-based ability possesses healing properties. Allow me to assist you, Jiang Yu offered. No need, Zhao Fan replied, shaking his head, preoccupied with thoughts of how to rid himself of the sticky residue. Why are you so ungrateful when my sister Yu is trying to help you? Chen Mo Li interjected with a tone of discontent. I do not require her assistance, Zhao Fan retorted. Mo Li, how can you speak to him like that? Jiang Yu admonished, her voice rising in tandem with Zhao Fan's indifference. Zhao Fan, your wounds genuinely need treatment. Otherwise, they may become infected, Jiang Yu urged. Concern etched across her face. I'm aware of that, Zhao Fan replied, then added, you all should leave first. Do not wait for me. With that, he sprinted toward the nearby sand dune, for he was in dire need of a bath. In this arid desert, forming a water sphere was a daunting task. Thus, he needed to retrieve water from his spatial storage for his cleansing ritual. What you off to do? Zhou called out. Going for a bath. You all should proceed without me, Zhao Fan replied without glancing back. Upon reaching the crest of the dune, he fetched a wooden tub from his spatial storage, followed by a plastic container brimming with water, and began to pour the liquid into the tub. He then leapt into the tub, commencing his bath while the little monster tree tended to his injuries. It took 3 buckets of water before he was finally clean, and by then, the little monster tree had also healed his wounds. With its recent advancement, the tree's healing abilities had grown significantly stronger. Zhao Fan admired his smooth, delicate skin, letting out a soft click of his tongue. He was grateful that his skin retained a honeyed hue, unlike Xu Ruchu, whose complexion was smooth, soft, and fair, a texture he could never seem to get enough of. Xu Ruchu, I find myself missing you again. What can I do? Zhao Fan sighed. Minwihin, Su Zuti. The object of Zhao Fan's longing was currently dispatching mutated flying ants, standing amidst the swarm with her hands clasped behind her back. The flying ants tumbled to the ground in a cacophony. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. There stood Xu Ruchu, so composed that the flying ants not only dared not approach her, but also fell from the sky in disarray, a sight that could hardly fail to astonish. Even more astonishing was that the crystal cores of the fallen flying ants automatically extracted themselves from their bodies, soaring into the nearby basket beside Xu Ruchu. How could one not be astonished? The carcass of the flying ant, from which the crystalline core was automatically extracted, was promptly devoured by the mutated aloe vera rooted beside Xu Ruchu. This mutated aloe not only consumed the remains of the flying ants, but also relentlessly annihilated them. Meanwhile, the golden retriever, the ragdoll cat, the lark, and the little hedgehog busied themselves, weaving through the throng of mutated flying ants and continuously slaying them, devouring both the mutated ants and their cores. Xu Ruchu enveloped them in a layer of psychic energy, rendering the flying ants incapable of inflicting harm upon them. Following Xu Ruchu ensured their safety and bolstered their strength, which is why they remained steadfastly by his side. It seemed as though Xu Ruchu's prowess had once again escalated. As Lei Song vanquished the flying ants, he remarked to He Chuan, his diligence is such that it would be odd if his strength did not increase. He Chuan, who stood back to back with Lei Song, echoed, indeed, not just Xu Ruchu, but after our prolonged skirmishes, our own abilities have also seen considerable enhancement. Although these flying ants were still far from the Northwest base, they posed a significant threat. Therefore, after resolving matters with Jiamin, Lei Song led his team to eradicate these mutated flying ants. One who fails to consider the distant future will inevitably face immediate troubles, he mused. Lei Song was determined to prevent a day when mutated flying ants would besiege the Northwest base. In recent days, Xu Ruchu had been diligently developing his psychic abilities, resulting in the emergence of new powers, such as telekinesis. As his psychic energy began to wane, he resorted to his wood-based powers to eliminate flying ants, simultaneously using the crystalline cores to replenish his psychic energy. This had been Xu Ruchu's routine lately, allowing his abilities to grow at an extraordinary pace. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan remained oblivious to the occurrences surrounding Xu Ruchu. After bathing and changing into fresh attire, he emerged from behind a sand dune, feeling rejuvenated. Upon noticing Jiang Yuyu and others preparing a meal, he paused momentarily before approaching them. Zhao Fan, I didn't realize you were this handsome. Zhou exclaimed, admiring Zhao Fan's cleanste visage. Look at that skin, it's even better than a woman's. Zhao Fan, you possess healing abilities as well? Zhang, que intérietet. His attention drawn first to this. I do not, Zhao Fan replied, shaking his head. Then what about your injuries? Zhang Kai pressed further. At this, Zhao Fan frowned. He was reluctant to respond. Zhang Kai, why are you asking so many questions? Who doesn't have a few secrets? Zhou interjected before turning to Zhao Fan. By the way, how do you maintain such flawless skin? It's all natural, Zhao Fan replied, taking a seat nearby and retrieving meat buns from his storage, beginning to eat. The filling of the meat buns was made from mutated insect meat, deliciously succulent. However, thinking of how Xu Ruchu might currently be without food, he found the buns less enjoyable. Zhao Fan, we've prepared a meal for you. Come eat with us, Jiang Yuyu said, her lovely eyes gazing at him. No need. I'll just eat the buns, Zhao Fan replied, wishing to avoid too much entanglement with them. Humph. Chun Mo coldly snorted and muttered, what's so impressive? Montauk Li. Jiang Yuro reprimanded. Isn't it true? Chen Montauk Li vispiret. Hearing her words, Jiang Yuro felt quite helpless. She did not wish to blame the formidable Zhao Fan. Yet Mo Li continuously hindered her. Chapter 45, The Mutants. Jiang Yuro and her companions enjoyed a decent lunch, but Zhao Fan did not spare a glance. Merely sitting there, savoring his buns while contemplating his past. Observing Zhao Fan's demeanor, Even the sociable Zhao found himself at a loss for words. After finishing lunch, they began their journey back. Without a vehicle, they had no choice but to walk. Although Zhao Fan possessed a car in his space, it was unsuitable for traversing the desert. We surely won't exit the desert tonight, Zhou remarked, walking alongside Chen Fan. Zhao Fan remained icy. Yet, Zhou relished conversing with him. After Zhou spoke, Zhao Fan did not respond. Zhao Fan, your silence won't do. Young ladies favor sweet talk. How can a taciturn fellow like you find a wife? Zhou expressed with concern. I have a wife, Zhao Fan suddenly replied. Zhao Fan, you actually have a wife? Zhou asked in astonishment. Am I not allowed to have a wife? Zhao Fan countered. No, I meant to say, if someone is taciturn as you has a wife, why do I not have one? This is truly unfair, Zhou lamented, gazing skyward. You are too anxious, Zhao Fan said with a smile. What do you mean? Zhou asked, puzzled. Zhao Fan means you are too impatient, which is why you cannot find a wife, Zhang Kai chuckled. Is that what you meant, Zhao Fan? Zhou inquired. Indeed, Zhao Fan affirmed without hesitation. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhou let out a wail, clutching his chest. Zhao Fan, you have wounded my heart. I shall ignore you. Good riddance, Zhao Fan retorted. Ah, I have perished from heartbreak, Zhou rolled his eyes, seeing Zhou's theatrics. Even Zhao Fan couldn't help but smile. After the laughter subsided, Zhou asked, Zhao Fan, is your wife beautiful? Yes, exceedingly beautiful, Zhao Fan replied gently, his expression one of sweetness. From your expression, I can tell that your relationship is exceptionally good, Zhou remarked enviously. Indeed, our bond is very strong, Zhao Fan smiled. I truly envy you, Zhou said, his face filled with admiration, then continued, Zhao Fan, is your wife at the Northwest Base? Yes. She is waiting for me at the Northwest Base, which is why I must go there no matter what, Zhao Fan declared resolutely, undeterred by the swarms of mutated ants or sparrows blocking his path. I support your journey, Zhou raised his right fist. Currently, reaching the Northwest Base requires a detour around the Kyoto base. Coincidentally, we plan to head to the Kyoto base. How about we travel together? Jiang Yuro asked with a smile. Indeed, Zhao Fan, let us walk together. It is reassuring to have company along the way, Wang Yichen remarked with a smile. Fully aware of Rower's desire to foster a connection with Zhao Fan, it is too far to detour to the Kyoto base. I intend to proceed directly, Zhao Fan replied resolutely. However, before Jiang Yuro could finish her thought, Zhao Fan interrupted. I am aware. Zhou has informed me that the flying ants and mutated sparrows pose no threat, he stated. His conviction was unwavering, prompting Jiang Yuro to sigh internally. Her hopes dashed as she ceased her attempts to persuade him. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yuro proposed, Zhao Fan, I wish to exchange the purification crystal core I possess for the mutated cactus crystal core you recently acquired. Would you consider this trade? Not a chance. Zhao Fan responded without hesitation. Think it over, Zhao Fan, Jiang Yuro implored, her gaze fixed upon him, unwilling to relinquish the crystal core that inexplicably captivated her. The crystal core is intended as a gift for my wife. I will not trade it, Zhao Fan declared. I see, Jiang Yuro replied, though she was about to continue with her thoughts on absorbing the purification crystal core, when Zhao Fan interjected, I will not trade that crystal core with you. Despite the allure it held for her, she found herself powerless to negotiate further. As their group pressed onward, they emerged from the desert just as nightfall enveloped the sky, arriving at a nearby settlement. With a population of merely a few hundred, it could scarcely be called a town. They decided to rest there for the night, planning to depart the following morning. Zhao Fan reclined within a yurt, activating his beast-taming abilities. He sensed numerous spiritual beasts nearby, predominantly cattle, sheep, and horses, with a few hunting dogs and falcons among them. Contemplating his desires, he resolved to explore the settlement the next day, hoping to procure a horse, ideally, a falcon as well. After some reflection, he began to absorb the crystal core to cultivate his abilities. Once he had completed the absorption, he initiated his training to harness natural elements. After a night of rigorous practice, Zhao Fan awoke feeling invigorated. After a light meal, he sought out Jiang Yuro and the others. I shall not accompany you to the northern base. Instead, I plan to head directly to the northwestern base from here, Zhao Fan announced, gazing at them. Let us part ways. May our paths cross again by chance. With that, Jiang Yuro and her companions took their leave. Once they had departed, Zhao Fan exchanged provisions for a substantial quantity of milk, dairy products, and ultimately, a fair amount of beef and lamb jerky. After securing his supplies, Zhao Fan approached a herd of horses not far from the settlement. "Sir, are you selling these mutated horses?" he inquired, eyeing the dozen or so level 0 mutated horses grazing. "Not for sale, but I am willing to trade for food, 1,000 pounds of rice for each horse." "Feel free to choose," the middle-aged man replied. 1,000 pounds of rice is rather steep," Zhao Fan remarked. "Young man, that is the fixed price. If you want them, take them. If not, then so be it." "My herd of mutated horses is not lacking for offers," the man retorted, emphasizing the importance of horses as valuable means of transportation. Zhao Fan paused for a moment, gazing at the hawk circling overhead, and inquired, "Uncle, is that hawk flying in the sky also part of your family?" "Indeed," replied the middle-aged man, tilting his head to observe the bird. "It has been with me since it was a fledgling." "Your bond must be quite profound," Zhao Fan remarked. "Absolutely. I raised it as if it were my own son," the middle-aged man said, fixing his gaze on Zhao Fan. "What do you think? Is our connection deep?" "Very much so," Zhao Fan smiled in agreement. "I must tell you, young man, do not even think about it. I would not trade it for any amount of grain," the middle-aged man stated firmly. "Not even for 10,000 pounds of rice." Zhao Fan laughed, teasingly. "Not a chance," the man replied with resolute conviction. "Even if you were to offer, I couldn't possibly produce 10,000 pounds of rice," Zhao Fan chuckled. "Are you trying to jest with me?" the middle-aged man retorted. Zhao Fan shook his head, grinning. "No, I was merely sharing a light-hearted moment with you." He then shifted the topic. "Uncle, I would like that white horse. Where shall I place the rice for you?" After conversing with the horses, Zhao Fan found that only the white horse was willing to accompany him into the swarm of flying ants and the mutated sparrows, while the others were reluctant. Thus, Zhao Fan exchanged 1,000 pounds of rice for the white horse and rode westward. Mutated beings? Zhao Fan pondered, observing two young children engaged in battle with a mutated sheep ahead. The older child appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, while the younger was about 5 or 6, both possessing sheep-like heads. No, they're not mutated beings. True mutated beings have red eyes. While these children possess normal eye colors, one appearing vibrant, the other more composed. Their coordination is impeccable. They are not mutated beings, but rather transformed humans. It seemed these children had undergone head mutations, which could easily mislead a casual observer into mistaking them for mutated beings. However, upon reaching level 2, they would be able to fully transition between animalistic and human forms. Once the two children successfully dispatched the mutated sheep, they collapsed onto the ground and retrieved a segment of green plant to gnaw upon. Observing this, Zhao Fan mused, have their tastes now shifted to that of sheep, favoring grass? With this thought, a soft chuckle escaped him. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's laughter, the two children sprang to their feet, gazing at him with caution. "Ba ba ba! Eat, it's sweet," the younger child exclaimed, lifting the plant stem in hand. Fortunately, Zhao Fan was a beast master. Otherwise, he might not have comprehended their sheep-like language. The children, with their head mutations, could no longer articulate human speech. "Go ahead and eat. I shall not partake," Zhao Fan smiled, standing beside the mutated horse. "Ba ba ba, uncle, eat. It's sweet. My brother says it tastes like corn," the younger one bleated. "Does it truly taste like corn?" Zhao Fan asked the older child. The older child nodded cautiously, evidently disliking the bleating. Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled as he said, "Little friends, may I exchange this crystal core for your plant?" He then produced a crystal core. "Ba ba ba, sparkling bright. I have it too, but he cannot eat it," the little child bawled. "It is not for consumption. Yet it can empower you and restore your human form," Zhao Fan remarked. Evidently, these two children were unaware of the crystal core's purpose. "Ba ba ba, really?" The older child bawled, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. "Indeed, I do not deceive you," Zhao Fan replied. "I can teach you how to absorb the crystal core right now, but do you dare?" The latter half of his statement was directed towards the older child. "Ba ba ba, I dare," the older child declared resolutely. "Rather than exist in this manner, I would prefer to seize the opportunity to become human again." Thus, Zhao Fan commenced instructing the older child on how to absorb the crystal core. After the lesson, the older child absorbed one after another, ceasing only after consuming 25 crystal cores. Once finished, the child felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through his body. Zhao Fan mused, "This child possesses remarkable talent." "Ba ba ba. Thank you, uncle. However, I have used over 20 of your crystal cores, and I currently have none to return to you." "Uncle, may I repay you with corn?" The older child bawled. "The one you hold in your hand?" Zhao Fan inquired. "Ba ba ba, uncle. Although it does not resemble corn, It truly is corn. Uncle, if you do not believe me, you may taste it. I am not lying, the older child insisted. Bah. My brother and I are good children. We never tell lies, the younger child bawled. Uncle knows you are honest children, Zhao Fan chuckled. Chapter 46, Mutated Corn. Zhao Fan accepted the green stalk handed to him by the older child. Examining it closely, it indeed resembled corn stalk, albeit too slender. About the width of a pinky finger, leading him to mistakenly consider it a plant stem. Zhao Fan took a bite, and a burst of fresh corn flavor filled his mouth. After a couple of bites, he could affirm this was indeed mutated corn. Reflecting on this, Zhao Fan felt incredibly fortunate in his life, finding mutated corn even in adversity. Brother, is it corn? The older child bawled. It is corn. Zhao Fan nodded, then continued. What did you find it? Can you take me there? Just a short distance from here. I will take you there right now. The older child replied, tugging the sheep forward. Although it was a transformed sheep, they still consumed meat, for their essence remained human. I will help you carry it. Zhao Fan offered. Thank you, uncle, the older child replied, his face reflecting genuine disappointment. He truly did not want to make sheep sounds anymore. How can this brother understand his Bainji? Though puzzled, he did not inquire further. Thank you, uncle, the younger child also gratefully expressed. You are welcome. Zhao Fan smiled, then asked, what are your names and how old are you? He further inquired about their family situation. The two children shared their names with Zhao Fan. The older child was named Bao Su, aged 9, while the younger child was Bao Yu, aged 6. Their family had been devoured by monsters. The villagers claimed they too were monsters, wishing to eliminate them, prompting him to flee with his brother to their current abode. The trio walked for over 20 minutes until they reached the field of mutated corn, where over 100 years stood, some fully matured and dried out. Zhao Fan observed the mutated corn. Its stalks were thinner than the conventional ones, yet its leaves were several times broader. The ears of corn were not only slender, but also longer than before, with kernels that were black and diminutive, comparable in size to green beans. Zhao Fan tore a piece of a mutated corn leaf and chewed it, savoring the taste reminiscent of fresh corn kernels. At that moment, he was convinced that the entirety of the mutated corn was edible. Approaching a fully yellowed and dried-out ear of corn, he plucked a leaf, crumbled it in his hand, and tasted it, his eyes lighting up at the realization that it resembled cornmeal. His gaze sparkled with hope as he contemplated the potential of these mutated corns for humanity's future. After consulting with the two children, he harvested all the mutated corn and stored it in his spatial pocket, also gathering a significant amount of soil. Once they finished their meal, Zhao Fan decided to leave with the children. Having gained so much from them, he could not bear to leave them behind. The mutated horse could easily carry 2 children without issue. Despite their additional load, Zhao Fan maintained his pace. 2 days later, they arrived at a location inhabited by mutated sparrows. Are you afraid? Zhao Fan inquired. Both children and the mutated horse expressed their lack of fear. That's good. Hold on tight. We will charge ahead, Zhao Fan declared. With that, the mutated horse let out a loud neigh and surged forward. Zhao Fan utilized his spatial cutting ability to clear a path, and as they raced forward, they found themselves splattered with the blood of mutated sparrows. After a while, the mutated horse came to a halt beside a lake. Uncle, the lotus flowers are so beautiful, exclaimed Bao Yu, admiring the blossoms before him. Bao Yu, remember, the more beautiful a place, the greater the danger. Do not let your guard down, Zhao Fan warned, squinting at a particular spot in the lotus pond. We will remember, the two children replied earnestly. Come out, Zhao Fan beckoned towards the pond. As soon as he finished speaking, a young boy's head emerged from the water, his expression one of indifference, though his handsome features promised he would grow into a striking young man. It's my brother, Bao Yu exclaimed with delight. Why are you bringing those two? The boy asked, fixating his gaze on Zhao Fan. Why should I bring them? Zhao Fan countered. Because they are monsters. Why would you bring monsters? The indifferent boy replied. Uncle says we are not monsters. We are human. The boy frowned slightly at Bao Yu's bleeding, unable to understand the sheep-like language. Do you consider yourself a monster? Zhao Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. Am I not a monster? The indifferent youth finished speaking and flicked his aquamarine tail. A mermaid, Bao Yu exclaimed with excitement. Did you see that? Do you still think I am a monster? The indifferent youth scoffed self-deprecatingly. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and conjured a water sphere. See, I can create water. I'm not like ordinary people anymore. Some may perceive me as a water-spraying monster, yet I have never regarded myself as such. I view it as my own ability, a means of survival in this apocalyptic world. You too possess your own power, a means for you to endure in this desolate existence. Zhao Fan paused before adding, Baoshu and Baoyue, you are the same. Though you bear the heads of lambs, this is also your strength. We must not disdain our abilities. Rather, we should continuously develop and utilize them to grow stronger. When we become powerful, we can not only protect ourselves, but also safeguard our loved ones, and, indeed, all of humanity. When we utilize our powers to shield humanity as a whole, we will be celebrated as great heroes. At that point, who would scorn our extraordinary abilities? They will only welcome us, admire us, and perhaps even envy us, Zhao Fan encouraged. He regarded himself as one of them to better inspire them. In truth, some ordinary individuals indeed viewed those with supernatural abilities or mutations as outcasts. After hearing Zhao Fan's words, the indifferent youth and the bows fell silent, observing their quietness. Zhao Fan continued, What you must do now is not wallow in self-pity, but rather strive to become stronger. As your abilities advance, you will gain the power to transform freely between humanity and beastliness. Can my tail revert to legs? The indifferent youth asked, urgency lacing his tone. Of course it can. However, if you continue to wallow in self-pity here, that will certainly not happen, Zhao Fan replied, scrutinizing the indifferent youth before him. After a moment of silence, the indifferent youth looked up at Zhao Fan and asked, Can I leave with you? Why do you want to leave with me? Zhao Fan retorted, pondering, Does he truly possess the visage of a benevolent person? Zhao Fan never considered himself a good man. The indifferent youth pressed his lips together and said, Because we are kindred spirits, and you can make me stronger. Is that the sole reason you wish to accompany me? Zhao Fan countered. Yes, the indifferent youth affirmed. If that is the case, there are countless others who could fulfill your desire. I am certain they would be willing to take you along, Zhao Fan observed. But I only want to follow you, the indifferent youth stated, his expression remaining cold as he gazed at Zhao Fan. Why do you only wish to follow me? Zhao Fan pressed. Because you are the first person to show me kindness, the indifferent youth replied, his demeanor growing even colder. What your family? Zhao Fan inquired. I have no family left. The indifferent youth remarked that ever since they cast him aside, he had been devoid of family. Even his kin bore him ill will, making Zhao Fan's kindness exceedingly precious to him. This brief statement encapsulated profound meaning, which Zhao Fan discerned. After a moment's pause, Zhao Fan replied, I am accompanied by these two because they discovered the mutated corn. Their contribution warrants my support. In response, the indifferent youth stated, I can catch fish. I am capable of fishing myself. Zhao Fan crossed his arms and acknowledged him. The indifferent youth hesitated, then added, I can summon water like you. Upon uttering these words, he conjured a sphere of water. Moreover, I can control the fish and shrimp in this pond, he continued. Upon hearing the youth's words, Zhao Fan mused to himself. Mutants can indeed awaken extraordinary abilities, though they are exceedingly rare. Clearly, this youth is among that scarce breed, a true talent deserving of Zhao's recognition. The indifferent youth observed Zhao Fan's continued silence and remarked, The lotus roots in this pond are edible. I have consumed them myself, and I am still alive. This proclamation suggested the lotus roots were indeed safe to eat. Zhao Fan smiled, pleased to discover another source of sustenance. Very well, I shall take you with me. Zhao Fan thought, realizing he could not let such a talent slip away. The indifferent youth felt a wave of relief wash over him. He realized that in this man's heart, sustenance held paramount importance. My name is Su Lang. The indifferent youth introduced himself. I am Zhao Fan. This is Bao Su. And this is Bao Yu, Zhao Fan replied. This is Fei Yun. He continued with the introductions. Afterward, Zhao Fan inquired, Can you walk on land? I can. Su Lang responded, a testament to his month of practice. Zhao Fan nodded, then furrowed his brow. We only have one horse, and you cannot ride. How shall we depart? Suddenly, Zhao Fan realized he had created a significant dilemma for himself. You promised to take me with you, Su Lang reminded him. Rest assured, having made a promise. I shall indeed take you away, Zhao Fan assured him, though he still needed to contemplate how they would leave. Let's first dig for lotus roots, Zhao Fan decided, opting to work while he pondered. Indeed, food remains of utmost importance, Su Lang remarked. Zhao Fan set to work harvesting the lotus roots. The lotus flowers had mutated, now yielding roots. Chapter 47, The Great Battle. Asking Su Lang to ride was truly putting him in a difficult position. As Zhao Fan continued to dig for lotus roots, he sensed the mutated creatures in the vicinity. Having one of these creatures transport Su Lang would be the best solution. However, the number of mutated beasts capable of carrying Su Lang was exceedingly limited. By the time Zhao Fan finished harvesting the lotus roots and catching all the fish and shrimp from the pond, he still had not encountered such a creature. Su Lang, I owe you a debt, Zhao Fan said, ruffling his hair, aware that his pace had inevitably slowed with Su Lang's presence. If I have truly caused you any trouble, then you need not take me with you, Su Lang replied, pursing his lips, unwilling to witness Zhao Fan's discomfort. Do not overthink it. Your discovery of the mutated lotus root merits my intention to take you with me, Zhao Fan declared. However, it may require some compromise on your part. I am unafraid of such compromise, Su Lang replied, secretly contemplating how he must ensure that this individual before him is well fed, for he surely must be famished. As long as you do not mind the inconvenience, Zhao Fan chuckled, already devising a solution. He then retrieved a large storage box from his space. Su Lang, this should suffice to accommodate you, I presume. You intend to confine me within this? Su Lang exclaimed, eyes wide as he gestured towards the box. I am a human, not an object. I am aware of your humanity. Hence the lid shall remain unobstructed, Zhao Fan reassured him. It is not entirely without merit, is it? You may simply have to make do for now. Should you wish to avoid such an arrangement, I suggest you hasten your ascension to the next level. Then your fishtail will transform into legs, and you'll be able to ride a horse. Zhao Fan's words served as indirect encouragement for Su Lang. I shall strive for advancement, Su Lang replied with a stern countenance. Meh. I too shall endeavor to advance. Then I shall be able to speak. Bai Yu chimed in. Thus, Zhao Fan secured the storage box onto the horse's back, allowing Su Lang to recline within, with his fishtail protruding outside. To expedite his power enhancement, Su Lang borrowed crystal cores from Zhao Fan, practicing his abilities as they journeyed, eager to escape the confines of the box. Zhao Fan not only lent crystal cores to all three of them, but also imparted a simple training method. The more advanced technique provided by Zhao Yonghua was not to be shared without his consent. However, with that foundational method in mind, they could claim that their simplified technique was adapted from it. The three youngsters worked diligently, dedicating their travel time to their training. With the three in tow, Zhao Fan did not alter their route, resolutely choosing to navigate through the swarm of flying ants, as it was the most direct path. Due to the presence of the mutated sparrow and flying ant swarms, the area was devoid of human presence, as well as any signs of mutated humans or beasts, let alone spirit beasts. They are coming, Su Lang suddenly remarked. No sooner had he spoken than two vast clouds, dark as night, approached them. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were not clouds, but rather the mutated sparrow swarm and the flying ant swarm, converging upon them from the east and west, respectively. Are you frightened? Zhao Fan inquired. Meh. Not at all, not at all. I witness such scenes daily at the Lotus Pond, where they engage in mutual consumption before dispersing, Su Lang replied, raising an eyebrow. I wondered why there was such an abundance of bird droppings and feathers in this vicinity. Zhao Fan chuckled. Su Lang, has any bird droppings landed upon your head? I need not be told. I am certain it has happened. I questioned how the mutated lotus flowers in that pond thrived so splendidly. It seems they have benefited from natural fertilizer. Zhao Fan, you are truly repulsive, Su Lang retorted. I am aware of your distaste. I shall refrain from further commentary, young man, Zhao Fan responded, as the mutated sparrow and flying ant swarms drew ever closer. If we do not depart soon, you may find yourself adorned with bird droppings, young one, Su Lang warned, his tone turning sharp. You are indeed correct. Please take your seats. We are about to embark, Zhao Fan declared, and with that, Feiyun surged forward. Feiyun was a name it had bestowed upon itself. Possessing the ability of speed, Feiyun had not only enhanced its physical strength through mutation, but had also accelerated its velocity. With the power of speed at its disposal, it moved even faster. However, after a period of carrying them, it required rest. During this time, Zhao Fan provided it with nourishing sustenance and allowed it to consume energy cores to regain its vitality. Feiyun charged toward the swarm of flying ants, swiftly penetrating their ranks. Zhao Fan unleashed spatial slicing, and before the flying ants could approach, they were cleaved into fragments. The area ahead was shrouded in darkness, completely obscuring their view, compelling them to forge ahead relentlessly. As they burst forth from the swarm, Feiyun did not halt but continued to race forward. They were fortunate for the presence of the little monster tree, which replenished their energy when fatigue set in. Otherwise, they would have struggled to escape the territory of the mutated sparrows, let alone traverse the swarm of flying ants they had just encountered. Upon reaching a lakeside, Zhao Fan instructed Fei Yun to stop. Though their bodies were not weary, their spirits were exhausted. Zhao Fan chose to rest by the lake because it provided an escape route. Should either the flying ants or the mutated sparrows approach, they could simply dive into the water. With Su Lang's assistance, they swiftly eradicated the mutated fish, shrimp, and aquatic insects within the lake. Observing Zhao Fan's delight as he collected items into his spatial realm, Su Lang reaffirmed his belief that Zhao Fan had a fondness for food. Once the lake was cleared, they eagerly plunged into the water to wash off. After refreshing themselves, they sat down to dine. Following their meal, Zhao Fan stationed the mutated wisteria and the little monster tree to guard them while they began to absorb the energy cores. Just as Zhao Fan finished absorbing a core, the swarm of flying ants returned, closely followed by a dense mass of mutated sparrows. Quickly into the water, Zhao Fan exclaimed, and they all leapt into the lake. They remained submerged until the two swarms had passed overhead. As they emerged, drying their clothes, another vast flock of mutated sparrows swept in from the east, prompting them to jump back into the water. Once the sparrows had flown past, they surfaced again. It seems we were destined to play the role of fishermen, Zhao Fan mused, stroking his chin as he gazed westward. Do you think they will mutually annihilate each other? Su Lang inquired, a 13-year-old boy who had received elite education from a young age. Do you believe they will not? Zhao Fan retorted. I believe one side will surely emerge victorious, Su Lang replied, furrowing his brow. Even if one side prevails, they will be gravely weakened after this battle. This presents us with an opportunity, Zhao Fan stated. Even so, do you think we can eliminate the victorious side with just a few of us? Su Lang questioned. Youth, do not underestimate our small group, Zhao Fan chuckled. Young man, perhaps you hold us in too high regard, Su Lang replied. Zhao Fan laughed lightly. Youth, I have always held myself in high esteem. This time, allow me to demonstrate how I shall lead you to vanquish the victorious side, said Su Lang, gazing intently at Zhao Fan. That would be splendid, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. And you, young one, must not be remiss. You still require those crystal cores for your upgrades. To be negligent in battle is an affront to my character, Su Lang stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Zhao Fan smiled wryly, and thus they set forth. At that moment, the mutated sparrows were engaged in a fierce battle with the flying ants. While Zhao Fan and his companions observed from a concealed distance, the air was filled with feathers, and the corpses of the flying ants and mutated sparrows cascaded to the ground. Some flying ants and mutated sparrows ventured toward them, only to be dispatched by a few smaller ones. As Zhao Fan watched the skirmish, he remained unaware that Xu Ruchu was also observing from another vantage point. The battlefield was vast, and her psychic abilities had yet to reach him. I am exceedingly grateful they did not launch a simultaneous assault on the base, for the consequences would be unimaginable, Lei Song remarked, peering through binoculars at the distant clash between the flying ants and mutated sparrows, noting the sheer density of the chaos both in the sky and on the ground. Once their battle concludes, I shall lead a contingent to encircle the remaining flying ants and mutated sparrows. We cannot allow them to grow any stronger. This indeed presents a rare opportunity to eradicate them. Xu Ruchu furrowed her brow, then added, Lei Song, the largest population on our planet is comprised of insects, and in the future, our adversaries will undoubtedly be these very insects. This is merely the beginning. Zhao Fan once mentioned that 6 months post-apocalypse, swarms of insects would emerge en masse. At that time, humanity's greatest foe would be the mutated insects, relentlessly attacking human strongholds, resulting in the destruction of countless bases. Yet, as of now, there seems to be a scarcity of mutated insects. Lei Song expressed his skepticism, reluctant to accept Xu Ruchu's assertions. Just because they are absent now does not imply they will remain so, Xu Ruchu countered, then inquired, Lei Song, do you truly believe all those insects perished in the early stages of mutation? Lei Song rubbed his nose sheepishly, admitting that he indeed held that belief. For over 2 months into the apocalypse, their enemies had primarily been mutated humans and beasts, as well as aberrant flora, aside from this swarm of flying ants. He had yet to encounter any other mutated insects. Many shared his perspective, and today, Xu Ruchu's words challenged his understanding. If you genuinely believe that, I can only say you are exceedingly naive. Should you persist in this belief, it will be your northwest base that suffers the consequences, Xu Ruchu warned. Upon hearing her words, Lei Song fell silent. Ruchu, if all the insects in this world were to mutate, It would be utterly terrifying, he said, licking his parched lips. Would there be any space left for human survival? Indeed, it is a dreadful thought. Gazing at the swarm of flying ants, one can envision such a harrowing scenario. Xu Ruchu replied, looking ahead, adding, the space for humanity must be fought for by our own efforts. As before, you are correct. Humanity's space is one that we have fought to claim for ourselves. At this moment, Lei Song's eyes brimmed with determination. I shall transform the Northwest Base into an impregnable fortress, securing a place for humanity, he declared, gazing in the direction of the Northwest Base. Upon hearing his words, Xu Ruchu's eyes flickered with admiration. Chapter 48. Reunion. As time passed, the great battle persisted, and the numbers of the mutated sparrows and flying ants had significantly diminished. Yet, at that moment, the mutated sparrows and flying ants besieging Zhao Fan and his companions were multiplying rapidly, soon surrounding them completely. Zhao Fan, however, was no longer merely observing. With a decisive wave of his hand, the encircling mutated sparrows and flying ants began to fall in droves. Simultaneously, the little monster tree and the mutated wisteria also struck, their roots piercing through the flower pots to take hold in the earth. In the blink of an eye, the mutated wisteria transformed into a grand tree, lush with foliage and resplendent with purple blossoms, unleashing a torrent of petals towards the mutated sparrows and flying ants, embedding themselves within their bodies. In mere moments, countless mutated sparrows and flying ants cascaded from the sky. Sulang, Bao Su, Bao Iue, Dis Es In Sidin. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Xu Ruchu dispatched the mutated flying ants and sparrows, he paused, casting a glance toward Zhao Fan, his eyes alight with excitement as he charged into the fray against the mutated creatures. Several smaller beings, witnessing Xu Ruchu's boldness, followed suit without hesitation. Ruchu, what are you doing? Lei Song shouted. Damn it, Ruchu, are you throwing your life away? Xu Ruchu paid no heed to Lei Song. Leaping onto the back of the golden retriever, which gallantly carried him forward, crushing all flying ants and mutated sparrows that stood in their path under Xu Ruchu's psychic might. When Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's gazes locked, joy illuminated their faces, a testament to their reunion. Ruchu, I have returned, Zhao Fan shouted with exuberance. I see you. Xu Ruchu replied with a smile, his excitement rivaling that of Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, don't come over. You must protect them. I will come to you, Xu Ruchu declared, urging the golden retriever to run toward Zhao Fan. As the distance between them narrowed, the flying ants and mutated sparrows around them fell in a cacophony of thuds. Ruchu, I missed you so much. Zhao Fan Xu Ruchu. I missed you too, Xu Ruchu replied, returning the embrace. Ruchu, Ruchu, Zhao Fan called out repeatedly, while Xu Ruchu echoed his name in kind, their longing manifesting in the fervent exchange of names. Sulong, observing the two figures entwined amidst the chaos of beasts, continued to slay the mutated sparrows and flying ants while urging, young ones, this is not the time for heartfelt confessions. You must swiftly eliminate the flying ants and sparrows. We can hardly hold on. Heeding Sulong's words, the two touched foreheads briefly before reluctantly releasing each other. Xu Ruchu enveloped them in a close-fitting mental barrier, then unleashed her psychic abilities to eliminate the mutated sparrows and flying ants surrounding them. Let us separate and take them down individually, Zhao Fan suggested. Agreed, Xu Ruchu nodded. Thus, they both plunged into the fray, systematically dispatching their adversaries. Their formidable strength rendered the mutated sparrows and flying ants of early second tier and below no match for them. Under the combined onslaught of Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's mutated wisteria, the numbers of their foes dwindled significantly. At that moment, Lei Song and his team joined the battle, further accelerating the pace of their extermination. Just as the air became less congested with the flying ants and mutated sparrows, a mutated sparrow with blood-red eyes dove from the heights, expelling clouds of black mist that corroded anything it touched, leaving behind only white bones. Zhao Fan narrowly evaded a burst of black mist and, with a grave expression, warned Ruchu, it has reached mid-third tier. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, a flicker of concern crossed Xu Ruchu's gaze. This mutated sparrow was indeed formidable, hovering above them, rendering them powerless to counter it. How infuriating, Zhao Fan muttered darkly. Despite his abilities, he could not strike at an opponent out of reach. His beast-taming powers were only at second tier, insufficient to control a third-tier mutated sparrow. leaving him in a state of frustration. It is merely toying with us, Xu Ruchu remarked as she directed her psychic energy towards the third-tier mutated sparrow. The creature let out a piercing shriek and swooped down, targeting Xu Ruchu. In response, Zhao Fan summoned the black water from the spatial realm, launching it at the mutated sparrow, while Xu Ruchu's psychic energy surged toward it as well. The sparrow screeched again, ascending rapidly into the sky, and unleashed a torrent of black mist towards both Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan. At that moment, the creature was visibly eroded by Zhao Fan's black water, while Xu Ruchu's psychic assault inflicted severe pain upon it, igniting its fury against them. It bears a grudge against us. We must flee eastward, Zhao Fan urged. Agreed, Xu Ruchu replied, then called out to Lei Song. Lei Song, we'll draw this bird away. Please safeguard our companions. Understood, be cautious. Lei Song answered as Zhao Fan briefed Su Lang. Once the instructions were given, Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan grasped the diminutive tree creature, retracting it into its pod, and raced eastward. Upon noticing Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan's flight, the third-tier mutated sparrow began its pursuit. Inevitably, they could not outrun the creature, and soon it caught up. Once close, the sparrow incessantly expelled black mist from above, but they skillfully evaded its attacks. Let us head to its lair. There are numerous mutated sparrow eggs we can collect, Zhao Fan proposed. Agreed, Xu Ruchu replied. Xu Ruchu smiled indulgently, as the two of them sped eastward. The third-level mutated sparrow, having learned from past encounters, refused to descend despite their provocations, leaving Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan at a loss. Zhao Fan remained attuned to the mutated beasts in the vicinity, but aside from the soaring third-level sparrow, all others were of a lesser rank. As they ran, they skillfully evaded the black mist spewed from the sparrow above. Suddenly, Zhao Fan burst into hearty laughter. Hearing his mirth, Xu Ruchu also smiled. As long as she was with him, even in the face of danger, she felt joy. Ruchu, I am exceedingly happy today, Zhao Fan exclaimed with laughter. I am also very happy today, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. Zhao Fan, it's wonderful to have you back. Ruchu, it's truly delightful to see you. Zhao Fan responded, his gaze intense. You have no idea how much I've missed you these past few days. I know you miss me as much as I miss you, Xu Ruchu assured him. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan, with fervent eyes, declared, Ruchu, let us stop running. All right, Xu Ruchu agreed without questioning why. The third-level mutated sparrow, taken aback by their sudden halt, flew directly towards them. We can't stop it now, Zhao Fan remarked with a smirk as the sparrow passed by. Indeed, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile, adding it's coming back. No sooner had she spoken than two clouds of black mist surged towards them. That's its signature move, Zhao Fan observed, squinting at the sparrow. Its singular tactic is sufficient, Xu Ruchu remarked, then glanced at the towering trees around them. With a glint in her eye, she instructed Zhao Fan. I will bring it down. You prepare to attack. Understood, Zhao Fan responded, dodging a puff of black mist. As his words faded, Xu Ruchu unleashed her wood-based powers, causing the trees nearby to grow wildly. In an instant, several branches ensnared the spiraling third-level mutated sparrow. The frenzied growth of the trees abruptly ceased, catching the sparrow off guard, causing it to plummet. Seizing the moment, Zhao Fan unleashed all his spatial abilities directly at the sparrow. In the blink of an eye, the creature was riddled with numerous wounds, exposing bone beneath. At that moment, Xu Ruchu's mental assault struck, drawing upon all her psychic energy. She delivered a blow that became the final straw for the third-level mutated sparrow, sending it crashing down. At this juncture, the sparrow was barely clinging to life, and Zhao Fan swiftly dealt the finishing blow, extracting its crystal core. What a boon for Ning Chun, Zhao Fan remarked, examining the dark crystal core in his hand, aware that only Ning Chun among his acquaintances possessed dark abilities. It is indeed essential to curry favor with a stepmother, Xu Ruchu quipped. You are right. We must appease her, lest she mistreat us, Zhao Fan laughed, as he stored the crystal core in his spatial pocket. My secondary space partition can only inflict such damage. The seemingly invincible black water is unable to vanquish it. It appears that black water holds little effect against third-tier mutated beasts, Zhao Fan remarked, furrowing his brows. Is your black water incapable of upgrading? Xu Ruchu inquired, contemplating. If Zhao Fan's black water proves ineffective against third-tier mutated beasts, he would lose a significant means of survival, a prospect he was loath to accept. I am uncertain about that, Zhao Fan replied, as he stored the third-tier mutated sparrow into space. Even if it could upgrade, I wouldn't know how to do so, Zhao Fan continued. What if we attempt to use crystal nuclei? Xu Ruchu suggested. If the crystal nuclei could enhance the black water, I might as well use them to upgrade my mutated water-based abilities instead, Zhao Fan countered. After a moment's pause, Xu Ruchu said, we have a limited daily absorption of crystal nuclei. However, what if the black water's absorption is boundless? In that case, the black water would surely advance at a pace surpassing our cultivation of abilities. Wouldn't that provide us with another card up our sleeves? You make a valid point. I shall give it a try, Zhao Fan conceded, proceeding to place 10 crystal nuclei into the black water. There was no response. The nuclei remained intact. Let's wait and see, Zhao Fan stated. Indeed, Xu Ruchu replied softly, hoping for a favorable outcome. Chapter 49, Unwavering Loyalty. After placing the crystal nuclei into the black water pool, the two decided to press on, seizing the opportunity to thoroughly eradicate the mutated sparrow swarm and establish a passage between the northwest base and the northern base. As they journeyed, they absorbed crystal nuclei to restore their abilities, and once rejuvenated, they quickened their pace. By the time they reached the habitat of the mutated sparrows, 2 days had elapsed. At this point, few mutated sparrows remained. The pair took some time to eliminate the entire flock. Following this, they began to clear the battlefield. Zhao Fan, speed up. A group is approaching, roughly around 150 individuals, each mounted on a mutated steed, Xu Ruchu suddenly remarked. Heeding Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan hastened his efforts to collect the mutated sparrow eggs. The eggs were the size of an adult's fist and possessed an exquisite flavor, making them too precious to abandon. Meanwhile, Xu Ruchu utilized his mental abilities to gather the corpses of the mutated sparrows, compiling them together for Zhao Fan to store in his space. Just as Zhao Fan completed the collection of the mutated sparrow eggs, the group on mutated steeds arrived not far from them. The two exchanged glances and continued to gather the sparrow corpses. Brothers, did you two slay all the mutated sparrows here? Zhang Hu approached with a beaming smile. Indeed, Xu Ruchu replied, lifting his gaze slightly. Zhang Hu, captivated by Xu Ruchu's beauty, noted the rare elegance that was absent even in the northern base. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's response, Zhang Hu erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, Are you jesting with me, brother? 2 individuals annihilating all the mutated sparrows here. How could that be anything but a jest? If you believe I am jesting, then let it be so, Zhao Fan retorted. Xu Ruchu stated, We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Should you wish to depart, you must leave your belongings behind, Zhang Bao said, glaring at Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan with a fierce expression. What do you expect us to leave behind? Zhao Fan retorted with a cold smirk. The mutated sparrow eggs and the mutated sparrow crystal cores, Zhang Bao replied, asserting that they had come to collect the mutated sparrow eggs. By what right should I relinquish them to you? Zhao Fan's icy gaze fixated on Zhang Bao. Simply because we are more in number and we possess this, Zhang Bao boasted, drawing a gun and aiming it at Zhao Fan. Zhang Bao held a gun, while Zhang Hu also brandished his weapon, directing it at Xu Ruchu. Others armed with firearms followed suit, pointing their guns at Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan. At that moment, the coldness in Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's eyes was palpable. My dear young fellows, a wise man knows when to yield. You ought to hand over your belongings, Zhang Hu said with a grin. Otherwise, he paused, still smiling, and continued, both of you are rare beauties. Incapacitating your abilities and selling you to the red light district would certainly fetch a handsome price. You intend to sell me to the red light district? Zhao Fan asked, his tone frigid as he regarded Zhang Hu as though he were already deceased. If you refuse to comply, we shall indeed sell you to the red light district. Zhang Hu replied, still grinning. Sell us to the red light district? Then you may as well perish, Zhao Fan declared, and with a swift gesture, Zhang Hu was cleaved into several pieces by the spatial rift. The others, witnessing this horror, were taken aback and immediately opened fire. However, the bullets ricocheted back towards them in the blink of an eye, causing them to tumble from their mounts. The remaining individuals, their pupils contracted in fear, realized they had provoked formidable opponents and swiftly turned their horses around to flee. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged cold laughter. Where do you think you're going? This lot would be a bane left alive. It is better they meet their demise. Zhao Fan exerted control over the mutated horses they rode, compelling them to return, while both unleashed their powers, swiftly transforming the group into lifeless corpses. Thus, the notorious Tiger Leopard mercenary corps that had terrorized the northern base was eradicated by Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. They incinerated the bodies and made their way back with a herd of mutated horses. Rushu, on our return to the Kyoto base, I plan to capture a batch of cattle and sheep spirit beasts from the grasslands, Zhao Fan remarked. The grasslands abound with cattle and sheep. Even if the majority have mutated into aberrant beasts, the number of spirit beasts should not be scant. Agreed, Xu Ruchu replied. Upon their return to the mutated ant colony, they found Lei Song and his team excavating the ant eggs, which were the size of eggs from the world before the apocalypse. After Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's arrival, Lei Song presented them with a significant quantity of mutated ant crystal cores, which they accepted without hesitation. Moreover, they had recently acquired a substantial reservoir for absorbing crystal cores, the black water pool within Zhao Fan's spatial realm. At that moment, Zhao Fan had confirmed that the black water pool could indeed absorb crystal cores, albeit at a considerable cost. After acquiring the crystal core, they, along with Lei Song, began to excavate the flying ant eggs. With Xu Ruchu, a psychic with extraordinary abilities, present, they successfully unearthed all the flying ant eggs in the vicinity. In total, they unearthed several million eggs, and as they gazed upon the staggering quantity, silence enveloped them. At that moment, their eyes reflected not joy, but apprehension. The thought of these eggs hatching into countless flying ants was too daunting to contemplate. If these ants were to thrive, the future of humanity appeared bleak. Zhao Fan retained half of this batch of mutated flying ant eggs, while the remainder was designated for the Northwest base. Once they had managed the situation, Zhao Fan and his companions returned to the Northwest base alongside Lei Song. Upon arriving at the Northwest base, they settled once more into the small villa they had previously occupied. Rushu, this is a level 3 mutated cactus crystal core. Would you like to try absorbing it? Zhao Fan offered the crystal core to Xu Ruchu. Most plant crystal cores were green in hue. Xu Ruchu accepted the core and attempted to absorb its energy. Soon, the core in her hand turned to ash, yet Xu Ruchu remained unresponsive. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. This was a level 3 core. Under normal circumstances, it was improbable for Rushu to deplete all the energy in the green core so swiftly. The weight of his concern intensified, and he regretted giving the core to Xu Ruchu. Just as Zhao Fan was engulfed in anxiety and regret, Xu Ruchu opened her eyes. Rushu, you're awake. Do you feel unwell? Zhao Fan inquired urgently. No, I'm perfectly fine, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. Thank you, Zhao Fan. What do you mean by that? There's no need for formalities, Zhao Fan said, finally relieved to see her well. I just wanted to express my gratitude, Xu Ruchu replied, extending her right hand. Take a look at this, she exclaimed with a smile. A cactus, Zhao Fan replied, puzzled. How did it emerge from your palm? What exactly happened? After absorbing the crystal core, my powers didn't increase, but I gained the ability of that mutated cactus, and it's a level 3-1 at that. Xu Ruchu replied joyfully. That's wonderful news, Zhao Fan exclaimed. With such a boon, how will you repay me? Did you not say that I needn't be formal with you? Xu Ruchu raised an eyebrow playfully. That was then. I now desire my token of gratitude, Zhao Fan declared, playfully pouncing on Xu Ruchu. Ruchu, how about you offer yourself as my gift of thanks? He whispered in her ear, and then they engaged in an intimate moment. Afterward, as they reclined against the headboard, each enjoying a cigarette, Zhao Fan remarked, a postcoital smoke surpasses even the divine. He flicked the cigarette, but into the ashtray on the bedside table. Ruchu, I feel as if I am living the life of a deity, he said, resting his head on her shoulder. You are easily satisfied, she teased. Xu Ruchu smiled, a hint of languor gracing her features. Is contentment truly the essence of happiness? Zhao Fan replied with a chuckle. I am but a humble citizen, devoid of grand aspirations. My ideal life encompasses a warm hearth with a loving wife and children, where familial harmony reigns supreme. Now that I have a beautiful wife like you, I find myself utterly content. With that, Zhao Fan embraced Xu Ruchu. Zhao Fan, meeting you in this lifetime has also brought me a sense of fulfillment, Xu Ruchu responded. The two held each other for a moment, before Xu Ruchu continued, Zhao Fan, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The paternity test results linking you to General Zhao should have been revealed by now. You are now recognized as General Zhao's son, and with this shift in identity, even if you wish to remain uninvolved, you will inevitably find yourself caught in the fray. Are you prepared for this, Zhao Fan? If I were unprepared, I would not have chosen to return to Kyoto, Zhao Fan replied, gazing into Xu Ruchu's eyes. Xu Ruchu, you will always stand by my side, won't you? Yes, I will be by your side, unwavering and steadfast, Xu Ruchu affirmed, clasping Zhao Fan's hand. Unwavering and steadfast, he echoed, grateful for her companionship in this life. Xu Ruchu, please share with me the details regarding the prominent families in the Kyoto base, Zhao Fan requested, as he had previously been a mere commoner, far removed from the upper echelons of Kyoto society. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Ruchu relayed all the information she possessed. Before the apocalypse, Kyoto was a nexus of power and privilege, yet many families had swiftly fallen into decline thereafter. Presently, the Kyoto base is dominated by the 8 prominent families: Zhao Lin, Hao, Sun, and Wang, Zhou, and Zhang. The Zhao and Lin families are military dynasties wielding influence through arms, while the Hao, Sun, and Lin families are entrenched in politics, possessing significant authority. The Zhou and Wang families have thrived through commerce, accumulating wealth and control over abundant resources. Meanwhile, the Zhang family boasts a diverse array of talents, representing a force not to be underestimated within the base. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruchu elaborated on the specifics of each family. In addition to these 8 families, numerous smaller clans and mercenary groups populate Kyoto, rendering the political landscape of the base exceedingly intricate. Zhao Fan, considering that General Zhao took 3 years to consolidate his power over the Kyoto base, it is evident that prior to that, he was engaged in a struggle with these factions, Xu Ruchu posited. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement, reflecting on her insights. I believe that spending 2 years embroiled in conflict with various factions may be less advantageous than establishing our own base, Xu Ruchu suggested, her thoughts aligning with those of Zhao Yonghua. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fan responded, Xu Ruchu, your reasoning resonates with me. Devoting 2 years to conflict seems wasteful. Instead, we could entirely establish a new dawn base in that time. Following this declaration, Xu Ruchu nodded and began discussing the plans for the new base. Chapter 50. Ning Chun has gone missing. Both you and General Zhao possess beast mastery abilities. You could contract a group of mutated beasts to guard the perimeter of the base. I can contract a selection of aggressively potent mutated plants to plant outside the base, creating dual lines of defense that would significantly enhance the safety of our stronghold, Xu Ruchu concluded. The proposed method is viable, Zhao Fan remarked, adding that they currently possess mutated rice and corn, ensuring their food supply. Furthermore, they have mutated lotus, which can serve as a vegetable. They should also venture into the grasslands to capture a batch of livestock, cattle, sheep, and horses to bring back. By taming these beasts, ordinary people will have access to meat. Meanwhile, the mutated horses can serve as temporary means of transportation until new vehicles are introduced. Zhao Fan contemplated, asserting that with these resources, establishing a base independently would be entirely feasible, negating the need for competition with others for territory. General Zhao commands troops and possesses prestige, and they certainly do not lack manpower. Xu Ruchu continued, prompting Zhao Fan to nod in agreement. Upon returning, they would discuss the establishment of a base with old Zhao Ningchen. He believed they would acquiesce. Zhao Fan added that even if they were to disagree, he would persuade them otherwise. Xu Ruchu responded affirmatively, and then remarked on Zhao Fan's earlier assertion that the 4th energy surge would not only alter the terrain, but also bring about a rise in temperature. Thus, they should return before the 4th energy surge. Zhao Fan acknowledged with a slight hum, noting that they still had over a month until the surge, assuring that they would certainly make it back in time. Xu Ruchu nodded and inquired about the optimal location for the base. Considering Zhao Fan's 5 years of experience in the apocalypse, Zhao Fan pondered briefly before suggesting the southern region of the Kyoto base, which, despite being elevated post-surge, remained predominantly flat. He elaborated on the advantages of that location. Xu Ruchu nodded, and the two began to design the specifications for their future base based on Zhao Fan's past experiences. Let us conclude our discussion for today. As dawn is still far off, Zhao Fan stated, subsequently pinning Xu Ruchu beneath him. The following morning, Zhao Fan rose, brimming with vitality, while Xu Ruchu, stretching her slightly sore back, also felt quite refreshed. After breakfast, Lei Song and He Chuan arrived. They engaged in extensive discussions, ultimately exchanging items of mutual necessity, leaving both Lei Song and He Chuan satisfied. That evening, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu treated Lei Song and He Chuan to a sumptuous dinner, and next day, the two departed the northwest base with Su Lang and the others. They retained only 10 out of the more than 150 mutated horses they had brought back, selling the remainder to the northwest base. Upon leaving the northwest base, they rode eastward on their mutated horses, beginning their quest in the grasslands for livestock, cattle, sheep, and horses. with Zhao Fan's beast-taming abilities. They located a herd of 202 spirit cattle and sheep on the third day in the grasslands, as well as 2 spirit shepherd dogs, both possessing early-stage, second-level fire abilities. The high-level capabilities of these dogs revealed the fierce battles they had endured during recent days. After Zhao Fan contracted the 2 shepherd dogs, he instructed them to continue overseeing the herd of mutated cattle and sheep spirit beasts. Upon locating this group, Zhao Fan and his companions subsequently discovered additional cattle and sheep spirit beasts. They roamed the grasslands for 10 days, eventually encountering a herd of mutated horse spirit beasts. This herd consisted of 264 individuals, with the leading stallion possessing an early-stage, second-level cultivation. Zhao Fan utilized his beast-controlling abilities to contract him. During the third energy surge, Zhao Fan and his companions remained on the grasslands, seated in meditation alongside Xu Lang. The cattle, horses, and sheep spirit beasts, along with the golden retrievers, stood still, passively absorbing the energy that washed over them. Following the conclusion of the third energy surge, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's abilities ascended to the pinnacle of early-stage second level, and it was anticipated that they would advance to mid-stage second level after the next energy surge. Xu Lang progressed to early-stage first level, while the Bao brothers, Bao Su and Bao Yu, reached late-stage 0 level. The abilities of the golden retrievers also saw significant growth, though they did not achieve a new level. The overall quality of the cattle and sheep was rather poor. Consequently, after the energy surge, their physical condition merely improved slightly. In contrast, the mutated horses, having undergone the third energy surge, generally advanced to high-stage 0 level, with several even reaching first level and unlocking speed-related abilities. Among Zhao Fan's mutated horses, aside from the lead stallion, which awakened dual abilities of speed and lightning, the rest predominantly developed speed abilities, perhaps due to the innate nature of horses. Zhao Fan, let us return to the Kyoto base, Xu Ruchu suggested, adding, with this herd of cattle and sheep, it may take us a month to reach the base. So far, they had captured a total of 127 cattle spirit beasts, including 15 dairy cows. The number of sheep spirit beasts was comparatively larger, totaling 635. All these cattle and sheep spirit beasts were managed by the 2 shepherd dogs. Any disobedient ones were frightened into submission by the dogs' fiery intimidation, thereby alleviating much of the burden on Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Currently, they possessed 478 mutated horse spirit beasts, all under the supervision of the early-stage, second-level mutated stallion, which employed lightning to discipline any unruly members. Acknowledging Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan nodded. They rested for a night on the grasslands, and the following morning, they set forth. To expedite their return, they opted for a direct route, forging their own path where no trail existed. Zhao Fan's beast-controlling powers, coupled with Xu Ruchu's psychic abilities, helped them evade numerous dangers. However, their proactive avoidance did not guarantee that others would do the same. Throughout their journey, they encountered countless bandit attacks, the frequency of which Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu could scarcely recall. Yet, their formidable strength allowed them to turn the tables on their assailants. Any mutated beasts or aberrant humans that attempted to besiege them were swiftly dealt with, and they amassed a substantial collection of crystal cores along the way. Moreover, during their travels, the Bao brothers discovered edible mutated red potatoes, peanuts, potatoes, watermelons, pumpkins, and cabbages. Until that moment, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu were unaware of the remarkable abilities possessed by the brothers Bao Su and Bao Yu. Zhao Fan exclaimed that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Xu Lang silently mused that Zhao Fan's greatest affection lay with Xu Ruchu, closely followed by his love for food. After all, who could resist the allure of sustenance in a post-apocalyptic world? Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu hurriedly made their way, finally arriving at the Kyoto base 2 days prior to the 4th energy explosion. They halted outside the base with a herd of cattle, sheep, and magical beasts, immediately causing a stir. News of their arrival swiftly reached various factions and their leaders. While Xu Ruchu remained outside the city, Zhao Fan ventured in search of Zhao Yonghua, knowing that only he could ensure the safety of such a valuable herd. After a journey of over 2 months, the towering 15-meter walls of the Kyoto base had been completed, and it had begun to take shape as a bastion of hope. Upon entering the city, Zhao Fan made his way directly to Zhao Yonghua. Utilizing his resemblance to Zhao Yonghua, he quickly found himself before him. "You're back, thank goodness." Zhao Yonghua smiled at the safe return of Zhao Fan, though the worry etched on his brow remained unchanged. Zhao Yonghua still exuded an undeniable charm. Yet his eyes were bloodshot, and a persistent sorrow lingered between his brows, his countenance weary as though sleep had eluded him for days. His disheveled attire added to his air of despondency. Observing this, Zhao Fan pondered silently. Something must have transpired. Where is Ruchu? Did she not return with you? Zhao Yonghua inquired with a hint of urgency. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and replied, Ruchu is waiting for us outside the city. He then recounted the tale of their return with the herd. Good, this is indeed fortunate, Zhao Yonghua responded. I will gather my men and accompany you to bring Ruchu into the city. If this is such good news, why the somber demeanor? What has truly happened? Zhao Fan pressed, speak freely. Ruchu and I can assist you. At Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua wiped his face, anguish evident as he spoke. Ning Chun has been missing for 7 days. I have searched every conceivable place, even the Research Institute's laboratory, yet there is no trace. They insist he is dead and urge me to accept this grim reality, but I refuse to believe that he has simply perished. I must find him, alive or dead. Zhao Yonghua's tone was resolute. Hearing this, Zhao Fan's heart sank. He had not anticipated Ning Chen's predicament, and it was now clear why Zhao Yonghua was in such a state. Zhao Fan, your timely return with Ruchu is fortuitous. I wish for her assistance in locating Ning Chun, Zhao Yonghua implored. He had an ability user under his command capable of mental probing, but the range was limited, yielding no results. Together with Ruchu, we will search for Ning Chun. Even if we must dig 1,000 meters, we shall uncover the truth. Zhao Fan spoke with a grave expression, recalling an incident from his previous life that caused quite a stir once it was exposed. Reaching even his distant base in city, Ning Chen's dark abilities were exceedingly rare. Perhaps she was indeed there. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua urgently replied, let us go and fetch Ruchu. The return of Xu Ruchu filled Zhao Yonghua with hope. Chapter 51, The Alliance. Uncle, are you heading out again? Zhao Lan En Gao Zhao Zhonggugo. Zhao Yonghua responded tersely, his mind preoccupied and unwilling to engage with Zhao Lan. So this is my cousin who has returned from the dead, Zhao Lan remarked, his gaze fixed on Zhao Fan's face. Despite Zhao Fan's efforts to conceal his emotions, a trace of disdain flickered in Zhao Lan's eyes, unnoticed by Zhao Yonghua, who was consumed by concern for Ning Chun. Though Zhao Fan's expression remained impassive, thoughts churned within him. Yes, I am indeed your cousin, Zhao Fan, Zhao Yonghua affirmed, continuing, Zhao Fan, this is your elder cousin Zhao Lan. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Zhao Yonghua interjected, Zhao Lan, Zhao Fan and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, Zhao Yonghua departed. Zhao Fan nodded at Zhao Lan before hastening after Zhao Yonghua. Uncle, grandfather is looking for you. He wants you to go to him immediately, Zhao Lan called out. Pursuing them. I understand. Inform your grandfather that I am presently occupied. I will visit him once I conclude my affairs. Zhao Yonghua replied without turning back. Uncle, you should return now. Grandfather Lin is also present and has important matters to discuss with you, Zhao Lan insisted, trailing behind. What matters? Is it regarding my union with Lin Mei? Zhao Yonghua halted and turned, scoffing. Tell your grandfather that while I have no objections to an alliance between the Zhao and Lin families, marrying that widow, Lin Mei, is out of the question. He then turned and continued on his way. Uncle, grandfather Lin claims he has news of Uncle Ning. Zhao Lan interjected, pausing momentarily. What did you say? Repeat that. Zhao Yonghua demanded, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Grandfather Lin mentioned he has news of Uncle Ning, but he insists on discussing it in person, Zhao Lan replied, swallowing hard, feeling as though his uncle resembled a wild beast on the verge of madness. Zhao Yonghua closed his eyes momentarily before opening them and said, Zhao Fan, I will send my aide to accompany you. I shall visit your grandfather. All right, Zhao Fan responded, adding, do not place your hopes in others. Never agree to what you cannot fulfill. Also, I will only acknowledge Ning Chun as my stepmother. I shall recognize no one else. Rest assured, there will be no one else, Zhao Yonghua reassured, patting Zhao Fan's shoulder. Ning Chun will surely be pleased to hear your words, and so am I. A son who acknowledges only Ning Chun brings me great joy. Upon hearing their exchange, Zhao Lan furrowed his brow in confusion. He could not comprehend his uncle's infatuation with Ning Chun and why he held her in such high regard. Thus, Zhao Yonghua and Zhao Lan made their way to Zhao Fan's grandfather. Zhao Fan and Zhao Yongua's aide, Chun Ming, ventured outside the city to meet Xu Ruchu and the others. Chun Ming, 30 years of age, possessed dual abilities in fire manipulation and teleportation. Having followed Zhao Yonghua, since before the apocalypse. He shared a close friendship with Ning Chun, which heightened his concern over Ning Chen's disappearance. "Brother Chun, where did Ning Chun go missing?" Zhao Fan inquired from the passenger seat. "Right within the base," Chun Ming replied. That day, Ning Chun mentioned he was heading to a restaurant to procure some fine dishes for the general, and he never returned. Upon discovering his absence, we promptly secured all 4 city gates and scoured the area inside and out for 7 days, yet unearthed not a single clue. A living person has simply vanished. And it is not just the general who struggles to accept this. We all find it hard to comprehend. "We will find him," Zhao Fan asserted after a brief pause, suspecting that Ning Chun was indeed in that underground laboratory, though its exact location remained unknown to him. He only knew it lay beneath the Kyoto base, a matter that required Rushu's investigation. "Yes, we will certainly find him," Chun Ming concurred, then continued, "Since Ning Chen's disappearance, the general has scarcely slept, and even his ironclad constitution cannot endure such strain. You should urge him to rest." "Indeed," Zhao Fan replied with a subtle affirmation, contemplating that even if he did encourage old Zhao to rest, he would likely refuse unless Ning Chun was found. "Brother Chun, why is the Zhao family seeking to ally with the Lin family? Has our situation deteriorated to such an extent?" Zhao Fan probed further. Chun Ming hesitated before responding. After the apocalypse, the military strength held by both the Lin and Zhao families has been relatively equal. However, the Lin family now boasts a considerable number of high-level ability users. Just half a month ago, the Lin family's heir, Lin, simultaneously advanced to level 2 in both lightning and fire abilities, becoming the foremost individual at the Kyoto base. In addition to Lin E, the Lin family possesses 5 level 1 late-stage ability users, with even more at the mid and early levels. This is merely what is publicly known. There could be unknown high-level ability users hidden in the shadows. Consequently, the Lin family has subtly ascended to the top among the 8 major families. In contrast, the Zhao family's highest level ability users are the General and Ning Chun, both at level 1 late stage. However, the old master Zhao does not acknowledge Ning Chun as a member of the Zhao family, Chun Ming elaborated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan's expression darkened. If Ning Chun was not recognized, it was unlikely that Rushu would be either. He self-deprecatingly mused that perhaps even he would not be acknowledged. Chun Ming continued. Aside from the General and Ning Chun, the Zhao family has no other level 1 late-stage ability users, while several other families possess multiple such individuals. The lack of high-level ability users has become a vulnerability for the Zhao family. Moreover, Lin Hui, the sole daughter of the late General Lin, was brought back to the base a month ago. She had long harbored feelings for the general, but due to his engagement, she married another. Following her husband's demise in the apocalypse, she seeks to rekindle their past romance. Unfortunately for her, the general holds no interest in her, only in Ning Chun. Zhao Fan's expression grew serious as he remarked, "Brother Chun, do you think Ning Chen's disappearance might be related to Lin Hui?" The general harbors suspicions regarding Lin Hui as well, yet we have found no evidence linking her to Ning Chen's disappearance, Chun Ming replied. If it were Lin Hui's doing, as long as she possessed a modicum of intelligence, she would not reveal any telltale signs. Otherwise, how could she have married old Zhao? Zhao Fan remarked. Upon hearing the term old Zhao, Chun Ming paused momentarily before realizing that it referred to his family. Meanwhile, Zhao Yongwu was following Zhao Lan to his ancestral home. Observing the few individuals conversing cheerfully in the living room, his gaze darkened. His Ning Chun was missing, and no one among his relatives, save for his mother, seemed to care about her well-being. This truly saddened him. Zhao Yongwu contemplated. Once he finds Ning Chun, he would take her along with Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu away from the Kyoto base, leaving the Zhao family behind for good. "Yongwu has returned," exclaimed old General Lin, beaming as he greeted Zhao Yongwu. "Uncle Lin," Zhao Yongwu replied, no longer the impulsive youth he once was, refraining from rushing in with questions. "Second son, come sit with me," Zhao's mother beckoned, her gestures elegant, befitting a lady of high standing. Heeding her call, Zhao Yongwu settled beside her, and soon the conversation shifted to focus on him. After discussing him for a while, the topic inevitably turned to his marriage. Zhao Yongwu sat there like an invisible man, his downcast eyes filled with derision. Had he not known that Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu would seek out Ning Chun upon arriving in the city, he would have long since lost his composure. In his role as an invisible observer, Zhao Yongwu inadvertently dozed off, eventually snoring. "This child must be utterly exhausted," Zhao's mother remarked, her eyes brimming with concern. How could she be unaware of her son's burdens? At that moment, She feared for her son's fate should Ning Chun no longer be around. She supported their union, despite her husband's disapproval. Simply because Ning Chun brought joy to her son, that alone was sufficient. Conversely, she opposed any notion of a marriage between her son and Lin Hui. While her husband remained steadfast in his views, she felt powerless to change his mind. However, she could certainly thwart the proposed union. Old Lin, you must be aware of the affair between my second son and Ning Chun. After 11 years, their bond remains as sweet as honey. Even I envy such love. Zhao's mother spoke softly. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhao Yongwu chuckled inwardly. Ria, it is inappropriate to speak of this now. Old General Zhao chided, furrowing his brow. Now is precisely the right time to address this. If we do not clarify matters, do you intend to resort to a wedding under false pretenses? Zhao's mother retorted, glaring at her husband before turning her gaze to Old Lin and continuing, Old Lin, Ning Chun will always be Zhao Yongwu's wife. If you insist on marrying Lin Hui to him, then Lin Hui shall only be a concubine. I shall send a sedan chair to bring her into our Zhao family, serving alongside Ning Chun as my son's wife. Old Lin, do you agree or disagree? Zhao's mother inquired, looking at Old General Lin. Zhou Ria, you are being excessively unreasonable. Old Lin slammed the table and shouted angrily. This is a new society. Put away your bourgeois demeanor. Old Lin slammed the table, causing Zhao Yongwu to sit up straight. Zhao Mu, Zhou Ruya, gently patted his leg, prompting him to swallow his words. Old Lin, we are in the apocalypse now. Strength reigns supreme. My son possesses power, and if he wishes to take several concubines, so be it. They would serve this capitalist young lady quite well, Zhou Ruya said with an elegant smile. Her water-based abilities enhancing her already youthful appearance. Zhou Ruya, your son's abilities are merely at the late stage of level 1. My grandson could easily crush him with a single finger, Old Lin retorted with a cold snort. Uncle Lin, please summon Lenny now. Let us see if he can truly dispatch me with just one finger, Zhao Yongwu replied, raising his gaze. Furthermore, I have no interest in having that widow Lin Hui as a concubine. Please find her a better match. You Zhao family are truly overstepping your bounds. Just wait and see, Old Lin declared angrily as he stormed out. Uncle Lin, Yongwu lacks understanding. Please do not take offense, Zhao Lauda, Zhao Yongyan chased after him. A 40-year-old man lacking understanding? Old Lin's disdainful voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the living room. Second brother, is the Lin family now someone we can provoke? You've truly brought us to ruin, Wang Shuxian, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lin family, remarked. You may pretend not to know me, Zhao Yongwu scoffed. Mom and Dad, have you heard what the second one just said? Wang Shuxian exclaimed, addressing the elderly couple. I am speaking sense, Zhao Yongwu asserted. Are you satisfied now? The previously silent General Zhao inquired. Chapter 52 Reminder. Meanwhile, after Zhao Fan departed, Xu Ruchu erected a mental barrier around the cattle, sheep, and spirit beasts, preventing anyone from making a quick grab. Merely because they could not seize them did not mean they could not gaze upon them. Soon, a throng gathered, all eyeing the livestock with palpable desire. Many approached to inquire about their sale, but Xu Ruchu firmly stated that they were not for sale. Yet, there were always those who overestimated themselves. Xu Ruchu, are these cattle and sheep yours? Lin Nan asked, recognizing her, though they were not acquainted. Yes, they are mine, Xu Ruchu replied with a puff of smoke, smiling. Who would have thought that despite being a cripple, you live quite well, and even have cigarettes to smoke, Lin Nan remarked, producing a box of cigars. Not too shabby, Xu Ruchu replied, holding her cigarette. Care for a cigar? Lin Nan asked, his tone boasting. No, thank you, I do not like that flavor. Xu Ruchu replied with a faint smile, taking a drag from her own smoke. Then never mind, I won't insist. Lin Nan conceded, I am not one to force others. Hearing his words, a subtle smile graced Xu Ruchu's lips. Xu Ruchu, tell me the truth. Are these spirit beasts really yours? Lin Nan pressed. Indeed. Xu Ruchu exhaled a smoke ring in affirmation. Lin Nan frowned slightly before questioning. Where did you acquire this batch of spirit beasts? Acquired from the northern prairies. If Lin Xiao desires, he may also procure them from there. Xu Ruchu remarked that the region is abundant with cattle, horses, sheep, and spirit beasts. Upon hearing Xu's words, Lin Nan chuckled and replied, but you already possess them here. Why should I venture to the northern grasslands? That would be a waste of resources. Name your price. The Lin family will acquire all these cattle, horses, sheep, and spirit beasts. If my memory serves me correctly, your grandfather is currently in charge, and the heir of your Lin family is your elder cousin Lin Yi. Can you truly speak on behalf of the Lin family? Xu Ruchu said, taking a drag from his cigarette before discarding the butt onto the ground. Upon hearing Su's words, Lin Nan's expression darkened, and he retorted, Xu Ruchu, what gives a cripple like you the right to look down on me? Lin Nan, you are merely a debauched scion. Reflect honestly. What merits do you possess that could earn your respect? Frankly, you do not even compare to Lin Yi's little finger. Xu Ruchu coldly scoffed. Lin Nan detested being compared to Lin Yi. His expression grew even more somber. With a wave of his hand, 6 ice spikes shot towards Xu Ruchu. Su's gaze faltered, and in the blink of an eye, the 6 ice spikes pierced Lin Nan's right leg. Lin Nan let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in agony. Lin Nan, how did you manage to wound yourself? Xu Ruchu said with a smirk, today, I've discovered your penchant for self-harm. Xu Ruchu, it was you, wasn't it? You must have attacked me. Lin Nan gritted his teeth in fury. Lin Nan, one must speak with evidence. Which eye of yours witnessed me attacking you? Everyone saw it clearly. You inflicted your own wounds. You cannot frame me for this. Xu Ruchu crossed his arms defiantly. Xu Ruchu, you are the one orchestrating this. Lin Nan glared at him, seething with anger, before turning to his companions and bellowing. Are you all deaf? Why haven't you killed him yet? At Lin Nan's command, his followers instinctively took a few steps back, apprehensive of the peculiar abilities displayed by the individual before them. Young Master Lin, it is imperative to tend to your wounds. We should take you for treatment immediately, one of them suggested. First, kill Xu Ruchu. Lin Nan gritted his teeth in pain. You all take Lin Nan for treatment. Lin Yi's voice rang out behind them. Understood. Several individuals responded, lifting Lin Nan to depart. I will not leave. I must kill Xu Ruchu. Lin Nan's cries echoed like a wounded animal. Ruchu. I apologize on behalf of Lin Nan, Lin Yi said, gazing at Xu Ruchu. There is no need, Xu Ruchu replied. He has already learned his lesson. For the rest of his life, Lin Nan shall remain a cripple. Even if his leg had healed thanks to the upgraded little monster tree, he still disliked being referred to as a cripple by Lin Nan. Lin Yi chose not to dwell on the matter further. He surveyed the group of cattle, horses, and spirit beasts before him and inquired, Ruchu, could you sell me some of these cattle, horses, and spirit beasts? Lin Yi, this group of cattle, horses, and spirit beasts was captured by Zhao Fan and me for General Zhao Yonghua. If you wish to purchase them, you must approach General Zhao, Xu Ruchu replied. Ah, I see, Lin Yi remarked. In that case, I shall seek an audience with General Zhao. After expressing this, he deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring about the northern situation from Xu Ruchu. Xu Ruchu, unreserved, relayed the pertinent details he knew, particularly emphasizing the matter of the flying ants. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, a flicker of gravity crossed Lin Yi's eyes. He fell silent for a moment before speaking. The East City Gate is quite a splendid location. The view from there is delightful. I often find myself drawn to that spot to admire the scenery. You should take Zhao Fan and General Zhao there to enjoy the sights as well. Xu Ruchu paused, his gaze thoughtful, and replied with a smile. I shall make a point to visit when I can. Lin Yi urged, I believe you should do so sooner rather than later, lest you miss certain vistas and live with regret for a lifetime. Especially take a moment to glance below. I find the sights beneath the earth surpass those above. I am confident you will come to appreciate them. I suspect I shall enjoy them as well. Xu Ruchu responded with a smile. He discerned the underlying meaning in Lin Yi's words, yet pondered what precisely Lin Yi intended to convey. Lin Yi chuckled softly and said, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Once Lin Yi departed, Xu Ruchu furrowed his brow in contemplation. What secrets lay beneath the East City Gate? With this thought, he extended his psychic energy towards that location, though he currently stood at the North City Gate. As his mental prowess reached the vicinity of the North City Gate, it abruptly retreated. Are you also in pursuit of livestock and magical beasts? Xu Ruchu inquired of a figure emerging from a vehicle. If you are selling, I am interested in purchasing. Do you have them for sale? The individual replied with a cheerful demeanor. I do not, Xu Ruchu succinctly stated. Since you do not wish to sell, then give me a few as a birthday present, the visitor suggested. Your birthday has already passed this year, and next year's has yet to arrive, Xu Ruchu laughed. Then consider an early gift for next year, the individual continued. I require only 5 pairs. Sun Yong, why must you be so audacious? Xu Ruchu playfully punched Sun Yong. Here with you, my audacity is unsurpassed. After all, who could resist my charm? Sun Yong grinned. You mustn't let Zhao Fan hear you say that. He would surely give you a sound thrashing. Xu Ruchu chuckled. Sun Yong laughed in response. Your partner is indeed quite possessive. He added, when you last returned, I was not yet back. Upon my return, you had already departed, and thus we missed one another. However, I have heard about your affair with Zhao Fan. Are you certain it is him? Most assuredly, Xu Ruchu affirmed with a smile, his tone imbued with unprecedented conviction. Hearing Xu Ruchu's resolute tone, Sun Yong beamed. Congratulations on escaping the shackles of solitude. I wish you both a harmonious union and the blessing of offspring. Although both of you are men, in this new world, the improbable may yet become possible. Thank you for your kind wishes, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Sun Yong grinned. Did you not frequently refer to me as a harbinger of ill fortune? Have you forgotten? I just remembered. Your gift is gone, Xu Ruchu remarked. No, my sheep, my cattle, my horse. Sun Yong lamented, clutching his chest. Xu Ruchu smiled briefly before her expression grew serious. Are they all well? Sun Yong paused for a moment, then replied, during the outbreak, I was on a mission with them. The two who joined later didn't survive and turned into monsters. Daliang, the monkey, Siyuan, the doctor, and the little one are all alive, and they've awakened their abilities. They're currently at the Kyoto base, but they're out on a mission right now. When they return, we should gather together. All right, when they come back, let's meet. I miss them too, Xu Ruchu said with a smile, thinking to herself, it's good that they are all alive. We should bring your Zhao Fan along, Sun Yong added. That's a must, Xu Ruchu replied with a grin. Sun Yong chuckled softly, then said with a hint of nostalgia, I thought one day you would be swayed by Daliang and end up with him. By the way, wasn't Daliang with you before the apocalypse? Where is he now? He ran away, Xu Ruchu replied after a slight pause. Sun Yong's breath caught in his throat. What do you mean, ran away? Xu Ruchu hesitated before recounting the events to Sun Yong. How could Daliang do such a thing? I truly find it hard to believe, he said. Xiao Zhu, with the variety of powers out there, is it possible that Daliang has been controlled by someone? Sun Yong pondered, knowing well how much Daliang cared for Xu Ruchu. They all understood that Daliang could never abandon her. After hearing Sun Yong's words, Xu Ruchu fell silent for a moment, gazing into the distance. I don't know, she finally said. Xiao Chu, if Daliang has truly been controlled, would you forgive him? Sun Yong inquired. I would, Xu Ruchu replied softly after a moment of contemplation. Sun Yong felt a sense of relief in his heart. Then, can you still be together? If I liked him, we would have been together long ago. Not waiting until now, Xu Ruchu explained. I understand, Sun Yong said, sighing inwardly. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. By the way, is Sun Wenshuan a member of your Sun family? Xu Ruchu asked. No, but he will become an enemy of the Sun family in the future, Sun Yong replied. Also, an enemy of our squad. After shifting the topic, Sun Yong continued, your stepmother's family, the Jiang family, has now allied with the Lin family and is persuading your father to join them. However, your father has yet to relent. What do you plan to do? Upon hearing Sun Yong's words, Xu Ruchu thought to herself, his family matters are indeed a tangled mess. His parents once loved each other, but their separation, though hasty, was mutual. His mother willingly gave birth to him, but his father was unaware of his existence. His mother, faced with a terminal illness, sent him back to his father, an act born out of helplessness. When he appeared at his father's home, his stepmother rejected him, and he truly understood her feelings. Thus, no matter how his stepmother treated him, he bore no resentment towards her. It seemed as though his very existence was a mistake. Who could he blame for that? Chapter 53, The Underground Laboratory. Xu Ruchu pondered over his family matters. Even if his very existence was deemed a mistake, he harbored no resentment towards his mother, the one who bestowed him with life. The woman he cherished most in this world was his beautiful and resilient mother. He felt a deep obligation to repay the nurturing kindness of his grandparents over the years. While regarding the affairs of his father's family as matters he had never interfered with and would continue to refrain from meddling in. Should they encounter hardships, he would extend a helping hand, but nothing beyond that. I know how to handle my father's matters, Xu Ruchu said after a moment of silence. That is good to hear. Do think more of yourself. In this apocalyptic world, living means to live freely and joyfully, Sun Yong remarked, looking at Xu Ruchu. You are right, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile, vowing to embrace life wholeheartedly from then on. By the way, have you heard about Ning Chen's disappearance? Sun Yong inquired. Although Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan were not at the base, news of their situation had spread throughout the entire base. After all, Zhao Fan was the son of General Zhao. Xu Ruchu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. I have yet to enter the city. I truly had no knowledge of this matter. At this moment, he comprehended Lin Yi's earlier insinuation. Ning Chun was underground at the east gate. He felt a surge of urgency within, yet maintained a composed exterior. To avoid alarming the snake, he would not recklessly rush to the east gate to investigate. He began to inquire with Sun Yong about the details surrounding Ning Chen's disappearance. Just as they were discussing Ning Chen's vanishing, a swarm of individuals arrived seeking to purchase livestock and magical beasts. Xu Ruchu resolutely refused to sell even a single one. While he was engaged in negotiations with them, Zhao Fan and Chun Ming arrived, promptly taking away the livestock with military vehicles. Meanwhile, on Zhao Yong's side, as he pursued, the eldest of the Zhao family, Zhao Yongyan, was apologizing behind Elder Lin. Elder Lin's pace was unusually slow, whether intentional or not. Yonghua, are you here to apologize to Uncle Lin? Hurry up, Zhao Yongyan urged. Upon hearing Zhao Yongyan's words, Elder Lin scoffed silently, reflecting, if it weren't for his precious daughter's unwavering desire to marry Zhao Yonghua, he would not endure this humiliation. Children are indeed a form of debt. Standing tall before Elder Lin, Zhao Yonghua stated, Uncle Lin, you are fully aware of my relationship with Ning Chun, yet you insist on marrying Lin Hui to me. How could I possibly agree? Ning Chun is merely a man. How can he compare to my Lin Hui? Elder Lin retorted coldly. Zhao Yonghua chuckled lightly. Uncle Lin, Ning Chun is not just any man. He is the man I love most dearly, and in my eyes, he surpasses Lin Hui 1,000-fold. If you truly care for Lin Hui as your daughter, you should not force her upon me, for she would find no happiness with me. Do you think I willingly wish to marry Lin Hui to you? If it weren't for that girl's stubborn desire to marry you, would I even consider such a thing? Elder Lin sneered. Then it would be wise not to marry her to me at all, for I am no suitable match, Zhao Yonghua replied, before shifting the topic. Uncle Lin, you mentioned that if I came, you would inform me of Ning Chen's whereabouts. Shouldn't you share that information with me now? Zhao Yongyan exclaimed anxiously. Zhao Yonghua paid him no mind and addressed Lin, saying, Uncle Lin, I am aware that you are a man of your word. Lin scoffed, flattery will not aid you, for I am entirely unaware of Ning Chen's whereabouts. The only reason I utter such words is that if I didn't would you have come here? With that, Zhao Yonghua declared, if that is the case, I shall take my leave, and strode purposefully toward the door. Lin, observing Zhao Yonghua's retreating figure, let out a cold snort. Yonghua, Zhao Yongyan called after him. Zhao Yonghua merely waved his hand without turning back. On the road, Xu Ruchu relayed Lin Yi's words to Zhao Fan and Chun Ming. Before the two alighted from the vehicle and began to meander about the base. As they wandered, they eventually found themselves at the East City Gate. After lingering there for a moment, they leisurely made their way toward the shantytown. Although their stroll appeared casual, Xu Ruchu was discreetly following a tunnel. As they sought its entrance, they presumed it would be located within the shantytown, but ultimately they veered toward the inner city wall, entering through the East Gate, and continued along the tunnel until they reached the outer wall of the Wong family mansion. Pausing briefly, they then altered their course. As they passed by the Wong family residence, they exchanged a glance before proceeding onward. With the presence of Earth-type ability users, constructing homes was a relatively simple endeavor. Thus, the 8 prominent families had erected grand estates within the base. The two continued walking in a manner akin to those merely passing by the Wong family mansion. And after a while, they headed toward the military district. At that moment, Zhao Yonghua was already waiting for them in his office. Zhao Fan, a striking female soldier, exclaimed in surprise as she spotted him approaching. Jiang Yuro, is that you? Zhao Fan replied with a smile, then added, I have matters to attend to, so I must be on my way. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu walked past Jiang Yuro and headed straight for the office building. Zhao Fan truly resembles General Zhao. One glance at his face reveals his lineage, Pan Ping remarked, turning to observe Zhao Fan and his companion. The man accompanying Zhao Fan is exceptionally handsome, she added. By the way, Yuro, how do you know Zhao Fan? Pan Ping inquired. We met at the northern base, Jiang Yuro replied with a smile. Realizing that the son of General Zhao was indeed the Zhao Fan she knew. What is your relationship like? Pan Ping pressed further. We are merely acquaintances. Jiang Yuro replied with a smile before walking away. She's the Jiang Yuro I mentioned to you, Zhao Fan noted. Ohat, Suzuju Zep Honde Sopti, showing no further reaction. Upon entering the office, they wasted no time in informing Zhao Yonghua about the underground laboratory related to Ning Chun. The Wong family? Zhao Yonghua said, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. I will lead a team to infiltrate the Wong residence and dismantle their underground laboratory. he declared before striding out. Wait, we cannot proceed recklessly. What if they relocate Ning Chun or even eliminate him before we enter? Xu Ruchu voiced her concerns. General Zhao has lost his rationality at this moment, yet he remains unyielding. Charging in headlong may be the most straightforward method, but it is imperative that we first extract the individual. Zhao Fan asserted. Zhao Yongwu wiped his face, acknowledging, "You are right. I have indeed lost my composure." After a brief pause, the three began to devise a rescue plan. The underground research facility comprised 3 levels. The first dedicated to the study of mutated flora, the second to mutated fauna and aberrant humans, while the third was devoted to human experimentation, where Ning Chun was confined within a laboratory. Xu Ruchu commenced recounting her findings. Meanwhile, as they strategized the rescue, Ning Chun was enduring unimaginable torment. "You are among the most resolute individuals I have encountered. Truly deserving of being the captain of the Eagle Falcon Brigade," a middle-aged man in a white lab coat remarked with satisfaction, observing Ning Chun, who was bound to the experimental table. "You are indeed a rare specimen. I am confident that, with your cooperation, I will successfully execute this experiment." The doctor continued, "I admire the ferocity reflected in your gaze." Upon concluding his statement, the doctor chuckled softly. "Since you still possess the energy to glare at me, let us proceed." He coldly instructed his assistant, "Double the dosage." "Doctor, increasing the dosage could be lethal," the assistant cautioned. "Proceed as I have commanded," the doctor replied, his tone growing icy. Contemplating, "Others may perish, but this subject will undoubtedly endure." "Understood," the assistant responded, then slowly administered a vial of icy liquid into Ning Chun's body. In an instant, excruciating pain enveloped Ning Chun, far surpassing any previous agony. Were he not restrained upon the table, he would have writhed in torment. At this moment, all he felt was pain. The relentless suffering began to erode his willpower, and a crimson light flickered in his eyes. "Doctor, similar to other subjects, he is exhibiting red light in his eyes. This specimen is likely nearing failure," the assistant lamented, inwardly thinking. "It seems the doctor has overestimated this subject's endurance." "I believe he will prevail." The doctor maintained his confidence in Ning Chun, considering, "If he cannot withstand this double dosage, how can we proceed with the subsequent experiments?" As the doctor's words fell silent, the crimson light in Ning Chun's eyes intensified rather than dissipated. "Doctor, look at his eyes. He is undergoing transformation into an aberrant human," the assistant pointed out, alarmed. At that moment, the doctor, furrowing his brow, fixed his gaze upon Ning Chun, who was not only experiencing increasingly red eyes but also sprouting scales along his slender legs. "Doctor, what shall we do now?" the assistant inquired, observing Ning Chun's alarming condition. "Patience," the doctor replied, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Ning Chun, still harboring hope for the subject. Time passed inexorably, and the traits of the aberrant being within Ning Chun became increasingly pronounced, with sharp claws sprouting from his fingertips. At that moment, the doctor in the white coat furrowed his brow even deeper. Could it be that this endeavor was doomed to failure? If this individual could not endure even at a double dosage, how could his experiment possibly progress? While the doctor was enveloped in such thoughts, the crimson glow in Ning Chun's eyes was swiftly dissipating. "Doctor, look!" exclaimed the assistant, a look of excitement plastered across his face. The doctor had indeed observed the transformation occurring within Ning Chun and smiled, saying, "I knew he would not disappoint me." As he spoke, the red light in Ning Chun's eyes vanished entirely, and soon the scales on his legs also disappeared. After a moment, his nails returned to their original form. "I knew you were the best," the doctor declared fervently. "I will kill you," Ning Chun said, opening his weary eyes. Chapter 54, Rescuing a Life. "I must accompany you to the laboratory to rescue Ning Chun. There is no room for negotiation," Zhao Yongwu asserted resolutely. "I understand your feelings, but if you come with us, who will lead the troops to besiege the Wang family mansion?" Zhao Fan fixed his gaze on Zhao Yongwu. "Rest assured, Ruchu and I will ensure Ning Chun emerges unscathed. I will have old Ding lead the team. It is settled." "Let's go," Zhao Yongwu proclaimed with finality. Upon hearing Zhao Yongwu's words, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu recognized that further persuasion would be futile, so they ceased their arguments. Thus, Zhao Yongwu made the necessary arrangements. And then Chun Ming directly transported the 3 of them to outside the East Gate. At that moment, Chun Ming was capable of teleporting 3 individuals 3 times. "Right here, Brother Chun, below 2,000 meters, Xu Ruchu indicated. Chun Ming nodded, confirming that 2,000 meters posed no issue. and then their figures vanished from the east city gate. Ning Chen, Zhao Yonhua called out, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed to Ning Chen's side, who lay on the experimental table. Brother, you came. Ning Chen opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face. How did you get in? The assistant shouted in panic. Before bolting towards the door, Zhao Fan swiftly ended the assistant's life with a spatial blade, showing no mercy to such a person. Xu Ruchu pressed a button, releasing the restraints binding Ning Chen. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the laboratory. Brother Chen, you take the general and Ning Chen and leave quickly. We will handle things here, Xu Ruchu instructed. I won't leave. Chen Ming, you must take Ning Chen away immediately, Zhao Yonhua insisted as he helped Ning Chen, who had just been administered a muscle relaxant and an ability suppressor, and was devoid of strength. Brother Chen, take the general and Ning Chen away, Zhao Fan interjected decisively. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Chen Ming seized the opportunity and teleported Zhao Yonhua and Ning Chen away without allowing any room for rebuttal. In his heart, Zhao Yonhua's safety was paramount. Just as they departed, Xu Ruchu remarked, "We are enveloped in a mental barrier. That individual possesses strength greater than mine." Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan furrowed his brows tightly. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open, revealing a refined middle-aged man. Indeed, the very doctor mentioned by the assistant moments ago. Since you have liberated my experimental subjects, you may as well stay, the doctor stated, his gaze scanning Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan with satisfaction, akin to an X-ray. What level is your ability? Zhao Fan inquired, regarding the doctor. Level 3. I am currently at the initial stage of level 3, the doctor replied, a smug expression gracing his features upon witnessing their astonishment. You need not envy me. If you follow me, I can swiftly elevate you both to level 3. What can you offer that would enable us to reach level 3? Xu Ruchu retorted, scrutinizing the doctor. I have developed a serum for the enhancement of abilities. As long as you obediently serve as my experimental subjects, I will continuously administer this serum to you, allowing your powers to ascend rapidly, the doctor explained. Becoming your experimental subjects? What good would it do for our abilities to increase? Xu Ruchu scoffed. Quite a bit, actually. As your ability levels rise, so too will your physical prowess, thereby enhancing your capacity to assist in my experiments, the doctor smiled. What kind of experiments are you conducting? Zhao Fan asked. You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. The doctor replied dismissively. Is the serum for enhancing abilities genuine? Xu Ruchu pressed further. Absolutely, though it is not yet perfect and contains a few minor flaws. However, these imperfections do not detract from the overall efficacy, the doctor assured with a grin. What flaws? Xu Ruchu continued her inquiry. You will discover them once you have tried it, the doctor replied gently. Now, tell me, are you willing to be my experimental subjects? We refuse. Both Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan replied with cold laughter. That decision is not yours to make, the doctor said softly, and with that, two streams of mental energy surged toward Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Xu Ruchu's mental power met the assault head-on, while Zhao Fan unleashed a spatial division directed at the doctor, only to be thwarted by the doctor's mental barrier. Both of your abilities are quite rare, impressive indeed, the doctor remarked with evident satisfaction. Following his words, his mental attacks surged forth once more. Thus, the confrontation ensued, revealing that this doctor, not only a level 3 ability user, but also extraordinarily formidable, forced both Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan to reveal their true capabilities. Had it not been for their diverse skills, they would have already succumbed to the doctor's grasp. Green liquid erupted from the palm of Xu Ruchu, crashing against the doctor's mental barrier, while Zhao Fan manipulated corrosive black water that assailed the doctor. The potent corrosive properties steadily eroded the doctor's mental shield, which now trembled precariously. The doctor gazed intently at them. I did not anticipate the strength of your corrosive abilities. You are increasingly impressing me. The doctor licked his lips with a smile and, after speaking, retrieved a vial of purple elixir and another of green from the pocket of his lab coat, consuming their contents with a flourish. Do you know what these are? The ability restoration potion and the ability enhancement potion, he declared, tossing the empty vials behind him. With just one sip of the ability restoration potion, expended energy could be replenished instantly, and with a single dose of the enhancement potion, one's abilities could ascend to a higher tier. Remarkable, isn't it? He boasted, reinforcing the mental barrier enveloping him. In a swift motion, two mental assaults pierced Xu Ruchu's defenses, invading the minds of the two individuals and stirring chaos within. They groaned under the strain, their heads throbbing as if they might explode. Is the pain so unbearable that you wish to sever your own heads? The doctor inquired with a smile. After a brief pause, he continued, Why endure this torment? Simply agree to become my test subjects, and I shall alleviate your suffering immediately. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you won't descend into madness. He observed the two, clutching their heads in anguish. Stop resisting. Just concede. Agree, and the pain will cease, he tempted. Agree, and your torment will end, he reiterated, his satisfaction with their willpower evident. Why prolong this? Just acquiesce. His voice echoed in Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's minds. We are not unwilling to comply, they replied, gazing at the doctor. It seems the pain has not yet reached its zenith. The doctor responded, his tone softening, before unleashing another 2 mental strikes into their consciousness. The two groaned again, biting their tongues to maintain lucidity. They had enjoyed a smooth journey until now, only to encounter such a formidable setback. Truly, there are greater forces at play beyond their comprehension, they mused. It appears you still have not suffered enough, he remarked gently, and once more, 2 mental assaults invaded their minds. They clutched their heads and emitted another pained grunt, drenched in cold sweat as if pulled from water. This cannot continue. If it does, we shall inevitably become mere subjects of his experiments, they silently resolved. Although they recognized the dire need to act, they were utterly powerless, devoid of any capacity for resistance. This lack of agency was the harsh reality they faced. Have you made your decision? The doctor's voice resounded once more in their ears. When silence met his inquiry, he chuckled softly. I have a fondness for obedient children, but you seem to be quite the contrary. However, I believe you will soon learn to be compliant. After unleashing 2 mental assaults, they surged into their minds, wreaking havoc and causing them immense suffering. Are you still not willing to comply? The doctor inquired, observing their obstinacy and lack of appreciation. However, your willpower is indeed remarkable, making you rare specimens for my experiments. With a satisfied expression, he added, It seems that to compel your submission, I must resort to more drastic measures. 2 agonized cries escaped their lips. Such delightful sounds. I relish them, the doctor said, gazing at them with a tender demeanor before his tone turned icy. Will you yield or not? Never. Zhao Fan managed to rasp through clenched teeth. The defiance is commendable, but should you perish, your compliance will be moot. I shall simply utilize your corpses for my experiments. Thus, even in death, there is no escape for you, the doctor remarked with a smile. What is happening? A flicker of panic crossed the doctor's eyes as he realized his mental powers were spiraling beyond his control, madly invading the mind of the individual before him. He attempted to sever the psychic energy he had unleashed, but it eluded his grasp. The powers have gone awry, he muttered to himself. Xu Ruchu was equally perplexed. He discovered that his own psychic abilities could devour those of others. Regardless of whether this was fortuitous or dire, he recognized that this circumstance was highly advantageous for him. Suppressing his doubts, he began voraciously absorbing the mental energy that surged into his consciousness, akin to a greedy child devouring treats. As the doctor's psychic energy diminished, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He decisively severed the psychic tendrils he had released. A muffled groan escaped him. The pain was unbearable for an ordinary person. Filled with hatred, he directed the entirety of his psychic energy towards Zhao Fan's mind. Zhao Fan cried out in agony before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Zhao Fan! Xu Ruchu shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he rushed to Zhao Fan's side. The doctor, with a cold smirk, turned to exit the laboratory. Chapter 55. The Immortal Project. Having harmed Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu could not permit the doctor to depart unscathed. He swiftly erected a psychic barrier around the doctor, obstructing his path, then unleashed mental assaults accompanied by clusters of green liquid directed at him. You seek death, the doctor bellowed, retaliating with his own psychic attack aimed at Xu Ruchu. In an instant, the 2 psychic forces collided, and Xu Ruchu's abilities began to consume those of the doctor. Indeed, your powers can truly devour mine, the doctor exclaimed with fervor. Do you realize how valuable your abilities are for research? I intended to spare you today, but I have reconsidered. Such a remarkable specimen cannot be overlooked. The doctor, upon finishing his words, unleashed a formidable surge of psychic energy towards Xu Ruchu. Xu Ruchu momentarily faltered, his own psychic abilities rushing forth to meet the oncoming force. The 2 streams of psychic energy collided, initiating a fierce struggle as Xu Ruchu's powers began to devour the doctor's. However, the doctor's psychic prowess surpassed Xu Ruchu's by 2 significant tiers. causing Xu Ruchu's efforts to falter and retreat under the overwhelming pressure. Even if your abilities possess a devouring nature, what does it matter? Your level is far too low. You can only consume a mere fraction of my psychic energy. The doctor laughed heartily, intensifying his psychic assault. Despite Xu Ruchu's vigorous resistance, his energy continued to wane, illustrating the stark disparity in their levels. Is this insurmountable gap truly unbridgeable? Xu Ruchu lamented, cradling the unconscious Zhao Fan in his arms. This is an insurmountable mountain. Young man, you must accept your fate, the doctor mocked, his laughter echoing ominously. My fate is not dictated by the heavens. I shall not resign myself. Xu Ruchu declared fiercely, expending all his psychic energy in an attempt to consume the doctor's formidable force. You overestimate yourself, the doctor retorted, downing a vial of energy-restoring potion and amplifying his psychic output. Xu Ruchu grunted, his resolve hardening as he wiped the blood from his lips, sending thousands of green orbs hurtling towards the doctor. This reckless maneuver risked his own well-being while striving to vanquish his foe. The room reverberated with explosive sounds. As Xu Ruchu, now depleted of energy, could no longer maintain his psychic barrier, he instinctively shielded Zhao Fan with his body, yet the anticipated pain never arrived, as if it had been entirely blocked from reaching him. Simultaneously, an invisible force surged towards the injured doctor, eliciting anguished cries as his legs vanished from sight. Zhao Fan, you've awakened. Are you unwell? Xu Ruchu exclaimed with surprise. I'm fine, Ruchu, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. Sitting up despite his desire to remain nestled in Xu Ruchu's embrace, the moment was not opportune. I will kill you both. The doctor bellowed in a fit of rage, summoning a horde of mindless mutants to his side. My darlings, capture those two, he commanded, and the mutants surged towards Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan. Red-eyed mutants, they exchanged glances, pondering the nature of their adversaries. With a simultaneous shout, they launched their attacks against the oncoming red-eyed mutants. Yet, it soon became apparent that these creatures possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. Their wounds healed almost instantly, and severed limbs grew back at a visible pace. Ha ha ha! My creations are immortal. You shall never be able to slay them. The doctor was cradled in the arms of a crimson-eyed mutant, lamenting his current state of being legless and reliant on the embrace for mobility. An immortal being? The two exchanged cold laughter, their battle still raging around them. Indeed, an immortal being, the doctor fervently declared, gazing at them with a fervor that bordered on fanaticism. If you align yourselves with me, I too can grant you the gift of immortality. Like them? Then living would be worse than death, Zhao Fan retorted with a sneer. No, you're not like them. They are mere failures. While your indomitable will assures me that you could become my first batch of perfect specimens, the doctor insisted, his eyes ablaze with conviction. Young man, I truly believe in you both. If you cooperate with me, I shall surely realize the immortal project. Do you comprehend the monumental significance of its success for humanity? It would empower all of humankind, resolving the crises we face and allowing humanity to reclaim its dominion atop the food chain, the doctor proclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged cynical smirks. The doctor's rhetoric is quite impressive, Zhao Fan remarked. So, young men, join my immortal project, and future generations will be forever grateful to you. Your name shall be etched in the annals of history, the doctor continued, his fervor unabated. We have no desire for historical recognition. We simply wish to live, Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan replied resolutely. Young men, you are profoundly selfish. For the sake of all humanity, are you unwilling to make sacrifices? The doctor implored. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged knowing glances, with Zhao Fan retorting. We're not so noble, he then challenged. I want to see if your immortals are truly invulnerable. Annihilate. As his command echoed, the heads of the immortals vanished, followed by the sounds of their bodies collapsing and crystalline cores hitting the ground. Zhao Fan paused, swiftly collecting the cores into his spatial realm. Oh, their heads didn't regenerate. Zhao Fan feigned surprise. Indeed, immortals are just like that, Xu Ruchu smirked. What is your ability? The doctor inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Fan. Were it not for the thick mental barrier he had erected around them, he and his crimson-eyed companion would surely have also vanished. A power of which you are unaware. Zhao Fan replied, a hint of pride in his smile, realizing that his misfortune had birthed fortune. Not only had his spatial ability awakened a new skill called annihilation, but he had also unlocked mental powers. The doctor's eyes swelled with tumultuous emotion, ultimately culminating in madness. "I shall possess you one day," he declared, before vanishing along with the crimson-eyed mutant in his grasp. "He's escaped," Xu Ruchu said, her expression grim, echoed by Zhao Fan's own troubled demeanor. "This doctor poses a significant threat. I will capture him one day," Zhao Fan vowed solemnly. Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement. "Let's explore elsewhere," she suggested. After a brief exchange, the two individuals proceeded forward and opened the adjacent laboratory, revealing a woman with a serpentine tail and her upper body bare. Startled, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu quickly turned away, with Zhao Fan hastily draping a sheet over her. "Are you here to rescue me?" the woman exclaimed with immense surprise. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu remained silent as they proceeded to release her from her bindings. "You are free now," Zhao Fan declared before he and Xu Ruchu made their way out. "Thank you," the woman said, watching their retreating figures, before retrieving a garment from her own space and beginning to dress. After exiting the laboratory, the duo continued to unlock one lab after another, liberating the individuals confined within. "This person is about to be transformed into a mindless mutant," Zhao Fan remarked, observing the individual lying on the operating table. "Kill me," the person responded, unwilling to become a soulless monster. "Kill me," he repeated. "Captain?" Xu Ruchu gasped, recognizing the voice of the man on the table, whose face was obscured by black scales, rendering his true identity unrecognizable. Nonetheless, Xu Ruchu was certain it was their captain's voice. She could not be mistaken. "It's you, Xiaochu." Zhang Yuni turned his head slightly to speak, his vision impaired, yet he discerned Xu Ruchu's voice. "Captain, it's me. How did you end up here?" Xu Ruchu inquired, releasing Zhang Yuni from his restraints. His entire body was shrouded in black scales. "I was deceived," Zhang Yuni replied. "Xiaochu, you arrived just in time. I cannot hold on much longer. You must kill me." "No," Xu Ruchu shook her head, her resolve unwavering. "I should not put you in such a predicament." Zhang Yuni then looked at Zhao Fan and urged, "You must end my life. It's not yet the final moment. Do not speak of surrender," Zhao Fan asserted. "Captain, you often told us that even in dire straits, one should not easily give up, for there may be hope even in despair," Xu Ruchu said earnestly. "Xiaochu, I am aware of my condition. There is no chance of survival for me. My death would not be in vain. But I do not wish to harm humanity after I am gone," Zhang Yuni insisted. "So please end my life. Captain, if you truly become a mindless monster, I will have no choice but to kill you then." "But not now," Xu Ruchu replied, closing her eyes briefly. "Xiaochu, by then it may be too late. That madman said that once my transformation is complete, my power will be formidable," Zhang Yuni lamented, feeling utterly drained. "Otherwise, he would have taken his own life. Here, eat this. It may help you," Zhao Fan said, placing the rejuvenating fruit into Zhang Yuni's mouth. The man, injected with various substances, hoped the fruit would be beneficial. As Zhang Yuni swallowed the cleansing fruit, a cacophony of screams and beastly roars echoed from outside. Both individuals paused, their expressions momentarily frozen. Their mental powers had been utterly depleted, leaving them unable to ascertain the situation beyond. Suddenly, the serpent woman burst in, followed closely by a mindless mutant. "Save me!" the serpent woman exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she beheld Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Upon sighting the mutant, they directed their attacks towards it, simultaneously securing the laboratory door. To their astonishment, their assaults were devoured by the mindless creature. "What kind of ability is this?" Xu Ruchu furrowed her brow, gripping her military knife and charging forward, with Zhao Fan following suit. "I don't know, but it's incredibly powerful. Many outside have already fallen victim to it." The serpent woman trembled as she concealed herself beside the experimental table. Despite lacking their powers, the duo managed to slay the mindless mutant through their close cooperation, extracting its crimson core. "Ha ha ha! Do you enjoy the gift I bestowed upon you? Even in my departure, I wish to make a grand exit." The doctor's voice reverberated throughout the laboratory. Upon hearing him, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's expressions shifted dramatically. "You haven't left," Zhao Fan stated. "I have departed, only to return." The doctor laughed heartily. "Now, I shall unleash my treasures. I intend to turn the Kyoto base into a living hell. But you are human. What benefit does this bring you?" Xu Ruchu inquired. "It brings me joy," the doctor replied with a laugh, before continuing, "If you agree to become my test subjects, I might spare the Kyoto base." "That is out of the question," Zhao Fan countered, unwilling to sacrifice his life for the sake of the base's inhabitants. "You are exceedingly selfish," the doctor retorted, then asked again, For the safety of the Kyoto base, are you willing to become my test subjects? Absolutely not, Zhao Fan interjected. Fearing that Xu Ruchu might impulsively agree, given her past as a soldier devoted to protecting the nation. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, the doctor laughed again, then proclaimed, "People of the Kyoto base, have you heard? Your General Zhao's son, Zhao Fan, and his partner Xu Ruchu refused to sacrifice themselves for your safety. They are truly selfish. Remember, all the calamities you endure today are due to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu." The doctor's voice echoed continuously throughout the Kyoto base, leaving one to wonder what methods he employed to achieve such an effect. Upon hearing the words of the doctor, both Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's expressions drastically altered. The thought that the doctor could truly possess the ability to make the individuals at the Kyoto base hear such statements filled them with dread, causing their complexions to grow even more pallid. The doctor's ploy was truly insidious. It was designed to ensure their expulsion from the Kyoto base. Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, this is a gift I present to you, and I trust you will find it delightful. The doctor laughed heartily, declaring, "I shall take my leave now. The next time we meet, you shall undoubtedly find yourselves lying upon my experimental table. In the meantime, do savor your fleeting moments of freedom." After his words, his voice faded into silence, leaving Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu shrouded in despair. "You made the right decision not to become the doctor's test subjects," the serpent woman remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. No one could comprehend the agony of being a test subject better than she, who had been forced into such a fate. "Thank you for your understanding," Xu Ruchu replied, though she pondered how many outside could truly empathize with her plight. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, the serpent woman smiled faintly. Not wishing to linger any longer, Xu Ruchu took the lead, with Zhao Fan carrying Zhang Yuni and the serpent woman following closely behind as they exited the laboratory. Outside, chaos reigned supreme, and the two, along with the remaining individuals from the lab, pushed through the turmoil. The doctor had left them with nothing but a batch of mindless mutants, devoid of any useful information. The exit lay in the backyard of the Wang family, which was now in utter disarray. Not only was the Wang family in turmoil, but the base itself was also in chaos. The mindless mutants began to rampage through the base, mercilessly slaughtering inhabitants with their superior abilities, making it exceedingly difficult for the defenders to fight back. Once Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu had safely delivered Zhang Yuni to their villa, they set about restoring their powers by absorbing crystal cores, all while engaging in the battle against the mindless mutants. Although these mutants were more powerful than the two, their teamwork allowed them to swiftly dispatch one after another. "Boss Beauty, save me!" the five-color macaw cried out, spotting Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu like a beacon of hope as it desperately flapped its wings toward them. "Is it my meat that attracts you?" Zhao Fan inquired, observing the three pursuing mindless mutants trailing behind the macaw. "My meat is not fragrant. Not at all," the macaw retorted, flapping its wings in protest. Abandoning the banter with the macaw, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu engaged directly, struggling but ultimately succeeding in defeating the three mindless mutants. "Impressive, my brother," the five-colored macaw flattered. "Zhao Fan, let us head in that direction," Xu Ruchu suddenly declared, and without delay, they sprinted forth. They were headed toward the office building of the Kyoto base, which was currently dominated by a level 3 mutated sunflower. The destructive power of this level 3 sunflower was astounding. Everything in its path crumbled to the ground, including the office building of the Kyoto base, which was not spared from its wrath. At that moment, the mutated sunflower was flaunting its might at the office building, with no one daring to challenge it. Upon the arrival of Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, they immediately unleashed their formidable powers. Zhao Fan's annihilation and spatial slicing, coupled with the black water, were directed towards the mutated sunflower. Meanwhile, Xu Ruchu employed her botanical abilities to communicate with the aberrant sunflower, attempting to gain control over it. Through their seamless collaboration, they ultimately vanquished the overbearing mutated sunflower. "Why do you refuse to become subjects of the doctor's experiments? The loss of so many lives in this base is on your heads. Your selfishness is appalling," Hao Na accused them, fixing them with a piercing gaze. "I'm ashamed to call you my peers," she continued. "How could a person as selfless as General Zhao have a son like you? You are a disgrace to him." Another individual turned to Zhao Fan, echoing the sentiment. "Disgraceful scum," someone murmured in agreement. "Indeed, you are a stain on General Zhao's honor. You are unworthy of being his son. Why do you still draw breath? Why don't you simply perish?" A voice thundered. "How can you bear to remain in the capital? Get out of the Kyoto base." The survivors began to hurl accusations at Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. The two remained silent, knowing that their actions spoke volumes. As they prepared to leave, a horde of mindless mutants surged toward them. "Ah, help! Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, save us!" The crowd cried in panic. A sardonic smile crept across Zhao Fan's lips as he began to eliminate the mindless creatures. "This is humanity," he remarked with a tone of irony. "There are still many good people," Xu Ruchu added, quickening her assault. After dispatching several of the mindless mutants, Xu Ruchu noted, "Zhao Fan, have you noticed? Though they're classified as level 3, they lack the strength typical of that rank." Zhao Fan nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, their artificial cultivation accounts for their diminished prowess." With that, they resumed their search for targets, undeterred by the words of the accusers, as chaos ensued within the base. Where people were combating the mindless mutants and aberrant plants that had escaped from the laboratory, a swarm of crimson-eyed, mutated rats emerged. The prevailing sentiment among the populace was one of despair. The Kyoto base is doomed. They hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to flee. Amidst the turmoil, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu remained unfazed, continuing their pursuit of the creatures unleashed by the doctor. The current state of the Kyoto base is a direct consequence of Zhao Fan and his male partner's actions. "How can our Zhao family maintain its standing here?" lamented Wang Xuxian, Zhao Yongnian's wife, as she sat in the living room, her brow furrowed with worry. Meanwhile, the men were outside combating the mutated rats, while the elderly and infirm sought refuge indoors. Zhao Fan may have acknowledged his ties, but we, the Zhao family, have not. His actions bear no relation to us, Zhao Shuang asserted. Zhao Shuang and Zhao Lan were twins, a dragon and phoenix pair. "Silly child, as long as he is the son of your second uncle, whether we acknowledge it or not, he is a member of the Zhao family. Just like Ning Chun, even if our family does not recognize him. In the eyes of others, is he not still a male son-in-law of the Zhao family?" Wang Xuxian said with a helpless expression, a glimmer of insight flashing in her lowered eyes. "Mother, you make a valid point. So what shall we do now? I cannot bear the thought of being pointed at while walking down the street," Zhao Shuang remarked. "You ask me? What does a mere woman like me know about such matters?" Wang Xuxian frowned and then turned to her husband and in-laws, saying, "Father, mother, what do you think we should do? What does today's situation in the Kyoto base have to do with Zhao Fan and Ruchu's children?" Zhao Yong's mother, Zhou Ria, looked at Zhao Yongnian's wife and Zhao Shuang, pondering, what intentions do these two harbor? She was not oblivious to their schemes. "Grandmother, did you not hear what the doctor said? If they agree to be the subjects of that Dr.'s experiment, this calamity at the Kyoto base would not have occurred." Zhao Shuang retorted, her face filled with indignation as she continued. "Ultimately, it is Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's selfishness. They show no spirit of sacrifice whatsoever." Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Zhou Ruya's disappointment deepened, her gaze falling on Zhao Yongnian's wife. "Eldest daughter-in-law, do you think the same?" "Mother, it is not just me. Everyone at the Kyoto base thinks this way," Wang Xuxian replied, her eyes downcast. "I ask you, do you also share this opinion?" Zhou Ria fixed her gaze on Wang Xuxian. With a sigh, Wang Xuxian responded, "Mother, regardless of the situation, Zhao Fan is still the child of my second brother. My nephew. How could I wish for him to become a subject for others' experiments? However, others do not see it that way." Upon hearing Wang Xuxian's words, Zhou Ria smiled at her. "You are correct in your thinking," Zhao's mother, Zhou Ria, said with a subtle smile, then turned to the old General Zhao. "Old man, you should not remain silent. What are your thoughts on this matter?" After a moment's pause, Zhao father replied, "No matter what, Zhao Fan is the child of our second son, and he is your and my grandchild. Our Zhao family will not disown him." "Grandfather, by acknowledging Zhao Fan at this moment, are you not inviting trouble for our family?" Zhao Shuang interjected, harboring an innate aversion toward Zhao Fan, as did her brother Zhao Lan. Their second uncle was entangled with that man Ning Chun, while their third uncle was indiscriminate in his romantic escapades, changing partners more swiftly than changing clothes, and without a marriage or children to speak of. Furthermore, when the apocalypse broke out, the third uncle was on a business trip abroad, and it was uncertain whether he would return. If Zhao Fan did not appear, their generation of the Zhao family would consist solely of her and her brother. Children from their aunt's family did not count as Zhao family members, and everything belonging to the Zhao family would be theirs. Now, with Zhao Fan as a competitor, they were naturally unwilling. Previously, there was no excuse. Now that Zhao Fan had caused such a situation, she naturally wanted her grandfather to use this as a pretext to sever ties with Zhao Fan. "Grandfather, I must tell you, At this juncture, you must not show any leniency. If you do, the Zhao family will indeed have no standing in the base going forward. Zhao Shuang remarked, gazing intently at General Zhao. Are you suggesting that your grandfather should cast out your second uncle and his son? Zhou Ruya inquired calmly, her gaze fixed on Zhao Shuang. Mother, that is not what Shuanger meant, Wang Shuan interjected hastily. Mother, Shuanger's earlier statement was entirely for the consideration of our family's future. As relatives of Zhao Fan, we naturally oppose him becoming a test subject. However, others may not share our views. Given the current difficulties at the base, it is likely that Zhao Fan is being despised. At this moment, allowing Zhao Fan to return to the family would be exceedingly detrimental for us. Therefore, I too believe this is not the opportune time for him to reclaim his lineage. Besides, even if Zhao Fan cannot acknowledge his ancestry for now, he remains the son of our second brother, a child of the Zhao family nonetheless, Wang Shuxian articulated. Father, do you not agree? Wang Shuxian turned to her father for confirmation. General Zhao remained silent. But Zhou Ruya spoke up. Since it is evident that Zhao Fan is a child of our family, why should we not acknowledge him? Mother, I did not say we should not acknowledge him. Rather, I believe now is not the right time. After some time has passed and Zhao Fan's situation has faded from memory, we can recognize him then, Wang Shuxian replied. Eldest daughter-in-law, it seems you simply do not wish for Zhao Fan to reclaim his lineage, as his return would obstruct your son's path. Zhou Ruya, no longer wishing to conceal her thoughts, stated plainly that further pretense was futile at this point. Mother, how could you think of me in such a way? It is truly hurtful, Wang Shuxian said, wiping away her tears. Eldest daughter-in-law, whether you think this way or not, you know it, and I know it. There is no need for you to put on such an act before me, Zhou Ruya retorted, leaving no face-saving grace for Wang Shuxian. Mother, I never anticipated you would perceive me in this light. Is this truly how you view me? Wang Shuxian lamented, sorrow etched upon her face. Grandmother, I must speak on behalf of my mother and brother. My elder brother is the eldest grandson of the Zhao family and the heir of this generation. If anyone is obstructing, it is my brother who is blocking Zhao Fan's path, not the other way around, Zhao Shuang asserted. Grandmother, what is your true intention in bringing Zhao Fan back? Shuanger, how can you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Quickly apologize to her. Wang Shuxian scolded Zhao Shuang. Mother, I speak only the truth. It was indeed my brother who obstructed Zhao Fan. Grandmother holds her own interests. Why should I apologize? Zhao Shuang countered. Simply because your grandmother is your elder, you should apologize immediately, Wang Shuxian admonished. No need for that, Zhou Ruya interjected and continued. Not to boast, but the most promising member of our family is undoubtedly the second son. If Zhao Fan had not appeared, everything that the second son possesses would be inherited by Zhao Lan, that nephew. However, with Zhao Fan's emergence, the second son now has his own biological child, to whom he will bequeath everything in the future. Can any of you still claim that Zhao Fan has not obstructed Zhao Lan's path? Upon hearing Zhou Ruya's blunt words, Wang Shuxian and Zhao Shuang's expression shifted. Zhou Ruya, observing their change in demeanor, declared, Let me be clear today. Zhao Lan is the eldest son and grandson of the Zhao family. I will not interfere with his inheritance of all that belongs to the Zhao lineage, but should he covet what belongs to the second son, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Indeed, there is a marked difference between biological and adopted children, Zhao Shuang muttered. You are right. The distinction is palpable. No matter how devoted I am to the adopted ones, my efforts go unappreciated. My own flesh and blood, regardless of my past mistakes, will never harbor resentment towards me. Zhou Ruya retorted with a hint of sarcasm, pointing out that Zhao Yonhua was the child of Zhao's father and his first wife. Ruya, what nonsense are you spouting? Both are your own children, the old General Zhao interjected, no longer feigning silence. In response to Zhao's father, Zhou Ruya scoffed. What is your stance on Zhao Fan in this matter? I demand a clear answer from you today. Ruya, Zhao Fan is our biological grandson. I naturally cannot bear to have him serve as a test subject. However, objectively speaking, Zhao Fan's actions were indeed inappropriate. Had he agreed to the initial proposal, the base would not have faced such calamity, nor would so many lives have been lost. The people at the base harbor resentment toward Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, and I comprehend that. Subjectively, as a scion of the Zhao family, his actions have cast a dire shadow over our clan, placing us in a precarious situation. The old General Zhao said thoughtfully, I see your intention is to preserve your own standing, ultimately forsaking Zhao Fan and Rushu, Zhou Ruya sighed. Though she had anticipated this outcome, hearing it aloud still pained her. Ria, for the sake of the family's welfare, I must act thus. Surely you understand. The old General Zhao continued, though he felt guilt towards his late wife, convinced that compromising the family's interests for Zhao Fan alone was unjustifiable. He contemplated, once today as events unfold, the ordinary citizens of the base and several other families would undoubtedly seek retribution against Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, for the two had incited public outrage. Upon hearing Zhao's father's words, Wang Shuxian and Zhao Shuang lowered their gazes to conceal their amusement. I understand, I truly do. Zhou Ruya replied, her tone laced with sarcasm, but you have genuinely wounded my heart this time. At that moment, she had already made her decision. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu remained oblivious to the turmoil within the Zhao family. Even if they were aware, it would not concern them. At present, the two had rejoined Zhao Yonghua and the others. In this moment, the formidable prowess of the beast-controlling ability became evident, as Zhao Yonghua and Zhao Fan effortlessly subdued several elite mutated rats within the swarm, directing them to gather the scattered mutated creatures throughout the base into the grand plaza of the Kyoto base, compelling them to self-destruct. In no time, the mutated rat swarm was eradicated by the father-son duo. The inhabitants of the Kyoto base grasped, for the first time, the immense power of the beast-controlling ability. However, this revelation could not alter the prevailing sentiment towards Zhao Fan, for they all remembered the source of the calamity that had befallen the Kyoto base. After the mutated rodents and beasts were eradicated, the mindless mutated humans, transformed creatures, and mutated plants that surged forth from the basement were also vanquished by Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. However, the aftermath of this event was far from over. The ordinary individuals who had been bitten by the mutated beings still needed to be located and quarantined, yet this concern no longer pertained to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. At this moment, the two returned to their villa, where they first went to check on Zhang Yuni. Although Zhang Yuni had yet to awaken, the black scales that had once covered his face had vanished, only to be replaced by a layer of filthy black grime. It reeked terribly, Zhao Fan remarked, pinching Xu Ruchu's nose. If you find it so foul, why are you pinching your nose? What about mine? Xu Ruchu replied with a smile, her mood greatly lifted upon seeing Zhang Yuni's recovery. I'm merely concerned about you, Zhao Fan chuckled. Hearing his words, Xu Ruchu laughed and responded, but I don't mind the smell. I know you do, Zhao Fan said, for I understand you better than you know yourself. Xu Ruchu smiled again at his comment and said, it seems the cleansing fruit is effective. Indeed, Zhao Fan affirmed, uncertain of when Zhang Yuni would regain consciousness. The two decided to take a bath and restore their abilities. However, just as they had absorbed a few crystal cores, the commotion outside interrupted their training. Their villa's entrance was crowded with people, the numbers continuously swelling, predominantly consisting of ordinary citizens. Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, our loved ones perished because of you. Come out and explain yourselves. Some shouted. You two do not deserve to remain in the Kyoto base. If you have any sense, you should leave immediately. Others echoed. Letting them leave the base is too lenient. They should pay for the lives of our deceased loved ones. Yes, let them pay for our lost kin. Pay with their lives. Out with them. Out with them. Hearing these cries, a few individuals hidden within the crowd smirked, seizing the opportunity to speak up. Zhao Fan is the only son of General Zhao, highly esteemed. How could he possibly sacrifice himself for us? General Zhao would never agree to that. The life of General Zhao's son is precious, while our lives are not. Is his life worth more than the lives of thousands in the base? Of course. He is General Zhao's only son. His life must be more valuable than ours. Indeed, our lives are worthless. Who can blame us for not having a general as a father? The world is unjust, and humanity has become heartless. Having a general for a father is quite something. Yet even if they do, they must pay for our loved ones' lives. Yes, pay with their lives. If they do not compensate for our kin, then let the higher-ups revoke General Zhao's position. Under the guidance of a few instigators, Zhao Yonghua was dragged into the fray. Chapter 58, The Siege. Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan found themselves trapped in their home, while Zhao Yonghua was confined in a high-level conference room. General Zhao, while this matter is not directly attributable to your son, the public sentiment below is quite the opposite. If not handled properly, it could incite unrest within the base. Wu Changji, the base chief, expressed with evident discomfort as a result of compromises among the 8 prominent families. Wu Changji spoke with diminished confidence in the presence of the elite. Zhao Yonhua paused momentarily before declaring, "This is clearly a trap set by that insufferable doctor, deliberately attempting to frame my son and daughter-in-law. If you choose to heed that so-called doctor's words, I can only surmise that you have left your wits behind at home. Under such circumstances, I must request that you return home and retrieve your faculties before we proceed with this meeting." Zhao Yonhua remained seated, his posture rigid as he surveyed the assembly. The audience exchanged glances, pondering whether they had just been insulted for lacking intelligence. "General Zhao, this is not merely a matter of belief. It is the public who does not trust," Wu Changji remarked, maintaining a stoic demeanor despite his inner discontent. Zhao Yonhua, upon hearing Wu Changji's words, let out a light laugh tinged with sarcasm, then scanned the faces around him, inquiring, "I would like to know if any of you truly believe that insufferable doctor's claims?" While the decision to become a test subject lies with the individual, Zhao Fan's refusal was entirely understandable. However, in that particular situation, such a refusal could severely tarnish the reputations of both Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. If they were merely commoners, reputation would hold little significance. Yet, he envisioned a future where both would ascend to leadership within the base, and he was determined to shield them from the stigma of negligence towards the populace. As long as he maintained that the doctor was responsible for their predicament, their reputations would remain untarnished. After Zhao Yonhua spoke, he observed the silence among the gathered individuals and chuckled. "Have you truly forgotten your wits at home? I have not, and therefore, I refuse to believe a single word from that doctor. It is undoubtedly he who has conspired against Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu." Sun Jian, wearing a broad smile, interjected. He was the elder brother of Sun Yong and shared a cordial relationship with Xu Ruchu. Surprised, Zhao Yonhua did not expect the first voice of support to come from the Sun family, given the lack of prior connection between the Zhao and Sun clans. Why would he wish to frame Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu? What benefit could this bring him? Lin Yuanfeng, the head of the Lin family, was the first to challenge. Sun Jian chuckled softly. "Does an enemy need a reason to conspire against us? Our antagonistic relationship serves as the best justification. Or does Councilman Lin believe that the doctor and we are not adversaries?" Lin Yuanfeng retorted. "The doctor has unleashed so many monstrosities. Can he truly claim that he is not in opposition to us?" After a brief pause, he affirmed, "The doctor and we are indeed adversaries." Sun Jian interjected Lin Yuanbei's words, stating, "You yourself have acknowledged that the doctor and we are in an adversarial relationship. Therefore, anyone with a modicum of sense would perceive that the doctor's words are a deliberate attempt to frame Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu." Sun Jian paused briefly before continuing. "Today, we have all witnessed the exceptional prowess of Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Their strength undeniably surpasses that of Lin Yi, the foremost individual at the Kyoto base. How could such formidable figures not be worthy of the doctor's machinations against them? Wouldn't you agree?" Sun Jian inquired, gazing at the assembly. Indeed, Zhou Xinyuan concurred, adding, "The doctor's creation of those abominations is a testament to his anti-human endeavors. With Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's formidable capabilities, they stand as the doctor's most formidable foes, and it is only natural that he would wish to eliminate them by employing such a treacherous scheme to ensnare Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. He seeks to rid himself of his greatest threat through our hands. This strategy is undeniably malicious. We are all astute individuals. It is impossible for us not to recognize this." Zhou Xinyuan addressed the group. Wu Changji interjected, saying, "The pressing issue is not whether the doctor has conspired against Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, but rather how we might quell the public's outrage." Sun Jian chuckled lightly, stating, "Let us be clear. It is the doctor who has incited this wrath, not Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. On the contrary, they are the great saviors of our base, having dispatched 90% of today's monsters, a fact that is evident to all. Their contributions are irrefutable." Sun Jian swept his gaze over the crowd. "Indeed, their contributions cannot be dismissed. Without their intervention today, the annihilation of our Kyoto base would not have been far-fetched," Zhou Yuanxin remarked gravely. "I assure you, this is no exaggeration," he added, affirming his earlier statement. "This is indeed no hyperbole. I have witnessed it firsthand. Had it not been for Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, our base would have been in dire peril. Thus, they are undoubtedly the heroes of our establishment," Sun Jian proclaimed. "Heroism may be overstating it. Safeguarding the base is a collective responsibility, and it is merely their duty," Zhao Yonhua interjected, reflecting, "Sun Jian and my cousin are indeed shrewd politicians and cunning merchants. They have skillfully turned the tide of the situation with mere words. while the defense of the base is a shared duty. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu have indeed earned their accolades. Even if we do not reward them, we cannot permit them to bear the weight of unjust blame. As this would dishearten those who have rendered service, Sun Jian addressed the assembly. He paused before adding, "Therefore, it is our responsibility to clarify the public's misconceptions, a duty incumbent upon us as leaders of this base. Director Wu, should we not deliberate on how we might clarify this matter to the populace?" Sun Jian swiftly redirected the conversation. After hearing Sun Jian's remarks, Wu Changji paused before responding. "What does everyone think of Counselor Sun's proposal?" Upon hearing Wu Changji's words, Zhao Yongwu felt a moment of delight within, recalling Zhao Fan's own reluctance, which all present had noted, as had the public. The public is not foolish. Should we step forward to clarify, they will undoubtedly perceive it as collusion among officials, leading to a profound distrust in us thereafter, Lin Yuanfeng remarked. "Counselor Lin, it appears you have come today without your wits about you." The voices of Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu are evidently simulated by the doctor. How else could they perform so convincingly? Sun Jian responded with a light chuckle. "Counselor Sun, it seems you are the one lacking in intellect. Otherwise, how could you believe the public to be so easily deceived?" Lin Yuanfeng retorted with a smirk, having long been vexed by the younger man's repeated insinuations of his lack of intelligence. "I would like to clarify that I have inquired with Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, and they have never uttered the words unwilling." "This is purely a fabrication by the doctor," Zhao Yongwu interjected once more. "Baseless claims. What evidence do you possess?" Lin Yuanfeng challenged Zhao Yongwu. "The fact that the doctor is our adversary serves as the most compelling evidence," Zhao Yongwu asserted, before continuing. "Once we have deliberated on the matters concerning Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, I propose we discuss the underground laboratory issue." "I second that." Sun Jian raised his hand. "I also second it." Zhou Xinyuan added. "Zhao Yongwu, do not attempt to divert the topic." Lin Yuanfeng suppressed his rising anger. "I am not diverting the topic. I am merely stating a fact. I wish to know who among us, besides the Wang family, has colluded with the doctor. This is something I wish to ascertain as well. But prior to that, we should first resolve the clarifications regarding Fan and Xu Ruchu. Otherwise, we risk disheartening our heroes," Sun Jian suggested. The events occurring outside were unbeknownst to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, as they listened to the escalating clamor and observed the gathering crowd. Their brows furrowed in concern. "Ruchu, let us venture outside to see," Zhao Fan proposed. Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement and replied, "Zhao Fan, let us first confer and unify our approach before we proceed." After reaching a consensus, the two stepped out with a composed demeanor. "Boss, beauty, may I incinerate all those encircling our front gate?" The five-colored macaw inquired upon their emergence. "No, you may not," Zhao Fan replied. "You two are being openly insulted, and yet you do not retaliate. Your weakness is truly disheartening," the macaw exclaimed, adding, "I now hold you both in contempt. Though you have grown smarter post-mutation, understanding human affairs is beyond your limited intellect," Zhao Fan remarked. "I understand. I can perceive your insults, calling me a fool," the macaw said, its expression sorrowful. "Beauty, your Zhao Fan continually bullies me. In truth, I would prefer to bully you," Xu Ruchu laughed. "You two, as a couple, bully me while I stand alone. Just wait. Tomorrow I shall seek out a companion," the macaw declared. "Go ahead. If you fail to find a partner, do not bother returning," Zhao Fan chuckled. "Even if you invite me back, I shan't return," the macaw huffed, flapping its wings as it flew off to its chamber. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged a knowing smile and proceeded to step outside. "Ladies and gentlemen, what is the meaning of surrounding my doorstep at this late hour, instead of retiring for the night?" Zhao Fan inquired with an impassive expression. "Our loved ones have perished. How can we possibly find solace in sleep?" One individual exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with hatred. "My family member has been wounded by a mutant and is now quarantined. In the uncertainty of their fate, how could I ever sleep?" Another added, "My parents, who survived the escape to the base, have now met their demise within its confines. Their deaths are profoundly unjust." Cried yet another, "My grandfather lamentably. I empathize with your sorrow, for your kin have fallen victim to this calamity. However, what relevance does this hold in gathering before our home?" Xu Ruchu remarked, casting her gaze over the agitated crowd. "Are you feigning ignorance?" One voice challenged. "Why are we feigning ignorance?" Zhao Fan retorted, his demeanor darkening. "If it were not for the two of you, would our loved ones have perished or been harmed by those mutants? It is solely due to your actions." An irate female voice declared. "Indeed, it is because of you two." Had you agreed to serve as test subject for that doctor, he would not have assaulted the base, and our kin would have survived. Unharmed, another voice chimed in amidst the uproar. General Zhao is selfless. How could he have such a son as you? Indeed, you are unworthy to be the son of General Zhao. Your actions have tarnished his illustrious name. A chorus of discordant voices rose in unison. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu directed their mental abilities towards those inciting the crowd and smirked inwardly. Ladies and gentlemen, you have only heard the doctor's fabricated assertions about us volunteering as test subjects, which he deliberately allowed you to hear. In truth, those dissenting words were not mine, but rather mimicked by the doctor himself. His intent is to ensnare us, rendering us unwelcome in the Kyoto base and throughout humanity's stronghold. The doctor's malice is unmistakable. Zhao Fan addressed the assembly. You must not be deceived by their machinations. You speak nonsense. You are merely seeking excuses. Had you known this day would come, why did you not act differently? A voice interjected. Yes, you speak nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. The doctor is our collective enemy. Our families have perished because of him, and they have been isolated due to his actions. Now, you choose to believe the words of our adversary and assault our benefactor. Your actions are nothing short of repaying kindness with enmity. A clear, resonant female voice suddenly pierced through the throng. All eyes turned toward the source, settling upon a stunning woman with a serpent's tail. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu narrowed their eyes slightly at the sight of the snake woman. They are not our benefactors. They are our foes. You speak on their behalf. You must have been bribed. Pray tell, what benefits have they bestowed upon you? Indeed, what benefits have they offered you? The serpent woman calmly remarked, they have not granted me any benefits. Impossible. If they have not provided you with any advantages, why do you speak on their behalf? One individual questioned. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu narrowed their eyes slightly upon observing this person, prompting him to shrink back, attempting to diminish his presence. I am not defending either of them. I am merely stating the truth. Conversely, you have repeatedly asserted that Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu have benefited me, intentionally misleading everyone. What is your true motive? The serpent woman fixed a sharp gaze upon him. By questioning me in this manner, what is your intention? He responded with composure. Let me guess. Your purpose is to mislead us victims so that we spare Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. You consider yourself a victim, yet your family is thriving. How can you possibly claim victimhood? A male voice interjected. I know this individual. He is Wang Wei from the Lin family's hunting team. His parents and wife and children are all quite well, he continued. If anyone doubts this, they may visit his home. After stating this, he divulged Wang Wei's address to the crowd. Thank you, brother, for informing us about Wang Wei's situation. I was deceived by him. He claimed his relatives perished at the hands of the transformed beings during the assault on the base. He expressed his hatred and his desire to settle accounts with Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Since my own relatives also perished, I accompanied him here. Now I realize I've been duped. An individual spoke up. I too was misled by him. It seems I was merely a pawn for Wang Wei. You are slandering us. You're simply spouting nonsense. Wang Wei retorted in a fit of anger. The ones spouting nonsense are you. And the ones who slander are also you. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu are undeniably the great heroes who save the base. Now you gather a group to defame our heroes at their doorstep. What exactly do you intend to achieve? The incisive questioning resonated among the crowd. It is known that General Zhao and General Lin are at odds, and who does not know that Zhao Fan is the long-lost son of General Zhao? Wang Wei's intent in bringing people here to tarnish Zhao Fan's reputation is to undermine General Zhao, to force him out of the base. I would like to ask you all, do you wish to see General Zhao expelled from the base? I do not wish for General Zhao to be ousted. His presence brings me comfort. My family was rescued by General Zhao. We owe him a great debt. I was indeed misled earlier, aligning with them to tarnish the reputation of General Zhao as son. I am sorry, General Zhao. My family was also saved by General Zhao, and I too apologize. I should not have come. Regardless of your thoughts, today it was Zhao Fan who saved me. He is my savior. A newcomer from the outer circle spoke up. I was saved by Xu Ruchu today. Had it not been for her, I would have perished this afternoon. I am deeply distressed to hear of your siege on my benefactor's residence. The individual continued, saying, the two of them possess formidable strength. The majority of the monsters that invaded the base were vanquished by their hand. They have slain countless beasts and, in doing so, saved an immeasurable number of lives. Yet, what have you done? Incited by that nefarious doctor, you come to trouble Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. I must say, you have fallen into the doctor's trap. Do you even realize it? The questioning voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Today, many have witnessed the prowess of Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu firsthand. If such formidable individuals are driven from the base, it would indeed be a colossal loss for our Kyoto base. Should the doctor return to assault us without those two, he would face significantly diminished opposition. This, I believe, is the ultimate aim of the doctor's machinations, to eliminate his two most formidable adversaries through your hands. We are all astute individuals. I urge you to reflect carefully on my words. The speaker concluded, "Let us not be led astray by the doctor's divisive tactics. For it is he who would revel in our discord." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into silence. Even those who had sought to provoke dissent momentarily ceased their clamor. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's mental powers swept over the speaker, imprinting his visage in their memory. It was already the deep of night. The speaker advised, "It would be wise for you all to ponder my remarks thoroughly. Now disperse." A voice emerged from the crowd. "What benefits have Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu bestowed upon you that you would seek to exonerate them?" "We merely speak the truth," the speaker replied with a light laugh. He continued, "I have no familial ties to Zhao Fan or Xu Ruchu, nor am I a soldier under General Zhao. I am a survivor rescued from the doctor's laboratory by Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. The doctor's methods are as cruel as they are bloody. None understand this better than us test subjects. Had it not been for Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's intervention today, I too would have soon been transformed into one of those mindless monstrosities. They saved my life, and for that, I am grateful. However, my gratitude does not compel me to speak on their behalf. I speak out because the doctor once revealed to us that in his eyes, everyone within the Kyoto base is merely a subject for his experiments. Whenever he desires, he will seize a few for his purposes." The speaker surveyed the crowd. "I wonder if any of you have experienced sudden disappearances among your acquaintances here at the base. If so, they have undoubtedly been taken by the doctor. I do indeed know of such a case. My neighbor's daughter vanished without a trace from the base, leaving her family in despair," a middle-aged woman remarked, her voice trembling with fear. "I have witnessed similar occurrences. It seems that the depraved doctor has abducted them," another added, affirming the speaker's claims. "Thus, I am not speaking in vain," the speaker stated. "I bear witness that you do not speak in vain," another voice echoed. "I bear witness that you have not been speaking nonsense. I extend my gratitude to everyone for corroborating my statement." The individual gazed at the crowd and continued, "Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu have thwarted the grand plans of the doctor, resulting in the loss of the most significant experimental site in Kyoto. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan, thus devising a nefarious scheme to incite the people of the Kyoto base to eliminate them. What could be more tragic than having one's greatest adversaries perish at the hands of those they are fiercely committed to protecting? I have said all I can. Whether you choose to believe it is of no concern to me." He then turned his gaze toward Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, stating, "Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, my name is Mei Yang. I am eternally grateful for your rescue." After bowing respectfully to both, he turned and departed. "Zhao Fan, thank you for saving my life. I am Wang Hai, and should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Wang Hai bowed and followed suit in leaving. "Xu Ruchu, thank you." One by one, they expressed their gratitude to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu before taking their leave. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and one after another, they too exited. Those who sought to sow discord, realizing the tide had turned, blended into the crowd and followed suit. At that moment, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu chose not to pursue the few troublemakers. They stood gazing at the now desolate entrance, shook their heads, and made their way into the courtyard. Thus, the farce came to an end, yet both were acutely aware that this matter was far from resolved. Chapter 60, Global Evolution. "How is your health?" Xu Ruchu inquired of Ningchen as he approached after the group had dispersed. Upon hearing her question, Ningchen managed a wry smile. "Aside from a lingering sensation of heaviness when utilizing my abilities, I believe my body is largely unscathed. However, given the numerous unknown substances injected into me, I cannot ascertain the potential for aftereffects." He paused momentarily before continuing. "I recall the last time I was injected with those mysterious substances. The madman claimed that scales had developed on my legs and that my nails had grown long and sharp. His assistant even suggested that I was destined to become a mindless monster." Ning Chun pressed his lips together and added, "At present, I feel fine, but I cannot predict whether I may one day transform into such a creature devoid of thought. If that day were to arrive, I would hope you would end my life. That is inconceivable. If such a day were to come, it would be Zhao who would take action, not us." Zhao Fan firmly replied. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Ning Chun smiled bitterly, saying, I understand the general. If I were to become a mindless aberration, he would not only refrain from killing me, but would likely care for me instead. I do not wish to live in such a degraded state. Thus I implore you for assistance. This is a favor we cannot grant, Zhao Fan replied, shaking his head. We shall not aid you. Moreover, these are merely your conjectures. Discussing them now serves no purpose. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Ning Chun replied with a bitter smile, I am well aware of my physical condition. The foreign energy within me has become exceedingly volatile. I sense that the day of reckoning is not far off. But let's not dwell on this matter any longer. He deftly shifted the conversation to the repercussions of the doctor's remarks at the base. You two need not worry. The general will address it. After a moment's pause, Xu Ruchu inquired, were the last few individuals who spoke on our behalf today arranged by you? Ning Chun responded, some were indeed orchestrated by us. Yet the Serpent Woman and Mei Yang were not among our ranks, nor were those who offered their apologies at the end. I see, Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan acknowledged. Good deeds are often rewarded, Ning Chun remarked. The trio continued discussing the situation until Zhang Yuni regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Zhang Yuni discovered that his physical condition was remarkably improved. All discomfort had vanished, and the ferocious energy within him had dissipated, leaving only pure vitality. The scales that enveloped him had not truly disappeared. They would manifest when needed and could be concealed at will. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu were elated upon hearing Zhang Yuni's account. They promptly relayed his condition to Ning Chun. Ning Chun, we still possess a cleansing fruit. Would you like to use it? Zhao Fan inquired. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ning Chun felt no need for formality and simply replied, yes. Without hesitation, Zhao Fan retrieved a cleansing fruit from his spatial pocket and handed it to Ning Chun, who promptly placed it in his mouth. Why are you consuming it already? Zhao Fan asked. I cannot wait any longer, Ning Chun replied. Which of your rooms is available? I shall head there now. As Xu Ruchu escorted Ning Chun to a guest room, Zhao Yongwu arrived. They led him to Ning Chun's chamber. With the sight of Ning Chun in evident agony pained Zhao Yongwu's heart. He immediately climbed onto the bed and embraced Ning Chun, attempting to alleviate his suffering. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu remained, explaining Ning Chun's condition to Zhao Yongwu and detailing the properties of the cleansing fruit. Upon hearing their words, Zhao Yongwu's anxiety lessened. He regarded them and said, I shan't thank you. It is unnecessary. Zhao Fan replied, there is no need for thanks between us. With a hint of a smile, Zhao Yongwu pursed his lips. We have another cleansing fruit. Would you like to partake? This way you can share in Ning Chun's trials, Zhao Fan suggested, tossing the fruit to Zhao Yongwu before he could respond. May you both endure the journey together. We shall take our leave, Zhao Fan said, departing with Xu Ruchu and ensuring the door was closed behind them, just as they intended to return to their room. Xu Ruchu was spirited away by the invigorated Zhang Yuni. Zhao Fan shot an irritated glance at Zhang Yuni before retreating to his room alone. How did you end up in my room? Zhao Fan inquired, glancing at the five-colored macaw sprawled across their sofa. Zhao Fan, have you been abandoned? The macaw retorted with a tone of glee. Zhao Fan cast a deep stare at the macaw, then seized it and hurled it out of the window. The abandoned man is truly terrifying. I should not have provoked him, the macaw screeched, flapping its wings. This parrot of yours is quite amusing, and your child is equally delightful, Zhang Yuni remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Zhang Yuni's words, Xu Ruchu beamed, her smile radiating genuine warmth, making her exceptionally beautiful. From your smile, I can tell you are living a joyful life. Seeing you like this makes me wish to find a companion, Zhang Yuni said with a grin. You certainly ought to find us a sister-in-law, Xu Ruchu replied playfully. Captain, if I recall correctly, you are 39 this year, aren't you? Indeed, I am 39. Feeling rather old, Zhang Yuni chuckled. You may be old, but you hardly look it. You appear like a youth in your 20s, Xu Ruchu remarked with a smile. I may look young, but my heart feels aged, Zhang Yuni responded with a shake of his head and a chuckle. Xu Ruchu smiled softly, then composed herself to ask, Captain, what are your plans for the future? I intend to establish a hunting team to make a living, Zhang Yuni replied after a brief pause. So, you do not plan to return to the military? Xu Ruchu inquired. In the military, I am regarded as a dead man, Zhang Yuni said with a bitter smile, adding, Moreover, I have no desire to return. Forming a hunting team sounds promising, Xu Ruchu said cheerfully, then asked, Captain, how did you end up in the laboratory? Zhang Yuni let out a faint laugh and explained, before the apocalypse erupted, my superiors assigned me a secret mission. Upon arriving in Kyoto, I was taken to that laboratory. So, that is the case? Xu Ruchu asked, her face filled with astonishment. Although she did not voice her thoughts, Zhang Yuni understood her implication. Yes, it is as you surmise. That laboratory existed prior to the apocalypse, sanctioned by higher-ups, but only a few were aware of it. The purpose of establishing this laboratory was to create the undead, Zhang Yuni elaborated, continuing. However, shortly after its establishment, the apocalypse struck. The researchers in the lab, apart from the doctor and his assistant, were either devoured by mutated beasts or assimilated by them. After the apocalypse, the surviving doctor continued the previous experiments, becoming even more deranged. He claimed it was a glorious era, and he would surely accomplish the plan to create the undead, Zhang Yuni recounted, wiping his face before adding. I was among the first batch of experimental subjects and the only one to survive. The doctor always had high hopes for me. Each time I encountered him, I would inquire about the outside world, thus learning about the apocalypse and realizing that almost all who knew of the laboratory's existence did not survive the cataclysm. I believed I would perish within that laboratory. Yet unexpectedly, you managed to rescue me, Zhang Yuni remarked with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Upon hearing his words, Xu Ruchu inquired, Captain, do you know if any of those who were present in the laboratory are still alive? Lin Lao, Hao Lao, Wan Lao. Zhang Yuni replied, after a brief pause. Xu Ruchu's gaze sharpened upon hearing this, and she remarked, So, are these three families connected to the laboratory? It is no wonder they possess a plethora of high-level abilities. It must be the result of consuming the enhancement potions. Zhang Yuni let out a cold laugh and said, The so-called enhancement potions are merely semi-finished products. Continuous consumption ultimately leads to becoming mindless monstrosities. Not only the enhancement potions, but every concoction developed in that research institute is a semi-finished product. Prolonged use yields but one outcome, to devolve into thoughtless, soulless husks. Xu Ruchu paused, her expression turning serious. If that is the case, why does the doctor still consume them? He claims to be a special case, Zhang Yuni answered with a mocking expression. Oh, Xu Ruchu murmured thoughtfully, then asked, Captain, do you believe the apocalypse is related to this laboratory? Not at all. How should I put it? Zhang Yuni paused before continuing. The doctor mentioned that prior to the outbreak of the apocalypse, several mutated marine creatures were discovered in the ocean. These creatures not only exhibited enhanced physical attributes, strength, speed, agility, but also possessed heightened aggression. Research revealed that these mutated beings contained numerous new substances, prompting the establishment of this secret research facility. However, before any significant progress was made, the apocalypse erupted. The doctor argued that the apocalypse represents an evolution of all species on this planet, where beings endowed with intellect and abilities undergo the most perfect transformation, while those devoid of thought are merely failed products of evolution, Zhang Yuni stated, having spent the most time with the doctor and thus possessing considerable knowledge. Global evolution? Xu Ruchu pondered aloud. Indeed, global evolution. For humanity, it is both an opportunity and a challenge, Zhang Yuni declared. Upon hearing his words, Xu Ruchu nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his perspective. Global evolution could propel humanity to unprecedented heights, or it may ultimately lead to our demise, she said solemnly. Zhang Yuni acknowledged her statement with a nod. Chapter 61. Plans for departure. Zhang Yuni gleaned insights into the events following the apocalypse from Xu Ruchu, while she learned about the laboratory from him. Borrowing a sum of energy crystals from Xu Ruchu, Zhang Yuni departed from the home he shared with Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan the following morning after breakfast, seeking his own place to reside. Just as Zhang Yuni left, the disheveled Ning Chun emerged from the bedroom, covering her nose. Zhao Fan, fetch a set of clothes for both me and your father. Ning Chun called out to Zhao Fan. All right, Zhao Fan replied, promptly retrieving 2 unopened sets of new clothing and undergarments from storage to hand to Ning Chun. Shall we use water? Zhao Fan added. Yes, Ning Chun confirmed. Ning Chun spoke bluntly, requesting more food to be prepared, stating that he felt capable of consuming an entire cow. You certainly lack decorum, Zhao Fan remarked with a smirk. Am I to be courteous in my own son's home? Ning Chun replied, dismissing any notion of being a guest. Zhao Fan, don't you agree? He asked with a smile. Hurry and take a bath. You reek, Zhao Fan retorted before turning on the water for them. A son does not disdain his mother. How could you bear to reject me? Ning Chun said, following Zhao Fan. Are you my mother? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. I am not your mother. But I am your father, Ning Chun asserted confidently. Your abilities are quite remarkable then, Zhao Fan replied with a grin. To have a child at 10 years old is no small feat, Ning Chun, catching the drift, complained to Zhao Yonghua inside the house. Brother, Zhao Fan is bullying me. Xu Ruchu chuckled softly and headed to the kitchen to check on the pot, which was simmering with a large batch of braised meat. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chun emerged from the room, both looking refreshed, their abilities having advanced to the early second level. Ning Chun had also transformed into a merfolk variant, gaining water-based powers. Once outside, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu served them the braised meat and rice. Both were unpicky eaters and sat down to devour their meal. Driven by hunger, after satisfying their appetites, they retreated to the living room instead of going to work, as they had matters to discuss with Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Once seated, Zhao Yonghua recounted the details of their meeting from the previous day to the three of them. The base will clarify your matters today, he informed Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, crediting Sun Jian for the smooth resolution. Ruchu shares a brotherly bond with Sun Jian's brother, Sun Yong, which naturally sways Sun Jian in her favor, Zhao Fan noted. It's no wonder I found Sun Jian's attitude unremarkable, Zhao Yonghua chuckled, then proceeded to update Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu on the current situation at the base. It was a time of intense factional conflict within the base. Do you aspire to lead the Kyoto base? Zhao Fan inquired after a moment of silence. I have no desire for such a position, Zhao Yonghua replied without hesitation. Why not? Zhao Fan pressed, curious if Zhao had not desired the role in his past life as well. Zhao Yonghua paused for a moment before responding. This is precisely what we wanted to discuss with you both today. What is it? Zhao Fan asked. After another brief pause, Zhao Yonghua continued. I intend to leave the Kyoto base to establish a new one. What are your thoughts on this? Zhao Yonghua inquired. Great minds think alike. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged glances and smiled, having been contemplating this very matter themselves, surprised that Zhao Yonghua had brought it up first. It seemed that this life was indeed different from the last. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chun exchanged knowing looks and laughed. When did you both come to this conclusion? Ning Chun asked. On the journey to the Kyoto base, Zhao Fan remarked, we arrived a bit earlier than you. We had this notion shortly after your departure, and we have been accumulating supplies during these days. Ning Chun then inquired, why do you wish to venture out on your own? To which Xu Ruchu replied, the factions within the Kyoto base are intricate, rather than squander time in factional disputes. It is more prudent to devote our efforts to establishing a new base. This aligns with our thoughts, Ning Chun responded with a smile. And what is the second reason? The second reason is that you and General Zhao have supporters, Xu Ruchu replied with a grin. Why still refer to him as General Zhao? You ought to address him as father now. As for me, you may simply call me little father, Ning Chun interjected. Has the paternity test result been revealed? Zhao Fan inquired. It has long been available. The results confirm that we are indeed father and son, Zhao Yonghua eagerly stated, his gaze fixed on Zhao Fan. However, the results are currently at home, so I cannot present them to you right now. There's no rush, Zhao Fan said, deftly diverting the topic. Ruchu, it is time for you to present the third reason. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chen's faces. Xu Ruchu sighed internally and continued. The third reason is that Zhao Fan and I possess soul-cleansing fruits, mutated rice, mutated corn, mutated sweet potatoes, mutated peanuts, mutated lotus roots, mutated cabbages, mutated pumpkins, and a plethora of livestock and spirit beasts. With these resources, we can fully develop agriculture and animal husbandry, ensuring that our base will never lack for food. We have the material foundation necessary for establishing a base. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, excitement illuminated the faces of Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chun. What ordinary people lack the most right now is food, Ning Chun remarked, looking at them with admiration. It is not us who are capable. Rather, it is the two brothers, Bao Su and Bao Yu, who have the talent to identify edible mutated plants. Zhao Fan replied with a smile. Finding such talents is also a testament to your capabilities. Otherwise, others would not be able to discover them, Ning Chun said, chuckling. Then turned to Zhao Yonghua and asked, Brother, do you agree? Indeed, Zhao Yonghua affirmed with a smile, then inquired, is there a fourth reason? There is, Xu Ruchu replied. The fourth reason is that both the General and Zhao Fan possess beast control abilities, and I can manipulate mutated plants, which provides us with a significant advantage. After Xu Ruchu spoke, Ning Chun and Zhao Yonghua nodded in agreement. Is there a fifth reason? Ning Chun asked. Xu Ruchu nodded and continued. The fifth reason is that Ning Chun is now also considered a mutant. Having a mutant in a leadership position will foster trust among other mutants towards our base. especially since many bases currently harbor prejudice against mutants. Mutants are indeed a rare source of strength, Zhao Fan added. In my previous life, mutants established a base specifically for mutants, which became remarkably powerful and could rival the Dawn base within 5 years of the apocalypse. However, that base only accepted mutants and their families. Exactly. Ning Chun and Zhao Yongwu concurred. Is there a sixth reason? Zhao Yongwu asked again. We no longer have a sixth one here. I wonder if the general has it? Xu Ruchu remarked with a smile. In response to Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Yongwu chuckled and said, Ning Chun, you take the floor. The father-son duo of Zhao Yongwu and Zhao Fan seemed to relish in showcasing their familial bond. Ning Chun smiled and replied, As for the sixth one, we will dictate the terms of our own base. We shall construct it as we see fit. This is of paramount importance. Indeed, it is exceedingly important, Zhao Yongwu concurred. After hearing their exchange, Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan nodded in agreement. At present, centralization is essential for more effective management of the base, as the council system in the Kyoto base disperses authority excessively, hindering the implementation of various policies. Where do you intend to establish the new base? Zhao Fan inquired. In the plains to the south of the Kyoto base, Zhao Yongwu responded before asking, What are your thoughts on that location? Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged glances and replied, It is splendid. Do you also wish to establish the base there? Ning Chun asked. That is indeed Zhao Fan's inclination, Xu Ruchu stated. No wonder you two are alike. It is also the general's first choice. Ning Chun said with a smile. Upon hearing Ning Chun's words, Zhao Yongwu chuckled, while Zhao Fan remained unresponsive. Though he acknowledged his relationship with Zhao Yongwu, he found it hard to call him dad at that moment, thus choosing to disregard Zhao Yongwu's fervent gaze. How many individuals can you bring along? Zhao Fan redirected the conversation. It is difficult to say. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, we have not disclosed this information to my subordinates, including soldiers and their families. There are approximately 300,000 individuals, though not all may wish to accompany me, Zhao Yongwu explained. Zhao Fan nodded, stating, Even if half choose to leave with you, that would still amount to 150,000, which would certainly attract both mutated beings and exotic beasts. Indeed, Zhao Yongwu affirmed, moreover, the issue of supplies looms large. After all, the majority are ordinary people who cannot consume exotic beast meat. The others nodded in agreement with Zhao Yongwu's assessment. The supplies we have accumulated may appear substantial, yet they will only last 2 or 3 days at most for such a large number, Zhao Yongwu noted. On the journey, we can gather supplies as we travel, Xu Ruchu suggested. Thus, the group commenced a discussion about the migration, planning necessary preparations and considerations for the journey ahead. Just as they were midway through their deliberations, Zhao Yongwu's aide arrived, stating that the elder of the Zhao family requested his return. Am I to go back alone? Zhao Yongwu inquired, his brow furrowing at the memory of the previous night's meeting, where he felt disheartened by his father's silence regarding Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. You are to go alone, Chun Ming replied. Isn't it said that Zhao Fan should accompany me? Zhao Yongwu pressed. No, that was not mentioned. Chun Ming shook his head. Zhao Yongwu's gaze darkened as he declared, I shall go at once. After exchanging a few words with the others, he departed with his aide. Zhao Fan, you are the beloved grandson of the elder. He will recognize you. Ning Chun offered his consolation. His recognition of me is of no consequence, Zhao Fan said nonchalantly. Before inquiring, will the Zhao family leave with us? Ning Chun paused briefly and replied, though the general has yet to confront the old man regarding our departure. It is certain that he would be reluctant to part with the lucrative Kyoto base, so he likely will not accompany us. This is merely your assumption. It may not reflect the old man's sentiments, Zhao Fan countered. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Ning Chun raised an eyebrow. Chapter 62, Relocation. Please continue, Ning Chun urged. Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Fan hesitated before stating, although my knowledge of the Zhao family is limited, I am aware of old Zhao's significance to them. If old Zhao leaves, the Zhao family, despite their attachment to the Kyoto base, would they still be able to secure it without him? Ning Chun chuckled at Zhao Fan's remarks, saying, I did not realize the general held such importance in your eyes. In my heart, Ruachu is paramount, Zhao Fan replied, gazing at Ning Chun. I am aware of that. The general knows it too. There is no need for you to emphasize it, Ning Chun remarked with a smile. Let us return to the matter at hand. Xu Ruchu interjected, clearing her throat to shift the topic. Ning Chun blinked playfully and then smiled. Regarding serious matters, you do not understand old Zhao. He certainly will not leave with us. If he does not leave now, shall we simply wait until our base is established and then reap the fruits of victory? Zhao Fan pondered aloud. Ning Chun chuckled in response. The fruits of victory will forever belong to you and will not be claimed by any member of the Zhao family. You can rest assured of that. This is not merely a matter of reassurance. Let us drop the subject. Zhao Fan waved dismissively. Do not. Please continue, Ning Chun urged. Looking at Zhao Fan. I prefer not to discuss it further, Zhao Fan replied, swiftly changing the topic. Observing Zhao Fan's redirection, Ning Chun chose not to press the matter further, though he took note of it. Where are those mutated spiders being kept now? Zhao Fan asked. Upon hearing this, Ning Chun's expression shifted slightly as he responded. They are housed in the yard at home. Half of it is now overrun with them, covered in webs. Do not disdain the spider webs. I assure you, silk is a precious commodity, Zhao Fan smiled. Forgive my ignorance, but I fail to see the utility of spider silk. Ning Chun replied. It holds great value, Zhao Fan said with a grin, then asked, how much silk have you gathered for us? A considerable amount. It is stored in the pantry at home, Ning Chun replied. Your father goes to collect silk for you every morning after his exercises. Now those spiders behave as if they have seen a thief when they spot him. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu laughed at Ning Chun's words, with Zhao Fan stating, I will go over today to collect the silk. Ning Chun paused and said, there are plenty of rooms at home. Why not move in with us? Hearing this, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged glances. Would our moving disturb you? Zhao Fan inquired. Rest assured, the sound insulation at home is exceptional. Not a single sound can be heard, Ning Chun remarked. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu responded. Ning Chun, honestly, it's impossible not to think in a peculiar manner. Since that's the case, let us move in. Zhao Fan chuckled. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Ning Chun, with a beaming smile, replied, I knew you both cared immensely about sound insulation. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu retorted, is this never-ending? Don't you care? Xu Ruchu raised an eyebrow. Ning Chun chuckled softly and said, so you two are taking advantage of my solitary status, are you? Indeed, Zhao Fan replied candidly. Just wait. Once you move in, I will have you attend to my every whim, Ning Chun declared, crossing his legs. As long as you can endure it, Zhao Fan jested. After exchanging playful banter, Ning Chun suggested, there's no time like the present. You two should move in today. Sure, they both agreed with laughter. With Zhao Fan possessing a spatial storage, moving proved exceedingly convenient. He packed their belongings into the space and informed Ning Chun before heading to Su's residence with Xu Ruchu. The Xu family had recently relocated to a small villa area in the eastern part of the inner city, quite a distance from where they were, thus they drove there. The villa area had been attacked yesterday, resulting in many houses collapsing. However, the Xu residence remained unscathed. The previous day, in a hurried visit, Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan confirmed the safety of the Xu family and left promptly. Upon their arrival today, everyone was home except for Xu Lu. Aside from a cold huff from Grandpa Xu, the rest of the family welcomed them warmly, making Xu Ruchu feel somewhat uncomfortable. After exchanging concern for one another, Xu Ruchu addressed her grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, Zhao Fan and I are moving to General Zhao's residence today, leaving our villa vacant. We intend to transfer the ownership of the villa to you. We don't want it, Grandpa, Xu firmly refused. Hearing this, Xu Ruchu's stepmother, anxious, interjected, Dad, this is the children's sincere intention. By rejecting it, you are dismissing their filial piety, which would surely sadden them. Internally, she thought how she had long coveted that villa and would not let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, Grandpa, this is my brother's sincere gesture. Please accept it. Xu Jia chimed in, secretly yearning for the splendid villa. I will not accept it. Grandpa Xu stubbornly shook his head and, after speaking, turned to retire to his room. Grandpa, Xu Ruchu called, but he ignored her and entered his room. Little Chu, little Zhao, your grandfather is simply obstinate. There's no need to pay him any mind. Grandma Xu said with a smile, continuing, I know you both are dutiful children, but the house is something your grandfather and I truly cannot accept. You should keep it for yourselves. Grandma. Xu Jia, with an anxious expression, exclaimed urgently, Grandma, our house is rented. It never feels secure, and we might be evicted at any moment. If that happens, our family could end up on the streets. While we, being young, may not fear such a fate, what will you and Grandpa do? After Xu Jia spoke, Xu Ruchu's stepmother continued, Mother, even though you don't leave the base, you must have heard that the monsters outside have become increasingly formidable. Now, Guobin and his son venture out daily to hunt for crystal cores. You have no idea how worried I am. I dread the thought of anything happening to them, leaving them unable to return. I truly wish they would refrain from going out for crystal cores, but what choice do we have? Without crystal cores, we cannot pay rent or afford food. The rent, in particular, is an enormous burden for both of them. Mother, please spare a thought for your son and your grandson. Xu Ruchu's stepmother spoke earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Xu's grandmother sighed. She too was troubled by the safety of her son and grandson, wishing they would remain within the confines of the base. Yet what could she do? She felt powerless to assist them, and feared she would only be a burden. She loved both her son and grandson dearly, but she also felt a deep affection for her eldest grandson. How could she forsake his home? However, the thought of rent began to sway her resolve. Grandma, please accept the house, Zhao Fan interjected, noticing the wavering in her eyes. It was the perfect moment to speak. Ultimately, Xu's grandmother acquiesced. When she agreed, Xu Ruchu's stepmother insisted they immediately proceed with the transfer paperwork. Thus, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu drove Xu's grandmother and her stepmother to complete the transaction. Throughout this time, Xu's father remained silent, and Xu's grandfather did not emerge from his room, both tacitly consenting to the arrangement. After the paperwork was finalized, Xu Ruchu's stepmother gazed at the property certificate bearing Xu's grandmother's name, overwhelmed with joy. Their family finally had a home. At that moment, she regarded Xu Ruchu with newfound appreciation, thinking, all these years of nurturing him have not been in vain. Privately, Xu Ruchu confided in Xu's grandmother that their basement was stocked with supplies, including some crystal cores, and finally revealed the access code for the underground storage. Once they had settled the matters concerning the Xu family, the two returned to Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chun, who resided in the military compound. Upon their arrival, Zhao Yonghua was already back. You two have returned, Ning Chun greeted with a smile. Indeed, Zhao Fan nodded, and they both settled onto the sofa in the living room. Ruchu, have you arranged everything at your home? Ning Chun inquired. All is well, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. That's good to hear, Ning Chun responded, then gestured toward the storage room, saying, the spider silk you requested is stored there. I'll go take a look, Zhao Fan said with a grin. It's all there. It won't run away. You can check it later, Zhao Yonghua remarked. Is there something you wish to discuss with us? Zhao Fan asked. Zhao Yonghua paused momentarily and remarked, your grandparents wish to see you. This evening, our family will dine together there. Very well, Zhao Fan readily acquiesced. After his agreement, Zhao Fan added, tomorrow, I intend to accompany Ruchu to gather supplies. What do you plan to collect these resources? Ning Chun inquired. Zhao Fan hesitated briefly before responding. We shall venture to Qingshui City. It has already been overrun by aberrant beings. Ning Chun furrowed his brows and said, we are aware of that. Precisely because it has been occupied by the aberrants, the resource stockpile there is abundant. Xu Ruchu interjected, continuing, Zhao Fan and I plan to clear Qingshui City. At that time, you may send individuals to retrieve the supplies, ensuring that we are not lacking in resources during our migration. As for how much you two can secure, that depends solely on your capabilities. Zhao Fan asserted, once we have cleansed Qingshui City, the base will undoubtedly intervene. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chun fell into silence. Are you two going alone? Zhao Yonghua asked. We will take the 5 golden-feathered parrots with us, Zhao Fan replied. Zhao Yonghua nodded. Very well, you may proceed. As for the resources there, I shall not allow the base to benefit without consequence. After all, you two do not hold any official positions. If the base desires the supplies, they must exchange them for crystal nuclei. Both Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan were shrewd individuals, and their objections would bear no fruit. With opposition proving futile, they resolved to lend their support. That sounds agreeable, Zhao Fan said with a smile. For what they currently lacked, most was indeed crystal nuclei. Do take care, Ning Chun advised. The two responded affirmatively. Chapter 63. Hao Qing's arrival. Ning Chun and Zhao Yonghua were engaged in conversation in the living room when Hao Qing arrived, her high heels clicking on the floor, her makeup meticulously applied. You are not welcome here, do you not know that? Zhao Yonghua frowned at Hao Qing. If my son were not moving in with you, do you think I would willingly darken your doorstep? Hao Qing retorted with a cold smile, before inquiring, where's my son? Zhao Fan is not your son. Zhao Yonghua replied bluntly. What nonsense! Zhao Fan is my flesh and blood, born after 10 months of pregnancy. If he is not my son, could he possibly be Ning Chun's? Hao Qing scoffed, adding, oh, I forgot, Ning Chun cannot bear children, for he is a man. Hearing this, Ning Chun smiled wryly. Though I cannot father a son, Zhao Fan is indeed my son now. Ning Chun, you eggless rooster, you think you can steal my son? Not chance. Hao Qing said mockingly. Although she no longer had feelings for Zhao Yonghua, the thought that he would rather associate with a man than marry her made her feel insulted. Hao Qing, mind your words. My patience has its limits, Zhao Yonghua stated with a stern expression. Zhao Yonghua, let me remind you, my patience is also finite. Hao Qing retorted with a cold laugh. Now, summon my son to see me immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite. Impolite to us? You lack the capability for that. Zhao Yonghua remarked with a cold smile, then continued. Hao Qing, the door is over there. If you are wise, you should leave promptly. Hao Qing, seated on the sofa, declared, Zhao Yonghua, I will not depart until I see my son today. At her words, Zhao Yonghua's expression darkened ominously. Hao Qing, you abandoned little Zhao Fan at the entrance of an orphanage, fabricating the illusion of his death at the hands of a nanny to deceive us. Now you dare to claim him as your own? How brazen can you be? Zhao Yonghua inquired frostily. You slander me. Zhao Yonghua, Hao Qing retorted with bitterness. Is this how you speak of me to Zhao Fan? Indeed, Zhao Yonghua answered without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Hao Qing's face flushed with fury. Zhao Yonghua, how dare you malign me in front of our son? It's cruel, truly cruel. Now I understand why my son hasn't come to see me. It's because you are meddling between us. You are a despicable man. Zhao Yonghua let out a cold laugh. Hao Qing, whether I slander you or not is known to heaven and earth, and to us both. Spare me your theatrics. You, a vile man, are the one who defames me. Hao Qing said, her anger palpable. I must explain everything to Zhao Fan and take him away from you. Zhao Fan, my son, where are you? Mother has come to see you. Hao Qing called out, disregarding her dignity. Zhao Fan, my son, please come out. Mother is here. Zhao Yonghua's face grew even darker upon hearing her cries. Hao Qing, have you finished your commotion? He admonished. If you do not allow me to see my son Zhao Fan today, I will create a scene at the military compound. Hao Qing declared, glancing at Zhao Yonghua. Resolute in her determination to see Zhao Fan. Create a scene? Do you think I am afraid? The louder you are, the better. Let everyone know your true nature. Zhao Yonghua sneered. My true nature? Hao Qing responded with a cold laugh. Zhao Yonghua, I have nothing to hide, so I fear nothing. It is you I wish for everyone to see for who you truly are. With that, Hao Qing shouted, Zhao Fan, my son, I miss you so much. Please come out and see your mother. Get out of here, Hao Qing. Zhao Yonghua roared, clenching his fists in anger. I am Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan emerged from the storeroom, accompanied by Xu Ruchu. By chance, when Hao Qing arrived, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu had just entered the storeroom to avoid her. The door had been ajar, allowing them to overhear the conversation. My son, you've grown so much. Do you know? Mother has missed you dearly, Hao Qing said, her eyes alight with emotion as she gazed at Zhao Fan, then rushed toward him. Stand back, Zhao Fan commanded. Son, I am your mother, Hao Qing said, tears welling in her eyes. I am your mother. I know, Zhao Fan replied, furrowing his brow. Faced with Hao Qing's emotional display, he felt no stirrings within. What do you want from me? He asked coldly. It's all right. Mother is just here to see you, Hao Qing said as she wiped away her tears. My son, I know you are alive, and this brings me such joy. As she spoke, more tears streamed down her face. Hao Qing, cease this charade. It serves no purpose. Zhao Yonghua remarked coldly, arms crossed at a distance. Are you satisfied now, Zhao Yonghua, seeing your son treat me with such indifference? Hao Qing glared at him. You are unworthy of being a mother, Zhao Yonghua sneered. Unworthy of being a mother? And you think you are deserving of being a father? Hao Qing challenged. I admit I am unworthy of being Zhao Fan's father, but you are even more unworthy of being his mother. Zhao Yonghua's piercing gaze swept over Hao Qing's face. Pondering, this woman is indeed a master of deception. She speaks falsehoods that resonate as truths. You're the one who is more unworthy of being a father. Hao Qing retorted with a cold smile. Turning to Zhao Fan, she continued, Son, Zhao Yonghua harbors hatred towards me. Everything he has said is a slander against my character. I did not abandon you to an orphanage, nor did I fabricate your death to deceive anyone. I truly believed you were gone. Had I known you were alive, I would have moved heaven and earth to find you, ensuring you never endured the torment of the orphanage for so many years. The thought of your suffering there fills me with unbearable anguish. Son, everything I say is true. You must trust me, not Zhao Yonghua, she implored, clutching her clothing tightly. Those are matters of the past. Whether I believe you or not is inconsequential, Zhao Fan replied, contemplating. If it weren't for the piece of paper in his possession, he might have been swayed to believe her. Son, does that mean you still doubt my sincerity? Hao Qing asked, her voice tinged with urgency as she stepped closer to Zhao Fan, hesitantly stopping a meter away. I truly miss you. You have no idea how adorable you were when you were born, so plump and cherubic. Yet here you are, all grown up and taller than I. Tears blurred her vision as she stood before Zhao Fan. It was my poor judgment in choosing that caregiver that led to our separation for so many years. I owe you an apology, and you have every right to resent me, Hao Qing said, her face a portrait of sorrow. Wow, I'm almost moved to tears, Ning Chun remarked with a soft click of his tongue. Hao Qing ignored him, her gaze solely fixed on Zhao Fan, as if he were the only one that mattered. Son, even if you harbor hatred towards me, I long to see you, for my desire to reunite is overwhelming, she said, wiping her tears. My precious son. With that, she gazed at Zhao Fan with a longing that epitomized a mother reunited with her long-lost child. Zhao Fan slowly wiped his face, momentarily obscuring her gaze, which made him uncomfortable. You have seen me now, Zhao Fan stated. Indeed, I have seen you, and it fills me with such contentment, Hao Qing replied, her tears flowing freely as she continued to wipe her eyes. After Hao Qing finished speaking, the room fell into a profound silence. With no one daring to utter a word, everyone simply stood there. Time passed slowly, and Hao Qing seemed unable to take her eyes off Zhao Fan, her gaze lingering on his face. Zhao Fan sighed inwardly, pondering whether Hao Qing ever grew weary of staring at him. Though he silently criticized her in his mind, he chose to remain mute, curious about her intentions. At that moment, Zhao Fan was not alone in his thoughts. Zhao Yonghua, Ning Chun, and Xu Ruchu shared the same sentiment, which led to the pervasive silence in the room, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. As time drifted by, a flicker of impatience crossed Hao Qing's eyes, albeit fleeting, yet did not escape Zhao Fan's notice. He couldn't help but smirk internally, recognizing that this woman was nearing her limit. As half an hour crawled by, Hao Qing's expressions of impatience multiplied, all of which Zhao Fan observed keenly. Just as he mused about how much longer she could endure, Hao Qing finally spoke. Son, I can never get enough of you. Will you come home with me, please? She implored, her gaze filled with yearning. No, Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. Son, do you truly not wish to? Hao Qing inquired cautiously. I do not wish to, Zhao Fan asserted decisively, producing a piece of paper from thin air. Do you know what this is? He asked, holding the paper aloft, the written side facing him. What is this? Hao Qing asked, her expression one of confusion. Zhao Fan paused before responding. This is an ordinary letter. Do you not recognize it? I recognize it as a simple letter, Hao Qing replied. But son, does this letter hold any special significance? Looking at this letter, and then at me, does it not invoke memories of the past? Zhao Fan questioned. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hao Qing's eyes, though it vanished swiftly. Yet Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, who was focusing intently on her, noticed it. Indeed, it brings to mind certain memories, Hao Qing admitted after a brief pause. What thoughts have arisen? Zhao Fan probed. I do not wish to speak of it, Hao Qing said, a tinge of pain flashing in her eyes before she smiled. However, if you truly wish to know, I will share it with you. After a moment, she continued, gazing at this letter and at you. I recall the time when I would write letters to your father while watching you. I was very happy then, but your father struck me with a harsh reality. He harbored hatred for both you and me. Why does he despise you? Zhao Fan inquired, secretly thinking that if Hao Qing wished to play this part, he would indulge her. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's question, Hao Qing hesitated, as if lost in thought. Son, you are now grown. I shall no longer keep secrets from you. The reason your father harbors resentment towards us is that you were conceived through my act of stealing his sperm for artificial insemination. Thus, he despises me, and consequently, he despises you. My son, these are the foolish deeds of your mother from years past, which have now ensnared you. Your father harbors resentment towards you. He cannot genuinely care for you. The only reason he acknowledges your existence now is due to your extraordinary abilities and formidable strength. But tell me, why do you acknowledge me? Zhao Fan interjected, his expression devoid of emotion. I acknowledge you because you are my son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. I love you dearly, Hao Qing replied with heartfelt sincerity. You love me? Zhao Fan retorted. Indeed, I love you. No one in this world loves you more than I do, for I am your mother. Hao Qing gazed at Zhao Fan earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan let out a cold scoff. No, you do not love me. You only love yourself. My existence to you is merely a bargaining chip against Zhao Yonghua. Once that chip loses its value, You will discard me and seek revenge on Zhao Yonghua. You wish for him to regret, to suffer, to feel guilt. No, it is not like that. Son, all of this has been told to you by Zhao Yonghua, hasn't it? You must not trust his words. He despises me and you. He speaks these things to sow discord between us, to turn us against each other. You must not fall for Zhao Yonghua's deceit. Hao Qing implored anxiously. Is that truly the case? Zhao Fan questioned. Yes, my son, in this world, everyone may betray you, but your mother will never do so. Therefore, you must trust me. Hao Qing insisted fervently, her eyes reflecting the sorrow of being misunderstood by her own son. Listening to her, Zhao Fan chuckled lightly. The first person to betray me in this world was you. Son, you cannot say that to me. I cannot bear it. Hao Qing gasped, clutching her chest. Her face pale. What you are capable of, you must also be able to endure, Zhao Fan stated expressionlessly. Faced with such a biological mother, Zhao Fan's initial thoughts shifted. The so-called maternal grace had been repaid when Hao Qing used him to threaten Zhao Yonghua and exact revenge upon him. Thus they had become strangers. So, why do you believe Zhao Yonghua's words? Why do you not trust mine? It was I who carried you for 10 months and brought you into this world, not Zhao Yonghua. After your birth, it was I who nurtured you, not he. At that time, Zhao Yonghua hated us and did not even come to see us. So, why? Why did he Zhao Yonghua's words and disregard mine? Hao Qing pressed, clutching her chest. Zhao Fan gazed deeply at Hao Qing, pondering, why did such a beautiful woman commit such acts in the past? Do you wish to know why? Zhao Fan asked, looking at Hao Qing. I wish to understand the reason. I want to know how Zhao Yonghua deceived you and how he slandered me. Hao Qing replied, contemplating, what sort of enchantment has Zhao Yonghua cast upon Zhao Fan to elicit such trust from him? She had once believed it would be easy to separate Zhao Fan from Zhao Yonghua, but only now did she realize her error. Zhao Fan paused before responding. Because you are nothing but a liar, and I am not foolish enough to heed the words of a deceiver. Do you accuse me of being a fraud? Hao Qing asked incredulously. Indeed, you are a deceiver, Zhao Fan replied, locking his gaze onto her. Overwhelmed by Zhao Fan's demeanor, Hao Qing clasped her chest, swaying slightly. Before turning to Zhao Yonghua with a fierce expression, what have you said to my son that leads him to believe I am a fraud? Only the truth. Zhao Yonghua replied stoically. The truth you speak of is merely a deception to my son? Hao Qing questioned vehemently. You have succeeded in making my son despise me. Zhao Yonghua, her face etched with sorrow and indignation. Zhao Yonghua's expression darkened. No, Hao Qing, it is you who has successfully avenged yourself upon me, rendering my years a living hell. Then why are you still alive? Hao Qing retorted angrily. If you had died, my son would have belonged solely to me. Perhaps I am destined to endure, as if the heavens themselves disapprove of your actions, keeping me alive to expose your vile deeds before our son, Zhao Yonghua stated, devoid of any composure. Hao Qing, remember, the heavens observe our actions. What you have done in the past will not be erased by the passage of time. Zhao Yonghua said, his gaze heavy upon her. Do you know what the letter in Zhao Fan's possession signifies? Zhao Yonghua paused before continuing. It is evidence. Proof of your abandonment of Zhao Fan. I did not abandon Zhao Fan. If that paper serves as evidence, it is merely a forgery crafted by you to deceive him. Hao Qing shot back, glaring at Zhao Yonghua. She then turned to Zhao Fan, pleading, son, you must believe me, I never abandoned you. The evidence Zhao Yonghua provided is false. Do not trust him. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yonghua scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. Hao Qing, do you truly have no recollection of this letter? If you have forgotten, allow me to remind you. This letter once lay in Zhao Fan's cradle, he said, enunciating each word carefully. A flicker of shock crossed Hao Qing's lowered gaze upon hearing this. How could that letter still exist? No, it must no longer be there. Zhao Yonghua was deceiving her. Yes, he was certainly deceiving her. At that moment, Hao Qing's shifting expression was laid bare under Zhao Fan's psychic perception. What connection does the letter in Zhao Fan's cradle have to me? She scoffed. Of course, it bears significance, for the handwriting upon it is an exact match to yours. Zhao Yonghua countered. What does handwriting prove? There are countless individuals capable of imitation. You, Zhao Yonghua, are no exception, Hao Qing replied, eyeing him defiantly. Are you suggesting that the handwriting on the paper Zhao Fan holds is my imitation of yours? Zhao Yonghua retorted. You know whether or not it is your forgery. Hao Qing replied with a cold smile. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan turned the letter towards Hao Qing. Take a good look. Is the handwriting on this paper yours? He inquired. Familiar script and a well-known phrase surged into Hao Qing's view. leaving her momentarily stunned. How could this letter possibly be here? In an instant, Hao Qing regained her composure. This is my handwriting, yet it is certainly not penned by me. My son, think for a moment. If I harbored such animosity toward Zhao Yonghua, how could I possibly allow my child to bear the surname Zhao? Because you were still in love with Zhao Yonghua at that time, Zhao Fan interjected. This paper was given to me by the former dean, and it has no connection to Zhao Yonghua. Hao Qing's gaze faltered momentarily as she replied, Son, even if this paper bears no relation to Zhao Yonghua, it is equally unrelated to me. I genuinely do not understand its origin. Trust me, my son. Moreover, this paper must have been written by the person who secretly took you away, imitating my handwriting. This suggests that the individual who absconded with you must have been someone close to me. After a brief pause, she continued, Enough, Hao Qing. Do not attempt to evade the truth any longer. We both know that this paper was indeed written by you, Zhao Yonghua chastised. Zhao Yonghua, your relentless slander is merely a facade to obscure the fact that this paper is connected to you. I believe it was you who orchestrated Zhao Fan's abduction and abandonment at the orphanage, for you despise him and wish for his very existence to be erased. Now you seek to tarnish my name further. You are truly despicable, Hao Qing retorted with indignation, directing her fury toward Zhao Yonghua. The gravity of Hao Qing's distorted accusations darkened the expressions of those present. Hao Qing, your incessant defiance has exhausted my patience, Zhao Yonghua declared, his demeanor icy. In a swift motion, he brandished a military dagger against her back. Zhao Yonghua, you think I am intimidated? Hao Qing responded with a calm demeanor. Do you believe I am merely trying to frighten you? Zhao Yonghua countered, his expression fierce. You are gravely mistaken. With that, he thrust the dagger, piercing her skin. Zhao Yonghua, how dare you harm me? Hao Qing gasped in shock, acutely aware of the pain coursing through her skin. I not only dare to harm you, but I would also dare to kill you. After all, in this apocalyptic world, human life has become the least valuable commodity. Care to test me? Zhao Yonghua said, pressing the blade deeper. Hao Qing let out a harrowing scream. Zhao Yonghua, do you intend to murder me before our son? Are you not afraid of his future hatred toward you? No matter my flaws, I am still Zhao Fan's biological mother. You are a stranger to me, Zhao Fan interjected, indifferent to Hao Qing's fate. Did you hear that? To Zhao Fan, you are merely a stranger, Zhao Yonghua sneered. Today, if you wish to preserve your life, you must choose one path, reveal the truth of that year. Zhao Yonghua, you lack the courage to kill me, Hao Qing asserted with a steady demeanor. If you take my life, my family will not spare you. You speak too much nonsense, Zhao Yonghua replied frostily. I will count to 3, and if you do not speak, you will face the consequences. 1. Zhao Yonghua intoned ominously, causing Hao Qing to catch her breath, feigning bravery. 2. Zhao Yonghua continued, a flicker of fear crossing Hao Qing's eyes. Son, save me, she cried out to Zhao Fan. I too wish to know the truth of that year, Zhao Fan declared. Son, you cannot treat me this way. I am your biological mother. Could you not interfere with my affairs? Hao Qing implored Zhao Fan. Zhao Yonghua's voice resonated with a heavy tone. If you refuse to speak, then you may as well perish. As he spoke, he slowly brought the dagger closer to Hao Qing's body. Zhao Yonghua, stop this at once. Hao Qing cried out. Upon hearing her plea, Zhao Yonghua, with a grim demeanor, inquired, will you speak or not? You have 2 choices. One leads to life, the other to death. After uttering these words, Hao Qing felt a fleeting moment of clarity, realizing her life was ebbing away. Chapter 65. The Truth of the Past. Hao Qing perceived her vitality waning, her gaze drifting toward Zhao Fan, whose expression was devoid of emotion. At that moment, fear engulfed her. I will speak, she stammered. Zhao Yonghua, I will tell you. Then speak. Zhao Yonghua replied darkly. I am dying. You must treat my wounds first. Hao Qing's lips trembled as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Xu Ruchu promptly contacted the small monster tree, and a burst of green light surged into Hao Qing's wound, healing it in an instant. Hao Qing was astounded by such miraculous healing abilities, realizing that her family's healers could never achieve this. Who possesses such extraordinary powers? Her mind raced as she considered the 4 individuals present. Finally, she cast a discreet glance at Xu Ruchu, surmising that it was she who possessed such abilities. With Xu Ruchu's power, she felt as though she had been granted a new lease on life. Both Xu Ruchu and Zhao Fan became her aspirations. Observing Hao Qing's silence, Zhao Yonghua spoke gravely. Hao Qing, have you forgotten the pain of your past? Do you wish to relive it? If so, I shall oblige you. I will speak now. Hao Qing retracted her thoughts, and began to reminisce. In those days, I believed that bearing your child would compel you to marry me, yet I was gravely mistaken. Not only did you refuse, but you also harbored animosity toward me. I loved you fiercely then, and I could not accept that fate. After much contemplation, I devised a plan. If our child were to perish, your family would pity my loss and compel you to marry me. However, the child was the result of my 10 months of gestation, and I found myself unable to harm him. During that tragic incident, I orchestrated a switch. Once he was switched, I entrusted him to the care of the nanny's husband, urging him to take the child as far away as possible. Before they left, I inscribed the child's birth date and surname on a piece of paper, placing it within the swaddling. For I did not want my child to grow up unaware of his own identity. As she recounted her memories, she turned to Zhao Fan, saying, "Son, I have regretted sending you away, yet I could not find you afterward. I am truly sorry, my son. I do not seek your forgiveness, but I hope you will not reject my goodwill toward you in the future, all right?" Upon hearing Hao Qing's final words, several individuals mocked her with laughter. Zhao Fan scoffed slightly, neither affirming nor denying her words, and asked, "If you were the one who had the nanny's husband take me away, why could you not find me? He has passed away. By the time I located his hometown, he had already succumbed to a tragic accident. I inquired about you from his relatives and the villagers, and they all affirmed that he never returned with the child. Thus, my son, this is how your mother lost you," Hao Qing lamented. "What a coincidence," Zhao Fan remarked. "Do you not believe me, son?" Hao Qing raised her gaze to Zhao Fan and declared, "I swear on my life that I speak nothing but the truth. If I utter a single falsehood, may thunder strike me down." Xu Ruchu possesses formidable strength and remarkable healing abilities. No matter what, Hao Qing would never forsake Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Even if Zhao Fan harbored resentment towards her, she remains his biological mother, an unalterable truth. Observing Hao Qing's demeanor, Zhao Fan chuckled softly and inquired, "What advantages did you offer the nanny to secure her loyalty to the point of death?" She was diagnosed with a terminal illness, with mere days to live. I promised her a sum of money that would suffice for several lifetimes for both her and her husband, and thus she agreed, Hao Qing explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan replied, "How peculiar that she would develop a terminal illness at such an opportune moment. Why do so many coincidences seem to plague my existence?" He mused, suspecting that it might be orchestrated. At this thought, he found Hao Qing's ruthlessness quite striking. "Son, whether you believe it or not, the circumstances unfolded as such." Hao Qing insisted urgently. Zhao Fan smiled faintly and asked, "And what the child who replaced me? Was his story a ruse?" The nanny clutched a pillow instead of child. The actual child had perished long ago. No matter how fierce the flames, a deceased child would neither cry nor protest. Hao Qing explained. As Zhao Fan recalled the sight of the nanny holding the child, understanding dawned upon him. "Son, at that time, I was utterly blinded by love, which led me to commit such acts. If I were to find myself in the present, I would never act in such a manner," Hao Qing said, wiping away her tears. After her confession, she gazed at Zhao Fan, whose expression remained inscrutable. She paused before saying, "In the past, I was wrong. I do not seek your forgiveness. Let us focus on the future." With that, she produced a wooden box from her hand. "So, here lies all the crystal cores I've saved. Please keep them for your use," Hao Qing offered. Noticing Zhao Fan's reluctance to accept, she placed the box on the ground. Her expression filled with disappointment. "Son, I must take my leave for now, but I will return tomorrow," Hao Qing stated as she turned to depart. "Wait," Zhao Fan called, furrowing his brow. "Son," Hao Qing turned back, her face alight with surprise. "Take this box. I do not require it," Zhao Fan insisted. At his words, Hao Qing's eyes dimmed instantly. Zhao Fan continued without allowing her to respond. "Although I am your biological child, from the moment of my birth, you have repeatedly exploited me. Consider this my repayment for the gift of life. You have not raised me. You owe me no nurturing. Henceforth, we shall be strangers." "Strangers." Zhao Fan repeated his sentiments once more, expressing his belief that Hao Qing was a woman of deep cunning, with ulterior motives. He wished to have no association with her. "Stranger?" "Zhao Fan, I am your biological mother. How can you treat me as a stranger?" Hao Qing implored, her voice trembling. "You may resent me, you may loathe me, but you cannot regard me as a stranger," she continued, her sorrow evident. "I cannot bear this." Zhao Fan's gaze sharpened. "Hao Qing, I am not a child of 1 or 11 years. I am 21. I am not a fool, and you underestimate my awareness. The only reason you stand before me now is due to your interest in my capabilities. Spare me your theatrics. They are utterly meaningless." "Zhao Fan, I know you harbor hatred towards me. Hao Qing lamented, her heart broken. I shall take my leave for now, but I will return. With that, she turned to flee. Zhao Fan paused momentarily before pursuing her. Hao Qing, this tactic of retreating to advance will not work on me. Remember, we are strangers. Do not entertain any thoughts of exploiting me, or you shall regret it, he declared, blocking her path with deliberate clarity. Seeing Zhao Fan's resolute demeanor, Hao Qing's lips quivered as she pleaded, Son, I am your true mother. At this moment, we are strangers. Remember that, Zhao Fan replied, before walking away with an air of indifference. Hao Qing, although devastated, concealed her true thoughts. Zhao Fan, whether you acknowledge it or not, I am your biological mother. An unchangeable fact, she asserted, before striding away in her high heels. Ning Chun furrowed his brow, remarking, Hao Qing has her sights set on your abilities. She will not relinquish you easily. What she thinks is of no concern to me. In my eyes, she remains a stranger, Zhao Fan retorted, devoid of any affection for his biological mother. It seems I must occupy her with other matters, so she has no time to scheme against Zhao Fan. Zhao Yongwo remarked solemnly. A few nodded in agreement, aware that only Hao Qing could discern the veracity of her previous statements. Zhao Fan, I am sorry, Zhao Yongwo expressed, feeling a deep sense of guilt, reflecting on the unfortunate circumstances that had befallen Zhao Fan due to such parents. I genuinely despise Hao Qing, but I have never harbored any animosity towards you, Zhao Yongwo continued. I understand that, and if you truly despised me, you would not acknowledge me. Zhao Fan replied with a smile, and I have no intention of recognizing you. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yongwo chuckled, though his lips quivered as he refrained from expressing his desire for Zhao Fan to call him dad. He resolved to let things unfold naturally, believing that one day, Zhao Fan would indeed address him as such. After Hao Qing departed, they exchanged a few more words before shifting the topic. Hao Qing's arrival had not disrupted their lives in the slightest. Zhao Fan, as for you, what exactly do you intend to do with those threads? Ning Ten inquired, observing them curiously. Xu Ruchu smiled and replied, We're making clothes. Surely, you two wouldn't mistake spider silk for silk from silkworms, Ning Chen remarked, observing them. They are not silkworm silk. Even if they could be fashioned into garments, they would cling to the skin. Spider silk cannot be used directly. It requires processing. Zhao Fan responded, subsequently elucidating the method of treatment. Zhao Fan, Ruchu, I've come to realize how knowledgeable you both are, Ning Chen said with a smile. We merely travel to many places. The more we see, the more we understand, Xu Ruchu replied, also smiling. The two, however, had decided not to divulge the matter of Zhao Fan's rebirth to any third party. You are right. I too shall frequently venture out. Otherwise, I might become a frog at the bottom of a well, Ning Chen chuckled. Upon hearing his words, the group shared a light laugh before commencing the processing of the spider silk. Given the sweltering heat, they eagerly required garments crafted from the icy spider silk. Meanwhile, Hao Qing was unaware of the events transpiring with Zhao Fan. Upon returning to the Hao family estate, she was summoned into her grandfather's study, accompanied by the male members of the Hao family. Hao Qing, did everything go smoothly? Hao Yusheng inquired from his desk. He was Hao Qing's biological father and Zhao Fan's maternal grandfather. Hao Qing shook her head while seated on the sofa. It did not go well. She then recounted the events to everyone. Zhao Yongwo treated you this way? I must avenge this grievance, Hao Chang exclaimed with indignation. Brother, that is of little importance. The pressing matter now is to devise a way of bringing Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu into our fold. Their abilities are formidable, and if they were to join the Hao family, it would undoubtedly bolster our strength significantly. Not to mention, Xu Ruchu's healing prowess alone could elevate our family to new heights. Hao Qing asserted, reflecting, had I known it would come to this, I would not have cast Zhao Fan aside back then. It would save us much trouble now. Hao Qing speaks wisely. Hao Yusheng nodded, pausing briefly before adding, we must swiftly devise a strategy to win over Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 66. The Zhao family members after soaking the spider silk, the four of them made their way to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Fan, Zhu Zhu. This is your grandfather, Zhao Yongwo introduced. Grandfather, the two called out. The elder Zhao responded nonchalantly, secretly thinking. Zhao Fan truly is the son of the second son. He shares the same interests. Internally, the elder's emotions were complex, yet he maintained an impassive exterior. Zhao Fan, Ruchu, this is your grandmother, Zhao Yongwo continued. Grandmother, they greeted. Good children, It is wonderful that you have returned, Zhou Ruyu said, tears glistening in her eyes, genuinely delighted for her son, who now had descendants. The only regret was that her grandson had chosen a male partner, which meant there would be no great-grandchildren to hold in the future. Observing Zhou Ruyu in such a state, the two exchanged heartfelt smiles. Zhao Fan, Zhu Zhu, this is your uncle and aunt, Zhao Yong were introduced. Uncle, aunt, the two acknowledged with a subdued response, their demeanor notably distant. Zhao Fan, Zhu Zhu, this is your cousin Zhao Lan, and this is your cousin Zhao Shuang. They are a pair of fraternal twins, 2 years your senior. Zhao Yonghua continued with the introductions. Cousin, the two of them called out in unison. Zhao Shuang responded with a subtle nod, her expression devoid of warmth, harboring a hint of animosity. Welcome home, Zhao Lan said with a beaming smile. Observing Zhao Lan's demeanor, a moment of contemplation washed over the two. After the introductions, dinner commenced. The meat served was that of spirit beasts, while the vegetables were cultivated by wood elemental practitioners. Although the vegetables had lost some of their original flavor and nutritional value, they were a rare delicacy in such times. The dining table of the Zhao family was enveloped in silence, with no one uttering a word, allowing Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Following the meal, the group relocated to the living room to engage in casual conversation. Zhou Ruyu was exceedingly warm, enthusiastically taking Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu's hands to converse. I must say, dear cousins, you two have brought a considerable calamity upon our Zhao family. Are you aware? Zhao Shuang interjected suddenly. At her words, the room fell into an immediate hush. Cousin, I truly have no idea what calamity we have caused, Zhao Fan replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. Zhao Fan, you know very well what is at stake. There's no need to feign ignorance, Zhao Shuang replied sternly. If I were in your position, I would take the initiative to leave the base. We are doing just fine here. Why should we voluntarily depart? Zhao Fan countered, recalling Ruchu's words about how he may have obstructed others in his previous life. Could it be that he had impeded Zhao Yongyan's family? Are you truly intent on playing the fool? Do not assume that the base will come forth to clarify your situation, thinking all will be well. You are gravely mistaken. Those at the base will only say that our Zhao family exploits its power, Zhao Shuang observed. Thus, the best course of action is for both of you to leave the Kyoto base, the farther the better, so that this matter will gradually fade with your departure. It seems my cousin does not welcome my return to this home, Zhao Fan remarked. Cousin, do you not welcome our return to this family either? Zhao Fan inquired, turning to Zhao Lan. How could you think that? I wholeheartedly welcome you both home. Soon, I will also have younger brothers, Zhao Lan replied with a bright smile. Is that so? Zhao Fan asked with a cold smirk. Zhao Fan, do not divert the topic. You two have brought significant trouble to the Zhao family. If you were sensible, you would not return, Zhao Shuang admonished. Cousin, you repeatedly claim we have caused great misfortune for the Zhao family. Then please enlighten us on what calamity we have wrought, Zhao Fan asked, his expression darkening. Are you truly unaware of the trouble you have stirred? Dear cousin, cease this charade. For the good of the Zhao family, you should voluntarily leave, Zhao Shuang insisted, her gaze steady upon them. Zhao Fan and Ruchu, we understand that the events that transpired are not your fault. However, there are countless individuals who harbor resentment towards you. For your own safety and the preservation of your father's reputation, it would be prudent for you to temporarily leave. Once the situation has calmed, you may return. Zhao Yongyan suddenly interjected, expressing his desire to keep Zhao Fan and Ruchu away from the base as their abilities grew stronger. Uncle, in this apocalyptic world, conditions outside worsened by the day. Asking us to leave now is akin to sending us to our demise, Zhao Fan countered. While others may perish outside, your superior abilities render your excursions somewhat akin to a game, Zhao Yongyan replied. Uncle, you truly overestimate us, Zhao Fan smiled, then turned to Zhao Lazizi, inquiring, Grandfather, do you also wish for us to depart from the Kyoto base? At that moment, he sought to gauge the head of the family's stance. Zhao Lazizi was taken aback by Zhao Fan's direct question. After a brief pause, he said, young people should venture out to gain experience. It not only enhances your abilities, but also broadens your horizons. Therefore, Zhao Lan, Zhao Shuang, Zhao Fan, and Ruchu, I advise you to explore more. Especially you two, Zhao Fan and Ruchu, given your formidable strength, you should engage in further training outside. Remaining solely within the confines of the base offers little benefit to your development of abilities. The people present were not foolish. They quickly grasped the implications of the elder's words. Grandfather is correct. I shall certainly venture out more in the future, Zhao Lan declared with a smile. So shall I, Zhao Shuang added, then turned to Zhao Fan and Ruchu, asking, what about you two? We have decided to leave the Kyoto base, Zhao Yong was suddenly proclaimed. He continued, in the coming days, I will tally those who wish to accompany me, and once arrangements are made, we shall depart. Yongwo, what do you mean by that? Zhao Yongnian inquired, alarmed. Brother, I trust you understand my intentions, Zhao Yongwo replied. I do not comprehend, Zhao Yongnian retorted. Second brother, please clarify. After a moment's pause, Zhao Yongwo stated, I am preparing to take people away from the Kyoto base to establish a new base outside. Now everyone understands, right? I do not agree. I do not consent. I do not agree. The voices of the elder, the matriarch, and Zhao Yongnian echoed in unison. This is a decision I have firmly made, Zhao Yongwa asserted resolutely. Second brother, isn't it better to remain here? Why must you insist on leaving? Zhou Ria asked, clearly against her son's departure. Mother, I believe that developing outside is preferable to staying at the base, Zhao Yongwa replied, addressing Zhou Ria and the others. Mother, father, once my new base is established, I will come to take you to live there. I will not go, and I do not agree with your departure, Zhao Leiazizi stated firmly. He continued, establishing a new base is not merely a matter of words. If it were that simple, everyone would venture out to create their own bases. Father, my mind is made up, Zhao Yongwa insisted with determination. Yongwa, are you truly willing to abandon our parents and the entire Zhao family for Zhao Fan? Are we unable to contend with Zhao Fan's position in your heart? Zhao Yongnian questioned. Brother, Zhao Fan is my own son. His significance to me is naturally paramount. Zhao Yongwa replied. However, my decision to depart is the result of careful consideration and bears no relation to Zhao Fan, since it is a result of your deliberation. Have you considered the position of the Zhao family after your departure? Elder Zhao inquired, even if he were reluctant to admit it. He had to acknowledge that the second son was crucial to their family. I have certainly considered it. With you, father, as the steadfast anchor, the Zhao family will undoubtedly endure, Zhao Yongwa asserted. While I am here, the Zhao family will not falter, yet advancing further within the base will prove challenging. Elder Zhao remarked, revealing his own ambitions. Grandfather, in this critical juncture for humanity's survival, is it truly wise for you to still vie for power and profit? Zhao Fan boldly asked. What do you know? Speak only when you understand, Zhao Yongnian reprimanded. Brother, I believe Zhao Fan speaks wisely. I share his sentiments. Thus, I have decided to withdraw from the turmoil of the capital base, Zhao Yongwa stated. Second brother, you're already ensnared in the maelstrom. It is not as simple as you wish to withdraw, Elder Zhao responded after a brief pause. Grandfather, you worry unnecessarily. As long as one possesses strength, retreating is not an issue, Zhao Fan confidently asserted, leaving them puzzled about the source of his assurance. Second brother, have you truly made up your mind? Zhou Ria inquired. Mother, I have made my decision, Zhao Yongwa nodded. Since you are resolute, I support you, my son. You may go, Zhou Ria replied. Thank you, mother, Zhao Yongwa said. Second brother, you have truly disappointed me, Elder Zhao remarked, realizing further persuasion was futile. He looked at Zhao Yongwa and uttered those words. Father, to be honest, you often disappoint me as well, Zhao Yongwa retorted. Elder Zhao's heart stirred, yet his expression remained unchanged. How many people and resources do you intend to take with you? Elder Zhao shifted the topic. Father, rest assured, I will not take many resources. As for the personnel, I will take those who are willing to follow me. Zhao Yongwa replied. No, I oppose this. You may leave, but you cannot take a single soldier with you, Zhao Yongnian interjected. Before you depart, you must transfer your military authority to Zhao Lan. Father, this is my decision. I hope you will agree, Zhao Yongnian said, seeking Elder Zhao's backing. Upon hearing Zhao Yongnian's words, a glimmer of darkness crossed the eyes of those present. Second brother, as your elder brother has said, you may leave, and I will not obstruct you. However, you must relinquish your military authority to Zhao Lan, Elder Zhao concluded. Old man, I can no longer remain silent, Zhou Ruya interjected. I must express my thoughts. Mother, allow me to speak, Zhao Yongwa said, not wishing to complicate matters for his mother. He continued, Father, I am willing to transfer my military authority to Zhao Lan, but I must take the 2,000 members of the Eagle Falcon team with me. No, Zhao Yongnian directly opposed. Chapter 67, Compromise. Uncle, one must not be overly greedy, Zhao Fan remarked with a smile. Zhao Yongnian, his expression somber, gazed at Zhao Fan and said, as a younger generation, you ought not to interrupt when elders speak. He then turned to Zhao Yonghua, stating, Yonghua, you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding our Zhao family. The Eagle Falcon Squad must remain. Since I am the captain of the Eagle Falcon Squad, does that not imply that I, too, must stay? Ning Chun interjected, looking at Zhao Yongyan. You are indeed the captain of the Eagle Falcon Squad, but you are also Yonghua's companion, and thus you may accompany him. As for the rest of you, none shall be taken away, Zhao Yongyan declared, secretly hoping that Ning Chun would leave, allowing him to replace the new captain with someone of his choosing. The expressions of the onlookers varied upon hearing Zhao Yongyan's words. Father, please speak, Zhao Yongyan urged, looking towards the elder Zhao. After a brief pause, the elder Zhao replied, Heir, you know well how vital the Eagle Falcon Squad is to our Zhao family. Therefore, you cannot take it with you. Zhao Yonghua closed his eyes and said, Father, I will only take 100 individuals and their families from the Eagle Falcon Squad. This is my final compromise. You may take 100, but not a single high-level ability user from the Eagle Falcon Squad, Zhao Yongyan responded. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhao Yonghua and the others grew even darker. Uncle, are you implying that my father can only take 100 low-level ability users? Zhao Fan could no longer contain himself. At Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua felt a surge of blood boiling within him. Cousin, that is not what my father means. Zhao Lan in dozet. If that is not the case, then what does it mean? Zhao Fan retorted. That is precisely what I mean, Zhao Yongyan asserted. Yonghua, it is not that your elder brother is greedy. Rather, he is left with no choice. We all know how treacherous the waters of the capital base are. If you take all the high-level ability users from the Eagle Falcon Squad, it won't be long before our Zhao family is devoured by other families. This is certain, Zhao Yongyan added. Heir, your elder brother speaks the truth, the elder Zhao chimed in. Heir, you wouldn't wish to see our Zhao family consumed by others, would you? For the sake of the Zhao family, I implore you, Zhao Yongyan pleaded, his gaze fixed on the impassive Zhao Yonghua. Heir, your elder brother has already pleaded with you. Will you not agree? Must I personally beg you? The elder Zhao asked. Father, please do not beg me. Such an act would invoke divine wrath. Zhao Yonghua replied with a smirk. Then do you agree or disagree? The elder Zhao pressed. Given your insistence, how could I possibly disagree? I agree. I will take no one from the Eagle Falcon Squad, save for Ning Chun. Let Zhao Lan accompany me for the handover tomorrow, and I will transfer all military authority to him, Zhao Yonghua stated. Father, elder brother, are you now satisfied? Zhao Yonghua addressed them, his eyes devoid of emotion. Yeah. It is not that I am being unreasonable. The situation simply compels me to place you in this difficult position. The elder Zhao sighed as he looked at Zhao Yonghua. Father, I understand, I comprehend. Zhao Yonghua sighed, a sense of unresolved feelings lingering within him. He turned to the others and stated, Father, elder brother, sister-in-law, Zhao Lan. Zhao Shuang. I left nothing from the Zhao family when I departed. Therefore, the base I establish in the future shall bear no relation to the Zhao family. Zhao Yongyan furrowed his brow and replied, Yonghua, we are family. Why must you utter such words that will sadden our parents? Indeed, the bond between you and Yongyan is akin to that of blood. Even if bones are fractured, the sinews remain connected. Zhao Lan and Zhao Shuang are your own nephew and niece, and their children will also be your own grandchildren. Why must you speak as if we are strangers? Zhao Yongyan's wife added, the future remains uncertain. Thus, we cannot speak in absolutes. No matter how close the bond of brothers, nephews, and nieces, they cannot compare to my own son. Everything I possess will rightfully belong to him, so do not harbor hopes for it, Zhao Yonghua retorted candidly, aware of his elder brother's family's intentions. He had merely feigned ignorance before, but chose to be forthright now. Rest assured, second uncle, even if you establish a base larger than the one in the capital, I shall not covet it, Zhao Shuang remarked, secretly doubting his uncle's ability to create such a base. And you, Zhao Lan? Zhao Yonghua inquired. I shall certainly not. Zhao Lan responded without hesitation. Very well. I shall remember your words today, Zhao Yonghua said, standing up. Father, mother, it is getting late. We shall take our leave. Second son, could you not stay a while longer with your mother? Zhou Ruya implored, her face etched with reluctance, knowing not when they would meet again. Fine, Zhao Yonghua conceded, unable to deny such a motherly request. Thus, they stayed a while longer with Zhou Ruya before departing the Zhao household. Do you harbor any resentment towards my decision? Upon returning home, Zhao Yonghua looked at them. I fully support your decision. Ning Chun was the first to express. I have no objections, Xu Ruchu added. I believe this is an excellent plan. The four of us can proceed lightly, and we will reach our destination swiftly. As for personnel, Once the base is established, people will naturally come, Zhao Fan said with a smile, honestly preferring not to take others along. Hearing their affirmations, Zhao Yongwu smiled, knowing they would stand by him. Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu, do not go to clean up Qing Shui City tomorrow. You both wait for me and Ning Chun for a day. We will handle matters. And the day after tomorrow, we shall leave together. Understood, Zhao Fan replied, then inquired what you intend to do with the herd of cattle, sheep, horses, and spirit beasts that we brought back. Once those spirit beasts enter the base, it will be challenging to take them out again. However, we can exchange them for crystal cores. Zhao Yong will pause before responding. Will the old man agree to your selling them? Zhao Fan questioned. Those spirit beasts are private property belonging to you and Xu Ruchu, not part of the Zhao family's assets. If the Zhao family wants them, they must offer crystal cores in exchange, Zhao Yongwu asserted. The principle remains the same, yet being caught in the middle proves to be quite challenging for you. There is no need for such a predicament. I shall take a portion of these cattle, sheep, and spirited steeds, and the remainder shall be entrusted to the Zhao family. They may handle it as they see fit, Zhao Fan expressed, wishing to alleviate Zhao Yongwu's discomfort. In this manner, you risk incurring losses. Zhao Yongwu remarked to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Losses can be blessings, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the others chuckled. Rest assured, I shall ensure that neither of you suffers any detriment, Zhao Yongwu stated after sharing a laugh. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu nodded in acknowledgement. Select what you wish to take tomorrow. Do so promptly, Zhao Yongwu instructed them. We shall choose in the morning, Zhao Fan responded, retrieving 2 dragon and phoenix jade pendants from his spatial realm. This is for you, Zhao Fan said with a smile. I quite like it, Zhao Yongwu remarked, fondling the pendant. Thinking to himself, even if his son gifted him a blade of grass, he would cherish it. I too appreciate it. However, jade pendants are no longer in vogue. Nowadays, crystal cores are the trend, Ningchen commented while examining the pendant. This is no ordinary pendant. It is an item that cannot be purchased even with crystal cores. Xu Ruchu stated with a smile. Ningchen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the pendant, and inquired, I fail to see what makes this jade pendant so extraordinary. Brother, can you discern anything? Ningchen turned to Zhao Yongwu. I can tell that it is intricately carved from a fine piece of jade, Zhao Yongwu observed. Your statement is tantamount to saying nothing. Even if I lack knowledge of jade, I can recognize that this is a fine specimen, Ningchen replied. Then turned to Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu, saying, do not keep us in suspense. What secrets does this pendant hold? Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged smiles, with Zhao Fan explaining, within these 2 pendants, I have carved out 2 spaces of 100 square meters each. My current abilities only allow me to create spaces of this size, but in truth, the potential for these pendants to house much larger expanses exists. Once I advance in my skills, I shall expand the spaces for you. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's revelation, Zhao Yongwu and Ning Chun gazed at the pendants in astonishment. Their shock was not due to a lack of composure. Rather, it was the sheer magnitude of the revelation that left them astounded. Zhao Fan, I never anticipated you possess such capabilities. It truly leaves me in awe, Ning Chun remarked, gazing at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan paused momentarily and replied, those endowed with spatial abilities possess such talents. As long as they have spiritual jade, they can carve out spaces within it. Though such jade is exceedingly rare. By fortunate chance, we encountered 3 pieces of spiritual jade during our last expedition to the northwest base. Spiritual jade? Zhao Yong was seized upon the key point, furrowing his brow as he inquired, what kind of jade is that? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, certain jades began to contain extraordinary energy. Such jades are referred to as spiritual jade, Zhao Fan elucidated. I see, Zhao Yongwu and Ning Chen acknowledged, and they silently agreed not to question how Zhao Fan had acquired such knowledge. Can we find such jade ourselves? Zhao Yongwu asked once more. On the jade pendant, there exists a palpable energy fluctuation, detectable by all who possess extraordinary abilities, Zhao Fan remarked. Ah, the 2 exchanged knowing nods, and then Ning Chen inquired, how does one utilize this spatial jade pendant? Upon hearing Ning Chen's question, Zhao Fan elucidated the methods of using the spatial jade pendant. How splendid, Ning Chen said, gathering the cushions with enthusiasm. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu chose not to linger with Ning Chen in his playful endeavors. After exchanging a few more words, they retreated to their respective chambers. Upon returning to their quarters, the 2 indulged in a refreshing bath before emerging with crystal cores to commence their cultivation of extraordinary powers. The following day, They accompanied Zhao Yonghua and others to the military camp, where they not only retrieved Bao Su and his companions, but also brought back 10 head each of cattle, sheep, and equine spirit beasts, evenly split between males and females, along with 2 herding dogs. At that moment, Zhao Yonghua's household had effectively transformed into a veritable zoo. Dahua, I entrust you with a task, Zhao Fan declared, gazing at the mutated rooster. What task? The mutated rooster clucked in response. Resolve your single-dom post-haste and return with a hen, Zhao Fan smiled. Oh, I wish to find one, but hens like me are hard to come by, lamented the mutated rooster. If it's that difficult, I shan't assist you, Zhao Fan replied. The task is yours, to your utmost. His gaze then shifted to the mutated rabbit. Jade Rabbit, Chang'e resides on the moon, a place we cannot reach. Perhaps you could settle for finding a female rabbit down here. Would that be acceptable? The Jade Rabbit was a name the mutated rabbit had whimsically given itself. No, I only desire Chang'e, the mutated rabbit squeaked. Every time I hear you, I am reminded of a mouse, Zhao Fan remarked, furrowing his brow. If that's the case, you may very well remain solitary for life. If I cannot find Chang'e, I shall indeed be a lifelong bachelor, the mutated rabbit squeaked in despair. Zhao Fan could only shake his head at the rabbit's lament. Chapter 68. Xu Ruchu takes action at noon, with Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chen absent. Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu had just finished their lunch when Ms. Hao arrived unannounced. Ms. Hao, what brings you here? Zhao Fan inquired, eyeing the uninvited guest. Must you speak to your mother in such a tone, my son? It pains me to hear it, Ms. Hao replied, feigning sorrow. Ms. Hao, if your intent is merely to exchange these meaningless words, you may as well take your leave, Zhao Fan retorted, inwardly acknowledging the audacity of Ms. Hao. My son, I have come today to discuss something important, Ms. Hao quickly interjected. I have just received word that Zhao Yonghua has relinquished all his authority to his nephew, Zhao Lan. Oh, Zhao Fan responded with a nonchalant air, leaving the conversation hanging. Observing Zhao Fan's casual demeanor, Ms. Hao furrowed her brow, pondering. Why was he not reacting as she had anticipated? Should he not be furious upon hearing such news? My son, Zhao Yonghua has just acknowledged you. Yet he immediately transferred his power to his nephew. Is it not obvious that he does not wish to confer authority upon you? Do you understand this? Hao Qing gazed at the silent Zhao Fan and remarked, Now, my son, do you see Zhao Yonghua's true nature? Zhao Fan responded, What does it matter whether I see it or not? Hao Qing continued, If you understand his true nature, you will follow your mother, and I will provide you with everything. Zhao Fan inquired, What do you truly have to offer? Taken aback by his question, Hao Qing found herself at a loss for words regarding what she had to give. Enough, Ms. Hao. I require none of your offerings, nor can you provide me with what I desire. Please do not entangle yourself with me any further, Zhao Fan stated, cutting her off. He added, Ms. Hao, your words are grandiose, yet I feel no trace of maternal love from you. Your desire to acknowledge me stems merely from my abilities and your wish for us to serve the Hao family. Am I mistaken? No, Hao Qing replied, shaking her head. Son, whether you believe me or not, I claim you as my own purely because you are my child, devoid of any ulterior motives. Ms. Hao, I am not a fool, and I hope you do not perceive me as one, Zhao Fan responded softly. Hearing this, Hao Qing's pupils constricted. Perhaps Zhao Fan was not as simple as she had assumed. So, Hao Qing began, but Zhao Fan interrupted, Call me Zhao Fan. With a heart full of sorrow, Hao Qing complied. Zhao Fan, do you truly wish to deny me? I made myself clear yesterday. We shall be strangers henceforth. Zhao Fan said with an expressionless face. Ah, strangers, what a poignant term, Hao Qing lamented. Regardless of my past actions, the undeniable truth remains that you are the child I carried for 10 months. And what of it? Zhao Fan asked, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Hao Qing fixed her gaze upon him, insisting, You are my child, born after 10 months of gestation. We are not strangers. This truth is immutable. Indeed, that fact cannot be altered. Yet, you cast me aside, severing the bond between mother and son. From that moment, we became strangers, Zhao Fan replied, his gaze unwavering. I knew you would blame me, Hao Qing said, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Fan, observing her distress, retorted coldly, You made me an orphan. Why should I not blame you? The hardships I endured over the years were wrought by your own hands. How could I not hold you accountable? Did Zhao Fan harbor resentment? Indeed, he did, yet such feelings could not be directed at Zhao Yonghua, whom he considered a victim as well. Son, I was wrong. I regret my choices now. Will you forgive me? Hao Qing pleaded earnestly. I forgive you. You may leave now. Furthermore, I shall not assist the Hao family. So you may abandon that hope, Zhao Fan replied, his gaze unwavering. Zhao Fan, why must you think so poorly of your mother? I assure you, that was never my intention, Hao Qing implored. Isn't it obvious? You know it, I know it. There's no need for this charade. Zhao Fan said expressionlessly. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Do as you wish. As you wish, Xu Ruchu replied with a smile. And the two of them proceeded to walk out. Hao Qing, watching their retreating figures, called out tearfully, Zhao Fan, I am your mother. You cannot treat me this way. Upon hearing Hao Qing's words, Zhao Fan continued forward without looking back. Observing Zhao Fan's demeanor, Hao Qing's expression darkened. She realized that playing the familial card would be futile. Zhao Fan's heart was as unforgiving as Zhao Yong was. They were indeed father and son. Zhao Fan, your life was given to you by me. My kindness towards you is as vast as a mountain. Such a debt of gratitude cannot simply be repaid through exploitation, Hao Qing declared towards Zhao Fan's back. Hearing her words, Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu exchanged a silent scoff. The pretense had finally ceased. What do you wish for me to do in return? Zhao Fan turned around, his expression icy. Hao Qing hesitated before responding. You and Xu Ruchu shall serve the Hao family for 10 years. After that, we shall be strangers. Upon hearing her proclamation, Zhao Fan scoffed coldly. You should have stated this long ago. There was no need for you to feign a deep mother-son bond before me. I ought not to have feigned such affection, for you are as cold-blooded as Zhao Yonghua. You are indeed his son, Hao Qing retorted with a derisive smile. Incorrect. You should say, I am your son, Hao Qing. Sharing your cold-blooded nature, Zhao Fan scoffed in return. Did you not deny that you are my son? Hao Qing countered. Whether I acknowledge it or not does not alter the fact that you are my biological mother, Zhao Fan replied, looking at her steadily. As long as you understand, then you accept my terms, correct? Hao Qing's primary concern remained this point. No, I shall not agree to your terms. Zhao Fan shook his head, and I will not concede to any of your conditions. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's response, Hao Qing's face flushed with anger. Do you mean to say you will not repay the life debt I bestowed upon you? Zhao Fan chuckled lightly. You chose to bear me. I did not implore you to bring me into this world. Why should I feel indebted? You, Hao Qing exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, as she had not anticipated such a retort from Zhao Fan. I am quite well, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. To speak of gratitude, it is you who owes me. For your intention in giving me life was to exploit me to secure your marriage to my father. Although you ultimately failed, you did indeed manipulate me, and thus you must acknowledge your debt. Hao Qing's fury intensified upon hearing Zhao Fan's audacity. Zhao Fan, if you refuse to agree to my terms, tomorrow the entire Kyoto base will learn of your origins. I believe neither you nor Zhao Yonghua would desire this revelation. The consequences will undoubtedly impact you the most. Zhao Fan smirked coldly, surprised that Hao Qing would resort to such threats. It was a testament to her shamelessness. To confront such shameless individuals, one must be even more audacious. I am indifferent to my reputation. However, I am acutely aware that both you and Zhao Yonghua are exceedingly concerned about yours. With unwavering confidence, Hao Qing declared, if you agree to my terms, your reputations will remain unscathed. Ms. Hao, do you believe that I lack the resolve to kill you? Zhao Fan retorted, his expression icy, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. At that moment, he genuinely contemplated ending Hao Qing's life. I am your biological mother. To kill me would be matricide. I trust you would never commit such a despicable act, Hao Qing replied, locking eyes with Zhao Fan. Then allow me to take action, Xu Ruchu interjected. Upon hearing Xu Ruchu's words, Hao Qing playfully twirled her hair and replied with a smile, I am indeed Zhao Fan's biological mother. Should you take my life, do you not fear that one day Zhao Fan may seek retribution against you? Xu Ruchu squeezed Zhao Fan's hand, prompting him to swallow his retort. Xu Ruchu then spoke again. Thank you for the reminder. To prevent Zhao Fan from seeking vengeance in the future, I believe it would be best to render you a fool, ensuring you can no longer cause harm. With that, Xu Ruchu let out a cold laugh. Hao Qing's expression shifted. Xu Ruchu, you would not dare. Watch me. Xu Ruchu responded in a low voice, and without hesitation, her psychic abilities surged towards Hao Qing's mind. Hao Qing cried out in agony, clutching her head as she collapsed to the floor. Shall we continue? Xu Ruchu asked frostily. No more, please, no more. Hao Qing pleaded through gritted teeth, genuinely frightened. Upon her surrender, Xu Ruchu ceased her psychic assault. Ms. Hao, some individuals are not to be trifled with. In the future, Consider your actions carefully to avoid provoking those who are beyond your reach, lest you find yourself unaware of how your demise may unfold. Xu Ruchu's gaze lingered on Hao Qing. After all, she was Zhao Fan's biological mother, and even if she were to perish, it should not be at their hands. You two, great men, dare to bully my aunt, a defenseless woman. How shameless you are. A strikingly handsome young man slowly emerged in the room. Aunt, are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face as he crouched beside Hao Qing. Yuhua, I'm fine. Help me up, Hao Qing replied, heeding her words. How you cautiously assisted her to her feet. Aunt, are you truly unhurt? How you inquired with genuine concern. I assure you, I am well, Hao Qing affirmed, shaking her head. With that reassurance, how you's anxiety dissipated, and he turned his ire towards Zhao Fan and Xu Ruchu. Zhao Fan, Xu Ruchu. One of you is my aunt's biological son, and the other is her daughter-in-law. How dare you both lay a hand on her? Are you not afraid of incurring divine wrath? He exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. You've arrived just in time. You can escort Ms. Hao away, Xu Ruchu remarked, frowning, dismissing Hao's words as though she had not heard them. You have assaulted my aunt, yet you have not provided her with any explanation. I will not allow her to leave with you. How you declared, glaring at them. Ms. Gao, are you now able to take this individual with you? Xu Ruchu inquired, her gaze fixed upon Gao Qing. You err. Let us depart, Gao Qing said, fear evident in her voice as she addressed Xu Ruchu.